Chapter 1. The sea lay tranquil, and the Black Flame pirate crew had just emerged victorious from a fierce naval battle. They had successfully plundered 3 pirate ships. Reaping substantial rewards, the dark flames reduced the vessels to mere ashes, enveloped in swirling smoke, obscuring any view of the interior. What a thrill it was to engage in combat. Gray reclined on the lawn, contentedly squinting his eyes at that moment. He exuded an aura of languid satisfaction, reminiscent of a sunbather who had just feasted. No one would suspect that this seemingly innocuous young man was a formidable pirate who ruled the seas. The first mate, Paley, puffed on a cigarette, narrowing his eyes in Gray's direction. Gray extinguished the flames. Sure thing. Gray rolled over and, with a flick of his ability, the black flames vanished in an instant, leaving only a cloud of black ashes scattered by the sea breeze. "Captain, you've missed someone," Abel the lookout shouted from the crow's nest. "Is that so?" Quite an amusing sight. Alder, the helmsman, chuckled as he approached the ship's edge, leaning over to peer into the water. "Hey!" the fisherman Tootin exclaimed in a panic. "Could you abilities users refrain from getting too close to the edge? It's quite a hassle to retrieve you. What's the big deal? If someone falls into the sea, won't you just rescue them?" The androgynous Latin teased. Tootin shot back without hesitation, "Please, spare me." "Ha ha!" Gray, eyes closed, erupted in laughter. "All right, Tootin, do us a favor and fish that person out." "Understood, Captain." Tootin nodded and leaped into the sea. Without the captain's command, they would not have taken action. Gray stood up, brushing off his backside, and approached the ship's edge. The others had already released the ropes, allowing Tootin to retrieve the individual. "Do you require medical attention?" the ship's doctor, Colin, inquired, glancing at Gray. Gray walked over to the victim, pushing aside the man's damp hair and examining his chin for a moment. Gray squinted, then grinned, not bad-looking. "Perhaps it's fate's design," Charles replied with a mysterious smile. "Indeed, it is destiny." Gray chuckled in agreement. Colin, tend to him. "Such kindness?" Paley raised an eyebrow. "Ha ha, consider it luck, he's rather handsome." Gray gestured to Paley. "It's quite improbable for anyone to survive my flames. This one has piqued my interest." "Yes, anyone who survives your flames must have made an impression during the battle," Paley noted, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. "Once he awakens, be cordial, be enthusiastic, be cheerful. Understood?" Paley clapped his hands and added with a grin, "Who knows? We might be welcoming a new member." Yes, we understand." Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all too aware of the captain's temperament. Once he made a statement, it would undoubtedly be acted upon. If they were to incur his displeasure, even they would find themselves in a difficult situation. When Ace was pierced by magma, he did not feel much pain. He was merely relieved that his brother had not been harmed by him. If Luffy were to face any misfortune while attempting to rescue him, he would undoubtedly despise himself. Poor Gasti Ace's life had come to an end. The world would no longer harbor individuals with the blood of demons coursing through their veins. Ace had never anticipated that he would be able to open his eyes again. His body felt as if it were suffocating in pain, yet he could distinctly see the wooden ceiling above him. The air was thick with the briny scent of seawater, and the ship swayed with the waves. He scanned his surroundings, realizing he was in a small, empty cabin, lying on a wooden bed. Where was this? Had he not died? Had Marco and the others rescued him? Ace's mind was filled with questions as he struggled to sit up, discovering that his chest was unscathed, with no visible injuries, though the area where a kainu had pierced him throbbed painfully. "Do you think that kid has awakened yet?" "How would I know? It's infuriating. No visible injuries, but he's still unconscious at this rate. The captain might start doubting my medical skills." "Ha ha. Don't just blame the captain. Even we are beginning to question if your abilities have failed." The voices of 2 individuals grew louder outside the door. After a moment's hesitation, Ace gritted his teeth against the pain and swung his legs off the bed. He was still dressed as he had been during the execution, the only difference being that he bore no wounds. The door swung open with a loud bang. Ace locked eyes with the 2 newcomers. After a brief silence, one of them exclaimed, "Oh, you've awakened. Hello." Ace nodded politely. "May I inquire where this is?" "Of course, you're aboard our pirate ship." The other replied with a smile, "I am Colin, the ship's doctor. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? If you feel unwell, be sure to inform our doctor. His medical skills are exceptional." The other man chimed in, "By the way, Demon, the ship's carpenter." They both appeared friendly, their smiles genuine and bright. In this unfamiliar environment, Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, Ace felt a measure of relief. They seemed like decent individuals. He exhaled slowly, placing a hand on his chest, and hesitated before asking, "I've been experiencing persistent pain in my chest. I wonder if it could be related to my previous injuries." He hadn't intended to trouble them, but the pain was constant, and the fact that it was located where a kainu had pierced him made him uneasy. "When we found you, you had no external injuries." Colin shook his head, his expression perplexed. "I treated your internal injuries. So all should be healed. Did you sustain any other injuries?" "Our doctor possesses the powers of the healing fruit, so he can usually treat battle wounds, but he is unable to assist with illnesses." Demon shrugged, indicating their limitations. Ace sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite pinpoint it, so he chose to ignore the pain in his chest. Just then, his stomach let out a loud growl. "Ha ha ha. You've been unconscious for several days. Come, let's take you to eat something." Demon laughed. Ace nodded, following Colin and Demon as he scrutinized them. Was it truly wise to expose their backs so carelessly? Were they so powerful that they thought nothing of a surprise attack? Or were they simply too naive to consider such a possibility? Ace could feel the flames within him, his devil fruit abilities ever present, which granted him a modicum of comfort in this unfamiliar setting. The room he occupied was at the end of the ship's cabin. The corridor was long, flanked by rooms that likely served as the pirates' quarters. Numerous frames adorned the wooden walls, showcasing newspaper clippings, bounty posters, and photographs of the gruesome pairs, some groups each face radiating joy, creating a warm atmosphere. However, Ace did not linger, following the two men without pausing to examine the photos closely. Thus, he had yet to discern the features of the individuals depicted. "Ha ha ha. If you wish to see those photos, feel free to do so after our meal," Colin called back with a cheerful grin. "Oh, my dashing visage is proudly displayed beside the entrance to my infirmary. Each of our rooms has our bounty poster displayed outside when our bounties increase. We replace the photos." Demon explained. "The remaining photographs are simply taken among the crew." "Haha, what a splendid idea." Having only just begun to interact with them, Ace found himself growing fond of this pirate crew. They were a warm and united collective. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to introduce himself, Ace quickened his pace. "I am Ace. I forgot to introduce myself earlier." "Ace, that's a splendid name." Colin grinned. "Pleased to meet you." "Likewise, I am truly grateful for your assistance. However, may I ask from where you rescued me?" Ace scratched his head, recalling that he had been at Marinford. If Marco and the others had saved him, he should be with them. Why had he ended up on this pirate ship? Had something happened to Marco and the others? The thought made Ace anxious. He needed to find Marco and the others, and Luffy wondered if they had managed to escape safely. "Don't you remember?" Demon reminisced about the scene. "We sank 3 pirate ships, and you were clinging to a piece of wood. Adrift, Abel spotted you. He's our lookout and always has his telescope at the ready." "How can you say he was just looking? If he heard you say that, you'd be in trouble," Colin teased. "You sank 3 pirate ships?" Ace's eyes widened in disbelief as he halted in his tracks, staring incredulously at the two men. "You sank ships belonging to the Whitebeard pirates?" The two individuals he had just deemed friendly were, in fact, his enemies. Ace felt deceived and instinctively took a few steps back, adopting a defensive stance, his fists enveloped in roaring orange-earth flames. Colin and Demon exchanged a glance, both perceiving confusion in each other's eyes. The Whitebeard pirates? Which crew was that? Had they not just sunk 3 ships belonging to the Warwick pirates? However, Ace was already in a combative state. If there was no explanation soon, a confrontation seemed imminent. They were indifferent to the prospect of battle, but fighting in the ship's cabin was impractical due to the confined space. "I believe you've misunderstood something." The shipwright Demon, eager to avoid extra work, promptly clarified for Ace. "We sank the Warwick pirates, not any Whitebeard pirates." Yes, we've never even heard of Whitebeard," Colin reassured Ace. "Is that some obscure little pirate crew? They'll ask our first mate about it shortly." "Obscure?" Ace's eyes widened. It was the first time he had encountered such a description from someone else. The Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors dominating the New World, were being referred to as unknown by others. Under normal circumstances, he would have already thrown a punch, but Colin and Demon's words intrigued him, and their expressions indeed conveyed profound bewilderment. They genuinely had no knowledge of this pirate crew. Moreover, Marco and his comrades were not easily defeated. The faces of these pirates were unfamiliar, completely at odds with those notorious figures he could name from memory. Thus, They could not have possibly sunk 3 of Whitebeard's ships. Realizing this, Ace gradually relaxed his fists, the flames dissipating for now. I choose to believe you. Demon breathed a sigh of relief, comforting him. That's good. If the ship were damaged, I would be utterly exhausted. My apologies. I'm a member of the Whitebeard pirates. I initially thought you had sunk our ships, Ace said, shaking his head as his stomach growled once more. Perhaps it would be best to eat first. The 3 of them shared this unspoken thought. Upon exiting the cabin, the scene on the deck unfolded before their eyes. The deck was adorned with a carpet of grass, low green blades sprouting directly from the wooden surface, soft underfoot, while someone lay sleeping upon it. Others were fishing by the ship's edge, and beneath the lookout, a small pavilion sheltered against the rain housed an individual reading a newspaper while reclining in a chair. It was a tranquil and harmonious tableau. As the trio emerged, the people on the deck instinctively looked up in their direction. Ace felt a twinge of nervousness, yet the reactions mirrored the warmth and delight he had seen from Colin and Demon. Awake at last, lad. Everything's all right. I thought Colin's healing abilities had faltered. Are you headed to the kitchen? Demon, please bring me a glass of cold rum. Such exuberance was overwhelming. Ace was utterly bewildered. Their responses suggested he was one of the crew aboard this ship. The two-masted sailboat had a total of 8 individuals on deck, not counting Colin and Demon, meaning the crew numbered at most 20. With such limited strength, it was indeed implausible for them to have repelled the Whitebeard pirates. The ship's kitchen was spacious, also serving as a dining area. Inside were 2 people, one cooking, the other eating. The aroma of food wafted through the air, causing Ace's stomach to grumble once more. Ah, you all here for a meal? Perfect timing. I've just finished making fried rice, the chef said with a smile, skillfully plating the fried rice into 2 dishes before setting them on the table. Dig in. He handed one portion to the man dining at the table, while gesturing for Ace to come over for the other. Demon retrieved several bottles of rum from the refrigerator, waved them at the chef, and said, I'll take the drinks to Paley and the others. You all chat for now. He then bid farewell to the dining man, saying, Captain, I shall take my leave. Oh, off you go, replied the man, who lifted his head to reveal a youthful and spirited face. Ace thought he seemed to be about the same age as himself. Colin introduced him. This is Chef Andrew. His cooking is exquisite, and this is our Captain Gray. Greetings. I am Ace. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Ace said politely, bowing in thanks. The trio, taken aback by such courtesy, simultaneously paused, and the seated captain abruptly stood up. The 3 of them solemnly bowed to Ace, exclaiming, No need for such formality. Ha ha, how amusing. Captain Gray chuckled after bowing, adding warmly, Come, eat. Your stomach must be protesting. Ace hesitated for a moment. Chef Andrew smiled reassuringly. A good chef would never turn his food into a weapon. Rest assured. Yes, thank you very much. Feeling a tad sheepish, Ace scratched his cheek and sat down, devouring the fried rice with great enthusiasm. Colin and Andrew also found a spot to sit. After observing for a while, Gray offered his untouched fried rice to Ace. Comforting him, There's no need to eat so hastily, Ace. Thank you. Ace mumbled his gratitude, unsure if it was the lingering effects of his days in a stupor or the unfamiliar surroundings that kept him alert. He did not fall asleep as he had before while eating, but he quickly finished 2 plates of fried rice and drained the rum that Gray had pushed his way, finally sighing in contentment. So delicious, so delicious. Ha! Andrew laughed. To have my culinary skills acknowledged is an honor for me as a chef that I'm truly grateful to you all. After finishing his meal, Ace's thoughts shifted entirely to the pirate crew, and he inquired, Captain Gray, have you heard of the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard. Gray looked momentarily stunned, glancing at the equally perplexed Andrew. I asked that a newly emerged pirate crew. I haven't heard of them. Andrew shook his head. Well, don't fret. Paley is bound to know, Gray said with unwavering confidence in his first mate. The 3 exited the kitchen and stepped onto the deck. Gray clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Come over. Quick, assemble in 3 seconds. Almost instantaneously, the pirates aboard the ship approached, some even jogging from a distance. What is going on? Asked a man who had been reading a newspaper. Paley, do you know the Whitebeard pirates? Gray sat down on a barrel, sipping rum as he posed a question. I asked that this young man's crew. First mate Paley glanced at Ace, shaking his head. Never heard of them. Even Paley doesn't he know? The fishman pirate exclaimed in surprise, "I'm not a know-it-all." Paley rolled his eyes. "I only pay attention to the formidable pirate crews." "But our crew is formidable," Ace exclaimed in frustration. "The Whitebeard pirates, led by Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. He is the emperor of the sea." A heavy silence fell over the group, all eyes fixed on Ace. Finally, Gray stroked his chin. "That sounds quite impressive. But this is the New World, and indeed, I've never heard of the Whitebeard pirates. We're the 4 emperors." A woman dressed in a flowing lace gown, her long hair cascading, inquired, yet her voice bore a ruggedness unexpected for her appearance. Ace sensed something was amiss. They had previously mentioned rescuing him from the Warwick pirates, yet now they claimed ignorance of the Whitebeard pirates and the 4 emperors, and 4 emperors, no Whitebeard pirates. Yet still the New World. What was going on? He did have some recollection of Edward Newgate's name. Paley, the most reliable of the bunch, spoke up during the silence, bringing a glimmer of hope, albeit tinged with despair. "That I mentioned it to you before, remember? The Rocks Pirates, currently making waves in the first half of the Grand Line. They have a member named Edward Newgate." Gray blinked, elongating the ah sound, and casually remarked, "Oh, the Rocks Pirates. I do recall that. Stop pretending. You didn't remember it all." Paley bluntly called him out. Listening to their conversation, Ace furrowed his brow. The Rocks Pirates? He had never heard of this crew before. However, Ace knew that Whitebeard had been a member of another crew before forming his own. Yet which crew it was, Whitebeard had always kept shrouded in mystery, reluctant to speak of it. Could it be? Ace recalled what Marco had mentioned regarding Logia-type Devil Fruit ability and asked, "What year is it in the sea calendar now?" "It's the year 1468 of the sea calendar," replied a man clad in a pointed hat, dressed like a wizard. 1468? Ace's mind raced. He was certain it was the year 1520, a full 52 years difference. Had he truly traveled back to such a distant past? Whitebeard, at this moment, would only be 20 years old, the same age as Ace. "Interesting," Gray commented. "Did you suffer a blow to the head? Or is your memory in disarray?" "Those two are essentially the same thing." Captain quipped a strikingly beautiful person with a voice that bore a strong contrast to their appearance. Though they looked stunning, their voice was rugged, creating a peculiar dissonance. The others were unfazed, and Gray showed no reaction. Their current curiosity lay solely in Ace's predicament. "There's no need for us to deceive you." Paley brought forth the newspaper he had been perusing earlier, the date clearly stating it was indeed the year 1468 of the sea calendar. Ace, in disbelief, flipped through the contents of the newspaper. "The Lumba pirates ambushed. The entire crew perished. Former giant warrior pirates crew members Oimo and Kasi have joined the Navy, guarding the main gate of Judicial Island." The sensation of predetermined history unfolding before his eyes was disorienting. Turning to the next page, he encountered a large report featuring someone he felt he had seen before. Ace stared at the photograph for a moment, then looked back at Gray. The latter had black hair, a handsome visage, dressed casually in a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, wearing flip-flops, his appearance identical to that in the newspaper. "Is this you?" Ace pointed at the photo in the newspaper. Somewhat dazed, Gray laughed, tousling his hair. "What do you think? Pretty handsome, right? I must say the photo quality of this newspaper is quite impressive, ha." The others joined in laughter, while First Mate Paley scoffed. "Those flattery remarks are rather cringeworthy." Emperor of the Sea, Black Flame Gray, is an unstoppable force. Black Flame Gray, a user of the natural-type Devil Fruit, the Black Flame Fruit. He possesses an extraordinarily high recognition factor. His black flames are impervious to water, capable of spreading across the sea, turning whatever they touch into a hell of black flames. Unless the wielder desires it, the flames will not extinguish on their own, and they can ignite even in the absence of combustible materials. The maximum temperature can reach 10,000 degrees Celsius, enough to incinerate a small island in a single strike. Thus, many refer to him as the Black Sun. The pirate crew he leads is known as the Black Flame Fire Pirates. Comprising 12 members, all formidable Devil Fruit users except for the Fishman Titan. Their total bounty amounts to a staggering 240 billion berries, with Captain Gray's bounty alone reaching 27 billion berries, making him the most wanted pirate by the Navy to date. At just 20 years of age, he has already achieved such notoriety. destined to become a significant headache for the Navy in the future. So, what do you think? Are you impressed by my achievements? Gray asked Ace, brimming with pride. Ace swallowed hard. He recognized this newspaper as the World Information Report, a long-standing and reputable publication known for its timely coverage and precise wording. Renowned for its vivid and truthful narratives, this man before him, aboard this pirate ship, was indeed the absolute ruler of the year 1468 in the sea calendar. No wonder they displayed no vigilance whatsoever. In the face of absolute strength, there was simply no need for caution. Even after comprehending the current situation, he found it hard to believe that he had traversed through time and space, arriving 52 years in the past. Thus far, there was no better explanation. He had landed in a time when his father was merely 20, a period when most of the people he knew had yet to be born. I have a question for you all. Ace was perplexed, wondering why they treated him with such warmth. Their demeanor was beyond mere strength. They treated him as if he were one of their own crew. Yet, Ace was acutely aware that he was all alone, with nothing to gain from them. His question struck a chord. Everyone turned to Captain Gray, whose face flushed crimson before he averted his gaze from Ace. Here we go again, Paley sighed, deciding to stir the pot that he addressed Ace. If it were someone else, we would still save them, but not with the same fervor as we do with you, that we heal your wounds. Provide you with food, eagerly introduce ourselves, and patiently answer your inquiries. Why? I have nothing of value to offer. Ace pointed to himself in confusion. You should ask our captain. Paley seemed reluctant to respond. The others similarly avoided the question. As if the answer left them speechless, Gray cleared his throat, earnestly placing his legs down and sitting properly on a barrel, gazing at Ace with burning intensity. Because I like you to that was it. Ace nodded in sudden realization, only to soon grasp the implications of such a confession, exclaiming in astonishment, What did you just say? You, Gray nodded, beaming. I like you heard me correctly. Why? Ace was thoroughly bewildered. After all, they hardly knew each other. To explain his musings, Gray crossed his arms and frowned, contemplating, perhaps because you have a decent appearance and a fine physique, though not quite as good as mine. He scrutinized Ace from head to toe, nodding in affirmation of his own assessment. Yes, that's it. Hearing such flattering remarks made Ace bashfully scratch his head. He was utterly unprepared for the revelation that someone, especially a man, would harbor such feelings for him. It wasn't that he held any disdain for men. He respected everyone's freedom. Yet this situation felt oddly peculiar. Was this what they called love at first sight? If so, he could understand the overwhelming warmth of the pirates aboard this ship. Was it all due to the captain's affection? However, he did not consider himself attractive or well-built. Lacking confidence in the very qualities they admired, Gray tilted his head, observing Ace's inner turmoil. After a moment of reflection, he jumped down from the barrel, startling Ace into taking 2 steps back. Poha! Gray burst into laughter at Ace's startled demeanor, clutching his stomach. You've made me laugh to the point of tears. Oh, you genuinely believe that? You're far too easy to fool. Ha ha! Ace looked at the others, who wore expressions of resignation or barely contained laughter, and quickly realized he had been duped. He felt a surge of irritation. Could such matters truly be a subject of jest? Ha! My apologies. Gray wiped the tears from his eyes. I simply thought you seemed too serious and wanted to lighten the mood. Once the laughter subsided, Gray adopted a serious tone that I didn't expect you to be from another time. Well, that is not an issue. As for matters concerning the future, I hope you can keep them to yourself. One person with foresight is sufficient for our adventures. Moreover, you likely have no place to go right now. Why not stay aboard this ship? I do need to confirm a few things with you. What do you need to confirm with me? Ace hesitated to agree immediately. Rest assured, if we meant you harm, we would have ended your life while you were unconscious. He spoke the truth. After a moment of indecision, Ace finally nodded in agreement. That's good. Gray clapped his hands together. Then let me introduce you to our crew. However, I will not be joining your pirate crew. I'm already a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace interjected. All right, you can remain here as a temporary guest. Gray said with a hint of regret. If we encounter the Navy, you should hide or cover your face. Otherwise, I'll have to explain myself to them one by one. Thank you very much. Ace bowed slightly. I will fight with all my strength. No need to worry too much about fighting. Gray nodded and began introducing his crew members. Together with the captain, their pirate crew consisted of 13 members. without forming cliques or occupying territories, relying solely on their strength to become the mightiest pirates. Ace took note that the newspaper referred to their crew as the Black Flame Pirates, comprising 12 members. All powerful Devil Fruit users except for the fishman Teuton. First, I am Gray, a user of the Black Flame Fruit. Gray patted his chest, briefly mentioning himself before moving on to Paley. This is our first mate. Paley, a user of the Ammo Fruit and sharpshooter, responsible for managing various affairs aboard the ship. As it seemed all first mates were composed, Paley was particularly calm in his dealings with Ace, nodding in acknowledgement. This is our navigator, Charles, a user of the Fortune Fruit, capable of predicting whether good or bad events are to unfold. Hence we rely on his abilities for our voyages. Destiny, Charles, the one who had mentioned the current year, was dressed in a wizard's attire, his face obscured beneath a pointed hat. Our ship's doctor, Colin, is a user of the healing fruit, able to mend wounds through touch, though ineffectual against illnesses. Therefore, it's best to avoid falling ill aboard. Indeed, fewer ailments would lessen my workload. Colin winked at Ace. Our shipwright, Demon, is a user of the growth fruit. The lush lawn aboard is his handiwork. His ability allows him to accelerate growth until death through touch, or promote the growth of plants. The fruits and vegetables in the kitchen are all cultivated using my powers, Demon proclaimed proudly. Our chef, Andrew, is a user of the cloud fruit, capable of conjuring clouds from thin air and controlling those in the sky. If you wish to fly, you can seek him out, don't think too much of it. I can't manipulate the clouds that support Sky Island. Andrew seemed to have been driven mad by such queries and began explaining even without being asked. Our helmsman, Alder, is a user of the white hole fruit, enabling him to release attacks absorbed by his brother. Alder and I are brothers, he smiled. Our lookout, Abel, is also Alder's brother, a user of the black hole fruit, capable of absorbing all forms of attacks. It's not that impressive. If it exceeds my physical limits, I won't be able to handle it, Abel humbly added. Our gunner, Teuton, is a fishman, our lifeline when someone falls overboard. He is the one who retrieves them. Don't make it sound so easy. Even as a fishman, it's exhausting. Teuton complained about his workload. Our musician, Bard, is a user of the noise fruit when not using his ability. He is a competent musician. Nobody wants to hear my music after I use my powers, Bard chuckled. Our dancer, Aladdin, is a transgender individual, a user of the rose fruit, capable of causing beautiful red roses to bloom from the hearts of those he touches. He adores makeup and dresses. If you wish to be on his good side, gifts of dresses and cosmetics are sure to win him over. Except for lipstick, Aladdin interjected emphatically. You filthy men, sending lipstick in hideous colors is utterly detestable. Our scholar, Dunn, is a user of the mind-reading fruit, able to perceive the thoughts of others through eye contact. Thus, he always wears an eye patch and relies on his guide dog, Tang Tang. For direction, Tang Tang is a well-behaved dog. Feel free to pet him. Don carried a blindfold, with a dog leash in his hand. Ace opened his mouth, eager to point out that there was no dog attached to the leash. The little pup, Tang Tang, was currently sprawled on the grass, soundly asleep. Scientist Gary, a fruit thief with the ability to steal powers, could pilfer any scene abilities, albeit at half their strength, and could only utilize 2 at a time. I prefer to delve into technology rather than abilities, Gary remarked with a smile. The legion of ability users. Ace was left with but a single thought, 13 individuals, 12 of whom wielded powers. Moreover, as per the introductions, they all possessed formidable devil fruits. Are you scared? Gray tilted his head, attempting to reassure, there's no need for fear, as long as we don't encounter a calamity of everyone falling overboard. Teuton will surely rescue us. Ha ha ha. Captain, one shouldn't speak so lightly. Occasionally consider my feelings. Teuton, a massive whale shark fishman with a gentle disposition, chimed in. Ha ha ha. Once Ace boards the ship, he'll be able to share your workload. Gray chuckled, blissfully unaware that Ace was also an ability user. Upon hearing this, Ace immediately waved his hands. No, I too am a devil fruit user. You are also an ability user? Paley raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, then you truly are fortunate to be rescued by us at sea. This must be fate's design, Charles said mysteriously. Ha ha ha. Fate's design. Gray laughed. Ace, you are a gift from destiny. Just as he finished speaking, the surface of the sea was abruptly struck by a heavy object, sending up a towering spray of water. An enemy attack. Ace glanced towards the distant sea, where several warships were already visible. Gray showed no surprise, merely grinning with a somewhat cruel smile. "Oh dear, it seems our prolonged stay here has attracted the Navy." Paley laughed as well. Who else but Carp would greet us with cannon fire? Gray rolled up his sleeves. "Boys, steer the ship closer." "Oh, Ace," returned to the cabin. That fellow Carp has sharp eyes. Gray patted Ace on the shoulder, who was readying for battle. Ace did not react, for he had her name he was quite familiar with, Carp. His grandfather, who should only be 24 years old now, that "I want to stay here and observe." Ace still harbored some doubts, wishing to ascertain that this indeed was 52 years ago. Gray did not dissuade him, simply saying, "Suit yourself." Abel, who had already climbed to the lookout, shouted with a monocular in hand, "Captain, it's Sengoku, Carp," and in the midst of speaking, several cannonballs were hurled directly at them by Carp, seeking death. Gray's eyes narrowed as black flames suddenly ignited in his hands. Flame kill. The black flames soared into the air like the infernal fires of hell, instantly enveloping a vast area ahead. The temperature around them surged to suffocating levels, visibly warping the very space itself. The cannonballs exploded mid-air, engulfed in flames as they fell into the ocean. Strangely, those black flames did not extinguish. Rather, they continued to burn upon the water's surface. "Oh, Black Flame Gray. Long time no see." On the leading warship, Carp shouted, clutching a cannonball and greeting Gray. "Is this greeting acceptable?" Gray sneered, waving away the burning black fire upon the sea, and retorted, "Is this a firework display to woo me?" "Oh, how vexing! I would never join the Navy." Tsuru playfully cupped her face, her voice soft enough to make her seem like a bashful beauty. Carp's face darkened, his mouth twitching. Sengoku beside him snorted, "Black Flame Gray. I wonder if you've lost your sense of humor after entering Impel Down." "Surrender now," Tsuru shouted. Carp, Sengoku, and Tsuru all appeared remarkably youthful, brimming with vigor. Ace gazed at Carp, who sported extremely short black hair, his face adorned with a confident, radiant smile, reminiscent yet distinctly different from his grandfather, whose hair had turned gray. "Even Steel Bone wouldn't dare to speak like that in front of me." Gray dug into his ear, entirely unfazed. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Floating clouds, myriad. Andrew was the first to unleash his ability. As a cloud fruit user, he conjured corporeal clouds that allowed himself or his companions to soar into the sky. This way, they could engage the battle on the enemy's warships without jeopardizing their own vessel. "Ace, you and Alder stay on the ship," Paley instructed. Ace nodded, realizing he should indeed remain hidden. After all, what would he do if Carp remembered him? The remaining trio comprised Alder, Don, and Gary, who would refrain from participating in the battle unless absolutely necessary. "Ace, you've had a rather peculiar expression since earlier," Alder observed, unamused. Ace snapped back to reality, hesitating for a moment before confiding in Alder. "Carp is my grandfather, ditto. So he is your grandpa." Alder's eyes widened, leaning closer to Ace for scrutiny. "Now that you mention it, you do resemble him. So you're from the future, huh? But that complicates things." Gary glanced at the Navy warships, which had already plunged in a fierce combat. Gray had transformed entirely into flames. Engaging with Sengoku and Carp. 3 warships were neither too many nor too few, had it not been for Carp and his companions. They would have long been sunk. "I'll have Abel notify the captain." Alder closed his eyes, aware that he shared a unique telepathic bond with his twin brother, allowing brief communication over short distances. Meanwhile, Abel, entrenched in battle aboard one of the warships, was momentarily stunned, casting a disbelieving glance at Carp. "Captain," he rushed towards Gray. The latter's black flames had been struck by Carp's iron fist, allowing him to retreat with a powerful shove. "What's wrong?" "That kid is Carp's grandson," Abel whispered incredulously into Gray's ear. Gray was taken aback, swiftly grasping who Abel referred to as that kid. Could Ace truly be Carp's grandson? Observing the 24-year-old Carp, whose son was merely 3 years old, Gray smirked, issuing the command to halt the fight. "Carp, Sengoku, I'm in a good mood today." Those still engaged in combat paused, perplexed but promptly creating distance from their adversaries. Andrew waved his hand, causing a thick white mist to envelop the area. This Iasin, to your style, Gray, Sengoku frowned, bewildered by Gray's sudden withdrawal. Carp, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, retorted, Gray, you haven't even taken us seriously before retreating. Do you look down on us? If you must think that way, there's little I can do, Gray replied. If I wish to fight, I'll just go straight to Marineford next time. You dare. Sengoku was instantly incensed, for Gray's actions were a brazen challenge to the Navy's authority. What do I have to fear? Gray leapt into the sea, re-emerging atop a cloud. The youthful captain provocatively smiled at Sengoku. Send my regards to Steelbone. Tell him I'll bring gifts when I visit Gray. Sengoku slammed his fist against the ship's railing in frustration. The surrounding mist swirled, obscuring their silhouettes. Although the black flame pirates were few in number, they were undoubtedly the most troublesome kind of pirates. Soon after, a warning bell rang in his mind, as black flames, symbols of despair, burst forth from the white mist, charging towards the three warships. That madman. Carp cursed, his iron fist coated in hockey, bracing alongside Sengoku to withstand the sudden onslaught. The flames scattered, landing on the deck. Unfortunate Navy personnel caught by the flames were instantly reduced to ashes. Devoid of even a scream. His flames are significantly hotter now. As Carp's hockey receded, he gazed grimly at the back of his hand, which bore numerous burn wounds from the flames. The warship engulfed in black flames has been rendered inoperable. Sengoku shouted. Truly formidable ability users. Carp observed the distant ocean, where the entirely black two-masted ship had vanished. You truly are Carp's grandson. Gray approached Ace, marveling. What a twist. Didn't you say you were a pirate? Ace nodded. It's a bit complicated. He is my adoptive grandfather. Then let us leave it at that. I have no desire to hear stories. Gray pondered for a moment before waving his hand and saying, So, are you going to look for your grandfather? We could turn back. It sounded intriguing. Indeed, indeed. The future grandson seeking out his grandfather. What a grand spectacle. Demont chuckled. What do you think Carp's reaction would be? Would he be left dumbfounded? Colin contemplated he might suspect it's some sort of scheme orchestrated by our pirate crew. Paley mused, envisioning the scene. Don nodded. Our pirate crew has always had a notorious reputation. What pirate is ever esteemed? Gary picked his nose nonchalantly. Let us go find the Rock's pirates. Gray instructed the navigator Charles. Why don't you do a divination? Sure, Charles replied, sitting down and retrieving his divination tools. Is your judgment of direction entirely reliant on divination? Ace inquired. Aside from Charles, the others looked at Ace with expressions that seemed to say, shouldn't it be this way? Even Paley, who appeared the most reliable, regarded Ace with similar incredulity. Gray thought for a moment, offering Ace a reassuring glance, as Charles' divinations had always been quite fascinating. Fascinating, but not necessarily safe. Ace twitched his lips. What about the recording compass? Don't you all use that? If we have someone who can discern direction, why waste money? Paley lit a cigarette. We've always managed this way, and haven't we been doing just fine? Yes, we must trust Charles. Colin chimed in. Let us just proceed in a straight line. Charles opened his eyes, stowed away his items. In any case, let us head towards the front half. The Rock's crew should be there. All right, set sail. Gray raised his arm with enthusiasm. Ho. Everyone took their positions, hoisting the sails as they began their voyage towards the first half of the Grand Line. How to put it, Ace felt they appeared quite reliable. Yet in certain aspects, they seemed exceedingly unreliable. He had a nagging feeling that the journey to find the Rock's pirates might be fraught with unexpected challenges. Asked the captain. Gray seemed to be the least useful person aboard. While everyone else busied themselves with work, he sat on the ship's railing, humming a disjointed tune of Bink's sake, enjoying the caress of the sea breeze. After helping Demont secure the sails, Ace found himself without any tasks, so he hopped over to sit beside Gray on the railing. Gray glanced at him, contemplated briefly, and then extended his hand. From his palm, black flames erupted spontaneously, burning brightly in his grasp. Look, this is my flame. Remarkable. Ace gazed at the flame, which resembled a black hole shaped like fire, with its interior entirely invisible to the naked eye. Bore a striking similarity to Teach Starkwater. Causing Ace to furrow his brow and feel a bit uneasy, he tentatively reached out, his fingers transforming into orange-red flames, slowly inching closer to the black mass. The flames intertwined, forming a small spiral due to the temperature difference. Ace watched the entangled flames while Gray observed Ace with intense focus. Indeed, Gray thought his invincible flames had little effect on Ace. He had encountered flame users before, but their resistance to black flames was negligible. How intriguing, he mused, as black flame seemed particularly fond of Ace. Fist clenched, the black fire extinguished in his palm. Ace, he proposed, shall we have a match? Sure. Ace was never one to shy away from a challenge. Responding with a smile. Since both were flame users, they couldn't afford to spar aboard the ship. Under the captain's insistence, Navigator Charles performed another divination, ultimately determining the direction of the nearest uninhabited island. 3 o'clock proceed in a straight line, he concluded, putting away his divination tools and addressing Helmsman Alder. Did you hear? Full speed ahead. Got it. Alder responded, full speed ahead. Ace accepted the dessert Colin offered, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much. Yet he felt a twinge of concern. Was it truly wise to change course so casually? After all, they had just performed a divination not long ago. Oh, it's fine, Colin shrugged. Seemingly unfazed, the captain often has whimsical ideas to alter the course. It's quite routine. That's so. Ace nodded, taking a bite of the dessert, his eyes lighting up. This is delicious. Then eat plenty. There's more in the kitchen. Colin replied, the captain has a penchant for sweets, so Andrew is focused more on dessert than other dishes. That's so. Ace recalled his own ship as chef, Sachi, who was also dedicated to crafting healthy meals due to their father's poor health. Noticing Ace's unusual demeanor, Colin thought for a moment. Wait here. He returned from the kitchen with a plate of pastries. Could you please deliver this to our captain? Isn't he in the captain's quarters? I shouldn't intrude. Ace hesitated. Don't worry. Our vital intelligence is stored with Paley. Besides the captain, there is nothing of significance in the captain's quarters, Colin chuckled. All right, the vice-captain is indeed a hard worker, Ace thought, carrying the pastries back to the captain's cabin. Their rooms were easily identifiable, each adorned with bounty posters beside the doors. The photo hanging next to the captain's quarters depicted Gray, half his body engulfed in flames. His black hair tousled, and his eyes filled with sheer combat fervor. The Black Flame Pirates? He had never heard of them before, but perhaps such events from 52 years ago had long since faded into the annals of history. If not for this extraordinary encounter, he would never have had the chance to meet these individuals. As he gazed intently at the bounty posters, the door to the captain's quarters creaked open. Gray leaned against the door frame, somewhat exasperated. Since you're here, don't just stand there at the entrance. He had sensed Ace's presence, but noticed he hadn't knocked. I was just looking at the bounty posters. Ace replied with a smile. This is the dessert Colin sent for you. All right, come in. Gray motioned for Ace to enter without taking the dessert from him. He had changed into a white shirt, his long, straight legs encased in black trousers. Thanks to Colin's words, Ace didn't overthink it and stepped inside. The captain's quarters were modest in size, featuring a hammock, a wardrobe, a table cluttered with various trinkets, and a chair that appeared to have been recently occupied by Gray.O. I was just writing the logbook, Gray said. Noticing Ace's gaze, he unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, placing a hand on Ace's shoulder with a smile. Would you like to take a look? A friend from the future. Can I? Ace was indeed intrigued by events from 52 years ago, of course. Gray nodded, pulling out a chair for Ace, while he himself settled onto the hammock. Feel free to browse. Ace picked up the logbook from the table, starting from the first page, which contained a medley of entries. The first page detailed how the pirate crew had wanted to hold a banquet, but suddenly remembered they had depleted their funds from the last feast, leaving them no choice but to raid other pirate ships, where they stumbled upon a treasure map. The second page was filled with the word board repeated incessantly. The third page was a lengthy tirade against Paley. The first mate, criticizing his incessant nagging. It is akin to a rural mother lamenting her absence, a sentiment that is indeed chilling. On the fourth page, it is mentioned that the location of the treasure map was discovered, yet after several days of searching upon the island, nothing was found. It appears to be a ruse, though the meat on the island is rather delectable. The fifth page recounts how a large fish was caught, only for the excitement to lead to a tumble into the sea, from which he was rescued by the Teutons, who subsequently ridiculed him. In a fit of anger, he set the boat ablaze, and later, while repairing it, found himself lacking funds, resorting instead to pillaging a pirate ship. Gray is a fascinating character. Even his nautical journal is imbued with intrigue. Ace perused it with great interest, occasionally pointing out intriguing passages and asking Gray for further details, which Gray exaggeratedly recounted. The two shared laughter until Ace found himself increasingly close to the hammock, and they both sat on the ground, with Gray pointing at the text in the journal to tell Ace stories. Amidst the plethora of amusing tales, there were also days of discontent. For instance, when caught in a storm, they could not remain on deck, or when encountering Navy figures like Carp and Sengoku. The battles were exhilarating yet troublesome. Each time Ace encountered the familiar names of Carp and others in the journal, he was struck by a sense of disorientation, realizing that the old man had once engaged in such endeavors. However, at that moment, the opponent was still a young Navy rear admiral, the one who had pursued the Black Flame pirate crew most frequently and was a source of great vexation for Gray. The final pages left Ace momentarily stunned, as they contained references to him. Today, I stumbled upon an individual who could survive in my flames, a rarity thus far. Why is he not waking up? It's infuriating. Colin has become utterly useless, only eating and sleeping. I'm convinced we need to find a new ship's doctor. Let Colin handle the chores instead. Finally, he awakens. Indeed, a conscious and articulate individual is far more engaging than a comatose one. He claims to be from the future, but I have no interest in which future that may be. Yet, this fellow named Ace possesses the power of flames. Could that be the reason? Gray showed no signs of embarrassment, pointing at the last sentence, stating, "This is what I wish to verify with you. Tea might be due to my sudden appearance from the future." Ace speculated. Gray remained noncommittal, chuckling as if to say, "As Charles noted, it is all guided by fate. Do you all believe in fate?" Ace inquired, feeling that Gray did not seem like the type. Gray tilted his head, stating that fate is an unchangeable past. He retrieved his nautical journal, gazing at Ace. "I sent tea at interesting. Just when I was bored, you arrived." Ace remained silent. "Are you aware that fruits possess abilities upon awakening?" Gray suddenly asked. "I know." Ace nodded, puzzled by the abrupt shift in topic. "Your flames, how shall I put it, are rather weak, pitiably so. They may suffice against ordinary individuals, but against someone like me, you stand no chance relying solely on your fruit's power." "Pathetic," Gray remarked, dismissing Ace with a wave of his hand. T.O. Gray, only those of top-tier strength posed any challenge. All others were inconsequential. Ace was merely one of those minor characters, albeit one who had encountered them. Rather than expanding the range of his flames, he ought to ponder how to increase their temperature. With your current abilities, even if you were to strike me, it would not inflict any harm. For my temperature far exceeds yours. Gray mercilessly belittled Ace. Then, as Ace sat in contemplation, he placed a hand on his shoulder and chuckled. "Hasten to strengthen your abilities. The sea is quite unforgiving." "Captain," Colin's voice echoed from outside. "Lunchtime." "Oh, lunch." Gray sprang to his feet, first rushing to devour the dessert, then beckoning Ace. "Come on, Ace, let us eat." "All right," Ace replied, still mulling over Gray's words. When he fought against the Kainu, the magma had completely suppressed his flames. Setting aside other considerations, it was evident that the devil fruit had its counters, and no need to overthink it. Gray sighed. "Once we locate an island, we shall have a bout, and then you will understand." Ace nodded. The two proceeded to the kitchen, where the enticing aroma wafted towards them. Gray excitedly dashed to the table, reaching for a piece of bone-in meat. However, before he could grasp it, chopsticks struck the back of his hand. Paley frowned at him, warning, "Wash your hands before eating, Tish, mother hen." Gray pouted, yet sheepishly went to wash his hands. Paley then turned to Ace, the warning in his gaze unmistakable. Ace nodded obediently. "I will wash my hands immediately." It did indeed remind him of Gray's earlier complaints in the journal. A smile crept onto Ace's lips, and his previously troubled mood lightened considerably. Gray held up his damp hands just as Ace was about to fetch a towel for him, when suddenly black flames ignited on his hands. Ace jumped in surprise. Immediately after, Gray, having dried off the moisture, gleefully ran to his seat, chopsticks in hand, and began to devour his meal with gusto. The others followed suit, picking up their chopsticks to join the feast. "Ace, hurry up," Demon urged. "All right." Ace responded, sitting down to eat. Andrew's culinary skills were quite commendable. Ace had already witnessed them once. Gray ate rapidly, clearing his plate before scouring the others for more. Amidst the raucous din, a loud bang silenced the kitchen. Everyone turned their attention to the source of the noise. Gray remained poised to snatch more food, quietly asking, "Is this a sudden death? It doesn't seem like it. Could it be food poisoning?" Demon observed gravely, glancing at his meal. Andrew was furious. "Impossible. It has nothing to do with the food." "Oh dear, how frightening." Ladin huddled closer to Alder. Alder, expressionless, distanced himself, nearly squeezing his brother, gritting his teeth as he said, "Save me that you're on your own." Abel replied softly. "Did someone choke?" Tootin expressed his concern. "I can't help with that." Colin waved his hand dismissively, having faced a Waterloo of his own with Ace and unwilling to repeat the experience. "Woof woof." The guide dog Tang Tang barked twice, approaching Ace's leg to sniff him. Tang bent down, attempting to call him back. "Tang Tang, it's poisonous. You can't eat it. We haven't even confirmed the cause of death." "How can it be poisonous?" Gary lamented, watching Tang on with exasperation. Paley had already moved closer, placing a hand on Ace's shoulder. "Hey kid, Ace." He vaguely heard snoring. In a way, Paley's eyes twitched as he tugged at Ace's hair, lifting his face from the food, revealing Ace covered in rice, mouth agape, snoring from his throat. "What on earth?" Bud grimaced as eating a meal a sleep aid. He had merely fallen asleep. Gray extinguished the flames in his hand, looking as though he intended to incinerate Ace's body, chuckling, "Hey, that meat belongs to me." He snatched the bone-in meat from Alder's plate, grinning as he took a bite, his eyes crinkling in delight. Delicious. "Other people's food is always better. Captain, you've gone too far." Alder shouted angrily, slamming the table. "What?" Ace stirred awake amidst the commotion, realizing, I fell asleep. Habitually, he reached for a piece of clothing nearby to wipe his face. Unfortunately, standing next to him was Paley. The latter frowned and stepped back, coldly stating, "Go wash your face." Ace instantly snapped to attention, nodding vigorously. "All right, I understand. What a familiar sight. It's like the captain is facing Paley." Colin commented, "I'm not that afraid." Gray attempted to assert. Yet, when Paley shot him a glare, he immediately shrank back, muttering defiantly, "All right, I shall respect every mother hen, of course." He was met with a fierce beating from Paley, until Gray, sporting a sizable bump on his head, pitifully apologized. "I was wrong. Not a mother hen, Paley." Stubborn yet unrepentant, he epitomizes the type of person being described. After the meal, Gray revitalized with an exuberance that completely overshadowed the ferocity with which Paley had struck him earlier. Excitedly, he turned to Paley and exclaimed, "Paley, let us host a banquet this evening, especially since we have come into a fortune." The moment they encountered Ace, they had just completed a raid on 3 richly laden pirate ships. Gray had always been an advocate of hedonism, reveling in opulence and relishing the fleeting pleasure that follows a tempest's wrath. That he adored treasures, not for hoarding them, but for their ephemeral beauty, akin to fireworks. In essence, his penchant lay in spending wealth as soon as it was acquired. Due to the captain's disposition, the Black Flame pirate crew could never hope to expand or recruit new members. Even they, a mere 13 in number, often faced shortages of supplies. However, such is the way of pirates. Influenced by the captain, Paley nodded in agreement. Yet, mindful of their future provisions, advised Gray, "Then you should fish with them this afternoon. If we catch enough, we shall have our feast." "Yay!" Gray exclaimed, seizing a fishing rod and rallying everyone to join him. Ace remained in the kitchen, tidying up alongside Andrew. Andrew lamented, "If only they could possess even half of your ease." He resolutely chose to forget Ace's earlier dozing off mid-meal. Ace smiled. "But you quite enjoy their antics." "Indeed. Occasionally, I think that if they weren't so boisterous, sailing would be dreadfully mundane down on the deck." The musician Bud set his violin to his chin and closed his eyes, lost in the enchanting strains of Binksake. The melodious notes intertwined with the discordant singing of the crew, wafting into the kitchen, where Andrew's smile softened further. The captain had once been hailed as the most talented newcomer in the Navy in nearly a century. Mentored by Steelbone, your grandfather, along with Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr, all of whom he once referred to as siblings. Ace was taken aback. Gray was once part of the Navy. No wonder today, as battle concluded so effortlessly. Sengoku and Karp had refrained from pursuit, their demeanor peculiar. It seemed there was a deeper connection at play. But why had he chosen the path of a pirate now? He joined the Navy at 10, rose to lieutenant at 15, and was destined for greatness. Alas, during the incident at Sabeti Archipelago, he had clashed with the Celestial Dragons 0.5 years ago. Not too shabby, right? Today, as ever, I am dashing and charming. 15-year-old Gray stood before the mirror, fussing over his hairstyle. Beside him, Crane, with her dark blue ponytail, gently remarked, "Yes, indeed, our youngest naval captain is finally being promoted." Tiske, it was about time. Gray complained, "I've captured so many pirates. Based on achievements, I should be a rear admiral by now. It's all Steelbone's fault. Look at him, now a fleet admiral. Ha ha ha. Let me see which little brat is making such grand proclamations." The door swung open, revealing Karp, who entered with a bag of senbei. Following him were Sengoku and Zephyr, though the latter two maintained a composed demeanor. Even with Gray's promotion, their expressions barely shifted. "I shall not make grandiose statements," Gray muttered indignantly, "and I am no longer a child." Yes, you are quite the big boy now," Karp chuckled, ruffling his hair and handing over the Sabeti specialty. "Here, a gift for your promotion." "What? Even the promotion gift is so miserly." Gray snatched the senbei from Karp. Biting down in frustration, "Gray, remember to remain humble. You are still young, not suited for hasty promotions," Sengoku lectured. Zephyr was more blunt, expressing his discontent. "Do not think that being promoted to lieutenant grants you any superiority." "Well, I cannot help it. I simply climb faster than you," Gray boasted. "I joined the Navy 2 years ahead of you." But jealousy is futile that he'd been raised by Steelbone, residing in the Naval Academy, where he began training early. If following the order of joining the Navy, Karp and the others would have to address him as senior brother. Well, Gray feigned surprise. "What if I am promoted to admiral? And you two remain petty sergeants? Oh dear, how incompetent. You little brat, I'll sew your mouth shut," Zephyr threatened, his hand reaching out to strike him. Gray nimbly darted to the side, tossing the senbei to Sengoku, who caught it deftly, carefully sealing it shut. "Not eating anymore. Who would consume such cheap stuff?" Gray taunted before racing out. "I shall take a stroll around Sabeti Archipelago. I'll return for the promotion ceremony." "You little rascal! How dare you disdain my senbei?" Karp shouted, shaking his fist in mock anger, but Gray had already dashed away, not genuinely upset. "Karp, when did you purchase this?" Sengoku inquired, spitting out the senbei he had just tasted. Wrinkling his face in distaste. "Isn't it expired?" "Surely not," Karp replied, glancing around nervously. "It should be fine." "How could you give him expired food?" Zephyr chastised, delivering a punch to Karp. "That kid is still growing. You should have the decency to care for him in front of me." "You awkward fellow," Karp retorted, covering his head. Sengoku ignored their banter, discarding the expired senbei and striding outside. Crane followed closely behind, smiling. "I will accompany you, Sengoku." "Hey, where are you two going?" Karp called out. "To Sabeti Archipelago," Sengoku replied without looking back. "I shall go too." Zephyr hastened to catch up. Karp was left behind, his expression one of exasperation. "I'm not saying this, but you two aren't going just for that little brat Gray, are you? He's already 15. No longer a child. Oh, you not care." Crane shot him a sidelong glance, smiling. "Sabeti is no ordinary place. It is a realm where the virtuous and the vile intermingle. Beneath its glamorous facade lies a stinking mire of decay." Though Gray had risen through the ranks swiftly, he remained merely a 15-year-old boy, well guarded by Steelbone, with innocent thoughts filled with ideals of naval justice and the safety of civilians. Thus, it is hard to fathom how he would react upon witnessing the sordid and filthy dealings hidden deep within Sabeti Archipelago, or when he realized that the celestial dragons he sought to protect were of such vile character, whether he would still hold steadfast to his convictions as a Navy officer. My apologies. But I must decline that on the bustling streets of Sabeti Archipelago, a gust of wind suddenly swept through, lifting the words justice emblazoned on a pure white cloak that a youth clad in standard naval attire stood tall, expressionless, blocking the path of 2 huddled civilians. Opposite him stood a man wearing a transparent hood, his expression one of sheer horror, as he stammered, "Why? The Navy dares to defy my orders. He trembled with rage. Pointing at Gray, struggling to articulate his thoughts, that a nearby attendant cautiously supported him, soothingly suggesting, "My lord, perhaps this Navy officer is simply ignorant." Yes, is that so? A stream of mucus dripped from the celestial dragon's nose, which he hastily inhaled. "You there, return my slave at once. I've already stated, I refuse." And no sooner had Gray spoken than black flames erupted from his arm. "If you do not leave, I shall burn you." "How dare you?" The attendant immediately drew his sword, positioning himself protectively beside the celestial dragon, one of them recognizing the distinctive black flames and warning sharply, "Gray, if memory serves, today is your promotion ceremony." "Indeed, I did not expect to undertake another mission before that," Gray replied with a grin. "How interesting. Did you come specifically to deliver me accolades?" "I am a celestial dragon. You Navy folk are all my dogs." The celestial dragon snatched the gun from the attendant as grasped, aiming it at Gray. "Gray, is it? If you wish to be promoted, then you had best get out of my way. And what if I refuse? I shall capture you and encase you in sea stone, making you the lowest of slaves." "How intriguing." Gray turned to the two civilians behind him. "You may leave. I shall handle this matter. Thank you very much." The already startled woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Please, take care." "Who told you to leave?" The celestial dragon redirected his weapon in rage and fired. The bullet was halted mid-air by a surge of black flames. And then Gray appeared, his hair billowing in the wind, exuding an indescribable aura of intimidation. Is this what it means to be a celestial dragon? He cast a cool glance over the group of attendants, ultimately fixing his gaze on the encased celestial dragon, a cold smirk gracing his lips, a creature blissfully unaware of its fate. As he spoke, his body transformed into flames, the very fabric of space contorting under the oppressive heat. The closer one drew to the fire, the more suffocating the atmosphere became. "You cannot harm me." The celestial dragon, petrified with fear, remained rooted in place while his attendants shielded him, perhaps finding solace in their numbers, or perhaps believing that the superiority of the celestial dragons rendered them untouchable. Thus, though he was terrified, he could not truly fathom that Gray would dare to act against him. "Go, all of you. I want him as my slave." "Yes." The obedient attendants charged at Gray, whose dark, flame-encased eyes reflected their figures, filled with a chilling intent to kill. Seeking death, the inky flames surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing into the attendants. Most of them cried out in agony, writhing on the ground, but no matter their efforts, the black fire refused to extinguish. The handful of the stronger ones managed to evade Gray's assault and rush toward him with swords drawn. Alas, these individuals lacked the mastery of hockey, and a natural devil fruit user held an unparalleled advantage over them. In the blink of an eye, Gray stood before the celestial dragon. I have indeed heard tales of the celestial dragons. Gray observed the black flames encircling his fist. "I've heard you wear masks to avoid breathing the outside air. Is that correct?" With a crunch, the mask shattered. The celestial dragon's expression momentarily blanked, only to be replaced by a sharp pain radiating from his head as Gray yanked his hair and violently hurled him to the ground. "Isn't it too dirty for you?" The celestial dragon heard the demon's mocking laughter. "Today, I shall cast you down from your pedestal." Gray pressed the celestial dragon's head into the mud. Just then, an enraged voice broke through. "Gray, you little brat, what are you doing?" The four admirals of the Marines looked on in disbelief as their worst fears materialized. Gray had not only injured the celestial dragon's attendants, but had also humiliated the celestial dragon himself. "I'm disciplining trash." Gray lifted his head, grinning as he revealed a dazzling smile, reminiscent of the sun rising at 6 or 7 o'clock, energetic and vibrant. "What do we do?" Crane bit her lip. Realizing that the situation had become irreparable, Carp and Zephyr remained silent. "Help! Someone save me! Damn Marines, you worthless fools!" The celestial dragon shouted in desperation, sensing a turn of events. Gray furrowed his brow and pressed his face back into the mud. "Shut up! I was speaking to them, and you dare interrupt." He rarely employed foul language, but his anger had reached its peak. Sengoku clenched and then loosened his fists, his mind racing with countless strategies. All ultimately dismissed, he remained the calmest and most impartial of the Marines. "Let him go, Gray. or I will take action against you. Sengoku. Carp's breath quickened. You want me to let go? Gray's eyes widened in fury. His anger reddening the corners of his eyes that he is assaulting a civilian. Are we not the Marines established for justice? He roared, demanding answers but receiving none. The subdued celestial dragon scoffed. The Marines exist to protect the celestial dragons. Without our wealth, there would be no world government. And what right would the Marines have to exist? His voice grew shrill, but his words were not directed at Gray. If you kill me here, none of you will escape. Not just you, but everyone on this island must die. Gray, let him go. Zifa, usually stern and serious, spoke softly. Let him go, that I will plead with the fleet admiral and the world government. You will face no consequences. He was merely a few months older than Gray, and had always treated him like a younger brother. Gray. Carp looked at him, wanting to say something, but ultimately shaking his head in silence. Appearing weary and helpless, Crane turned her gaze away, unable to bear the look in Gray's eyes. Is this what it means to be a Marine? Gray's sense of justice and innocence came crashing down on the day he was promoted to lieutenant. He released his grip on the celestial dragon, slowly rising to his feet, his once sunny black eyes now shrouded in profound darkness. The celestial dragon scrambled to his feet, frantically retreating toward Sengoku and the others. Shouting as he ran, "Hurry! Kill him! No! Capture him! I want to turn him into the lowest of the low." Before he could finish his sentence, a slender black flame pierced through his heart like a bullet. Gray retracted his hand and smiled at Sengoku and the others. That I do not seek a justice that is sovereign, nor do I pursue a pure justice. I seek justice itself, that matters not how many I save or what I protect. If I can save one more, I intend to overthrow this hell. Blame it all on me. Tell the old man I'm setting sail for a joyous adventure. He extended his hand, the pristine white cloak falling to the ground before he turned and departed. Sengoku and the others stood rooted in place, watching Gray's retreating figure and the cloak tainted by mud and filth, lost in thoughts known only to them. Sea kings, Captain, you should sit down and fish instead of standing on the edge of the ship. What if you fall overboard again like last time? Do you want us to laugh at you again? The sea was calm, offering splendid fishing weather down the deck of the Black Flame pirate ship. 4 individuals sat neatly in a row, while among them stood a young man radiating an intimidating presence. Though he was a devil fruit user, he was completely oblivious to the danger of his fishing posture. What do you know? Fishing requires a sense of presence. Only with the right aura can one catch more fish, Gray declared confidently, hands on his hips, casually holding a fishing rod with the other. The others could only shake their heads at his self-righteous reasoning. What could they do? He was their captain. After all that, another one! Alder exclaimed excitedly, reeling in a thrashing fish and tossing it into the bucket behind him. Alder, 1 point, said Paley, reclining in his chair, currently in the lead. Yea, from now on, please call me the king of fishing, Alder boasted. Humph. Abel snorted, placing a freshly caught fish into the bucket as well. Abel, 1 point, Paley added. Damn it! Gray gritted his teeth, his competitive spirit igniting a figurative flame. Quite literally. Ugh. The crew members on either side scrambled to distance themselves from Gray, fearful of being singed by the black flames. Captain, you're cheating. Alder, currently in first place, protested. Referee, aren't you going to do something about this contestant? Gary looked over at the unconcerned Paley. The latter picked up a newspaper, remaining silent, clearly uninterested in intervening. Gray, enveloped in black flames, provocatively shook his head at Gary. Wait until I catch a sea king. I'll surpass your score in an instant. Sea kings are not that easy to catch, Demon shrugged. They mostly dwell in the doldrums and deep sea. Then let us head to the doldrums, Gray said cheerfully, eager to change course once more, but before he could finish a sentence, the fishing rod in his hand was suddenly yanked downward. The force was both powerful and swift. And to the crew's astonishment, their captain, who had been standing on the ship's edge, vanished in the blink of an eye. Hey, this can't be happening. Abel stared blankly at the empty ship's edge. He's been dragged away. They had predicted he would fall overboard again. After a moment of stunned silence, the crew collectively gasped, their cries of alarm reverberating throughout the air. Oh no! Tootin, the captain has fallen into the sea again. Having endured several rescue attempts, Teuton appeared remarkably composed, soon emerging from the sea with a person hoisted upon his shoulder. Coughing and sputtering, Gray lay sprawled on the deck, weakly extending his tongue and mumbling incoherently. My fishing are OD'd in such a pitiful state. Who cares about a fishing rod? Paley disdainfully kicked him. Oh, dear captain, you have suffered so, Latin lamented, covering his face in tears. I just wanted to join you in your tragic fate. Really, that is quite unnecessary. Teuton waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of utter disillusionment. Please do not add to my workload. Latin, sensing the cruelty in Teuton's words, pointed at him with a trembling finger, exclaiming, You heartless man! You know not what romance is. Meanwhile, Gray continued to fixate on his fishing rod, appearing utterly dejected. Ace emerged from the kitchen. He happened upon this scene and rushed over. Everything all right? I could hear your voices from the kitchen. Paley, my fishing rod has been stolen. Gray turned his damp face towards Ace, his wet hair clinging pitifully to his skin. Who took it? Ace squatted before Gray, surveying the group. I shall retrieve it for you. Paley scoffed. Stolen by a fish. He then kicked Gray again, adding, All right, hurry and dry yourself off that I will buy you a new one on the next island. Great. I want the most expensive fishing rod, Gray exclaimed, instantly revitalized, and I want to engrave with the pirate flag in my name. Oh. I want one too. Dimon eagerly chimed in. I want one too. The most expensive fishing rod. The pirate flag in my name. Paley. They all clamored, crowding around him. Gray, draping an arm over Ace's shoulder, pulled him into the throng, grinning. Add him to the list. The most expensive fishing rod in his name. He deliberately omitted the pirate flag. Recalling Ace's prior declaration of not joining the crew to I think I'll pass, Ace politely declined. Only with your own exclusive fishing rod can you catch the tastiest fish, Gray insisted with his flawed logic. Indeed, the captain is correct. Sailing without fishing would be dreadfully boring, Demon chimed in, playfully punching Ace's shoulder. Though the others did not voice their opinions, their expressions were supportive. Ace smiled, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful group of people after arriving in this world. Please do buy me a fishing rod as well. The most expensive one with my name, Ace said with utmost courtesy, bowing deeply. The others mimicked Ace, bending at the waist before looking up at Paley. Faced with a sea of eager, sparkling eyes, Paley calmly lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke before stating, Only the captain and Ace shall receive new fishing rods. You lot already possess fishing rods. Hooray! Biased! I shall never like you again. Latin stamped his foot, her skirt fluttering in response. Paley remained unyielding. Enough of this. Did you not say we would host a banquet tonight? Shouldn't you be preparing? The word banquet was irresistible to any pirate. Those sailings sounded thrilling. Only those at sea understood that moments of excitement were truly exhilarating, while moments of boredom were profoundly tedious. Upon hearing Paley's words, the group promptly abandoned their desire for new fishing rods, swiftly beginning to carry the fish they had caught to the kitchen and clean the deck. Ace, you haven't yet toured our ship. The Blakes, Gray said, seeking to entertain himself, and led Ace around the vessel. The Blakes, named after Gray's moniker Black Sun, was a two-masted sailing ship, black in color, adorned with red flame patterns, and embellished with wing-like scales. The bow featured the head of a colossal beast, its mouth concealing a cannon, which remained closed except during naval battles. The deck housed 2 levels of cabins. The first level included the kitchen, entirely managed by Andrew, a study shared by Dunn and Paley, a medical room operated by Colin, a research facility managed by Gary, and a storage room. Standing at the entrance to the storage room, Gray furrowed his brow at a note affixed to the door reading no entry for the captain. After a moment, he turned to Ace, smiling. Andrew's handwriting is quite decent. Ace stifled a laugh and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite good. Well then, let us proceed to the second floor, Gray said, scratching his head, and led the way, his demeanor reflecting a hint of melancholy. The second floor was entirely comprised of sleeping quarters. Until you find that Whitebeard, you may stay in your previous accommodations. I have spare blankets, if needed. Gray entered the captain's quarters and opened the wardrobe. To his surprise, it was impeccably organized, with clothes neatly folded and stored, and blankets tucked away in the bottom compartment, which he quickly retrieved. Thank you. Ace said, accepting the blanket and complimenting. Your wardrobe is remarkably tidy. Most pirates he had encountered were free-spirited and indifferent to personal hygiene. Gray scratched the back of his head, chuckling. It's a habit I've cultivated over the years. I found it to be quite satisfactory, so I never changed it. Ace paused, then swiftly redirected the conversation. Speaking of which, I am eagerly anticipating tonight's banquet. Huh. It is sure to be quite entertaining, Gray replied. His excitement palpable. I'm already feeling hungry. Gray stepped outside first, while Ace lagged slightly, clutching the blanket. As he exited, he cast a glance at the bounty posters adorning the wall. Having maintained good personal hygiene as a Navy officer, he had not changed this habit upon defecting. Unlike the other posters, Gray's featured the notation "Capture alive only," which had puzzled Ace before. Now, he realized this was the utmost protection Steelbone could afford Gray as an admiral. I detest individuals who dawdle, Gray remarked, turning back after walking a short distance. Ace, hurry up. Ace rushed over, apologizing. Sorry, I was lost in thought. What were you thinking about? Gray casually inquired, then added, by the way, since Garp is your grandfather, why did you choose to become a pirate? Surely he wouldn't allow his grandson to pursue such a path. Various reasons, Ace replied, his tone subdued. Have you heard of the Roger Pirates? At this point in time, the Roger Pirates were likely still a fledgling crew, not yet substantial enough to make waves in the Grand Line. The future Pirate King was probably only around 25 years old. The Roger Pirates? Gray scratched his head, pondering seriously before ultimately deciding to forego further questioning. Paley might know more. That truly suits your style, Ace chuckled. I am an orphan, entrusted to mountain bandits by Garp, and I set sail as a pirate at 17, joining the Whitebeard pirates after entering the New World. It seems we indeed share a bond, Gray said, grinning. I too am an orphan, raised by Steelbone. Do you truly not wish to know about the future? Ace suddenly inquired, his curiosity piqued. I have never heard of the Black Flame Fire Pirates. Gray regarded Ace with a knowing smile. Do you believe there is any favorable outcome for pirates? A great pirate can never expect a neat and tidy ending. Once you make a name for yourself on the seas, you must ultimately return to the ocean in death. His words resonated deeply, and Ace found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Sometimes, even if a pirate desired a clean exit, the Navy would not permit it. After a moment's contemplation, Gray suddenly asked, You aren't hesitating about seeking out that Whitebeard, are you? Ace grimaced. Yes, my presence is bound to alter history. So, there's no need for concern, Ace. Gray interjected. Perhaps your arrival is precisely what history requires. Have you considered that a history without you may be the erroneous trajectory? Ace was momentarily taken aback by Gray's bold assertion. Unsure how to respond, not hesitate. Follow your heart, Gray encouraged, patting Ace's shoulder with a radiant smile. Wherever you go, make it an adventure. This is what it means to be a pirate. You are absolutely right. Ace nodded, feeling the infectious spirit of Gray, and all his prior worries dissipated like smoke. Regardless of what changes the future may hold, he had already arrived. Why not seize the moment and embark on an adventure? This was a time 52 years ago, the formative years of legendary figures like Garp, Roger, and Whitebeard. With heroes rising and the sea churning with excitement, the thought of battling alongside these monumental characters stirred a fervor within him. Gray, allow me to join your pirate crew, Ace suddenly resolved, clarity washing over him. His father was still with the Rocks Pirates. Even if he joined, it would merely be an alliance with Rocks. It was time to bid farewell to the past and let the name of Fire Fist echo across the seas. From the moment he awoke, he had become an entirely new individual. Gray, seemingly unfazed, paused for a moment before returning to his usual demeanor. It appears you made up your mind. However, even if you choose not to join, we wouldn't turn you away if you wish to travel with us. No, I wish to join you. Ace shook his head, resolute. Captain, I am delighted to be a part of the Black Flame Fire Pirates. It seems tonight's feast shall be even more raucous. Gray extended his hand, shaking Ace's firmly. The thought of clashing with Garp and the others filled Ace with anticipation for their next encounter. Gray contemplated for a moment and reminded him, Dragon is only 3 years old. After all, if you wish to fight him, it will be many years yet. He was unaware of whom Ace referred to as father, but deduced that the one called Garp must be Dragon's father. I meant Whitebeard, Ace clarified I see. Gray did not press further, as Ace turned away to spread out his bedding. The white skull tattoo of Whitebeard was visible on his back, and Gray recognized it immediately. It was the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates, and he found it increasingly unsightly. You should wear a shirt from now on, he suggested with a hint of displeasure. It would be too petty of me to ask you to remove it, but as captain, I do have the right to request you cover it, of course. Ace replied affirmatively. Gray's mood brightened instantly. It seemed there was little else to discuss, or perhaps he was satisfied enough with what he had gained. Ace watched as Gray, hands clasped behind his back, hummed a cheerful tune as he departed, his steps quickening until his elated voice echoed outside. Hey everyone! To celebrate the addition of our 13th member, tonight we shall consume all the provisions and drink all the wine. Upon hearing this, the excited clamor of the others erupted, mingled with Paley's voice. Hey, if we use up all the ingredients, what will we eat tomorrow? We'll go rob someone tomorrow. The sea is vast. How could we ever starve? Gray asserted with confidence. I am the captain, and you all will heed my command. Paley relented. Sigh, fine. Do as you wish. Making such swift and correct decisions, you truly are our first mate. Listening to the raucous sounds outside, Ace felt that the captain of the Black Flame Fire Pirates was quite easy to please. Just like Paley had acquiesced to Gray's request for a fishing rod, as long as he aligned with Gray's wishes. He could bring about joy. Yo-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho. We raise a toast with bink sake to you, like the sea breeze that dances freely, riding the waves, with sails furled. The black ship rests upon the water, resounding with the most beloved song of pirates. Regardless of how time flows and changes, whether in sorrow or joy, bink sake remains the cherished melody of pirates. Hey, be careful. Hold on tight. As the feast progressed, Andrew had already begun to feel the effects of intoxication and insisted on taking the newly joined Ace for a flight in the sky. He was a user of the cloud fruit, capable of lifting others into the air, albeit with height limitations. For instance, he could not bring someone to Sky Island. Don't worry. Trust me. Andrew waved dismissively, addressing those on the deck with a drunken slur. I promise. I'll safely return, Ace. Just as he finished speaking, he let out a burp. The cloud they were seated upon swayed, as if commanded. Ace, having previously flown with Marco, felt no fear. On the contrary, soaring on the cloud thrilled him. This is incredible. It feels like I can almost touch the sky. Ace reached out toward the heavens, where the starry sky met the ocean. A sight that never ceased to captivate, isn't it? With the free sea breeze, this is what life is all about. Andrew spread his arms wide, closing his eyes to savor the wind. Moments later, Ace heard snoring and turned to see Andrew had slumped over. Having fallen asleep, it was understandable. Every time there was a feast, Andrew, as the chef, was the busiest and thus prone to exhaustion. However, Ace suddenly recalled that the cloud they were sitting on was under Andrew's control. If Andrew fell asleep, then that meant, plop, plop. With two distinct splashes, Gray sent Tordun to retrieve the two of them. Thank you for your trouble, Tordun. He chuckled heartily, patting Tordun's arm. Even Tordun, typically good-natured, was irked. This is the second time today. Captain, oh dear, the capable must bear more burdens. Gray shrugged, equally helpless. What can I say? Everyone aboard is a power user. Ahem. Ace coughed up seawater, lying on the deck as he thanked Tordun. Thanks, Tordun, it's no trouble. I couldn't just leave you two in the sea. Tordun replied that we really ought to consider finding more non-power users. Paley glanced at Gray, noting that with 13 power users, Tordun alone could not save them all. Although they were formidable, their weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Gray pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, if I come across someone interesting, I will extend an invitation. Not just anyone interesting, but someone with good swimming skills, Paley emphasized. MMHM, Gray nodded dismissively. In any case, we must first travel to an uninhabited island. That he remembered his intention to have a duel with Ace. I truly hope you remember this as vividly as you do that. Paley sighed. He wondered why he had ever boarded this ship. Handling the paperwork, collating intelligence, managing finances, and even overseeing recruitment, Gray clearly perceived that this was not a compliment, and retorted, Of course I will remember. After all, I am the captain. Indeed, you are the captain. Paley nodded. If you weren't, I would have tossed you into the sea long AG, oh, yes, that's so. Gray felt struck by his words. Collapsing to the deck, his spirit dimmed. Ace crouched beside him, both amused and sympathetic, offering comfort. Paley is only joking. You shouldn't take it to heart, Paley replied coldly. I am not joking at all, Paley, you're so heartless. Latin lamented, touching non-existent tears. Though the captain may be useless, he is at least our mascot. Isn't the mascot Tang Tang? Tang inquired as he cradled his dog, who barked in acknowledgement of its presence. Gary scratched his cheek. It's our reserve food. Aren't you aware? Huh. Reserve food? Yes, Chef Andrew chimed in, nodding, before turning to Paley. You shouldn't be so harsh on the kids. Paley, with an unlit cigarette between his lips, retorted coldly, You're all just marginally better than him. Don't mock at 50 paces while being 100 paces away. His words drew the ire of everyone on the deck who had indulged too much, and they all lunged toward the first mate. Paley spat out the cigarette and met them head-on. Even if you all come at me together, it won't matter. Charge. Let's throw Paley into the sea. Hey, if you do that, I'll have to fish him out. Ha ha, watch my black flame? Ah, Captain, that's cheating. Fire fist. Ace, don't pick up any bad habits from the captain. What a harmonious scene it was, with a sigh of nostalgia. Bah picked up the violin by his side, lamenting that he could not contribute a melody to the vibrant atmosphere surrounding him. The soft strains of the instrument once again filled the air, as Latin gathered her flowing, wavy locks and remarked, 5 years ago, no one could have imagined such freedom would one day be ours. With hands and feet shackled, the rose lay confined within its cage. Listening to the rhythmic calls of auction bids from outside, she pondered that perhaps, in the future, freedom would forever remain an unimaginable luxury, in despair and helplessness. Everything in her gaze seemed to blaze with intensity. It was a scene so real, so akin to hell, that the entire world appeared shrouded in darkness, engulfed by twisted flames. The black sun descended upon the desolate remnants of the earth, a sight both cruel and warped. Yet it moved Latin to tears that I am Gray. As you can see, I was once a naval officer, and now I embark on a joyous voyage. Would you care to join me at the auction house of the Shambody Archipelago? Gray created their sanctuary. The revelers, intoxicated from the banquet, failed to return to their quarters, instead finding various spots to succumb to slumber. The following day, they were abruptly awakened by a torrential downpour. The Blake ship swayed helplessly amidst the surging waves. As the crew roused themselves, they braved the rain to secure the belongings on the deck before returning to their cabins to change. Ultimately, they reconvened in the kitchen on the first floor. Gathered around the dining table, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Eventually, Gray, as captain, clutched his stomach and declared, I am famished, T.O., which Paley shot him a glare. Isn't it because you used all the provisions for yesterday's banquet? Gray shrank back, muttering, but you agreed to it as well. Paley's forehead creased with a few barely contained exclamations, regrettably acknowledging that he had indeed consented. Who could have foreseen that rain would suddenly fall today? Dashing their plans to plunder the pirate ship, the fortune-teller had proclaimed today a lucky day. Charles tinkered with his tools, his stomach grumbling, casting a shadow over the reliability of that prediction. Yet, the crew of the Black Flame pirate crew trusted wholeheartedly in Charles' divination. When Charles voiced this, everyone except Ace and him visibly exhaled in relief. Gray, slumped over the table, lamented, I am so hungry. I despise rainy days. Alas, the weather on the Grand Line is ever so fickle, Colin consoled. Well, in any case, I shall go fishing, Ace decided, feeling a sense of shared responsibility for the banquet's aftermath. Thus, in pursuit of sustenance, he resolved to fish. I shall accompany you. Gray raised his hand, wobbling toward Ace, his expression one of imminent collapse. Ace hastily supported him, exclaiming, Don't go. Didn't you just say you hate the rain? More than the rain. I detest hunger, Gray retorted. Then let us all go fishing together. Surely a group of over a dozen can catch something, others chimed in, rising from their seats. Armed with a fishing rod, Gray led the charge out of the cabin. The moment he stepped outside, he froze, obstructing the others behind him. Captain, what is it? Demeng inquired, frowning. It's foggy, Gray replied, stepping out to survey the dense white shroud that enveloped them. Visibility severely limited, though the rain had somewhat lessened. Indeed, it seems the rain has not ceased for long, Gray pondered, turning a serious gaze toward Andrew. The latter extended his hand to feel the mist, shaking his head moments later. No, it's merely ordinary fog. That is a relief. It appears to be a natural phenomenon. With a sigh of relief, Gray hoisted his fishing rod once more. All right then, regardless of the fog, let us all fish diligently. Indeed, the rain has diminished significantly. Someone noted, shall we have another competition? The fishing contest from yesterday? Alder enthusiastically suggested, having claimed victory the day before, though was cut short by Gray's antics. Unanimous consent. What a stroke of luck. Stay away from the ship's edge. I have no desire to retrieve you in this thick fog. Starving, Gray refrained from leaning over the rail this time, instead standing obediently on the deck, gripping the rod tightly, while muttering incantations for a catch, akin to a witch casting a spell. The tumultuous waves made fishing exceedingly difficult. It was rare for a fish to be foolish enough to take the bait under such conditions. After standing for nearly half a day without a single catch, Gray dramatically threw down his rod, exclaiming, I am so hungry. He collapsed on the grass, wailing, I want to eat. Hey, look over there, Deming suddenly pointed. What is that? Amidst the swirling fog, a massive black shape emerged intermittently. Oh. It's an island. Gray dashed forward, excitedly gesturing toward the sight. Quickly, let us go. The overpowering hunger rendered the crew oblivious to the potential dangers, particularly since Charles had foretold good fortune earlier. The Blake ship veered toward the mysterious silhouette, becoming clearer with each passing moment. An elephant? Ace exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be Zoe? He had once visited Weno and heard tales of an island in the New World called Zoe, which resided upon the back of a colossal elephant, ever moving, with no navigational coordinates to be found. He had long wished to witness it, but had never encountered it until now. Wow, such a gigantic elephant. Surely it could provide sustenance for ages. Gray eagerly perched on the ship's railing, his hands igniting with black flames, seemingly ready to strike. Ace swiftly intervened. Hey, that is Zoe. You can't eat it. Zoe, indeed. Paley's expression turned to one of realization. Captain, this is a giant elephant that has lived for over 1,000 years. On its back lies an island inhabited by the mink tribe. 1,000 years, you say? The others were instantly captivated. Captain, the meat of a 1,000-year-old elephant would be tough and inedible. Andrew, considering his culinary expertise, offered a pragmatic assessment. Upon hearing it was unpalatable. Gray's enthusiasm waned, his face falling as he complained, But I am so hungry. Is there nothing to eat? Perhaps the island on the elephant's back has provisions. Let us explore. Ace encouraged. The Eming swiftly fetched iron chains to secure the Blake ship to the elephant's leg. Once assured of its stability, Andrew utilized his cloud fruit ability to transport them onto the island. It's so hard. Gray, unable to resist, touched the elephant's leg, his tongue poking out as he felt the rough, petrified skin. Realizing it might not be as appetizing as he hoped, I have heard that the mink tribe despises humans, Paley cautioned, so let us not disperse upon arrival. He gripped Gray's collar firmly. The latter glared at him in confusion, not understanding why he was suddenly in the hot seat. Especially you, Paley admonished. Did you hear? Stay close to us. When have I ever not been with you? Gray retorted defiantly, insisting that it was they who had strayed from their captain. Then please ensure to lead us when you act. I would not like for you to vanish the moment we disembark. Fine, I understand, Gray conceded, albeit begrudgingly. Paley finally released him. We're almost there. Ace remarked, a smile spreading across his face. I can't wait to see Zoe. Indeed, the fabled island truly exists. They mused, today is indeed our lucky day. Everything seems to be orchestrated by fate. Thanks to Andrew's cloud fruit, they swiftly reached the elephant's back. He, the one controlling the solid cloud, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If we had gone any higher, I might not have made it. Indeed, we are fortunate, Charles enigmatically added. Wow, it's soft. As the first to land, Gray marveled at the ground beneath him, which was composed of neatly arranged patches, undoubtedly the elephant's skin. Upon this vast back, it resembled an island, shrouded in mist, with an abundance of lush vegetation and a magnificent cluster of buildings in the distance. Truly, it was a sight to behold. Ace also stepped onto the skin of the beast lord. The rhythmic, crisp sound of impact emanated from a nearby town. suggesting they had discovered their landing. Whether as a warning or a welcome remained uncertain. "Hurry up," Gray urged those behind him impatiently. "We need to get to Zoe for something to eat." "Someone's coming," Paley said, lowering his magnifying glass. "They're armed and I really don't want to fight," Abel sighed. Fighting when one's stomach growls is akin to enduring the most brutal of tortures. Yes, they remained on high alert. Several armed guards approached, forming a semicircle around them. Gray found it intriguing. So this was the fur tribe? Quite fascinating indeed. "Who are you?" the lead guard asked, his tone cautious. "We are," Gray began, but Paley quickly covered his mouth. "We mean no harm," Paley said with a smile. "We simply ran out of food during our journey and happened to cross this island, so we came to buy some provisions and rest." The fur tribe soldiers exchanged glances. And ultimately, they lowered their weapons. The leader, sporting a friendly smile, introduced himself. "All right, I'm Matthew. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please, follow us," he gestured invitingly. Though they resembled animals, their expressions were identical to those of humans. Gray, grinning widely, ran over to Matthew and curiously inquired, "Aren't the fur tribe supposed to dislike humans? Why are you letting us in so easily?" Matthew paused, then shook his head with a smile. "Us, humans and monkeys are one and the same." "I see. So the rumors are unreliable," Gray mused, stroking his chin. "As for distrust, we are strong enough that we fear no challenges that come our way," Matthew declared with a confident smile directed at Gray. "The fur tribe are born warriors." "Ha ha, splendid," Gray laughed in agreement. "Indeed, coupled with the characteristics of the Beast Lord, we are quite welcoming to outsiders." As he spoke, Matthew executed a surprising gesture, leaning close to Gray and gently rubbing his cheek. Caruccio, taken aback by such an affectionate gesture, Gray stumbled back a few steps, covering the spot that had been brushed against, his face flushing bright red. "Why you?" He pointed at Matthew, a loss for words, before finally retreating behind Paley. "Help me, Paley." "What are you trying to do?" Paley asked, suddenly alert. "Our captain is still a child. He cannot be with you," Latin declared, hands on his hips, speaking with righteous indignation. "Their captain is such an innocent young lad, having never experienced love or visited a flower street. How could the fur tribe take advantage of him?" That's just the fur tribe's way of expressing friendliness." Matthew chuckled. "It carries no other meaning." "Caruccio is our term for greeting and showing goodwill," other fur tribe members chimed in. "Indeed, animals often express friendliness through such nuzzling," Tang asserted, recalling how often Tang would nuzzle his palm. "Caruccio?" Ace echoed, and a fur tribe member approached, nuzzling against Ace while saying the word. Their fur was soft, sending a jolt of electricity across his skin. Ace shivered and retreated several steps, hiding behind Paley. This was truly bizarre. Right? Gray looked at Ace sympathetically. Paley, in his 30s but still feeling youthful, found both of his hands being tugged at and realized he might truly be aging. Previously, he only had to care for Gray alone. Now, with Ace added to the mix, both of them were the same age and likely shared the same lack of romantic experience. "Come on, you two. Don't you realize how high your body temperature is?" Paley said patiently. Noting the warmth of their palms, both being wielders of flame abilities, he shook off their hands with irritation, saying, "Next time, don't retreat like that." "How heartless," Gray complained. "Next time, just hide in someone else's embrace." Latin mused, cupping his face in his hands, a strange image popping into his mind that made him blush. Ace chuckled, then stated seriously, "Allow me to decline. Oh, how heartless. You wounded their feelings." Latin clutched his heart dramatically, feigning heartbreak. "Why not let them protect you?" Ace scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Because Latin wants to be a lady, so it's up to us to protect you." Latin feigned a dramatic pause, looking at Ace in disbelief. Ace's smile was sincere and sunny, showing no signs of deceit. "So, is it true that flame wielders are like this? Not only do they radiate warmth themselves, but they can also share warmth with others?" Gray nodded in agreement, adding, "Rest assured, Latin, there will never be a day when you protect me, nor will there be one when you all protect me. For I am a captain." The crew was moved by his declaration. Gray's smile grew even brighter as he firmly proclaimed the next phrase, "I am the strongest. No one can knock me down." The initial sentiment was swiftly dissipated, replaced by a faint urge to punch him. Upon entering the towering walls of the bustling town, Matthew remarked, "As long as you don't cause any trouble, feel free to explore." "Thank you very much," Ace said politely that we may stay for a while. "When you have the time, we would love to treat you to drinks," Paley added. Initially, they had anticipated conflict upon arriving at Zoe, but it turned out the rumors about the fur tribe disliking humans were unfounded. "Paley, hurry up!" Gray could hardly contain his excitement. Had it been earlier, he would have dashed straight into the town. Yet just moments ago, Paley had warned him not to act impulsively. The captain was beginning to show a semblance of responsibility, at least keen on proving his reliability. After bidding farewell to Matthew, the eager group rushed toward the restaurant. Meanwhile, Matthew and the others suddenly remembered something important. They had forgotten to inform this group about the beast Lord's fire rain, which occurred twice daily. The hungry companions, resembling ravenous wolves with green eyes, frightened the fur tribe members within the restaurant. However, upon witnessing their voracious eating, the fur tribe's expressions softened with sympathy. "So delicious," Gray exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. "I never want to be this hungry again." The others nodded in agreement, their mouths full of food, producing muffled sounds of affirmation. With a thud, Ace collapsed onto the table, still clutching a roasted fish, and fell into a deep slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Gray snatched away Ace's food, placing his empty plate before him, glancing worriedly at Colin. Was this habit of suddenly sleeping while eating a concern? "You said it's a habit," Colin replied after swallowing his food. "It's really not a big deal." "Well, as long as it's not serious," Gray nodded, raising his hand to the owner. "Boss, bring us 10 more plates of roasted fish." "Huh? Oh, of course." The owner nodded and hurried to the kitchen to urge the staff to prepare the dishes. These gluttons were about to consume the entirety of his supplies. The amount he had prepared for the previous days was no match for this one meal. "Ugh," Ace yawned, finally waking up to find his plate empty, puzzled as he distinctly remembered not finishing it. But never mind that. He didn't care much about such matters, especially since new roasted fish had already arrived. He could still eat plenty more. The 3 tables of patrons were a united front, each one remarkably capable of eating. These are the outsiders. I've never seen anyone like them before. They're really nothing to eat outside? How pitiful. The small restaurant was packed with onlookers, everyone eager to see what these uniquely voracious diners looked like. "I'm full now." Gray was the first to lean back against the chair, stroking his round belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Finally satiated, the owner sighed in relief. Had they not eaten their fill, the ingredients in the restaurant would have been entirely depleted. "How much is it?" "Boss," Paley inquired, raising his hand. Ace winked and leaned closer to Gray's ear. "Are we going to dine and dash?" Gray nodded, chuckling. "It's not like we're broke. We have plenty of money." Such words were indeed quite grandiose. The surrounding fur tribe members instinctively began to applaud. They had anticipated that this meal would be exceedingly expensive, yet to their surprise, the final bill was nearly half of what it would be on other islands. The owner explained with a smile, "Our food is generously bestowed by the great elephant, and since we all know each other, the prices are quite reasonable that I see." "Thank you very much," Paley nodded and promptly settled the bill. Due to Gray's influence, their pirate crew would never resort to dining and dashing. They could rob pirates in the Navy, but they would never lay a hand on civilians, just as they were about to leave. The great elephant's daily fire rain finally arrived. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the previously gathered fur tribe members had mysteriously vanished, leaving the streets immaculate. Being pirates, their curiosity piqued. Gray and his crew assumed it was something intriguing and rushed outside to investigate. The owner kindly cautioned, "Dear guests, this is the fire rain. Please come inside and take cover." "Huh. Fire rain. Fire is the least of my fears," Gray laughed, urging them inside. "You all go ahead. I want to see what this fire rain is all about." "I'll stay too." Ace chimed in eagerly, clearly finding it amusing. "Sigh. Just be careful, you two," Paley sighed, leading the way back to the restaurant. They had great confidence in their captain's abilities. After all, flames could not harm him. Unfortunately, despite the name Fire Rain suggesting flames, the more critical aspect was the rain that followed. Moreover, this rain was not fresh water, but rather massive amounts of seawater sucked up by the great elephant's trunk. By the time Gray and Ace realized something was amiss, it was too late. Both powers were engulfed in seawater up to their waists, and they instantly lost their strength. Captain Ace! The crew gaped in shock. Yet as fellow powers, they could do nothing but watch as the two were swept away by the waves. Tun smacked his lips. What a dramatic scene. He showed no intention of rescuing them. No wonder these buildings were elevated. It was to prevent seawater from flooding in, Gary suddenly comprehended. What is this? Wasn't it supposed to be fire? Alder angrily grasped the owner's collar. The latter, with a pained expression, explained, the fire rain is the great elephant's giant shower that occurs twice daily, consisting entirely of seawater. After falling, it flows through the filtration system in the center of Claudia, providing the nation with its water supply. It also brings along many sea creatures, ensuring a steady food source. Even sharks are drawn to the island by the elephant's trunk. They are a primary food source for the fur tribe. Is that so? Paley rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Well, you know where they might be washed away to? They are certainly still in Claudia. The surrounding area is fortified with walls, and the fire rain will dissipate quickly, so they won't drift too far. The owner gestured for them to remain calm, assuring them that as long as they did not venture into forbidden areas, they would not be in danger. Forbidden areas? The group furrowed their brows, realizing that such perilous places were perfectly suited for their captain to explore. Meanwhile, Gray and Ace, swept to the edge of the town by the waves, found themselves in a disheveled state. The seawater, which had previously submerged the ground by 2 to 3 meters, had entirely receded. Cough, cough. Gray spluttered out seawater, using his black flames to dry himself, grumbling about the absurdity of why the fire rain was even called that. Perhaps because the elephant's trunk resembles a volcanic crater, Ace replied, sounding equally dejected. This is just ridiculous. We've been made fools of, Gray sighed, scanning their surroundings. They were now at the edge of the city walls, facing towering forests. Should we head back? Ace suggested. They'll be worried. That's fine. We're all right. Gray climbed up the city wall and soon spotted something remarkable. What is that? Ace, come quickly. Ace leaped up on a wall, his eyes widening in astonishment. That a tree the size of a whale. Gray chuckled. I bet that tree hides something extraordinary. Gold and silver treasures. Huh. Shall I go take a look? Of course. The two completely disregarded Paley and the others, making their decision to dash towards the colossal whale. Tree point. 2 distinct colors of flame danced and leaped through the forest, yet not a single leaf was scorched. Intruders? They are devil fruit users. Quick, inform the captain. We must hold them off. We cannot allow them to destroy the whale forest. Several shadows exchanged glances, one darting off while the others charged towards Gray and Ace. Gray smirked, his leg enveloped in black flames, colliding with the opponent's sword, which swiftly melted into a puddle of molten iron. The temperature of the black flames was so high that ordinary weapons would disintegrate upon contact. Ace also repelled his adversary, stepping back to stand back to back with Gray. It seems we've stumbled into quite the place, Gray remarked with a grin. Indeed, I am increasingly eager to discover what lies atop that tree. Ace agreed. The flames of both ignited simultaneously, creating a tremendous whirlwind due to the temperature difference. The guardians of the whale forest felt an invisible pressure as the surrounding air was sucked dry by the flames, the intense heat causing nearby trees to char and wither. The fur tribe, already averse to heat, found themselves recoiling as the flames flickered dangerously close. Gray threatened with a smile. Well, if we can have a reasonable discussion. I'd prefer not to resort to violence. After all, fire is indiscriminate. It wouldn't be good if it burns something it shouldn't. This is the forbidden area of Zoe. You must leave immediately. The fur tribe's weapons crackled with electricity, indicating that should the two remain, they would strike. If that's the case, let us fight. With this declaration, both sides launched into battle. Gray reined in his black flames slightly, not wishing to destroy such an intriguing place. Flame kill. The black flames surged forth, thwarting the attacker's advance. Yet the fur tribe members were remarkably agile, dodging the initial wave of black flames. Their glinting weapons surged towards Gray's face. He deftly stepped back, seizing the weapon with his flame-wrapped hand, then swiftly maneuvered behind the fur tribe member. With a kick, he sent the fur tribe warrior tumbling aside, using the momentum to spin and deliver a powerful kick to the shoulders of the remaining two, dispatching them with ease. Had Gray wished to be ruthless, he could have unleashed his black flames to finish them off. However, If he allowed them to perish, the consequences would be far more troublesome. Frowning, he observed the 3 struggling fur tribe members attempting to rise again, and said to Ace, who had also concluded his skirmish, "Ace, something big is approaching I can feel it." Ace nodded, and together they turned to face the depths of the forest. Before long, they both leaped aside, as a colossal figure descended upon the spot where they had stood. The ground was smashed into a massive crater, and the air crackled with static electricity amidst the swirling dust. "Intruders show no mercy." The enormous silhouette's voice resonated with palpable malice. Gray cracked his neck and chuckled. "No need for lengthy discussions. Let us get to it. Captain, they are both devil fruit users. Please be cautious," shouted one of the fallen fur tribe members. "Devil fruit users, you say?" As the smoke cleared, a massive snow leopard fur tribe member stood before Ace and Gray. "Wow, what a large tail." Gray's eyes lit up. "You little brat, you're asking for death." The weapon of the snow leopard is a formidable European sword, its movements more agile and swift than those of others, imbued with greater strength. The blade is adorned with arcs of electricity, which upon contact can induce paralysis throughout the body, just barely evading a frontal strike. The edge of the sword grazes Gray's nose, severing a few strands of hair that Gray's pupils constrict in astonishment at the incredible speed. "Moreover, how numbing," he mutters, rubbing his nose in complaint, as the static electricity briefly renders it insensate. Although he does not rely on scent for combat, he still needs to breathe. Gray laments not having unleashed the black flames immediately, instead opting to spar tentatively with the snow leopard, as expected of the guardian of this realm. Its prowess is quite formidable. It's time to take this seriously. With that thought, Gray envelopes himself in black flames, his gaze icy as he charges at his opponent. Ace, meanwhile, intercepts the snow leopard subordinates. While they possess commendable strength, Ace is superior. Particularly, those wielding the powers of the natural-type devil fruit are nearly invincible before those who lack the ability to use hockey. Hence, I despise fighting against those I cannot strike down. Gray mutters as he retreats, his arm crackling with numbing static. His flames are lethally volatile. A moment's lapse in concentration could yield dire consequences. Thus, aside from a fight to the death, his options in battle feel severely constrained. In this very moment, the surrounding forest has been reduced to ashes, the landscape now a charred wasteland. The snow leopard is in a poor state as well. Its once pristine white fur now tarnished with soot, bearing numerous wounds. Not far off, several flaming trees finally succumb to their burden, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, causing the black flames to spread rapidly. The ground beneath them suddenly begins to tremble. This shouldn't be happening. A fiery rain had already erupted once. The snow leopard frowns, glancing toward the direction of the elephant's head. There, no massive trunk extends as it had during the fiery downpour. The battle is abruptly halted as Ace returns to Gray's side, just as he intends to suggest finding higher ground to avoid further chaos. However, before he can speak, he notices that Gray's condition seems peculiar. "Gray!" Ace exclaims, reaching out to steady him as Gray clutches his ears, a pained expression crossing his face. "Do you hear some noises?" Gray's state is alarming, and the rampant black flames have extinguished. Exposed areas of the elephant's body reveal numerous burn marks. Some wounds deep enough to expose tender flesh, eliciting pain that hurts. It hurts. A voice seemingly materializes, reverberating within his mind, allowing Gray to feel the elephant's agony. Ace, bewildered and anxious, inquires, "What noise?" "Gray, what do you hear?" Gray beads with cold sweat, gritting his teeth tightly as he presses his hands against his ears. Unable to find a better solution, Ace places his hand over Gray's to shield him from the external sounds. Yet the voice resonates directly within his mind, and no number of hands can alleviate it. "Where's Colin?" Gray calls out loudly in the direction they came from. "Colin?" Ace doesn't find anything unusual about Gray calling the ship's doctor. However, their ship's doctor should still be in the town, and such cries would not reach him. "We need to find him. Just hold on a bit longer," Ace says, draping Gray's arm over his shoulder. Just as they prepare to depart, they are blocked by the fur-covered tribe. "It hurts so much, but I can't attack. I must keep moving." The pain returns with a vengeance. This is the first time Gray has felt such intense agony, a pain so overwhelming he wishes to incinerate everything, causing his entire being to tremble. Captain! Captain! Ace! Lord Snow Leopard. Almost at the moment Ace is about to take action, distant voices call out from Paley and the others. Ace's eyes brighten with urgency. Colin! Suddenly, Gray is overcome with a severe headache. Captain! Colin rushes over, his hands enveloped in a warm, white glow, reaching out to touch Gray's forehead. Yet, Gray instinctively blocks Colin's wrist. Pain etched across his face, his eyes reddened. Don't mind me. Heal all the places I've burned. What? Colin frowns, unable to comprehend Gray's words, but urgently insists, Captain, let me check your condition first. Why are you suddenly in pain? Heal the elephant, hurry. Gray grits his teeth, the places I've burned, quickly, recognizing that Gray is not merely throwing a tantrum. Colin complies with the captain's request, moving to treat all the exposed burn locations. As treatment progresses, Gray's condition visibly improves. He sits on the ground, his head drooping in exhaustion. Ace waves his hand in front of Gray's face, expressing concern. Are you all right? What just happened? What did you hear? The elephant was speaking. Gray himself finds it hard to believe. It's strange. It resonated in my mind, and it was so loud it nearly drove me mad. Are you sure it was the elephant? Paley crouches before him, placing a hand on Gray's forehead, withdrawing only after confirming he does not have a fever. What fever? Why would I lie to you? Gray shoots him an annoyed glance, then turns to Ace. Did you really not hear anything? No. Ace shakes his head, smiling. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. The elephant can actually speak? Abel finds it astonishing, given that during their time on the island, they had never heard a single sound from the elephant. Just then, the snow leopard, who had been observing silently, approaches. The group immediately assumes a defensive stance. The snow leopard advances a few steps but halts, stating, the elephant can indeed speak. However, its voice can only be heard by certain special individuals. He regards Gray with a complex expression. Oh, special individuals? Demon raises an eyebrow. Individuals capable of listening to the voice of all things. The snow leopard's demeanor has shifted from one of hostility to a respectful and courteous attitude towards Gray and his companions. Listening to the voice of all things, Dawn furrows his brow. Captain, do you remember what you said 5 years ago on Fishman Island? Ah, the captain mentioned hearing something speaking, but we all mocked him for having auditory hallucinations. Abel exclaims, LD, don't add that last part. LD covers his face, feeling embarrassed for their previous laughter. Gray displays little reaction, merely scratching his head and asking with a chuckle, do you know much about this voice of all things? The snow leopard nods, explaining that the ability to listen to the voice of all things is even rarer than the Conqueror's hockey, with fewer than 10 individuals in the entire world possessing it. How marvelous! Our captain is so unique. Guy claps, a hint of parental pride in his voice. Others, like Latin, shyly rush into Gray's embrace, seeking to take advantage of the situation, only to be sternly pulled away by Demon. Don't do that. The captain is still a child, TS-20. It's time he received the education appropriate for adulthood. Latin pouts, glancing sideways at Ace, adding, Ace is also 20. Why does he always act so innocent? Ace points to himself, blinking in confusion. That expression, you and the captain both. Latin, frustrated, complains about their innocent and naive demeanor. Why do you always flaunt it before me when I can't have any? Latin has completely lost it. Andrew shakes off the goosebumps, feeling utterly creeped out. Latin, are you hungry? Gray tilts his head, smiling. I happen to be hungry too. The captain's notion of hunger differs from yours. Latin, Tootin covers his face, feeling utterly defeated. Oh, really? Ha ha ha. Anyway, shouldn't we be having dinner now? Gray regains his former vitality. I'm also quite hungry. Ace grins, high-fiving Gray. Is it true that such innocent youthfulness is favored by the androgynous? Bade pondered while stroking his chin, contemplating whether he ought to pay more attention to his appearance. Just under 25 years of age, he was the youngest aboard the ship, aside from the captain and Ace. With every passing moment, he was besieged by temptation, while Latin concealed his face in his hands, weeping openly. This juncture, First Mate Paley delivered the final blow, asserting that a man's maturation was best learned in the brothels, and that he, a deviant, was not needed for such lessons. Yet, how infuriating! Latin bit his lip, feeling utterly despondent. "Join us," the snow leopard beckoned, "for if you can hear the voices of all things, it signifies." He inhaled deeply. "I apologize for the previous events. Please grant us an opportunity for atonement." "No, we too share culpability," Gray interjected, shaking his head with a smile. "Then let us host a banquet today." "Caluccio," Paley whispered as a reminder. "Ah, Caluccio," Gray responded. The snow leopard offered a resigned smile, having noted Paley's prompt, and now viewed this young man, who possessed strength and the ability to hear the voices of all things, in a new light. "Caluccio," he said, lowering his towering frame to gently nuzzle Gray's cheek. The fur tribes expressed their camaraderie in a manner that made Gray somewhat uncomfortable. However, he remarkably refrained from retreating behind Paley this time. "We are the band of heroes safeguarding the whale forest, continuously awaiting." The snow leopard observed Gray, who was busy chewing his food, his cheeks moving rhythmically. He chuckled, continuing, "We await the arrival of one who can hear the voices of all things." "Why is that?" Gray inquired between bites. "What if we never receive such a person? Then we shall wait indefinitely." "How foolish!" Gray exclaimed, only to receive a playful punch on the head from Paley. "Apologies, the child lacks understanding." "Ha ha, he speaks the truth," the snow leopard chuckled, pondering when that individual might arrive, uncertain whether their coming would herald calamity or opportunity. For generations, they had upheld this duty based on ancestral promises, and he had often contemplated whether they ought to continue this vigil. "Fortuitously, we have awaited your arrival." "Me, just because I can hear the Elephant Lord's words?" Gray pointed to himself, stifling a laugh. "Do not jest. I have no interest in fate, missions, or bearing responsibilities." The snow leopard furrowed his brow lightly, then relaxed after a moment, responding with a hint of resignation. "It is apparent." However, I am quite interested in rescuing others," Gray remarked, sipping his by the way. "Today, I heard the Elephant Lord say it intends to keep moving forward." "What does that mean?" "Is its journey aimless?" "That surprises me as well," the snow leopard replied, shaking his head. "I too believe the Elephant Lord wandered aimlessly. It has been moving slowly for over a millennium." "Follow me. I shall show you something." As the banquet neared its conclusion, those unable to withstand the drink had already succumbed to slumber. The snow leopard rose, signaling Gray and the others to follow. They arrived beneath the great white whale-shaped tree, which had occupied Gray's thoughts. The snow leopard ascended the twisting vines of the tree's surface. "Let us proceed." The initial impression the white whale tree imparted was one of immense stature. Even the entwining branches of its trunk could accommodate two individuals walking side by side. "Are we heading to the treetop?" Gray furrowed his brow. The closer they drew to the tree, the louder the voices became, which was rather unsettling. "Perhaps we should refrain from going," Captain Collins suggested, as his healing abilities proved ineffective at this moment. None seemed particularly interested. "If it poses a threat to you, we shall not proceed." "Do not be like that. You make my skin crawl," Gray replied, visibly displeased. "It's merely some indistinct murmurs. I'm not weak enough to be affected by such things. I still wish to see the treetop." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the snow leopard. "No, what I intend to show you is the midsection." Upon witnessing Gray's disappointment, the snow leopard added, "However, afterward, I can take you to the treetop. The view there is splendid." "Yea, Caluccio." Gray's enthusiasm was rekindled. Paley sighed. "Do not spoil him so. This lad might be feigning." The others nodded in agreement, affirming Paley's assertion. The snow leopard regarded them curiously. Was it not they who indulged the boy? "I am not pretending," Gray insisted, his head shaking animatedly. Clearly elated by the prospect of visiting the treetop, he exclaimed, "Snow leopard, you are truly exceptional." "Indeed. Thank you for the compliment." The snow leopard smiled. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a location upon the whale's tail. The snow leopard opened a door that blended seamlessly with the surroundings. "It lies within." Descending, they encountered a deep passage, so profound that a sense of wariness enveloped them. Those armed placed their hands upon their weapons, while those unarmed tensed their bodies. Soon, they reached the lowest level, which was somewhat dim. Yet they could still discern the interior, cloaked in vines and moss, evidently constructed many years ago. "Is that the emblem of the Kei-Zuki clan?" Ace inquired, gazing at the mark before them, shaped like the divine bird Yada no Kagami. a notably unique insignia. But oh, you are familiar with the Keizuki clan? The snow leopard expressed surprise. Had these individuals already ventured to Weno? His demeanor softened, for since time immemorial, Zo and the Keizuki clan have been close allies. The Keizuki clan? Gray turned to Ace. What is that? Are you not part of the same group? The snow leopard questioned, uncertain. Ace scratched his head, chuckling. We are part of the same group, though I joined later. I visited Weno once. Indeed, that is remarkable. Our ancestors established a pact. When one side is in peril, the other must assist without regard for the costs. The snow leopard smiled. However, due to Weno's isolationist policies, we have not been in contact for quite some time. Ace opened his mouth at a loss for words, for the Weno he had visited was entirely under Kaido's dominion, and the Keizuki clan had been submerged in the annals of history. Had it not been for encountering Yamato, coupled with the Whitebeard pirate's previous ties to Kazuki Oden, he doubted he would have known so much about the Keizuki clan. I heard there are ninjas in Weno. Is that true? Gray asked. Indeed, there are, Ace chuckled, recalling a certain innocent and adorable girl, a dazzling female ninja. Regrettably, he had promised that girl he would take her along on his next voyage to Weno. But that promise would never come to fruition. Dazzling? A dazzling female ninja? Latin's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, how could I not know such a term? Ace replied, puzzled. No, because you, Latin cradled his head in despair, overwhelmed by the harshness of reality. The others were equally astonished. The allure of a dazzling female ninja was simply too compelling for men. Paley queried, do they all have great figures? Are they fiery and uninhibited? Ald and Abel chimed in unison. Damn it, you lucky bastard! Demon exclaimed in frustration. Why doesn't such fortune fall upon me? Bade's face contorted with jealousy. Gray approached eagerly, and just as everyone was astonished, wondering if the captain had finally gained some wisdom, he excitedly asked, can she perform the art of shadow duplication and wield shurikens? Huh, indeed, I should not have expected the child to mature so suddenly. Colin shook his head, a benevolent expression on his face. Tristan, you truly are the captain. Ace pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a smile that I was referring to a young girl. When I met her, she expressed a desire to become a formidable female ninja. Later, she wished to sail with me, and I told her that once she became a dazzling female ninja, I would take her along. How despicable, engaging and nurturing. Latin felt even more disheartened. Ace, I truly misjudged you. Bade shook his head, unable to comprehend. You appear so innocent, but you play so flamboyantly. I knew it. This is what it means to be a man. We should also venture to Weno to find a female ninja. The ship is filled with nothing but men, and I fear that one day, only the ship and its belongings will remain upright. The snow leopard sighed. This group is truly. They cannot be the ones we are waiting for. Can they? Otherwise, it feels as though we are wasting all this time waiting to this redstone historical text. Gray did not partake in their discussion. Instead, he approached the stone cube, gazing at the meticulously inscribed characters. I had heard of the century-long history of disappearance crafted by the Mason clan. After severing ties with the Navy, he had delved into the secrets surrounding the celestial dragons and the world government. However, such knowledge was deeply concealed, and further investigation could likely encroach upon the interests of certain individuals. The Mason clan synonymous with the Kuzuki clan? He traced the letters on the stone and turned his gaze towards the snow leopard. The latter nodded, confirming, indeed, there are approximately 30 pieces, including for historical texts regarding road markers, and 9 concerning intelligence. Can you comprehend this? I cannot, came the reply, for aside from the Kazuki clan, no one else could decipher the historical texts. Therefore, to unravel these histories, a journey to Weno is essential. Gray chuckled. How intriguing, Don. Please make an impression for me. Don nodded, having on him some paper and ink, which were now fortuitously useful. Are we truly set to venture to Weno? Paley inquired. Gray nodded, smiling. Did you not wish for an enchanting female ninja? It sounds rather amusing. Ha ha ha. The association of an enchanting female ninja with amusement inevitably led to misinterpretation. Nevertheless, when articulated by Gray, it lacked any suggestive undertones. His interest seemed solely in the term ninja. The gender was inconsequential, as long as they possessed the skills of stealth and could adeptly wield shurikens. Don meticulously applied ink to the historical texts, with others assisting him in affixing the paper. While they busied themselves with the impressions, the snow leopard elaborated on the significance of the historical texts, explaining how they had lived in isolation, generation after generation, on the back of the elephant, preserving their history far better than those outside. So, gathering 4 pieces of the redstones will allow us to ascertain the location of the final island. Gray seated himself on the ground, nodding earnestly, expressing the final island. Sounds rather formidable. Does this world truly have an endpoint? Paley asked incredulously. Ace remained silent, contemplating the final island, Raftel, a mysterious place long sought by countless individuals. Yet, only the pirate King Roger and his crew had ever set foot there. The mere thought of Roger darkened Ace's expression, his fists clenched tightly at this moment. Roger was merely a newcomer in the first half of the Grand Line, and Ace yearned to know how far apart they were. If given the chance, Ace would love to confront him, even to meet the woman who had given him life, his surname, and his destiny. Port Gastee. Rouge. She must have been a gentle and beautiful woman, he mused, lost in thought, oblivious to Gray's contemplative expression beside him. Well, I have made my decision. Gray suddenly stood up, sweeping his gaze across the gathered individuals, and beamed a bold smile. Lads, let us journey to the final island. Since it was the captain's decree, Paley chuckled, we shall undoubtedly support it. Although you can be rather unreliable at times, your crucial decisions are commendable. Demond patted his chest. Ladin gracefully rose on one foot, twirling elegantly, her skirt billowing like waves, rose petals cascading to the ground. If only she had remained silent, the scene would have been exquisitely beautiful. Alas, her voice was rather coarse. Where the captain goes, I shall follow. Charles, who usually indulged in premonitions, refrained from using his tools this time, allowing a faint smile to curve his typically straight lips beneath his hood. Even without divination, I have a premonition that the captain's decision is sound. I wonder if the final island will have all blue, Andrew remarked excitedly. Only a power user would dream of all blue. Tootin retorted, rolling his eyes. When we reach that sea, I'll have to dive in and catch fish for you lot. Once everyone had expressed their sentiments, Gray nodded contentedly and turned to Ace. This uniquely significant friend from the future stirred Gray's reservations. Not just his, but likely those of the others as well. Initially, the act of saving him stemmed from mere curiosity. After all, surviving in the flames he wielded was quite extraordinary. As they grew closer, Gray became certain that his flames had no effect on Ace, perhaps due to the abilities of the Devil Fruit, or perhaps for other reasons he wished to uncover the truth. Hence he invited Ace aboard. Initially, Ace hesitated, bound by his concerns, but the eventual outcome proved joyous. This individual from the future, significant to him, had become his crew member. Ace, Gray smiled. What about you? Do you wish to go to the final island? Ace replied with a smile. You are the captain. I shall follow your lead. This is not merely a matter of being captain. I wish to know your thoughts. Gray persisted, eager for Ace's perspective. Ace hesitated, his smile fading, his expression turning serious as he recognized Gray's earnest inquiry. Disregarding Roger's connection to the final island, should it be solely his own desire, he confessed, I too wish to see it. No pirate can suppress their curiosity. You are right. Pirates are inherently like that. Gray's smile brightened, addressing the snow leopard. Snow leopard, could you kindly prepare some provisions for us? We shall set sail tomorrow. Of course. The snow leopard nodded. Additionally, may we visit the treetop now? With the seriousness momentarily concluded, Gray resumed his whimsical demeanor, pointing upwards. The treetop must be quite fascinating. The view is splendid, the snow leopard replied with a gentle smile. Then let us proceed. We have concluded our important matters from the highest point of the white whale tree. One could behold the entirety of Zoe Island. The vibrant, bustling town was now enveloped in slumber, with only a few establishments still glowing with warm yellow light. Approaching the heavens, the bright moon was partially veiled by clouds, casting a tender silver glow, just as they were all lost in the beauty of the scenery. A voice abruptly shattered the enchanting atmosphere. "It looks delicious," Gray exclaimed. "It resembles shrimp." "Ha ha ha, such a large one should last us quite a while," Ace chimed in, standing beside him, intrigued. The two contemplated, simultaneously swallowing. "You two are quite amusing," the snow leopard remarked with a sigh. "Have you not had enough to eat at tonight's feast?" "The captain's digestive capacity is several times greater than ours," Paley stated. "Perhaps fools are naturally such hearty eaters," came the laughter. "Hey, let's take a picture." Gray clapped Gary on the shoulder, prompting him to retrieve a camera from his BAG-IT was compact and portable. As a scientist, Gary had even modified it to allow for delayed photography. "Snow leopard, you should join us," Gray exclaimed, draping his arm over Ace's shoulder and inviting the snow leopard. The snow leopard hesitated. "You all take your pirate group photos. I shall refrain from joining Zoe, but it is precisely the joining that makes it enjoyable. Otherwise, who would know we visited Zoe?" Gray urged impatiently. "Hurry, hurry. We must take many pictures." "Do not be shy. This is our tradition. Whenever we arrive in New Island, we take a few photos with the locals." Paley nudged the snow leopard's arm. "Come on, snow leopard," Ace added with a smile. The others had already cleared a space, gesturing for the snow leopard to join them, that if he continued to decline, he would truly be lacking in manliness. The snow leopard, rarely smiling, stood at the back, his large form unobscured by the others in front. Latin positioned herself before the camera, clasped her hands in prayer, and murmured, "Please make sure to capture us beautifully. I beg of you." This was likely a customary ritual for the Black Flame fire pirates before every photo, as Latin was always concerned that her face and figure would appear larger in the images. Yet, the others were completely oblivious to his concerns about looking 3 pounds heavier on camera. Karuki, a single photograph exchanged for a bounty of food and drink allowed Gray and his companions to return to the Blackies. After merely 2 days apart, Gray could hardly contain his excitement as he embraced his ship. Tumbling onto the lawn, rolling over, and lying back with remnants of grass scattered across his face, "At long last, I've returned, Blackies. You must have missed me dearly," he exclaimed, shaking his head on the verge of tears. "Captain, whether Blackies missed you or not, I cannot say," Ald interjected with a mischievous grin, "but I'm certain you must have disgusted him just now," he added with laughter, Gray, in a fit of anger. Prepared to retaliate, Ald dashed into the ship's cabin with a hefty bag slung over his shoulder. They needed to stow the drinks in the storage room and secure the food in the refrigerator. Observing Gray lounging lazily on the lawn while the others busied themselves, Ace suddenly recalled their jest about the captain being a mascot. IT was indeed an apt description. He chuckled softly and made his way to the kitchen, where Andrew was already cleaning the stove and Colin was categorizing perishable items for the refrigerator. "Andrew, Colin," Ace greeted. "Ace, just place the food over there." Colin gestured to a nearby empty space. "All right," Ace replied, nodding as he set his large backpack down and began unpacking. "Ace, how about keeping watch tonight?" Paley approached, suggesting a watch shift alongside the captain. "That I'm game," Ace answered. Andrew looked at him sympathetically. "Ace, you must brace yourself for the reality of an all-night watch. The captain tends to fall asleep in the lookout." Colin added with a resigned tone, "Indeed, it's quite the predicament." "Haha, that's all right. I can manage a night watch alone." Ace felt a sense of inevitability wash over him. Previously, watches were conducted in pairs, but due to an odd number of crew members, they would alternate with the captain. Paley explained, "It's a tradition that cannot be altered. The captain insists that watching alone all night is too lonely. Hence the rule of pairing. But," Andrew chuckled in complaint, "when we do keep watch with him, he invariably drifts off to sleep, leaving us to fend for ourselves." "Haha, Ace, you must resist the urge to strike him." Colin patted Ace's shoulder. It would be foolish to act rashly. Meanwhile, on the deck, Gray had long since abandoned the lawn. He crouched beside Charles and sneezed forcefully, scattering various divination tools across the ground. Charles twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth, silently rearranging the cards and paper before inquiring, "Are we heading to Weno next?" Having received the historical text, Charles presumed Gray would set sail immediately to seek out the Kazuki clan. However, Gray shook his head. "We shall venture to the nearest deserted island. Ace and I have a battle to face." "Understood," Charles nodded, lightly tapping the cards on the ground. The cards shimmered with a violet glow, quivering before standing upright and beginning to spin around him. Gray watched quietly, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Paley emerging from the kitchen, that he promptly stretched his neck and shouted. Paley, startled, Charles lost focus, and dozens of cards fell to the ground. With a sigh, he stood up, and his bony hand from beneath his cloak gripped Gray by the collar, tossing him aside onto the control panel. "Ha! Poor Captain!" Auld leaned against the helm, laughing uncontrollably. Alas, Charles sighed, picking up his cards one by one to resume his divination. Gray, not having fallen hard due to the low height of the control panel and his agility, sprang up and dashed towards Piley, who awaited Gray's next words. "I'm on watch tonight, right?" Gray asked. Piley nodded with a sense of satisfaction. "It's rare for you to remember. You'll be on watch with Ace." "With Ace?" Gray's eyes sparkled with delight. "Does Ace know?" "Yes, I just informed him." Paley crossed his arms. "But you cannot go in there now." "Why not?" Gray's expression fell. "Because the kitchen is still being tidied up. You would neither be of assistance nor resist the temptation to snack. Is further explanation necessary?" Tootin, passing by, chimed in. "You've made your point quite clear." "Apologies. I merely spoke the truth," Paley shrugged, observing Gray's disheartened expression before softening his tone. "As captain, you should be engaging in captainly duties." "What duties?" Gray gazed at Paley earnestly. "Please grant me a chance." "Go. Do you see that seagull delivering the newspaper? Go buy a copy and take a look," Paley suggested, producing a coin from his pocket to entice Gray. With utmost seriousness, Gray clutched the coin and purchased a newspaper from the passing seagull. Reading had never been Gray's forte. He tended to fidget, often preferring to roam about. He initially intended to glance at just a few pages before setting the paper aside, but the headline immediately captured his attention. "Rock's Pirates Deal Heavy Blow to Navy Base. Rear Admiral Carp and Sengoku Sent to Suppress." Rubbing his eyes, Gray began to scrutinize the details. This was akin to encountering a world-renowned masterpiece, rarer than any alluring female ninja. Each passerby wore a shocked expression of disbelief. "What sort of newspaper is this?" The captain seems utterly engrossed. Abel whispered to his companions, Dement and Bud, who had been watching intently. The latter two held bags of a small, addictive snack they had brought from Zoe, crunching away happily. "Share some with me," Abel said, snagging a handful from Bud's bag and leaning against the wall, munching while chatting. Dement critiqued the seemingly innocent newspaper. "I can only say this is no ordinary paper. It surely doesn't list 100 ways to praise the infamous Gray Flame." Bud's baseless speculation was oddly convincing. Gray is a confident and self-absorbed individual. Whenever Paley gets a new newspaper, he always has the first mate highlight any reports about him for convenient reading. "Quite logical," Abel nodded, adding, "Could it be an article submitted by Colin and Paley? Aren't they the captain's designated caretakers?" "Indeed," Bud mused. "What is going on? Is the captain unwell?" Tootin and Gary approached, wearing expressions identical to Abel's earlier bewilderment. Abel, ever the chatterbox, recounted their discussion. Tootin nodded. "I can already envision the proud, tearful gaze of Colin's mother." That's revolting." Others shivered at the thought. Just then, Colin, having just finished tidying up with Ace, stepped onto the deck. De Paley's usual reading chair was prominently placed in the center, now occupied by someone who drew even greater attention. So much so that it was almost unsettling. Colin, 36 years old, gaped in disbelief, gripping Ace's arm. "Is the captain really in that chair? My eyesight must be failing." Ace confirmed with a nod. "Indeed, it's Gray." After offering reassurance, he patted Colin's shoulder. "Don't worry. You're not old yet." Yet Colin squeezed his eyes shut, only to reopen them and see the captain engrossed in reading the newspaper. Good heavens, he was not mistaken. Ace approached Gray. "What news does the newspaper hold?" Gray lifted his gaze and spread the paper across the table. Both Rock's and Roger S. names prominently appeared. Ace froze momentarily before snatching the newspaper to read. Sure enough, the report detailed how the Rock pirates had plundered a small island, severely damaging the naval base stationed there. Rear Admiral Carp and Sengoku had been dispatched to the first half of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, the Roger pirates were relegated to a mere small section, mentioning their victory over a rival pirate crew in Alabasta, alongside a rise in their bounty. Yet the media's attention was now firmly fixed on the increasingly notorious Rocks, overshadowing even Roger's fame. There is no clear report regarding what Roger and his crew did specifically in Alabasta. "Here, take Edward's bounty notice." Gray handed another bounty notice to Ace. A naval bounty is certainly not commonplace, and possessing one attests to the remarkable prowess of this individual. Thank you. Ace accepted the bounty notice, momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Both Old Man and the Whitebeard pirates had bestowed upon him a familial affection. Yet his arrogance and recklessness had burdened the entire crew. Petit 20 years old, Whitebeard sported long, flowing golden hair, his visage free of fatigue or illness, devoid of any extraneous oxygen tubes, save for that iconic crescent-shaped white mustache, identical to his future self. Yo-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho. At some point, Bard had positioned himself in the center of the deck, cradling a violin, playing a melody significantly slower than usual. Thank you. Ace inhaled deeply, smiling as he remarked, Bard, this is indeed a joyous occasion. Huh, indeed. One ought to feel a bit more cheerful upon seeing familiar faces. Gray chimed in. Bard nodded, quickening the tempo of his rendition of Bink Sake. This timeless pirate anthem, whether played slowly or briskly, possesses an entirely unique essence. The sun had fully vanished below the horizon, its warm, orange glow consumed by the encroaching night. Gray had ascended the lookout tower early, clutching a bottle of rum, reportedly a reward from Andrew for having read the newspaper diligently. Although such reasoning left Gray somewhat speechless. He could not refuse free rum. Otherwise, he would have to retrieve it from the locked kitchen, which would be quite embarrassing. Gray, all is in order, Ace announced as he adeptly scaled the mast and leapt onto the lookout tower, an open circular structure that provided ample space for the three of them. Gray handed over a bottle of rum. You've worked hard. Huh. After taking a sip, he mused, with such a slothful captain, you all have truly endured much. Haha, it's amusing that you would assess yourself so, Ace responded as he clinked his bottle against Gray's. Hyacinth it rather expected. After all, you are the captain of the Blakes, Gray replied. I am delighted that you can call me by my name. Gray gazed skyward. Ace, they refer to me as captain out of respect, but in truth, I would prefer they call me Gray. This sentiment had been voiced by Gray multiple times, yet it was consistently rebuffed, with the retort that a captain is a captain, and they addressed him thus out of reverence. You hold great significance for them, Ace remarked, directing his gaze where a particularly bright star shone. For them, you are that brightest star. Merely being present grants them confidence and a sense of security. That is the essence of a captain. Gray chuckled lightly. I can comprehend. After all, they're all individuals I rescued. Latin remarked that my fiery silhouette resembled that of a heroic protagonist from tales. Huh. Ace tightened his grip on the bottle. I have heard Andrew speak of your past at You are aware, haha. I'd hope to share with you that I am brothers with Garp. So should you call me, grandfather? Gray scratched his cheek, immediately negating his own suggestion. No, let's not. That would make me seem far too old. To be honest, I seldom refer to him as grandfather. I typically call him the old codger. Ace laughed. He hardly oversees me, insisting I join the Navy whenever we meet. That's so. Yet you still chose to become a pirate. Indeed, I always counter his assertions, and he retaliates with his fists. Ha! Garp's punches are indeed painful, but one-on-one, he cannot best me. Gray proclaimed, we have sparred numerous times. He seldom speaks of his past. Ace noted. What a pity. Otherwise you would have heard of me long ago. Indeed, it would have been better had he mentioned you. The last words seemed to retreat into his throat as Ace looked at Gray, his eyes betraying a myriad of fragmented emotions, much like rocks. Gray was a name wholly erased by posterity. He possessed a distinctive black flame, having gained notoriety at a young age, coupled with the ability to listen to the voices of all things. Now, he had even acquired the first piece of historical text that could lead to the final island. Yet Gray had not succeeded. Delving deeper into speculation, Ace's mood would inevitably darken, were it not for the world government's interference. How could the name of Black Flame Gray have sunk into obscurity in just a few decades? What troubles you? Gray waved a hand before Ace's eyes, declaring with righteous indignation, Hey, you're not considering slumber, are you? That's simply one do. We are on watch. I'm not contemplating sleep. I merely find it remarkable to witness the old codger in his current state. Ace rolled his eyes, swatting Gray's hand away. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, from how many years into the future have you come? Gray inquired eagerly 52 years later. Luckily, I did not have to behold your 72-year-old visage. Otherwise, I would have to ridicule you thoroughly. Ace jested. Gray clicked his tongue. You wouldn't stand a chance against me. Besides, I'm so dashing that even at 72, I would still be a handsome gentleman. The following morning, Andrew rose early, as was his custom, to prepare breakfast for the crew. Upon exiting the cabin, he was immediately greeted by Paley's furious voice. You two, reflect on your actions. Two of you keep watch, and yet you both fell asleep. The remnants of Andrew's sleepiness were instantly dispelled, and he turned towards the source of the commotion, observing Paley pacing with his hands clasped behind his back, berating them as he walked. Gray and Ace, who had been on watch the previous night, were crouched by the ship's railing, heads bowed and necks retracted, each appearing more contrite than the other. Sigh. Andrew knew instinctively how the situation had unfolded, and he approached to mediate. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Paley nodded, acknowledging him. Why don't we forego this crouching and let them assist me instead? They can help prepare breakfast as a punishment. Andrew suggested. We will strive to amend our ways, Gray, experienced in such matters, readily followed Andrew's lead. Right, Ace? Yes, we have come to a profound realization of our error, Ace affirmed, nodding in agreement. Cleaning the deck will also be your task today. Paley, perceptive of Andrew's intentions, shot him a glare. Adding to their workload, we shall ensure it is spotless. Gray declared, I care not whether it is clean or not. Paley retorted, unable to restrain himself, landing a punch on Gray's head, which promptly swelled. Make sure to scrub the deck thoroughly. Oh, all right. Gray winced, clutching his head, his expression one of feigned innocence. He had never anticipated being caught. Initially intending to merely rest for a moment, he ended up sleeping until the following morning, caught red-handed by the strict Paley. Gray and Ace exchanged glances, trailing behind Andrew to the kitchen, heads hung low. Just help me wash the vegetables, Andrew said, not truly expecting their assistance. Ace was reliable in his tasks, but Gray, more often than not, would only do half the work before indulging in the other half. After a chaotic conclusion to their kitchen duties, the duo began cleaning the deck. Every exposed wooden surface of the Blakes gleamed in the sunlight, sparkling as if doused in oil. Oh, Captain Ace, you both did remarkably well, Alder praised as he approached the helm, where he typically stood. However, as he stepped onto the stairs, he immediately felt a slippery sensation beneath his feet. It was as if he had stepped onto an unstable surface, causing him to lose his balance and tumble onto the soft grass. He gazed up at the sky, mumbling to himself, taking a deep breath to compose his feelings before ultimately succumbing to the urge to call out to Gray and Ace. You two, did you add too much cleaning agent? Hey, Gray looked at him innocently. Alder, why are you lying on the ground? ISNT at your doing? Alder roared. Ace wore a similarly confused expression. We didn't do anything. The excess cleaning agent is bubbling on your heads, and you claim you did nothing. Gray and Ace simultaneously directed their gazes toward each other's heads, their dark hair adorned with an abundance of foam, resembling the appearance of white hats. Acutely aware of his own fault, Gray emitted a dismissive grunt, assuring, Fear not, we shall engage in another round shortly. It is merely that you commenced too early. Who am I doing this for? If not to prompt you to duel on the deserted island sooner? Oh, Gray nodded, a smile gracing his lips. That I truly apologize, Alder. It was my oversight for not informing you sooner. Sighing, Alder conceded, it seems there is no way to fault the captain. He waved his hand dismissively and cautiously ascended to the helm once more. Charles was also present. As navigator and helmsman, their collaboration was essential. After all, they did not need to document the compass readings or directions, as Charles was required to utilize his abilities continuously. However, the consumption of his powers was significant only during the divination process. Sustaining the targeted direction required minimal energy. After 2 days of sailing, Abel, stationed in the crow's nest, called out, Land ho, everyone! We have arrived at the island. Oh, an island, Gray exclaimed, rushing to the ship's railing. How splendid, Ace! It's time for a brawl. I shan't be courteous. Ace displayed a confident grin. Ha! I shall give it my all as well, Gray replied. The island was modest in size, featuring sparse groves of trees. Burning them would not be a significant loss, as per tradition. They were to explore every island they landed upon. But this desolate isle harbored little worth investigating. Their provisions were still plentiful. They had merely come to facilitate a clash between Gray and Ace. Upon the Black's arrival at the shore, Only Gray and Ace disembarked, leaving the others aboard, moving the vessel a safe distance away. Is Ace all right? Colin voiced his concern, for the captain could become reckless in the heat of excitement. Rest assured, it shan't last long, Damon reassured, fully aware of the captain's prowess. Even against the combined might of Carp and Sengoku, he had held his ground. Yet with Ace, the confrontation would indeed be brief. The atmosphere between the two natural-type users was charged with tension from the outset. Gray and Ace stood opposite one another, flames igniting around them, orange, red, and black flames unfurling from their feet, ultimately engulfing the entire island. The two colors vied for dominance, partitioning the isle into two distinct realms, one vibrant and fervent in orange-red, the other a lifeless, distorted pitch black. However, from the ship's vantage point, it appeared that the black flames occupied a greater expanse, exuding a more terrifying presence. "This temperature is unbearable," one remarked as the air grew thin. "Is it windy?" "The winds are caused by a cyclone," Abel explained through his spyglass, noting the extreme temperature disparity between the two combatants had led to the formation of a cyclone, the ocean itself disturbed by their conflict. The clash between abilities demanded acute experience and reflexes. Knowing when to elementalize and when to employ hockey was paramount. Any misstep could grant the opponent a lethal opportunity. Gray was heralded as a prodigy of the Navy, a title he earned through his adaptability in combat, as if he were born for it. Regardless of the technique, he mastered them with ease, quickly identifying his opponent's weaknesses for counterattacks, possessing an absolute sensitivity to battle. With the formidable nature of the Black Flames, Gray had seldom experienced defeat in combat. As fire fists collided, Gray's arm suddenly shifted from elemental form to gleaming black-red metal. His hockey, having mastered both observation and armament hockey early on. He caught Ace off guard, sending him flying in midair. Ace transformed into flames, landing gracefully. "Do you possess hockey? Observation and armament?" Gray inquired with a smirk. "That I do, though I am not proficient," Ace replied, shaking his arms before rushing back into the fray. "Armament is crucial. Mastery of it is a fundamental prerequisite in the New World," Gray asserted. "Observation is equally important. Do not rely solely on instinct in battle." "Strange. Why isn't the captain employing the Black Flames?" Abel wondered aloud. "In battle, Gray never hesitates to utilize his powers," Colin remarked, hesitantly. "Have you noticed Ace's flames appear somewhat different?" "Is that so?" Abel refocused on the island, observing the orange-red flames still blazing, while Gray's black flames seemed to diminish, losing ground to their vibrant counterpart. "Has the captain chosen not to use the Black Flames?" Bard speculated. "I don't see any change in Ace's flames." Andrew shook his head. Colin furrowed his brow, turning to the taciturn Paley. "Paley, did you notice anything?" "I can't shake the feeling that Ace's flames have faded." Paley responded, "Indeed, though subtle, they have indeed lightened." Damon pondered why. "Has he awakened?" "Abel, hand me the spyglass," Paley instructed, taking it with a serious expression as he scrutinized the scene for some time. He finally declared, "It is not that Gray refrains from utilizing his powers. Rather, Ace's flames are consuming Gray's black flames." "What?" The others were taken aback, Colin taking a turn with the spyglass to observe the two on the island. Gray's right hand was enveloped in armament hockey, while his left was entwined in flames. They all understood the potency of the black flames, capable of scorching even Carp when he utilized armament. It was an undeniably perilous temperature. Otherwise, Gray would not be referred to as the Black Sun, yet Ace, apart from his resistance to armament, seemed unperturbed by the black flames on the ground. The orange flames slowly encroached upon the territory of the black flames. "Why is this happening?" Colin was in disbelief. "Is the captain going to be all right?" Latin expressed his concern. "Worry not. Even without the black flames, the captain is still overwhelming Ace," Abel reassured. Paley lit a cigarette, contemplating for an extended period until he finished it, before voicing his conjecture. "I suspect Ace and Gray have consumed the same devil fruit." "Impossible," Gary immediately countered. "1 cannot. Ace is from the future," Paley reminded them. "If the captain were to perish, the devil fruit would revert to its original form." "The captain will not die," Latin's expression darkened. "That is out of the question. Just a theory," Paley sighed. "It could also be a twin fruit. After all, Abel and Alder share such a bond." The two brothers had inadvertently consumed two connected devil fruits, gaining the ability to communicate with one another. The elder could unleash abilities while the younger absorbed them. Their powers intertwined. But we do not consume one another, Alder interjected sternly. Paley, as harsh as it may sound, Ace cannot remain. At this proclamation, the atmosphere turned somber, the gravity of the moment heavier than before. Gray had always been the nucleus of the Black Flame pirate crew, uniting all in his orbit 0.5 years ago. Gray had become their sanctuary, and thus they willingly bowed their heads, akin to fervent devotees following their divine idol. Ace's display posed a significant threat to Gray, igniting murderous intent in several impulsive individuals. Paley silently shook his head. Betrayal of a comrade was an unforgivable sin aboard a pirate ship. But Ace is currently. Enough. Paley interrupted Damon, speaking softly. He has never been a simple man. He merely takes pleasure in concealing his dangerous nature. It seems the recent tranquility has caused you to forget the captain's essence. Colin glanced at the restless individuals, emphasizing he is a creature that gained renown in the new world within a year. Paley and Colin, the two most composed amidst turmoil, revered by Gray as mother, conveyed their meaning unmistakably. Gray understood the uniqueness of Ace's flames and chose to mentor him rather than eliminate him in his vulnerability. This alone was a testament to his intentions that I shall speak with Ace. Perry has brought this matter to a conclusion, alongside Dawn. All right. Dawn nodded, adjusting his eye mask. His abilities were particularly suited for interrogation. No one could conceal their innermost thoughts from him. The battle should have ended swiftly. But Gray, in a fit of inspiration, added the guidance of hockey and observation hockey. Combat has a way of fostering rapid growth, and Ace was one of those who could swiftly absorb experience during a fight. Gray's final punch landed perilously close to Ace's nose, the gust of wind sweeping aside Ace's dark hair, reflecting the flickering outline of black flames in his deep-set eyes. In the next moment, Gray's clenched fist moved to Ace's forehead, hockey swiftly enveloping his fingertips as he delivered a sharp flick to Ace's brow. You actually used hockey for this? That's a bit excessive, isn't it? Ace complained, clutching the sizable bump on his forehead. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, Gray laughed heartily. Well, who told you not to react? You're truly wasting your observation hockey. Tisich, I was just unaccustomed to it. Ace retorted, unabashedly sitting down on the ground. Though reluctant, he admitted, Alas, if it had been a fight to the death, Gray would have dispatched him several times over. Gray also sat down, observing the black flames being consumed by the orange fire, soon noticing the diminishing hue of Ace's flames. However, he remained silent, merely allowing the surrounding black flames to blaze even brighter. The ship, the Blakes, slowly approached the shore, and Gray stood up, saying, Ace, extinguish your flames before we depart. In truth, Ace already knew he needed to retract his flames without Gray's prompting. The once verdant island now lay in charred ruin that, if it could speak, it would likely curse both of them to an ill fate. Upon returning to the ship, Gray stretched lazily, deciding on their next destination. Very well, let us set sail for Weno. Having declared their destination, Gray claimed Perry's lounge chair, sprawling across it like a lethargic fish. Captain, are you going to sleep? Colin inquired. Yeah, Gray replied listlessly, having kept watch the previous night. How shameless. You clearly haven't lost any sleep. Abel scoffed. I simply couldn't resist dozing off for a moment early in the morning. Gray defended himself. Right, Ace? Huh. Ace, obediently undergoing Colin's treatment, hesitated before responding with a grin. Yes, we only just went to sleep early this morning, so if it's time to sleep. Before Gray could finish his thought, he closed his eyes and drifted off. The noise aboard the ship diminished, and soon no one dared to speak. Ace sensed an unusual tension in the air, but couldn't comprehend the reason. Left in confusion, Colin finished his task, saying, The treatment is complete. Thank you. Ace moved his arm, finding that his original injuries had entirely healed, and he felt even lighter than before the battle. Ace, Colin said softly, his lips pressed together. Perry is at the stern. He has some questions for you, Dotto. All right, Ace nodded, puzzled as he made his way to the back of the ship. What could Perry possibly want to ask him? The only thing he could think of was their impending journey to Weno, as the first mate. He should approach with caution, perhaps seeking intelligence from him. But why all the mystery? Colin returned to the cabin, retrieving a very thin blanket, casting a glance towards the stern, and sighed deeply. In his view, Ace posed no threat to the captain. After spending time together, he had come to understand Ace's character. However, when it came to the captain, everything changed. Lost in thought, Colin instinctively glanced at Gray, only to be taken aback. Gray, who should have been asleep by now, had opened his eyes at some point. The sea breeze tousling his black hair, his gaze heavy and imposing. Noticing Colin's stare, Gray broke into a smile, one that was eerily reminiscent of his usual expressions, yet sent chills down one's spine. "Captain," Colin stammered, feeling unsettled as he averted his gaze from Gray's. "Please do not engage in any unnecessary actions." Gray's voice was soft, almost a regretful sigh. After speaking, he adjusted his posture, resting his arms on the armrests, supporting his head, and closed his eyes once more. Colin pressed his lips together and nodded. "Understood. I will go find Perry and the others." Upon reaching the stern, Ace encountered Perry, who was smoking alongside an unfamiliar man. He paused, hesitantly asking, "Is that you, Dawn?" "Yes," Dawn nodded, having removed his eye mask, revealing skin paler than elsewhere, and those enigmatic purple eyes. "Wow, it really is Dawn. I almost didn't recognize you without the mask, but your eyes are truly beautiful." After their eyes met, Ace's unguarded thoughts were immediately captured by Dawn. Perry was straightforward, saying, "I trust you noticed that Dawn has removed his mask. He is a mind-reading devil fruit user, simply by meeting his gaze. He can hear your true thoughts. We wish to ask you a few questions, and we hope you don't mind." "Huh." Ace was taken aback, but nodded. "All right, go ahead. How did you acquire your devil fruit?" Perry inquired. Around the corner of the cabin, a few individuals were stealthily eavesdropping, peeking out to listen to the unfolding conversation. Perry opted for a direct approach, believing there was no need for circumlocution with Ace. Indirect inquiries often yielded insufficient information. Moreover, they wished to avoid any unpleasantness with Ace, as it appeared the captain held him in high regard. Ace candidly responded, "I was stranded on an island after setting sail, desperate from hunger when the flame fruit just floated by." Perry glanced at Dawn, who nodded in confirmation of its authenticity. Furthermore, on that island, Ace had shared half of the fruit with another individual who was also trapped, and together they consumed it, resulting in Ace acquiring the abilities that if it truly belonged to Gray, Ace's acquisition of it in such a manner was indeed a stroke of fate. He had obtained the devil fruit so effortlessly. Listening in, Bud felt a twinge of envy. Devil fruits were extremely rare, and a good one could fetch billions of berries. Ace had essentially stumbled upon a fortune. Perry continued, "During your earlier battle with the captain, did you notice anything? Gray is incredibly strong." Ace blinked. "Be specific." Perry gritted his teeth. His fundamental martial arts are solid, his reflexes are quick, and he possesses exceptional adaptability. He also wields hockey proficiently. All in all, I learned a great deal." Ace mused to himself, wondering if this was what Perry's mother wanted to hear. Compliments about her child. Dawn couldn't help but chuckle. Ace's thoughts were spot on, as it did resemble a parent's insistence on others praising their offspring. Perry, oblivious to the humor, pressed on, "Did you notice that your flame's color has faded?" "Faded?" Ace extended his hand, a small flame appearing in his palm. He hesitated. "I don't think so." Perry was tempted to hit something, but refrained. "You can't even perceive the changes in your own flames?" "It hasn't changed much, I suppose." Ace scratched his head, "but I feel like the temperature might have risen a bit." "Sigh, forget it," Perry conceded. "Earlier, when you battled the captain, we observed your flames devouring his black flames, and we speculate. If you could consume a significant amount of black flames, your flames might undergo some uncontrollable transformation. Power could be both mesmerizing and maddening. You could very well pose a threat to the captain's life." Perry discarded his spent cigarette, but, lighting another as he fixed his gaze on Ace, uttering his final words, "So can you guarantee that you will never betray the captain?" Ace listened quietly to Perry's words, his lips pressed tightly together, the intensity causing them to turn pale. He felt wronged. How could anyone think he would harm Gray? Or how could they perceive him as someone who would hurt his comrades? His current predicament was precisely due to individuals like Teach, who would harm their allies in pursuit of power. Dawn captured every nuance of Ace's mental turmoil. Thus, he relaxed first, patting Perry's shoulder, signaling that further questions were unnecessary. I will never harm my comrades, nor will I ever betray Gray. Ace spoke with utmost seriousness that I believe in you. It was Colin who approached from the deck, not Paley T's side, expressing regret and seeking forgiveness for their actions. Noting that the captain was unaware of the situation, if you hold any grievances, you may dislike any of us, but please do not harbor ill feelings towards the captain. It's all right. I understand your sentiments. Ace replied with a shy smile. After all, anyone would be concerned upon learning that the captain might be in danger, so it was perfectly fine. Thank you. Colin smiled somewhat awkwardly, leading everyone to assume it was due to Ace. Yet only Dawn could discern the true feelings beneath his facade. Indeed, the captain was angry, and they had foolishly thought they could evade him by retreating to the stern. In truth, Gray was fully aware of their every move. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Ace asked. No. Nothing further. Colin shook his head. Then I shall take my leave. Ace understood that it was best to allow them some time to deliberate. He departed politely, passing by the corner of the stern where others were hiding, and offered a friendly smile. Bud and the others exchanged awkward smiles, unsure how to face Ace in the immediate aftermath. By the way, Ace suddenly recalled, Gray was quite fond of his name, so perhaps it was acceptable to call him by it without regard for his captaincy. Gray lay on the deck chair, covered by a light blanket, his chest rising and falling rhythmically with even breaths. Ace approached and sat on the grass beside the chair. It was disingenuous to claim he was unconcerned. Anyone would feel discomfort by baseless suspicion. Yet he could empathize with their actions, and if he were in their shoes, he might have lost his composure entirely. After a prolonged silence, Gray finally opened his eyes, still drowsy, and caught sight of the dark head sitting beside him, instinctively giving a pat. Ace, are you feeling down? Gray inquired. Ace shook his head and recounted the earlier conversation with Pila and the others, albeit altering the context, claiming it was merely a serendipitous discovery. Gray, I realized I can absorb your black flames, which then enhances my own fire. Gray nodded, seemingly unsurprised, and replied with a smile. So what are you implying? Before Ace could respond, he exclaimed with excitement, Does this mean you won't be eating anymore and will solely consume black flames? Of course I will still eat, Ace retorted, exasperated. How could flames possibly serve as sustenance? Gray feigned disappointment. What a pity. I was hoping to help you finish your share as well. I am discussing something serious. Ace sighed, caught between continuing the conversation or defending his right to eat. It seemed that the latter was of slightly greater importance than I know. I heard you. So you can absorb my black flames to evolve your own fire. Surely that is a good thing. Are you planning to host a banquet? Gray mused, contemplating the idea of a feast. Ace felt a surge of frustration. He decided to be more direct. If my flames naturally counter yours, and I can absorb black flames to grow stronger, then I might end up killing you someday. Then aren't you worried? Yes. Ace intended to reveal everything to Gray. As one of the involved parties, Gray had the right to be fully informed, regardless of what might transpire afterward. He was prepared for the possibility of being cast off from Weno. Something in Ace's words struck Gray as humorous, causing him to laugh until tears streamed down his face. I'm so worried. Ace frowned. That I've known all along, Gray said once he had calmed down, shrugging, and my intuition tells me you would never do such a thing. Intuition might be unreliable. In their era, they had dubbed him the son of a demon, capable of any misdeed. Ace scowled, adopting a fierce demeanor. Well, you look quite dashing like that. Ha ha ha. Gray continued to chuckle. In that case, I shall give the son of a demon a chance. He reached out, tugging at Ace's collar, pulling it down to expose his neck. Come on, son of a demon, you can kill me right now. Captain, the crew, who had been hiding, suddenly emerged in a flurry of anxiety. Latin exclaimed, Captain, don't make such jokes. You needn't worry. It was my suggestion to provoke him. They wouldn't dare act against you. Gray's demeanor shifted, his expression growing stern as he turned to Ace. You would never do that, Ace. His words were soft, almost indistinct, carrying an emotion that Ace couldn't fully grasp, perhaps a sense of nostalgia or a sigh, but most certainly, it was a profound trust. This sentiment washed over Ace, causing his eyes to redden as he lowered his head, desperate to avoid shedding tears of embarrassment. That I feel an immediate connection with you, Gray said with a significant tone. Ace sensed the weight behind those words, yet he could not comprehend their depth, nor could anyone else, And one understood the true meaning of Gray's declaration. Gray patted Ace on the head, standing up from the lounge chair. He surveyed the crowd and spoke. Ace is someone I invited aboard. I trust him completely, just as I trust all of you. You worry that Ace may harm me in the future. Should I then be concerned that you might do the same? How could that be? We would do anything for you, Captain. They would never harm you. Gray's statement ignited a fervor among the crew. They could tolerate anything, but if it involved the captain, that was entirely unacceptable. Their lives had intertwined with Gray's at a time when they should never have met, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, only to be rescued by a hand in the end. To live for Gray, to survive, and ultimately face death. This was the most certain dream they all shared. Gray raised his hand, signaling for calm, but I hope you will grant me this favor. Let us not have such incidents occur again. Understood, we shall never commit such an error again. Pilot stepped forward from the group, standing tall yet appearing somewhat despondent. It was my suggestion to speak with Ace to no. We all participated. The others insisted, unwilling to let the vice captain bear the weight of responsibility alone. Each acknowledging their own faults. Gray's expression shifted to one of confusion. What are you all talking about? What conversation? What participation? Did you secretly hold a meeting without me? Ace stood behind Gray, exasperated, face-palming at the foolishness of his crewmates, who had thrown themselves into blame to keep Gray in the dark about their prior discussion with Ace. These fools had panicked when Gray caught them eavesdropping, and even Piley had faltered. Captain, weren't you just talking about how we sought Ace out at the stern? Demon inquired eagerly. Gray's confusion deepened. What? Why did you seek Ace? Paley frowned, not answering Gray's question, but instead continued to ask. What was the serious matter you mentioned earlier regarding our lack of trust in Ace? Why would we lack trust? Wherein you eavesdropping? If you trusted him, why would you need to eavesdrop? Gray countered, furrowing his brow. Also, I've been puzzled by your gloomy expressions. Didn't you have enough to eat? And why did you tell me not to do anything unnecessary? Colin pressed urgently. Unnecessary. Gray scratched his head, appearing to contemplate until a light bulb went off, and he smacked his palm in realization that, oh, you mean that? I'm not cold at all, so you really didn't need to bring me a blanket. That is quite unnecessary. Colin felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He regretted overthinking the matter. Gray took on a mentor-like stance, hands clasped behind his back, chiding them. Listen, if you want to know something, just come to me directly next time. A man should always act with integrity. Understood, came the chorus of half-hearted replies. Never did they imagine they would be reprimanded by their naive captain. They had idealized Gray far too much. In reality, he was often a simple-minded individual. Speak up. Haven't you had enough to eat? Yes, Captain. By the way, what did you discuss with Ace? Oh, nothing much. They asked me a bit about Weno. Ace interjected. Would you like to hear? Gray, with his hands covering his ears, protested vehemently. No. I don't want to hear it. Knowing would ruin the fun. That's precisely why we talk behind your back. Ace chuckled. Gray, in his navette, believed this and patted Ace on the shoulder, praising them for their cleverness, asserting that such matters should indeed be discussed without him. The group collectively sighed in relief, grateful for the captain's trust in them, allowing the matter to be swiftly brushed aside. From now on, they too would strive to trust Ace as the captain did. As they journeyed towards Weno, Charles's divination suggested it would take approximately half a month to reach their destination. With such an extensive voyage ahead, the provisions they had brought from Zoe were woefully inadequate. Fortunately, there were other small islands along the route to Weno, allowing Gray and the others to stop intermittently. They encountered several waves of naval attacks along the way, but since Garp and Sengoku had gone to the front lines, the navy they faced could only be considered a minor inconvenience. Thus, they ambled along. And it took a full month before they finally reached the vicinity of Weno. From a distance, they felt the sea breeze grow cold and turbulent against their faces. The previously unseen waves surged violently, and massive whirlpools loomed nearby, with sprays of water crashing against the sides of the black ship, causing it to rise and fall. As they drew closer to Weno, the sky darkened, the wind howled, and the waves grew increasingly ferocious. Wow, this is so cool, Gray exclaimed, sitting cross-legged atop the ship's massive beast head, his excitement causing him to tremble. Tootin shouted in concern, Captain, don't fall. How could I possibly fall? Gray retorted defiantly. raising his arm to signal Teuton to be quiet. Just as he did, the sea beside them suddenly heaved, and a gigantic, plump carp leaped from the water as if it had sprouted wings. A massive shadow enveloped Gray, and in an instant, the carp opened its mouth wide and swallowed him whole before leaping back into the depths. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, flowing so smoothly that they felt the carp must have rehearsed this act countless times, making it a seasoned offender. "Ah, Captain! Captain! Quick, follow that carp!" No sooner had the words left their mouths than several similarly sized and appetizing-looking carps emerged from the ocean. Which one is it? Alder, at the helm, felt as if he faced the greatest challenge of his life, utterly unable to distinguish them. Bard held his forehead in frustration. "Then let's follow this group of carps," Paley declared, extinguishing the cigarette beneath his foot, his tone brooking no argument. "Flame kill." Suddenly, Gray's voice rang out ahead, accompanied by a massive burst of black flames. The carps nearest to him were instantly reduced to charred remains, drifting on the surface, releasing a scent of burnt flesh and grilled fish. Moonwalk, Gray, covered in slime, leaped into the air, ascending to the bow of the black ship as if climbing stairs. "Gray," Ace crossed his arms. Mocking him, "Craving carp, are we?" "Humph, not at all. That's disgusting." Gray grimaced, taking a whiff of his clothes. Ugh. The foul odor was a nauseating mix of the carp's gastric juices and saliva, dried and crusted upon him. Unable to bear the stench any longer, he declared, "I need to shower and change." He retreated into the cabin while the crew continued navigating the vessel. Paley approached Ace, inquiring, "How did you enter Weno last time?" At that time, Weno was already under Kaido's control, with the main entrance heavily guarded, so he ascended the waterfall against the current. Ace spoke candidly, having come to terms with the fact that since they had arrived in the past, it would be remiss not to take some action. Not everyone had the chance to encounter such a historical turning point. "Kaido," Paley pondered, "isn't that the one from the Rocks Pirates?" Indeed, to control a nation, Paley, having heard much about the Rocks Pirates recently, had taken the initiative to investigate the ship's members through his connections. He found himself somewhat wary after a thorough examination. If they could evade Garp and Sengoku's pursuit and enter the New World, they would undoubtedly be formidable adversaries. What caught his attention first was that the captain, Rocks, bore 8D in his name. Furthermore, there was Roger, captain of the Roger Pirates, Garp, a vice admiral of the Navy, Gray, captain of the Black Flame Fire Pirates, and Ace, a unique individual they had encountered. All their names held the mysterious D, linked to a certain lineage. While investigating this, Paley faced numerous obstacles, nearly attracting the attention of the world government. What kind of family was this? What secrets lay hidden within? All might be revealed in the annals of history. "What are you thinking about?" Ace tilted his head, inquiring that I was contemplating whether we should deal with Kaido beforehand. Paley replied nonchalantly, "It's best to nip the problem in the bud while the enemy is still small." "What do you think?" "Haha, I find that quite feasible," Ace responded, his smile radiant that I could see seemed Paley had adapted well to his current life. He nodded in satisfaction, affirming that one must fully immerse oneself in this world, without concern for altering history. They must remember they were part of history itself. "Hey, Paley, are we going to ascend the waterfall or go against the current?" The ship halted before the waterfall, and Alder leaned against the helm, questioning. Ace had already informed them that there were 2 ways to enter Weno: the normal route, passing through the waterfall to reach the port, and then taking an elevator into the White Dance. The second method involved rushing upstream against the waterfall to enter the inner sea, allowing for free docking and the ability to find a place to stop. "What do you think the captain will choose?" Paley laughed. "Surely the safest route." Teuton mused whimsically. "If you all fall into the sea, I won't be fishing you out. What are you all discussing?" Gray emerged from the cabin, freshly changed, exclaiming, "Wow, we've already reached the waterfall." With Teuton's eager gaze upon him, Gray smiled and pointed towards the waterfall summit. "All right then, let us charge straight into Weno's inner sea." "Ha ha ha, yes," Ace echoed, eager for this journey to Weno, which promised to be unlike any previous experience. Now, Weno was a peaceful and harmonious nation ruled by Kazuki Oden. He was particularly excited to meet the much-discussed 2nd Division commander, Kazuki Oden. What kind of person was he? After all, I knew it. What was I even anticipating? Teuton sighed, ultimately resorting to earnestly cautioning these fearless individuals. You all must find a way to secure yourselves. Make it sturdy. Don't fall into the sea. Ha ha ha, rest assured. Gray waved his hand. Ace, let us head to the stern. Andrew, catch us a carp. Colin and Demon approached, dragging a long iron chain. We needed to provide an upward force. Cloud prison, Andrew crossed his arms, targeting a lively and robust-looking carp. Simultaneously, Gray and Ace positioned themselves at the stern, flames igniting upon them. One a deep black, the other significantly lighter than before. The onlookers speculated that Ace's flames would ultimately manifest as a pure white, entirely contrasting Gray's. Captain, we're ready. Oh, we're all set here too. The carp was ensnared in chains, frantically swimming upstream against the waterfall, the chains gradually straightening on the deck until they tautened into a rigid line. Under the carp's pull, the Blake's ship's bow rose, and with a resounding thud, the ship's hull crashed against the waterfall. Immediately, voices from the stern echoed as Gray and Ace unleashed two massive flames into the sea, creating a powerful thrust. With a thunderous roar, the Blake's ship soared into the air, along with the unfortunate carp, plunging into the inner sea of Weno. In the blink of an eye, they surged from the base of the waterfall into the sky, accompanied by simultaneous screams and laughter, before the Blake's ship forcefully crashed onto the surface of the inner sea of Weno. The drop from such heights rendered even the ocean sufficiently hard. The carp, dazed and disoriented, floated sideways on the water, its eyes spinning in a rapid whirl resembling incense coils. Ha! This is exhilarating. Am I still alive? Am I okay? How infuriatingly nauseating. Friends, I think I've glimpsed paradise. As the Reaper beckons to me from the other side, on the Blake's ship, several corpses lay strewn about, each face ashen. Gray, with a look of disdain, exclaimed, "You lot, is this all you can manage? Get up." "Captain, it's bad." Dement rushed from the cabin, exclaiming, "The impact was too strong. The hull is damaged, and the seawater has already breached the waterline. That is indeed dire." Gray nodded, unfazed by the crisis, and addressed those sprawled on the floor. "Enough of this lying around. Get up and get to work." Understood, Captain." Everyone scrambled to their feet, hastily returning to their stations, avoiding the swirling currents, until they finally reached the shore of an island. "Andrew, bring the ship ashore," Gray commanded, standing on the beach, gazing up at the Blake's ship, which was enshrouded in clouds and suspended in mid-air, its hull in poor condition with several significant breaches. "Dement, how many days will it take to repair?" Paley inquired of their shipwright. 3 or 4 days, Dement considered, adding, "Not just the hull. Other areas could use maintenance as well. Since it will take that long, let us enjoy a few days in Weno," Gray declared, hands clasped behind his head, entirely devoid of concern for the damaged vessel. Having plundered treasure numerous times, they were now a pirate crew swimming in wealth. "We have plenty of berries. Let us spend them all in Weno," Gray proclaimed with fervor. His nature was such that he could never save money. Not spending it would leave him feeling restless. Due to its isolationist policies, Weno's currency consisted of gold and silver. Ace explained, "Berries are useless here." TSK. Gray clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Why must they be so insular? "Well," Ace hesitated, unsure how to explain. Paley interjected, "Isolationism merely strengthens their rule or conceals something unsavory. The manufacturing process of sea prism stone might be one of those secrets." That makes sense." Gray feigned understanding, though he was hardly paying attention. Colin sighed. "Sea prism stone is the nemesis of devil fruit users. We should tread carefully, or we could easily be wiped out here. Our fate does not end here." Charles intoned ominously, having conducted his usual divination. "Mixed fortunes, that is the answer. Mixed fortunes." Gray stroked his chin, sensing that this journey would be quite interesting. "Well, let us first explore Weno." As Andrew lowered the ship, Abel placed his hand on its surface, murmuring, "Devour." A circular black hole suddenly appeared where he touched, gradually enlarging until it could barely encompass the Blake's ship. Abel's expression grew tense, but he sighed in relief once the ship was fully engulfed. Indeed, the task was less taxing than he had anticipated. "Are you all right?" Alder inquired with concern. "And I'm fine," Abel replied. "Thank you for your hard work." Gray patted Abel on the shoulder, noticing Ace watching them with curiosity. "Ace, what's on your mind?" "Oh," Nothing, just thought Abel's abilities resemble someone I know. Ace shook his head. Huh, he wouldn't he be eating Abel's fruit after he dies? Would he? Gray laughed heartily, for it was certainly only he who would make such a direct jest at a companion's expense. After all, death was an ever-present companion to pirates. Those who could not accept it were ill-suited for the seas that know. He ate the dark fruit, Ace clarified, but he anticipated that Paley would be left speechless after his statement. The dark fruit, you say? Paley pondered, then remarked, your father, Captain, that would be rocks. He is the user of the dark fruit. This time, it was Ace who was taken aback that it wasn't he reported in the papers. So, it's no surprise you're unaware. Paley explained that I discovered it and deemed it unimportant, so I didn't mention is the dark fruit powerful? Gray inquired, curiosity piqued. What is its ability, darkness, to make the world devoid of daylight? Wouldn't that mean more time to sleep? I fear that at that point, you would only think about playing again, Colin replied exasperatedly. Ace recalled his battle with Blackbeard. Honestly, I don't know much about it either. I fought him once, and he can nullify the abilities of other users, but he needs to make physical contact and cannot become intangible like other Logia users to evade harm. He can also absorb attacks. Oh, so it plunged the world into darkness, Gray remarked, somewhat disappointed, spreading his hands. In any case, I'd just burn it down. I don't care what fruit it is, engaging Gray in such theoretical discussions proved futile. He often pondered trivial matters. It was better to confront rocks directly than to speculate endlessly. All right, let us hurry along, Gray declared, his backpack laden with gold, leading the way. Meanwhile, at the official port of Weno, a warship was docked. The representative of Weno, bowing slightly, completed the registration, stating, "You may now board the lift into Weno. Thank you very much." The man at the forefront, draped in a cloak of justice, expressed his gratitude and was the first to board the lift. Following him was a young man with purple hair, Rear Admiral Hebra, who received word that the Black Flame pirate crew, led by the infamous Gray, had also arrived in Weno. Oh, Gray. Rear Admiral Hebra raised an eyebrow. Who called? It was Admiral Akiji, the young man replied. He instructed us to capture Gray alive in Weno. Haha, I knew that guy would personally make the call, Hebra chuckled. Zifa, I still need to confer with the General of Weno regarding the escort of Sea Prism Stone. Take a break and find Gray. Leave it to me. Zifa managed a rare smile. Weno was not a member of the world government. It remained isolated and independent, refusing to host outsiders, even naval vessels. However, due to its closely guarded Sea Prism Stone manufacturing techniques, the world government and Weno's general reached an agreement to open its borders once a year, allowing naval ships to enter and transport a batch of Sea Prism Stone products. Sea Prism Stone was vital for the Navy, consistently in short supply, and every year, the world government placed great importance on the safety of this transport. Currently, since Steelbone took command as admiral, the position of fleet admiral had remained vacant. However, as no one in the Navy had yet proven capable of stepping into the role, and following a previous incident, promotions had become significantly stricter, with only particularly outstanding officers showing signs of advancement. Hebra, having served alongside Admiral Akiji, held considerable seniority, thus becoming the overall head of this transport mission. Besides him, there were 3 other rear admirals on board, along with several naval soldiers, upon entering the general's office. Hebra bowed slightly and greeted. It's been a while. Kazuki, general, on the tatami mat of the reception room, reclined a man clad in a flamboyant kimono. This was the current shogun of the Land of Harmony. Get sushi. As he stroked the beard on his chin, he casually remarked, Hebra, it has been 3 years since we last met, hasn't it? Indeed, 3 years have passed, replied Hebra with a smile. 3 years ago. You were merely an arrogant, insufferable brat. The gesture of Yoshiaki stroking his beard faltered, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he recalled the incident from 3 years prior, when he had provoked Hebra only to be left with a swollen head from the beating he received. Clearing his throat, Yoshiaki adopted a serious demeanor and declared, There is no need to dwell on the past. I am now the shogun of the Land of Harmony. It is quite sufficient that you do not bow down to me in public. Ah, do you still wish to be beaten? Hebra feigned surprise. I am the shogun. Yoshiaki, flustered, was about to retort when a commotion of servants outside the reception room interrupted him. Oh dear, Lord Odin. The shogun is meeting with guests. Please come back later. Lord Odin, do not barge in. You cannot enter. Lord Odin, with a loud bang, the door to the reception room was kicked open, revealing a child of 7 or 8 years, wearing an orange kimono that was not properly fastened, and wooden clogs with one leg lifted high, exposing a white fundoshi. I heard there are outsiders. The child exclaimed excitedly, his almond-shaped eyes quickly locking onto the unfamiliar figure. You are the outsider, Getsu Odin. Yoshiaki slammed his palm on the low table before him and scolded his impudent son. Get out at once. We are discussing serious matters. Ignoring his father's reprimand, Getsu Odin dashed over to Hebra with a determined stride. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Upon reaching Hebra, he suddenly knelt down with a thud, placing his hands together on his forehead and performing an exaggerated bow. Both Hebra and Yoshiaki were momentarily taken aback. Please take me to the outside world. Getsu Odin lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Getsu Odin. Yoshiaki could no longer remain seated. He crossed over the low table and warned sternly. You are the heir to the shogunate of the Land of Harmony. You cannot go outside. I do not wish to be any heir. Getsu Odin retorted defiantly. I want to set sail and explore the outside world. Yoshiaki was left speechless, his finger trembling as he pointed at Getsu Odin. Ignoring his father, Odin turned to Hebra with an expectant expression. Please take me away. I can do anything. Hebra glanced at Yoshiaki, offering a faint smile. You wish to leave? Yes. The Land of Harmony is so dull. I want to leave here. Getsu Odin's enthusiasm grew as he sensed Hebra's agreement. Hebra, you had better not do anything reckless. Yoshiaki warned, but before he could say more, his son latched onto his leg. Wah! You rascal, let go. The boy's bite was surprisingly fierce, and Yoshiaki felt a sharp pain in his leg, as if he had sustained a deep wound. He raised the bitten leg while the other retreated, ultimately falling to the ground. Getsu Odin released his grip, snorting, if you say another word, I will really bite your flesh off. Impressive, young lad, Hebra remarked. Hands on his hips, turning to Yoshiaki, you truly have raised a spirited one. What do you think? Shall I teach him a lesson? You wouldn't mind, would you? Do as you please, Yoshiaki replied, grimacing as he pressed his hand against his leg. Young one, do you truly wish to set sail? Hebra inquired, looking at Odin. Odin nodded vigorously. Yes, I desire freedom. I want to see the outside world. Indeed, Hebra acknowledged, but the outside world is fraught with danger and is not a place for a mere child like you. As he spoke, he instantly appeared before Odin. The boy's eyes widened, sensing an unprecedented sense of peril as he instinctively reached for the sword at his waist. Yet Hebra did not afford him that opportunity. He delivered a powerful kick to Odin's abdomen, sending him soaring through the roof like an unsightly meteor, disappearing in an instant. Your son won't die, will he? Hebra chuckled nonchalantly. The lad is resilient. A lesson will do him good, Yoshiaki replied, averting his gaze from the ceiling, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Despite Odin's rebellious nature, deep down, he was still a concerned father. Yes, just as you were taught back then. Ah, must we really bring up that incident? Hebra exclaimed. You are not one to dwell on old grievances, are you? Oh, am I not? The flower capital is the most bustling area of the Land of Harmony and also the location of the capital where the shogun resides. Amidst the lively streets, a man wearing a disheveled kimono, clattering in wooden clogs, was keenly observing the goods on either side of the road. This is the capital of the Land of Harmony. He mused as if seeing these sights for the first time, excitedly darting from stall to stall, purchasing items from nearly every vendor. What is this? He inquired, pointing at a bubbling pot. Inhaling deeply, it smells divine. That is Odin. You must have eaten it before, right? The vendor replied, astonished at the man before him. Odin is a famous dish in the Land of Harmony, commonly prepared in every household, yet this man had never tasted it. Observing his kimono, crooked and paired with mismatched black trousers, one could easily surmise he was a rogue from the lawless district of 9 Roads. I'll take a portion. Gray swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the skewers simmering in the pot. I want a large serving. Do you have any money? The vendor asked, his expression turning disdainful upon realizing the man hailed from 9 Roads. I have money. Gray insisted. nodding as he pulled his backpack to the front, unzipping it without hesitation. The vendor raised his chin, frowning as he glanced over, only to be blinded by the dazzling gleam of gold within. This is gold. Though not a common currency, it was undeniably treasure. Just one piece could fetch hundreds of coins at a pawn shop? Is this sufficient? Gray casually pulled out a gold bracelet, beaming innocently. Please give me a large serving. Ah, the vendor took a step back, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. This lad couldn't he have stolen this, could he? He seems rather simple-minded. Odin is quite expensive. Caught off guard by the unexpected transaction, the vendor was unsure of what to say, prepared to kneel and beg for mercy should the man become angry. Gray paused, then returned the bracelet to his bag. Oh, wait, the vendor exclaimed, reaching out as if to snatch the bracelet from Gray's pack. But Gray was quicker, brandishing a larger gold item and grinning. How about this one? The sound of the vendor swallowing echoed as he eagerly grabbed the larger piece from Gray's hand, nodding furiously. That's enough? Just take everything. He had no intention of continuing his stall. Selling this gold would sustain him for a long while. Thus, Gray watched as the vendor abandoned his entire stall, clutching the gold item as he swiftly ran away, his retreating figure growing smaller amidst the dust stirred by his hurried steps. What is going on? Why the rush? Gray scratched his head in confusion, readjusting his backpack before unceremoniously taking the vendor's seat. He eagerly picked up a skewer of Odin and took a bite. Wow, it's so hot. He had tea blown on it, and his tongue was scalded. However, as the master of flames, Gray suffered little harm. This is delicious, he exclaimed, his eyes squinting in bliss as his legs swung beneath the stall. Ah, it's so good. It was a culinary delight unique to the land of harmony, just as he was reveling in his meal. A sudden scream echoed from the sky above. Gray, still munching, looked up in awe. Oh, is that a daytime meteor? How splendid! To one's astonishment, shooting stars could be seen in broad daylight. Indeed, Weno country is a most intriguing place. Not only is there delectable Odin, but also the cumbersome kimono and wooden sandals that are quite a hassle to wear the adage of when in Rome, do as the Romans do truly brings forth a unique experience. Just as Gray was humming a cheerful tune while savoring his meal, a figure that he mistook for a shooting star, Kazuki Odin, came hurtling towards him. Watch out, he shouted. Hey, stop eating and run. Someone's falling. Bystanders witnessing the scene could hardly bear the thought of the young man, engrossed in his food, being crushed by the falling figure, with some timid souls even covering their eyes. Meanwhile, Gray, oblivious to the impending disaster, managed to pivot the entire stall to the other side just a second before Kazuki Odin landed in the pot of soup. In a remarkable display of agility, he lifted one leg and caught the shooting star perfectly. At merely 7 or 8 years old, Kazuki Odin was already a hefty little rascal. Falling from such a height would surely create a substantial crater. Yet Gray's leg suffered no significant harm. What a pity! It was not a shooting star, Gray lamented, clicking his tongue as he tossed the child aside, then returned to his culinary pursuits. Kazuki Odin landed in a puddle, struggling to prop himself up with his hands. Cough, cough, he spat a mouthful of blood, begrudgingly wiping it away with the back of his hand. Lord Odin! Exclaimed someone nearby, recognizing the disheveled figure of Kazuki Odin. He was a well-known character in the flower capital, the only son of the Weno country's general and the sole heir to his future legacy. 0 years old. He had thrown his wet nurse with great force. At 2, he demonstrated remarkable agility by catching 2 rabbits simultaneously. At 4, he had slain a giant bear with a boulder, and by 6, he had begun frequenting the pleasure districts. Now at 7, he had yet to cause any further sensational events. Cough, cough. Kazuki Odin rose from the ground, glaring at Gray, who was still indulging in his meal. Who are you? I've never seen you in the flower capital. Gray turned to look at him, slurping up some seaweed. Are you talking about me? Who else could it be? There's no one as strong as you in Weno, Kazuki Odin declared, hands on his hips, exuding an impressive aura. He traversed every corner of Weno and possessed a keen intuition for strong individuals. This one appeared harmless. In reality, he was so formidable that merely meeting his gaze caused Odin to tremble involuntarily, even in the presence of the Hebra, who had sent him flying with a single kick. He had never felt such a sensation. Was it fear? Or excitement? Perhaps both. Yet Kazuki Odin was clearly unable to ponder such intricate matters. He simply pointed at Gray, unwavering in his display of bravado. Gray cast him a brief glance, seemingly unconcerned, and casually remarked, "Oh, I'm a pirate from outside." With that, he turned back to savoring his Odin. His nonchalant demeanor deeply deflated Kazuki Odin's spirit, especially given that this individual hailed from beyond Weno. Odin longed to escape Weno, to witness a broader world, to experience freedom. However, his previous failure with Hebra had imparted a valuable lesson that he resolved to first establish a rapport with Gray. While eating Odin, it was best to dip it in some yellow mustard, the most authentic way to enjoy it. He leaned against the stall, striving to adopt a convincing demeanor. Gray, pausing his consumption of the white radish, inquired, "Where's the yellow mustard? If I tell you where the yellow mustard is, will you take me with you when you set sail? I could be your crew." Kazuki Odin's eyes lit up, eagerly promoting himself. He felt that after this exchange, their relationship was improving, that I'm very strong. I run fast. I've killed a giant bear with a boulder, and I'm currently practicing dual-wielding sword techniques to substantiate his claims. He unsheathed his swords, Inma, and aimed no habakiri, brandishing them proudly. I've tried to venture outside, but I've always failed. They say I lack the talent for sailing, but I disagree. Gray tilted his head, already searching for the condiments while Kazuki Odin boasted about himself. That yellow mustard should be yellow, right? Ah, found it. The self-sufficient Gray triumphantly tossed a packet of yellow mustard into his bowl and took a huge bite. Delicious. How could you do this? Kazuki Odin shouted in indignation, his cheeks puffed up with frustration. He had been the one to inform Gray about the mustard, yet Gray had seized the opportunity to find it while he was speaking. Now he can wriggle out of it. Gray was utterly perplexed by the child's outburst, innocently asking, "What is wrong with me? You need to say whether you'll take me with you or not. Or shall we fight it out?" Kazuki Odin, known for his fiery temper, spoke bluntly. Yet to Gray, he appeared merely a boastful and tedious little brat. "You just want to set sail, right?" he queried. "Yes. Then let's set sail." Gray leaned closer to the child, grinning broadly. You said you wanted to be my crew. That I never said I couldn't sail alone." Hey. Kazuki Odin, as if hearing something unbelievable, widened his eyes in shock. "What did you just say?" "What a pity he's deaf," Gray thought, clicking his tongue, quickly comforting himself. "It was all right. There was still time on the ship. A perfect match. I'm not deaf," Kazuki Odin retorted, gradually calming down but still finding the situation hard to believe. He had faced numerous obstacles before, and now that he was with Gray, everything felt so effortless that it made him doubt reality. "You're not lying to me, are you?" he asked, baring his teeth in a fierce manner. "If you dare deceive me, I'll kill you." "Kill your captain?" Gray pondered for a moment, then displayed a fearless smile that Odin could not comprehend. "If you think you can replace me in the future, then feel free to give it a try. Aren't you angry?" "What if a crew member wants to kill you?" Kazuki Odin asked, bewildered that just 7 years old, he was already exceptionally capable and quite rebellious for a child raised under a policy of isolation. He longed to step beyond the borders of his country and explore the world outside, yet he could not grasp Gray's words, harboring someone who might one day seek to take his life while maintaining such a light-hearted demeanor. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gray stood up, stepping onto a chair, and pointed toward the radiant sun in the sky, his smile bright and exuberant. "I end such a splendid moment. Who cares what may happen in the future?" "What sort of person is this?" Kazuki Odin followed his gaze to the sun and saw Gray, bathed in golden light beneath its rays. The wind tousled his hair, his dark locks flowing, and his youthful face radiated with the fervor and impulsiveness of youth, his eyes hiding a flickering flame. Dressed in fine attire, he appeared spirited and full of life. Perhaps the sun was too blinding, or perhaps he had finally achieved his desires when he came to his senses. Kazuki Odin found himself biting his lip, releasing fragmented sobs as tears streamed down his face. He felt powerless and, in a moment of despair, began to cry unabashedly, "Oh no! Odin-sama is crying?" The notorious Odin-sama is actually crying. A crowd of onlookers gathered, all gazing in astonishment at the pitiful and undignified sight of Kazuki Odin in tears. Suddenly, From the throng, a man pushed through, a tall figure with a neatly trimmed purple crew cut. Striding directly toward Gray, shackles in hand. "It's been a while, Gray," Zephyr said, a faint smile of warmth gracing his usually stern face, a rarity that left the accompanying Navy personnel astounded. Gray turned to him, instantly recognizing the man, and broke into a wide grin. "Oh, Zephyr, long time no see." As he spoke, he extended his arms, preparing to embrace Zephyr warmly. However, before he could do so, with a click, something cold clamped on a Gray's wrist, sea-stone handcuffs. Zephyr patted Gray on the head and secured another cuff around his own wrist. Chuckling, "Captain of the Black Flame pirate crew, Black Flame Gray, I hereby formally arrest you." Haha, it appears that Gray was not particularly angry. He merely rotated his wrist to adjust his posture and then laughed. "What brings you here? Surely you did not come specifically to seek me out." Accompanied by General Hebra, he had been assigned the task of escorting the Sea Prism Stone. Zephyr did not conceal the truth and candidly informed Gray of the situation. "Hebra, my old acquaintance," Gray mused nostalgically as he uttered the name, having been raised in the Naval Academy, where he was intimately familiar with its people and matters. As a member of the Navy, Steelbone could not constantly attend to him due to his busy schedule. He would only return occasionally to instruct Gray. Hence, most of his education came from the Navy personnel at the Academy. With Hebra being one of his longtime mentors, you cannot apprehend him. The sidelined Kazuki Odin stood before Zephyr with a cold expression, his twin swords drawn. Despite being merely 7 years old, he exuded an impressive aura. Declaring, "I am a captain here. I advise you to release him at once." After all, he had finally found a captain willing to take him to sea, and he could not bear to watch him be taken away. Zephyr regarded him with a downward glance. Not taking him too seriously, he merely frowned at Gray and remarked, "When will you stop treating children as crew members? Are we playing house? Haha, I just joined today." Gray chuckled, shaking his restrained wrist and grinning at Odin. A test for joining the pirate crew. "Please rescue your captain. I will definitely save you." Kazuki Odin shouted loudly, brandishing his swords as he charged toward Zephyr. The latter did not evade. His free arm transformed into a metallic black, effortlessly blocking Odin's strike without even shifting his stance. "Is this all you are capable of?" Gray whistled in disbelief, shaking his head. "This is insufficient. Watch me." Provoked by Gray's taunt, Kazuki Odin's attacks grew fiercer, and a dark sword aura began to emerge from his twin blades. Zephyr seemed taken aback by the child's unexpected speed and power, causing him to instinctively evade. This, however, proved to be a challenge for Gray, who was still shackled. Zephyr moved. Gray had to follow suit, making dodging a struggle. Odin, relentless in his assault, needed to avoid hitting Gray, who was weakened by the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. With a wry smile, Gray thought, "Well, I should have known better than to engage so recklessly." Zephyr, realizing the predicament, shifted his demeanor and ceased merely defending. He launched a direct attack against Kazuki Odin. The boy's swords were no ordinary weapons, and his exquisite kimono suggested a wealthy background, prompting Zephyr to restrain himself from overly punishing the child. Instead, he merely left Odin battered and unable to rise. "Let us go," Zephyr said, glancing at Gray. "No, you cannot take him." Kazuki Odin insisted, struggling to rise. Blood trickled from his forehead, staining his eyes and dripping onto the ground. Gray sighed, crouching before him with a smile. "You have done well, but you promised me." Odin bit down hard, filled with self-loathing and frustration at his own weakness. This was the first time he had faced such setbacks in his life. "I promise to take you to S.E.D. Oh, not worry. A man must keep his word." Gray patted Kazuki Odin on the head, his lips curling into a grin. "You are a fine crew member. I am quite pleased. Enough chatter. Act as if I am not here." Zephyr snapped, tugging at the handcuffs, yet despite his words, he did not move. "What is your name?" "I'm Kazuki Odin." "Ah, Kazuki," Gray mused, finding the name familiar yet unable to recall where he had heard it before. "No matter. Familiarity suggests a connection. I am Gray. You may call me Gray or Captain." Gray smiled. "Now, I have a task for you. Our other companions are in Weno. You can go to the brothel, the nearby beach, or anywhere really. Just find someone and tell them you are a trainee crew member of the Black Flame Fire, and that Gray has been captured by that old black-faced monster. Zifa, once you do that, your mission will be complete. Will that ensure your safety? Kazuki Odin sniffed, trying to hold back his tears of frustration. Gray wiped the grime from Odin's face, nodding encouragingly. Yes, then we shall sail together. The world outside is incredibly exciting. Yes, as Gray watched Kazuki Odin run off, he heard a sinister voice behind him. Old black-faced monster. Are you referring to me? Gray's smile abruptly faltered, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he turned his head. Forcing a smile. Why not take a guess? Guess what? Zifa's fist struck Gray's head. Do you not think you can play tricks? No one is coming to save you now. How presumptuous, Gray grimaced, glaring at Zifa. That little brat will definitely save me. Let us wait and see, Zifa replied, quickening his pace. Gray stumbled slightly, frowning in complaint. Why are you walking so fast, you idiot who has been in the army for 6 years and still holds the rank of private? Do you think this is because of anyone else? Zifa threw another punch, though he refrained from delving deeper into the matter. 5 years ago, during a promotion ceremony, Gray had killed a prominent celestial dragon in front of 4 Navy officers. This had enraged the world government, resulting in stricter promotion reviews within the Navy. Consequently, few soldiers had been promoted in the past 5 years, with only exceptional talents like Garp and Sengoku managing to rise through the ranks. Though Zifa appeared unapproachable, he was, in fact, more compassionate than Garp or Sengoku. He had captured many pirates, but had never taken a life. This mercy had led to skepticism from his superiors, causing him to be the slowest to advance among his peers. Nonetheless, Zifa held no grudge against Gray. He merely stated, I am your brother. Do not be so rude. Puffed. I am your senior, Gray retorted, making a face and, predictably, receiving another punch. Why do you never learn? Zifa shook his head in exasperation. Observing Gray clutching his head, behaving as if he had not matured at all, as they walked, a faint sweet aroma began to permeate the air. Gray, still holding his head, caught a whiff of the enticing scent and inhaled deeply. Wow, what is that? What? Zifa inquired, glancing back at him. That it smells delightful. Gray, a true gourmand at heart, could not let such culinary delights pass him by, even while being captured by the Navy. Let's go eat. He looked at Zifa with eager anticipation. Zifa frowned, eventually conceding with a sigh. Where to? The scene was indeed peculiar, as the captured pirate Gray led the way, followed by the Navy, resembling a grand parade with roles reversed. Boss, 1 bowl of that. Is it the rice cake and red bean soup? The owner, a seemingly gentle woman, smiled as she lifted the pot lid, releasing the sweet aroma of the soup. Gray swallowed hard. Yes, 1 bowl of rice cake and red bean soup. Boss, we each want a serving. Zifa pressed down Gray's head as he spoke to the owner. Gray turned his head, grinning that I have no money. Then what do you have in your bag? Zifa paid for the food, casting a casual glance at the large bag Gray carried on his back. It is my pocket money, given by Paley and the others. Gray's response was unapologetic, showing no hesitation. The nearby Navy soldiers could only laugh at the absurdity of his shamelessness. Was pocket money not money? Why could he not pay for his own bowl of soup? Did he not realize that Navy salaries were meant to be saved for marriage? It seems they care for you quite a bit, Zifa remarked, zipping Gray's bag more securely to hide the golden item that had previously peeked out. Of course, they're my crew, Gray affirmed. After praising his crew, he asked, would you like to come aboard my ship, Zifa? Let us sail joyfully, together. Do not even think about it. Zifa turned to glance at the naval officers, each exhibiting a distinct demeanor, before shifting his gaze back to Gray. If I wish to savor this bowl of soup again, I shall deliver it to you and impel down, he remarked. Gray merely scoffed, dismissing Zifa's words that if anyone were to send him to impel down, perhaps he would believe it if it were Sengoku. However, he held no concern for Zifa and Garp. Thus, he remained unfazed as he was detained by the sea tower stone, fully aware that Zifa would undoubtedly release him. This seemingly stern and unapproachable naval officer possessed an innocence that was quite endearing. Comfortably seated, Gray indulged in the warm red bean soup, allowing its soothing warmth to envelop him. As he sighed contentedly. He mused, it has been 5 years since we last shared a drink together. Zifa remained silent. Zifa, to be honest, I am rather worried about you, Gray remarked, a smile gracing his face, though though his eyes betrayed a complex swirl of emotions. Zifa chuckled lightly, setting down his bowl of red bean soup. "What is it that concerns you? How shall I put it? You are quite similar to me, yet also quite different. You know how the pirates perceive you." Gray prodded at the bowl of red bean soup, its sweetness still intact, though he had lost his appetite for not play with your food. Zifa chided gently, reclaiming the batter bowl from Gray and placing his own bowl before him. "I presume it is not flattering. They say you're the most naive of the Navy, having never even slain a single pirate," Gray retorted, resting his chin on his hand, delivering the cruel truth in a most nonchalant tone. "To this world, your actions are merely unnecessary kindness. You will incite discontent among many. Zifa, while you may be strong now, once you age, you will undoubtedly be cast aside." Zifa remained silent, his gaze fixed on Gray. He had joined the Navy at the tender age of 14, the same age as Gray, yet Gray had joined 4 years earlier. When they were still new recruits, Gray had already earned the reputation of a brilliant prodigy within the Navy. He was akin to a legend that every newcomer was expected to know, much like the ideal child in a family. The instructors spoke of him, and even the newcomers whispered amongst themselves. Initially, Zifa felt disdain, perhaps born from youthful pride or an annoyance at the constant mention of Gray's name. In any case, he had not taken a liking to Gray at first. It was not until Gray was invited to deliver an inspirational speech to the new Navy recruits that Zifa had his first true encounter with a legendary young genius. Dressed in the standard white naval uniform, Gray exuded an air of arrogance, effortlessly tossing aside the speech prepared for him by an unknown author. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the youth declared with a hearty laugh, "Rather than reciting those cliché phrases, why don't we engage in a battle? You can all come at me, and I shall make you aware of the world's perils." The fluttering white pages resembled doves soaring through the sky. Yet, the most striking sight was the boy standing on the stage, who had grown under the sun. For reasons unknown, Zifa found himself sentimentally reflecting on how unlike the others, this boy named Gray possessed a unique allure. Vibrant and pronounced, radiating with vitality. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Gray rapped his knuckles on the table, clearly displeased. Zifa smiled, meeting Gray's gaze. "You say I will be cast aside. Indeed, you are actually listening," Gray exclaimed, his voice rising. "Please, it's rare for me to speak so earnestly with you." "Then I shall respond earnestly as well." Zifa, already sitting upright, became even more serious, prompting Gray to fall silent. "As long as you are by my side." "Gray, I shall not be abandoned." Each word was firm and resolute. That boy, who had turned the motivational gathering into a trial, had once locked eyes with Zifa for a fleeting moment. He lay upon the ground, unable to rise, looking as disheveled as a wild dog. And it was then that their gazes this day. Zifa vividly remembered the depth of Gray's eyes, dark as the night, yet filled with scattered starlight. Zifa believed Gray's words about the potential for abandonment by the world. Yet he was certain that this world would not include Gray if there ever came a day when he was cast aside by the world. "Do you agree with what I say?" Zifa inquired with a smile. This time, it was Gray who fell silent, pursing his lips. Zifa's overly calm reaction rendered him rather unamusing. He did not respond affirmatively or negatively, merely shaking his head dramatically. "You are a Navy officer, and I am a pirate. Being trusted so implicitly by a Navy officer, how could I ever claim to be a pirate again?" Whatever you say." Zifa chuckled, downing a few mouthfuls of the red bean soup that Gray had mangled, adopting a stern demeanor. "Have you finished? If so, be off quickly. Do not expect your companions to come to your rescue." Whenever the topic of the red light district arose, the ambiguous allure it represented often elicited knowing smiles from most men. Such establishments existed in nearly every bustling town. Women donned somewhat revealing attire, clustering near the entrances of establishments, and the moment they swayed their bodies with a glint in their eyes, it was evident that the establishment catered to such business. Men would enter with an unspoken understanding, spending their money before leaving with satisfied expressions. Weno country, too, possessed such places, yet it had developed a system that rendered it neither frivolous nor superficial. Today, the grandest brothel in the flower capital announced an exceptionally captivating event: the courtesan competition. Speaking of courtesans, It is a unique cultural phenomenon of Weno country. After undergoing rigorous selection, only those who embody both intelligence and beauty earn the title of courtesan. Courtesans not only possess stunning looks, but also exhibit a high level of cultural refinement. As stars of talent and beauty, they excel in traditional arts such as music, tea ceremony, flower arrangement, poetry, calligraphy, and dance. The selection of courtesans has always been one of the most vibrant events in Weno country. And today, the fervor surrounding this brothel reached unprecedented heights. Many eager visitors found themselves unable to enter, craning their necks to peer inside while incessantly inquiring, what has caused such a crowd today? It has never been this packed before. Those who arrived earlier explained, I heard a breathtaking beauty has come, and she is only available for today. What? Just for today? Why? It seems she is merely here for amusement. One of them was uncertain of the specifics, feeling a twinge of irritation. Oh, let us hurry and squeeze in. Otherwise, even a glance will be impossible. The breathtaking beauty they spoke of was presently kneeling on a soft cushion. Her striking red hair styled into a grand, elegant updo adorned with golden rose hairpins. She resembled a blooming rose, captivating the gaze of nearly all men before any performance had even begun. Alas, these men could only admire from afar, none daring to approach. After all, roses have thorns. Behind this beautiful woman stood 3 men who looked intimidating. Yet in truth, no one knew that these 3 men appeared fearsome merely due to their foul mood. Weren't we supposed to be here for enjoyment? Why are we acting as bodyguards for Latin? Bard muttered through clenched teeth. How should I know? Andrew replied, equally vexed. Colin sighed, feeling the stares of those around him, which were far too intense. Although they were not directed at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. He regretted not accompanying Ace to Jolie, or joining Paley to repair the ship, or at the very least, going with the captain to the food street that don't ask. Regretting is all I can do. However, those competing women were undeniably impressive that I can relate. Andrew nodded in agreement. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd as Latin gracefully rose. Stepping onto the stage in his elevated wooden clogs, as he danced, rose petals cascaded to the ground, creating a breathtakingly beautiful spectacle. Latin truly knows how to captivate without uttering a word, Colin remarked. Indeed, as long as he remained silent, Bard added, crossing his arms and eyeing the instruments played by the attendants. Perhaps we should acquire a shamisen. Its sound is quite unique, of course. The choice of instrument depends on you. Musician, Andrew chuckled. I also wish to explore Weno's unique cuisine, as I spoke. The crowd erupted into a frenzy once more. This time, it was not due to the beauty of the dance on stage, but rather because someone was pushing their way in from the back of the crowd. The already packed space was further agitated, prompting some hot-headed individuals to shout out in protest. What's the rush? Don't you understand the concept of first come, first served? Stop shoving. Are you looking for a fight? Why are you stepping on me? Grab him. However, as that person finally squeezed through, the previously fiery tempers dissipated instantly. Lord Yuchian? Why do you look so disheveled? Indeed, it was my first time witnessing this demon king in such a state of disarray. Known colloquially as the Little Demon King, Yuchian had always benefited from having a general for a father, ensuring that no one dared to offend the general is by the age of 6. Kate Yuchian was already frequenting brothels. Therefore, his presence here was not surprising. Rather, it elicited astonishment at the current state of the Little Demon King. The Latin dancers on stage ceased their movements, their sleeves concealing their faces, presenting a facade of fragility. Yuchian gasped for breath, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he shouted anxiously. Is the Black Flame pirate crew here? The soundproofing of the brothel was quite effective, causing Yuchian's voice to reverberate infinitely within the building. Pirate crew? What Black Flame? Have pirates entered here? Panic spread through the crowd, with many timid souls hastily departing, while more remained, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Colin exchanged glances with his 3 companions that he approached Yuchian and inquired, Young man, what brings you to us? Are you with the Black Flame? Yuchian scrutinized him in return, stating, I am an apprentice crew member of the Black Flame pirate crew. Our captain was captured by the Navy, and he sent me to find you. After a long silence, Colin could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Could you repeat that? His brow furrowed deeply, and Bader and the others approached as well. How could the captain possibly be captured by the Navy? What level of Navy officer would that take? A steel bone from Weno. I heard from Gray that the Navy officer was named Zephyr. Yes, with purple hair, Yuchian recalled fervently. I cannot be mistaken. You must believe me. If it is Zephyr, then perhaps we need not fret. Colin mused, stroking his chin. In any case, let us first find Pelly and the others. A pirate ship with an unreliable captain naturally required more dependable crew members. The Black Flame was no exception. Gray was preoccupied with thoughts of playing and eating, while the first mate was focused on repairs. This timber is truly excellent, the shipwright Demon remarked, admiring the high-quality wood with satisfaction. Indeed, this wood rivals that of Adam's tree. We use it to craft torii gates, and the timber used for the general's residence is also sourced from it. The young man selling the timber boasted, slapping his chest in pride. Adam's tree, known for its unparalleled resilience, stands firm regardless of the brutality of war. Ships constructed from Adam wood are equally robust and durable. However, due to its rarity, it fetches astronomical prices on the black market. Rivaling Adam's tree? Haha, Demon chuckled non-committally. We'll take all of it. All of it? The young man was taken aback. He had intended to sell his timber, but he never anticipated that these strangers would want to purchase everything. Yes, rest assured, we will pay, Pelly stated, tossing a pile of gold and silver towards him. This should suffice, right? Ah, yes, it can be done. The young man, clutching the pile of precious items, appeared somewhat flustered, mumbling, actually, it seems to be more than enough. There's no need for change. It's unnecessary. Pelly waved his hand dismissively. We will also need to borrow your space and tools, if that's all right. Of course, this was a carpenter's yard not far from their landing site. They had noticed its large scale and the sign indicating timber for sale, prompting several eager adults keen on repairing their ship to remain there. Naturally, Abel and Alder were somewhat coerced. They had initially desired to indulge in the brothel. Yet the ship remained stored in their space. Alder extended his hand, and a medium-sized, two-masted sailing vessel materialized out of thin air. The young man was startled, retreating several steps, and upon seeing the black flag hanging from a ship, he asked in disbelief, "Are you pirates? What? Are you scared?" Alder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, grinning. The young man nodded, then shook his head, saying, "It's all right. You all seem quite amicable, and you've paid. Rest assured. We will leave once the ship is repaired," Pelly assured him. The young man hesitated slightly, observing the damage to the vessel, and said, "I have been working as a carpenter since childhood. I can help you repair the ship." "You actually want to help pirates repair their ship?" Abel exclaimed in surprise. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, and just moments ago, he had been trembling in fear. How could someone manage such a large carpentry business yet seem to lack customers? Was this the reason he dared to accept a pirate's money? "My father once taught me that a craftsman must possess skill, but a true artisan must have heart, which knows not good or evil. No matter who it is, if a broken item is placed before me, I must restore it. What determination, young man!" Demon burst into hearty laughter, the two brothers embracing the young man's shoulders jovially. "Well said. What is your name? I would love to meet your father." The young man forced a smile, saying, "My name is SHZ. My father passed away recently." "Oh, I see," Demon said, his expression falling. "But fear not. I studied diligently and can produce excellent carpentry work. Then we shall entrust the task to you. We wish to repair the ship as soon as possible." Pelly clapped SHZ on the shoulder. Such matters of life and death need not be elaborated upon. SHZ was a commendable individual, though his carpentry experience had primarily involved building houses, and he had no knowledge of ship repairs. However, he could immediately identify and locate any tools that Demon desired. "I'm wondering if we should also make that." Demon raised an eyebrow at Pelly. The latter immediately grasped the implication, a smile gracing his lips. "Sure, let us make 2 of those." "Oh, and what about fishing rods?" Although the captain may have already forgotten about them. Leave it to SHZ. He will certainly manage it," Demon remarked, a nail clenched between his teeth. Not bothering to look back, Pelly detailed his request for the fishing rods to SHZ, who nodded affirmatively. "Leave it to me. Should I make them for Ace and the captain?" Abel looked at Pelly with pleading eyes. "I want one too." Pelly smiled at him, dream on. Alder scoffed, saying insincerely, I don't want one anyway. Pelly shot him a dismissive glance and turned to SHZ. SHZ, just make 13. Alder no longer wants one. No, no, no. I want one. Alder quickly surrendered, waving his hands in defeat, admitting his mistake to Pelly. Hey, Kitsuzo! As the sound drew closer, everyone at the carpenter's yard turned to look. They saw a youthful boy, swords hanging at his waist, running merrily towards them. Being just a child, Pelly and the others paid little heed, but the fact that 4 familiar companions followed closely behind the child caused them to pause in surprise. Yuqian, Kitsuzo, likely having a close relationship with the boy named Yuqian, exclaimed in delight. What brings you here? I have wonderful news, Kitsuzo. Yuqian, bubbling with excitement, enveloped Kitsuzo in a bear hug. I'm setting sail. I'm finally setting sail. You're going to sea again? Kitsuzo's reaction was rather muted, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Didn't you just get injured from your last voyage? This time is different. I've found pirates who can take me to sea. Yuqian beamed, pointing at Pelly and the others, that I'm already their apprentice crew member. However, Kitsuzo struggled to process such overwhelming information. What does this have to do with Yuqian? ISNT, this ship's still under repair. How did he get involved? Not just him, but Pelly and the others were equally perplexed. What was this little brat rambling about? When did they agree to take him on a voyage? In a dream. Perhaps that is how it is. This child will sail with us. Colin succinctly summarized the situation in a way. Pelly trembled as he pulled out a cigarette. He-s just a child. We are pirates. Who will care for a kid if a battle breaks out? But that's the captain's decision, Colin replied with a smile. After several failed attempts to ignite his lighter, Pelly sighed in resignation. Fine, let him join. Once he acquiesced, the lighter worked just fine. And this child's name is Kazuki Yuqian. Colin remarked, glancing at Yuqian, who was animatedly recounting his first encounter with Gray to Kitsuzo. Kazuki? Pelly's reaction mirrored that of Colin and the others. Truly, how could a child from the ruling family of Weno be so easily taken? But if the child is willing, then it becomes quite easy. Sighing, he added, well, let us wait until the ship is repaired before we rescue anyone. Will we have enough time? We will. The unloading of sea stone takes a considerable amount of time. Especially for such delicate products. 9 Mile is a paradise for criminals. Anyone who enters 9 Mile can engage in wrongdoing. Even a Weno general is powerless against it, aside from the truly impoverished, who can barely survive. It's filled with ruthless criminals forming gangs. This is what people often refer to as an ungovernable area. Ace once found himself in 9 Mile Espenbura village, unconscious, only to be tied up by the villagers and have his food stolen. For any pirate, it is a disgraceful experience. Yet, looking at the emaciated villagers, especially the children among them, Ace found it impossible to be angry. He didn't want to break free while those people happily ate. Despite the ropes binding him being easily burned away, he chose to remain restrained. Indeed, every nation has areas that are beyond their control. Guiley gazed at the desolate 9 Mile, reflecting on it. Woof woof. Tang Tang sniffed at the exposed animal bones on the ground, yet made no move to eat the ship as provisions. It feasted on better food than the people of 9 Mile. This is the reality. In this world, strength represents all that is good, while the weak are forced to endure suffering. Ace, where do you want to go? Doughton looked down at Ace. I want to visit Benbura village. They taught me how we've straw hats. Ace replied, looking up with a grin. Yes, that's so. Doughton chuckled, somewhat surprised. Fire easily ignites dry grass. Right? I've burned it several times, but I ultimately succeeded. That's impressive. If it were the captain, he would undoubtedly lose interest in 3 minutes. He might even say. The previously silent Charles finally spoke up. What a piece of junk. I'm done with this. I want to play something else. Exactly. Doughton laughed heartily. The group continued walking, their spirits high. However, at that moment, a cloud of dust and debris engulfed the path ahead, with several indistinct shadows riding some creatures through the haze. They don't come with good intentions. Ace's smile faded, his expression darkened. They're finally here. Otherwise, this ungovernable area would be too dull. Doughton's fists collided, his arm muscles taut with tension. Several shadows halted a short distance away, and as the dust settled, they revealed a dozen armed individuals riding green crocodiles, with a wave of their leader's hand. The others expertly surrounded the group. Haha, our 9 mountain bandits Haven T had a good haul in ages. The leader, with a grotesque grin, carried a still-moving sack over his shoulder. Boss, today is indeed our lucky day. One of his companions licked the blade of his weapon, his eyes gleaming with greed. The attire of these individuals was peculiar, yet they carried numerous bags, perhaps filled with gold and silver. Huh, you're right. Doughton readily opened his backpack and tossed it onto the ground, revealing a bounty of gold and silver. The bandits' eyes widened, their breath quickening as they fixated on the treasure. They had considered the possibility of their targets being wealthy, but never anticipated such riches. Kill them, the leader, disregarding the writhing sack, tossed it aside and charged at Doughton with his weapon drawn. The sack burst open, and a child with a pink, explosive hairstyle, bound hand and foot with cloth stuffed in his mouth, emerged. His eyes widened. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he knew it was the perfect moment to escape. Yet, the bindings were too tight. He couldn't muster any strength. He needed to be faster. He had to flee while the enemies were distracted by the fight. Frantically, he searched for something sharp among the bindings, and finally found a comparatively sharp stone. Desperately, he rubbed it against the ropes, as well as his tender palms and wrists. Don't move. The voice of a man from above froze him in place. As shadows enveloped him completely, the man crouched down. The child tightly shut his eyes, unsure of what awaited him. However, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, the bindings around his wrists and ankles loosened, and the cloth in his mouth was removed. Then the shadow above him rose, and footsteps signaled a departure. Confused, he blinked and got up to look at the battlefield, where the notorious 9 mountain bandits lay scattered, their fates uncertain, and the crocodiles they rode emitting thick plumes of smoke. The child opened his mouth, astonished that the tyrannical 9 mountain bandits had been so effortlessly defeated. Were these people here to rescue 9 Mile? He stared blankly at their retreating figures, who had already distanced themselves, laughing and chatting as if they hadn't just been through a battle. Hey, for reasons unknown, he felt compelled to stop them, so he sprinted barefoot across the rugged terrain towards them. Ace and the others clearly heard the child's voice and, puzzled, paused to look at him. Ace asked, "Is there something you need? Are you here to rescue 9 Mile?" The child with the pink explosion hair asked hopefully. "Rescue?" The group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ace bent down and patted the child's head, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Ashura boy," the child replied. "All right, Ashura." Ace smiled. You wish for 9 Mile to become a better place?" "Of course," Ashura boy nodded vigorously. "Although it's terrible here, I want my friends to have enough to eat." He only wanted to ensure they were well fed. Initially, he planned to steal food from the 9 mountain bandits. Just a little bit. He was quick and strong, so he could surely escape before being discovered. But his idealistic thoughts quickly turned to disappointment as he was captured and about to be taken to the mountains. "Then you shall be the one to save it. Save this chaotic region," Ace said, placing a reassuring hand on Ashura boy's shoulder. "We are merely passers-by here. The true saviors of 9 Mile can only be its people." After sharing some words that Ashura boy barely understood, Ace removed his backpack and handed it to him with a smile. "Here, take this. Consider it a pre-celebration for 9 Mile's future prosperity." The Ashura boy was momentarily weighed down by the heavy backpack, its contents a mystery to him that he wished to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words. Standing there, he watched as Ace and the others departed. Could he truly save Julie? Upon opening the backpack, the Ashura boy was dazzled by the substantial amount of gold and silver within, prompting an instinctive reaction to secure the bag tightly. His heart began to tumultuously question, "Can I genuinely rescue Julie?" He shouted towards Ace and the others. Ace raised his arm and waved, responding, "Didn't you say you have friends? If you can't do it alone, then rely on your companions. Don't let the specter of failure deter you before you even begin." Ace, that sounds incredibly cool. Tootin elbowed Ace playfully, bursting into laughter. "Did you just give all your pocket money to that kid?" Don asked. "Well, it has to be spent anyway," Ace replied, ruffling his glossy black hair, revealing a carefree smile. "Honestly, you little rascal." Tootin chuckled heartily, pressing Ace's head down playfully. "And no wonder the captain likes you. You're just our type." Gray showed no inclination to flee, perhaps due to his unwavering trust in his comrades, or perhaps simply a testament to his carefree nature. As he followed Zephyr, he frequently poked his head around, unabashedly requesting Zephyr to buy him food. Zephyr, don't buy him anything. That's your own money, and no one else reimbursing you. Just as Zephyr reached for his wallet, a naval officer, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, stepped forward to halt Zephyr's actions. Gray hummed the tune of Binksake, his expression one of indifference. Zephyr glanced at the officer obstructing him and immediately recognized that it was Isley, a private who had graduated from naval school just 2 years prior. He remembered her as the girl he had once rescued from a gang of bullies in his youth. Whenever they crossed paths, she would greet him warmly, and over time, he had grown accustomed to responding in kind. Yet, this was merely a courteous exchange. The act of saving her in their youth had not lingered in Zephyr's mind. For a man consumed with the ambition of becoming a hero, everything else was merely a passing scenery. Whether good or bad, it hardly registered with him. However, Isley's feelings were quite different. From the moment Zephyr had saved her, she had vowed to follow in his footsteps. Joining the Navy was merely one of her proofs. This sentiment might be love, or perhaps it was simply the innocent admiration of a girl, a pure emotion untainted by ulterior motives, which had propelled Isley through the rigorous training and assessments of naval school despite her frail constitution. Yet, Isley could no longer tolerate the pirates' relentless advances and mustered the courage to interrupt Zephyr's actions. The Navy's salary was meager, and if all of it was squandered on such frivolities, what would become of Zephyr's usual expenses? After a moment of silence, Zephyr looked at the indifferent Gray and decided to pull out his wallet to buy the food anyway. Had he overstepped? Isley felt her face grow warm with embarrassment, quickly lowering her gaze. She didn't want Zephyr to witness her mortification. Suddenly, a hand, sun-kissed and with prominent knuckles, extended towards her, holding a sweet and delightful dango. "Isley, would you like one?" Zephyr inquired. Isley stared at the dango in a daze before looking back at Zephyr, her cheeks slightly flushed and her eyes sparkling. Zephyr felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and softly remarked, "I heard that girls enjoy sweet treats." Gray, mid-bite of his own dango, hesitated, unsure if he should swallow it. "Huh, what does that mean? Does a handsome boy like me not get to enjoy sweets?" Sensing the peculiar atmosphere between the two, Gray decided to let it slide for the moment. Isley chuckled softly, nodding in gratitude as she accepted the dango from Zephyr's hand, affirming, "Yes, girls do love sweets." She took a gentle bite of the glutinous rice dumpling, savoring its sweetness and chewiness. In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of sweets, but since it was offered by Zephyr, it tasted exquisite. Zephyr didn't buy one for himself. Noticing this, Isley quickly retrieved her own money. Apologizing, "This is for the dango. I'm sorry for asking you not to buy anything, and then I ended up eating your food, and no need for that." Zephyr shook his head. "I understand your good intentions." After saying this, he disregarded Isley and simply turned to pull Gray along with him. Gray stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his composure, bluntly telling Zephyr, "She likes you." They walked briskly, and Isley, feeling a burgeoning affection, hesitated to keep pace, ensuring that no one overheard their conversation. Zephyr frowned. "Don't say baseless things. Teach, liking someone is liking someone. What is wrong with that?" Gray shrugged, pouting, "Don't you like her? That's not your concern." Zephyr didn't immediately refute the assertion, which spoke volumes. Gray scoffed, muttering, "I don't get you. You should learn from Carp. His son is already 3. Zephyr remained silent for a moment before responding, "I am not the same as him. Carp has no ambition that I join the Navy to become a hero, and until I achieve that goal, I want to entertain other matters." Gray struggled to comprehend Zephyr's rigid mindset, believing love and ambition could coexist. "Yes, they don't conflict," Zephyr conceded, "but I know myself well. Until I achieve the results I desire, I want to invest my emotions elsewhere." This, he felt, was unfair to Isley, regardless of the nature of the emotion. A one-sided infatuation could not endure. Zephyr was a man of serious intent, one who thought long-term. When he truly loved someone, it was with the intention of a lifetime commitment. Gray pondered for a moment and then chuckled. "You read quite rational, Zephyr, but," he spoke in a casual, relaxed tone, almost nonchalantly, "sometimes it's okay not to be so rational. You seem quite experienced." Zephyr neither confirmed nor denied, merely responding, "Teach, of course." Gray puffed up with pride. The noble ladies who keep my bounty posters are lined up from Steelbone's office all the way to Upside Down Mountain. That admiral might just leave naval headquarters to capture you." Imagining that scenario, Zephyr joked, "After locking you up and impelled down, he'd probably ask you from behind bars what type of noble lady you fancy." Huh, that sounds like something he would do. But how could a dove from the church kiss a crow from the fields? Gray laughed heartily. "I'm a pirate. My thoughts and aspirations are all about the sea." This bold Captain Gray, when brought before Hebrew by Zephyr, maintained his proud and defiant demeanor. Zephyr, perceptive enough, refrained from interrupting their reunion and quietly exited the room. "It's been a long time." Black Flame Gray, Hebrew greeted with a warm smile. Seated in the general's office, Gray, shackled in sea-stone cuffs, sat cross-legged opposite him. Returning the smile, "It's been a while, Uncle Hebrew. I'm surprised you still remember me." Hebrew slowly rose, stretching his wrists, as Gray followed suit with his gaze. His smile faltered, a foreboding sensation creeping in. Soon enough, his premonition was validated as Hebrew, without warning, swung a punch towards his face. Although Gray was bound by sea-stone, its purity was not exceedingly high. He was merely unable to summon his black flames. Leaving him physically weakened, he dodged the punch just in time, the wind from the strike tousling his hair. That was close. Gray exhaled in relief. Acutely aware of the impending danger, he certainly wouldn't remain seated. Especially as Hebrew's next punch crashed down onto the tatama mat where he had just been sitting. Witnessing the tatama shatter into pieces, Gray couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle Hebrew, are you serious?" "Did I ever joke with you?" Hebrew lifted his fist again. "Stop pretending. Those cuffs only restrict your black flames, but shouldn't incapacitate you entirely. However, I find myself utterly exhausted," Gray said with a bitter smile. He truly regretted his decision that in fact, when he was captured by Zephyr, he could have easily evaded him, but he chose not to because that child seemed rather interesting. Although he lacked strength, Gray was still capable of fleeing. He deftly dodged the attacks from Hebrew, who didn't genuinely intend to harm him. Thus, in the back-and-forth exchange, Gray emerged relatively unscathed. Unfortunately, the reception room, on the other hand, bore the brunt of the chaos. "Are you certain you heard correctly? That captured pirate wishes to take Odin to sea?" Keizuki Kiyaki inquired briskly as he made his way toward the reception room, glancing at the attendant beside him. The attendant nodded, affirming the truth of the claim. Indeed, this pirate stated that if Lord Odin were to find his pirate companions, he would take him to sea. When Gray was apprehended, a crowd had gathered. And since Odin was a well-known figure in the flower capital, the news spread rapidly. A captured pirate wanting to take Keizuki Odin to sea was a grave offense, tantamount to luring the heir of the general into peril. The more Keizuki Kiyaki pondered, the more anxious he became, ultimately raising his foot to kick the door of the reception room. The paper-sliding door collapsed under the force, revealing a reception room in a state of severe disarray before the general. What is happening?" The attendant gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the scene. Keizuki Kiyaki, though maintaining a semblance of composure, was seething with rage. "Hebrew, what is the meaning of this?" He directed his gaze at Hebrew, who was gripping a man's collar, his fist raised as if ready to strike. This the pirate. "Hand him over to me." Hebrew released Gray's collar, looking perplexed. "Why should we hand over a pirate we've captured to you? He has lured my son to sea. Is that not a serious crime?" Keizuki Kiyaki pointed an accusatory finger at Gray, whose expression was one of confusion and grievance. "What the hell? Aren't you here to rescue me?" "Old man, rescue you? I am here to cast you into the depths of despair." Kiyaki assumed a fierce demeanor. Hebrew furrowed his brow and glanced at Gray. "You have abducted his son. How could that be?" Gray protested, feeling unjustly accused. "I don't even know them. Why would I abduct his son to sea?" Hebrew considered this. He had seen Kiyaki's son, who was very young, and even Gray, no matter how foolish, would not take a child aboard his ship. Moreover, he had kicked that child away, making it improbable for them to coincidentally cross paths again. "Did you hear that, General Keizuki?" Hebrew stated. "He does not even know your son, Keizuki Kiyaki." Seeing the certainty in both Hebrew and Gray, began to waver in his own conviction, he bit his lip and turned to the attendant who had informed him of the situation. The attendant stood tall, affirming, "Every word I have spoken is true. This pirate indeed wishes to take Lord Odin to sea." Odin. Gray tilted his head, the name sounding vaguely familiar. He closed his eyes, trying to recall the details. As the memories grew clearer, a cold sweat trickled down his back, and he pressed his lips tightly together, fearful of revealing any hint of knowledge. Yet, not everyone possesses the talent for deception, and for someone like Gray, who could not hide his thoughts, his anxiousness rendered his acting abilities virtually non-existent. In an instant, Gray's sudden compliance caught the attention of both Hebra and Keizuki Kiaki. Anyone with eyes could perceive his abnormal behavior. "Indeed, it must be you." Keizuki Kiaki stormed towards Gray. The latter shamefully hid behind the naval officers, retorting, "You should first tell me your son's name. I do not even know you." Keizuki Odin. Keizuki Kiaki seethed. "You must know him. He is merely 7 years old, and you dared deceive him into becoming a pirate." "I did not deceive him," Gray retorted defiantly. "I invited him." And he agreed. So now Keizuki Odin is a member of the Black Flame Pirates. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a heavy blow to the head. Clutching his head in pain, he crouched down, muttering, "How infuriating!" Hebra retracted his fist, stepping forward to block the enraged Keizuki Kiaki. "I have grasped the situation. This pirate will be dealt with by the Navy. That is unacceptable." Kiaki disagreed vehemently, fully aware of his son's nature. Though reckless, he was a boy of his word. If this pirate truly intended to take Odin to find his companions, Odin would undoubtedly go along. That would be far too dangerous. If those pirates learned that Odin was the heir of the Weno country's general, they might use him as leverage against Weno, leading to disastrous consequences. Therefore, this pirate must be kept under the control of Weno. Hebra and Kiaki locked eyes, neither willing to concede. Gray, acting as the catalyst, fanned the flames, remarking, "That kid was quite amusing, huh? He fell from the sky like a meteor and wanted to set sail with me." "Hebra, you cannot shirk responsibility. Had you not kicked Odin away, you would not have been deceived." Keizuki Kiaki directed his ire towards Hebra. The latter raised an eyebrow. "I inquired before taking action. This was something you consented to as well." "Even so, what an extraordinary coincidence it was for my son to end up before this pirate. Could it be some scheme of your world government? Not yet willing to give up on Weno? Huh, I understand not what you speak of. We in the Navy are merely here to escort the sea stone, and the relationship between Weno and the world government is of no concern to us." The two continued their heated argument, leaving Gray with a throbbing headache as he stood and began to wander about. His gaze swept across the damaged walls and objects, finally settling on a particular emblem. It bore the likeness of the divine bird Yatagarasu. Gray stared at it for several seconds, suddenly recalling a similar emblem he had seen in Zo. Furthermore, the family reputed to comprehend the true history was the Keizuki clan. Enlightenment dawned upon him as he clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "I've remembered." Hebra and Keizuki Kiaki halted their quarrel, both turning to him. Hebra inquired, "What have you remembered?" Gray's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "I want a flamboyant female ninja as a crew member." "What?" Hebra's eyes widened, immediately dismissing the idea without a second thought. "Absolutely not. Absolutely not." Keizuki Kiaki echoed, though he was unsure why he felt compelled to deny it. In any case, no one from Weno could possibly sail with this pirate. Why not? Gray's expression fell. Hebra had initially intended to say that he was still a child, for in his memory, this lad seemed never to have grown up. He and Steelbone had been contemporaries, their houses adjacent to one another. Steelbone had once found a 7-year-old child suffering from amnesia during a mission and decided to adopt him. A story that quickly spread throughout the entire Navy to a single man, unable to care for himself, decided to look after an amnesiac child, especially since Steelbone was frequently away. The outcome was predictable. Hebra often returned home late. As a bachelor like Steelbone, his home was cold and empty, far less vibrant than the naval headquarters point one evening. He needed to retrieve something forgotten at home, and he vividly recalled the scene. The sunset casting everything in hues of orange. The streets were deserted, a curious sight during dinner time. Likely only a single man like him would be out and about. He had to return to the naval headquarters and intended to resolve his dinner issues in the cafeteria there. As he glanced toward his own home, he inadvertently spotted a child's silhouette. The child sat cross-legged at Steelbone's doorstep, staring down at something, seemingly lost in thought. Was this the child Steelbone had adopted? Hebrew wondered, why was he still sitting there? Approaching, he knelt in front of the child and gently asked, "What are you doing?" The black-haired child glanced up at him, his eyes dark and clear, even more so than those of children his age. He had lost his memory and could recall nothing. Hebrew recalled the mixed feelings of his colleagues, their relief and lamentation. Steelbone's mission had been to rescue an island besieged by pirates. But upon arrival, only ruins and the corpses of the island's inhabitants remained on that island. This fortunate child was the sole survivor, and Steelbone had brought him back. Perhaps, for this child, amnesia was the best possible outcome. Hebrew felt a swell of compassion. The child, unafraid, answered brightly, "I am waiting for someone." "Waiting for whom?" Hebrew asked. "That guy went on a mission. He wants to be back for another week." Hebrew gently inquired, "Did he not tell you?" The child nodded and then shook his head, stating, "He did tell me, which is why I am not waiting for him." "Then who are you waiting for?" "I am waiting for you." The child's unexpected declaration left Hebrew momentarily speechless. "Waiting for me? For what purpose?" "He did not leave me any money, so I'm waiting for a generous fool to take me out for a meal." The child stood up nonchalantly, brushed the dust off his backside, and extended his hand towards Hebrew, saying, "I am hungry. Let us go eat." "Generous fool?" Hebrew chuckled in disbelief, suspecting that this might be some lesson taught by the scoundrel Steelbone, who had proven to be unreliable for quite some time. Hebrew found it difficult to remain indifferent towards a child, especially one whose hand trembled slightly despite his seemingly confident demeanor. The growl of hunger emanating from the child was unmistakable. "Tell me honestly, how many days has it been since you last ate?" Hebrew grasped the child's hand, recalling that Steelbone had been away on a mission for over 3 days. The child pondered for a moment and shrugged. "Who knows? I'm just hungry anyway." Sigh. There must have been numerous generous fools passing by these days. Why not seek them out? Hebrew led the child back to his home. The child, feeling at ease, plopped down on the sofa, swinging his legs and reaching for the fruit laid out on the table. Munching while he spoke, "They all have children. I refuse to compete with other kids for food." His logic was unassailable. "I have observed you several times. You return home very late each day. You are unlike anyone else, which makes you similar to Kong. Both of you are alone." Hebrew couldn't fathom why. Despite the truth of the matter, hearing it from the child's lips made him feel rather pitiful. Why must a generous fool choose to be alone? He glanced at the empty refrigerator and decided to take the child to the cafeteria at headquarters for a meal. "How foolish of you! For instance, if there's a cake, and it is to be shared between 2 children, I would only get half. But if I share it with you, the entire cake would be mine." "Why, do you not deserve half a cake?" Hebrew questioned, perplexed. "How old are you, that you would compete with a child for food?" The child frowned but quickly relaxed. "By the way, my name is Gray Gregory D. Gray." He recalled only his name. Looking back, Hebrew perhaps had an inkling from the moment he first encountered this child named Gray that he might be more suited to the life of a pirate. The Navy would share the cake among many, but pirates always yearned to devour it all for themselves. The sounds of hammering and sawing echoed through the carpentry yard, where Demon, as the shipwright, showcased exceptional skill, especially with the assistance of Sheng Zhao. The latter had even imparted some construction techniques unique to Weno country. "Odin, can you understand these characters?" Paley unfurled the papers they had taken rubbings of, displaying the historical texts on the ground for Odin to examine closely. Odin glanced at them and froze. He recognized the characters on the paper, having been forced to learn their reading and meanings under the insistence of Sukiyaki. "Have you been to the underground of the Shogun's mansion?" Kazuki Odin expressed surprise, but quickly dismissed it, realizing it had a different connotation. "What do you mean?" Paley immediately sensed something amiss, exchanging glances with Colin, and asked, "Are you saying you have seen something identical to this?" "A red stone." "So, you do recognize these characters?" Colin inquired. "Yes, I have studied them." Kazuki Odin nodded vigorously, a peculiar sense of pride swelling within him. He had been of assistance, aiding these pirates. Thus, he was no longer an inconsequential presence aboard the ship. "Well done, lad," Alder exclaimed, heartily patting Kazuki Odin on the back. "What is written here means, Kazuki Odin's face flushed with excitement as he was about to continue when others interrupted him in a flurry. Alder covered his mouth while Paley quickly tucked away the rubbings from the ground. Odin blinked in confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. Colin laughed. Wait until the captain is here, then you can tell us what it means. If the captain finds out we deciphered the historical text without him, he will surely throw a fit. Alder shook his head vigorously. No. Such an important matter should be discussed only when everyone is present. Colin patted Odin on the head. Odin, you agree, right? I understand. Kazuki Odin nodded earnestly, his eyes shining. This was what it meant to have companions. Haha. Indeed, that is what companions are for. Demon laughed heartily. Sharing in fortune and bearing difficulties together. Hey everyone, we are back. Ah, you remember to come back. Did you encounter anything fun? What fun is there in Curry? The ship is nearly repaired. 5 more individuals entered the carpentry yard, amplifying the already light-hearted atmosphere into one of exuberant festivity. Anyone who glanced at them would inevitably envy the bonds shared amongst these individuals as they exchanged laughter, recounting their experiences and amusing anecdotes. There was no one who did not relish such an ambience. Ace, come take a look. Demon approached an object covered with a white cloth, beaming as he unveiled it. Beneath the covering lay 2 long and narrow boats, one orange and the other black, equipped with specially crafted flame-boosted propellers. Did you not mention that you used to sail on these across the seas? We just happen to have some extra wood. Demon grinned. You and the captain can each have one. Ace was taken aback. He had never anticipated that sharing mere stories would result in Demon and the others genuinely remembering and crafting these vessels. This was the first gift he received since arriving in this world, and the one that made him feel truly integrated into this world and this pirate crew. You're not crying, are you? Call the transponder, Snail. Quick! Take a photo to show the captain. It should not be shown to the captain. It should be hung before Ace's door, so he sees it every day. I'm not crying. Ace pondered the image, finding it utterly dreadful. He certainly did not wish for Gray to witness his embarrassing photograph. That fellow would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly, nor did he want it displayed at his door. That spot was reserved for his future bounty poster. Odin, observing the 5 unfamiliar faces, ran up without hesitation. Introducing himself, I am Kazuki Odin, a newly joined apprentice member of the pirate crew. Ace and the others were momentarily stunned. Initially thinking Kazuki Odin was merely a child from the carpentry yard, only to be surprised by his sudden declaration. Galley glanced at Paley, who nodded in affirmation of the truth of the matter. Ace leaned down, scrutinizing Kazuki Odin, gazing at the boy's delicate features and slanted eyes in disbelief. This is Kazuki Odin? The very individual he had longed to meet, the former 2nd Division commander, the only brother acknowledged by Whitebeard. The significant figure who had accompanied Roger in deciphering the historical texts and ultimately reached the final island. Odin felt uneasy under their scrutiny, but endeavored to adopt a more mature and composed expression, standing tall to leave a good impression on everyone. Ace, do not frighten him. Taldon had a fondness for children, a whale shark fishman. His large stature often intimidated young ones. However, many children would run away. Terrified by his appearance, Kazuki Odin was not the type to be frightened. He simply felt nervous. Taldon's friendly demeanor made him feel welcomed. Thus, Odin beamed at Taldon, exclaiming, Are you human? Why do you look like that? I am a fishman. Taldon pointed to himself. The sea is my domain. Do not be fooled by their formidable appearances. Should they fall into the water, they would all rely on me to fish them out. Why? Do they not know how to swim? Odin inquired, puzzled. They're all devil fruit users. If they fall into the sea, they lose their strength. Then, is it not crucial to have someone who can swim? It would be quite dangerous if they all fell into the water. Odin felt a surge of excitement. Thumping his chest, I can swim. I can help save them, based on his numerous experiences of falling into the sea. His words were devoid of any hint of trepidation. Teuton initially regarded Yudian as a mere child, never considering that he could contribute anything aboard the ship. However, when Yudian mentioned it, he suddenly became quite animated. Indeed, with an additional crew member who could swim, wouldn't his workload be significantly alleviated? Yudian, you must refrain from consuming any devil fruits, for they are nothing but vile fruits. Teuton exclaimed excitedly, wrapping his arms around Eugene, though his size rendered the embrace more akin to a grasp. Upon uttering these words, the others felt as though they had been struck in the knees. What vile fruits! It made it sound as though they had consumed something rotten. Wait, the sin of decay. Consuming a devil fruit indeed resembles the taste of spoiled fruit, the kind that is thoroughly rotten. Akin to charred excrement, EW. Several individuals covered their mouths, suddenly recalling the sensation of eating a devil fruit. Ace stroked his chin, his mind racing, according to the tales once recounted by Marco and the others. Kazuki Odin was the first aboard the old man's ship, later joining Roger's crew d'assaut. Had history been altered, or had Kazuki Odin indeed once set foot on this vessel, only to decide to keep it a secret for some reason? Both possibilities seemed plausible, yet it mattered little now. Ace realized that from the moment he chose to join this pirate crew, the history he once knew had become irrelevant. What he sought to create was an entirely new narrative. By the way, Paley interjected suddenly, speaking matter-of-factly. The captain has been captured by the Marines. Huh. Ace's grand ambitions were abruptly interrupted by Paley's words, leaving him momentarily stunned. Gray was captured? Who could possibly capture him? Weren't Garp and Sengoku dispatched to the front lines? Teuton suddenly recalled someone. Could it be Zephyr? Few in the world could capture Gray, and once he engaged in battle, the commotion was bound to be monumental. Such an unnoticed capture, apart from those Marines known to Gray, seemed implausible. Congratulations. You got it right. Alder clapped. It is Zephyr. Then we must hasten to rescue him. Ace had heard of Zephyr's reputation, but by that time, Zephyr had already retired, so his understanding of the black-armed Zephyr was limited to hearsay. As a former admiral, he was certainly not an adversary to be trifled with. Ace, remain calm. Gary patted Ace's shoulder. If it's just Zephyr, we should be fine. Indeed, but I still believe it would be best to seek him out sooner rather than later. Ace was different from the others. He had joined Midway and was unaware of the connection between Zephyr and Gray. He could not envision the future admiral purchasing food for Gray or the scenario of pirates and Marines sharing a meal and discussing life together. Thus, he too had room for growth. The captain is currently at the general's residence in the Flower City, and the second piece of historical text we seek is in the underground of the general's residence. Paley's thoughts raced as he devised a plan for their next course of action. I can take you to the general's residence, Eugene volunteered, feeling no sense of wrongdoing in selling out his father, as he was quite familiar with the place. The others felt as though they had overlooked something, and it was only after Eugene's remark that they realized the Kazuki clan was indeed part of the royal family of Weno. Therefore, this young lad, Paley lit a cigarette and inquired of Eugene, "What is your relation to Kazuki Sukiyaki of Weno?" "It is my father," Kazuki Eugene replied earnestly that a collective gasp filled the air. Kazuki Sukiyaki was the ruler of Weno, which meant that Kazuki Eugene was the next heir to the throne. Had they inadvertently abducted a member of royalty? Although Gray had been captured by the Marines, he had not lost his connection to Weno. Under the watchful eye of Hebra, as long as he carried Seastone, he could be escorted by Zephyr to any location in the Flower City. "Your companions have not come to rescue you. Are you not feeling restless?" Zephyr remarked unexpectedly. "When have I ever been at ease?" Gray replied, unperturbed, guiding Zephyr through the general's residence, seemingly with a specific destination in mind. Moving swiftly without regard for direction. Sensing something amiss, Zephyr furrowed his brow and asked, "Where are you headed?" Gray signaled for silence, lowering his voice. "Something is drawing my attention. Let us go have a look." "No." Zephyr grasped Gray's shoulder. "This is the general's residence of Weno. Even if something attracts you, it belongs to them. I never said I intended to take anything. I merely wished to observe," Gray lamented, pitifully clutching his cheeks. Complaining, "Look at my dark circles. This has deprived me of sleep at night." His eyes bore no trace of dark circles, and he fell asleep instantly, revealing no signs of anxiety for being captured by the Marines. If Gray were to claim he had trouble sleeping, it would imply that no one in the world had ever slept, and O means no. Zephyr was resolute. He could provide Gray with whatever he desired. But this was non-negotiable. Even merely looking would require the general's consent. The rigid-minded Zephyr dragged the despondent Gray away, calculating how he might evade Zephyr and the others to discover the source of that noise disturbing his slumber. After much contemplation, an idea sparked in Gray's mind, and he turned to Zephyr. "I demand to meet with the general." "Huh." Zephyr frowned, having heard of Kazuki Sukiyaki's disdain for Gray. He shook his head. "That won't do either." "Zephyr." Gray halted, his expression darkening, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I must speak with him." Ultimately, Gray succeeded in securing an opportunity to converse privately with Kazuki Sukiyaki, not because he had become particularly intimidating, but his display of rolling on the ground was simply unbearable. After all, he was once renowned as a genius youth in the Marines, although from the day he severed ties with them. Gray became a taboo subject within the organization, leading newcomers to be unaware that the captain of the Black Flame pirate crew had once served in the Marines. It is often said that distance breeds beauty. However, Gray had shattered the aura surrounding him, prompting Zephyr to wish he could travel back in time to blind himself. The notion of a boy thriving in the sunlight, unique from others, was merely an illusion born from his overwhelming defeat. Hebra found himself at a loss with Gray. He believed that even if the two met, it would be inconsequential, so he acquiesced to Gray's request. Thus, the scene unfolded as Kazuki Sukiyaki stared impassively at the grinning Gray, wishing to deliver a thorough thrashing first. Previously, there had always been individuals shadowing Yudian that on one hand, they feared for his safety, while on the other, they worried about potential threats from others. However, Hebra's kick had sent Yudian flying, and later, upon discovering that the individual conversing with Gray lacked skill, they lost track of him at the brothel and promptly reported to Kazuki Sukiyaki. Therefore, the current bad news was that Kazuki Yudian had vanished without a trace within the Flower City. While the good news was that Kazuki Sukiyaki glanced at Gray, the captain of that pirate crew was in their custody, so there was no immediate cause for concern regarding Yudian's safety. "Uncle, are you staring at me because you like me?" Gray beamed, his hand shackled by sea stone resting on a low table, playing with an ink-soaked brush, leaving several dark splotches on the white paper. Kazuki Sukiyaki, with a furrowed brow, vehemently denied. "Like you? Don't be ridiculous. Had it not been for the Marines, I would have long since chosen a date to execute you." This was also part of his plan, to announce nationwide that a pirate captain would be executed, thereby ensuring his crew could not remain idle. However, the Marines steadfastly refused to consent, leading to a stalemate with the cessation of seastone shipments. Gray raised an eyebrow and suddenly inquired, "Is there any difference between executions in Weno and those elsewhere?" "Huh." Kazuki Sukiyaki was taken aback, momentarily sidetracked by Gray's question, and candidly replied, "Probably no difference. Burning, beheading, and hanging." He suddenly realized, roaring, "Why am I discussing this with you?" Gray chuckled, "Because I am truly intrigued. I couldn't care less about your interest." Kagetsu Sukiyaki crossed his arms and said, "Now, speak your mind. If this concerns my son, there will be no room for negotiation." "Oh, it's not about Odin." Gray grinned widely, scribbling something on a piece of paper while muttering, "The shogunate has ninjas, right? We would like a dazzling female ninja to join our voyage." As he spoke, he pushed the written paper towards Kagetsu Sukiyaki and then placed his brush down with a thud. It took Kagetsu Sukiyaki a considerable time to respond, suppressing the tumultuous waves within him, and articulated each word deliberately. "If you're referring to a female ninja, we indeed possess a captivating one. However, in return, Odin must be returned to us," though he struggled to maintain his composure. His breathing quickened. The pirate captain before him, who had always been so frivolous, now stripped of his smile, emanated a suffocating aura. Yet Kagetsu Sukiyaki noticed the heavy sea prism stone shackles on Gray's wrists. Despite being a devil fruit user, he wore restraints to suppress his power. He suddenly recalled a conversation with his father regarding Weno's isolationist policy. His father, with a weary tone, had explained that Weno once considered connecting with the outside world, but outsiders coveted its gold. Had it not been for Ryuma repelling those greedy invaders, Weno might have perished long ago. After Ryuma's death, Weno had not produced any warriors of such caliber, thus compelling them to remain secluded to protect their land. The mere existence of certain individuals served as a deterrent. Even sitting idly, their presence could instill fear in others. Kagetsu Sukiyaki glanced at the written words on the paper, aware that walls have ears. He was uncertain how this pirate had acquired intelligence regarding the shogunate's historical texts, Yet he dared not act recklessly, for he knew the world government's trepidation concerning the poneglyphs and its desire to incorporate Weno by controlling the Kagetsu family. Who could decipher the ancient texts? The notion of walls having ears indicated that there were listeners outside. Who else could it be but the Marines? The shogunate has ninjas, right? We would like a dazzling female ninja to join our voyage. Upon hearing Gray's words, Hebra opened his eyes and retracted his observation haki. Typically, he would remain vigilant, listening intently until the conversation concluded, but this time was different. Gray was a child he had watched grow up. What parent would harbor suspicion towards their own child? Besides, Gray had matured, and matters of the heart were not his place to meddle in. Zephyr, who had been waiting nearby, immediately inquired when he saw Hebra open his eyes. Hebra, did Gray say anything? No. Go rest, Hebra replied, shaking his head. Noticing Zephyr's sigh of relief, he added with a hint of gravity, Zephyr, given your frequency of missions and your strength, you are now at least on par with Carp and the others. Zephyr's expression darkened. What are you implying? Regarding one of the factors hindering your promotion, do you have no grievances towards Gray? It is not his fault. Zephyr responded, It is the path I chose. He aspired to be a hero, yet wished to avoid the blood of enemies. Thus the outcome was not the fault of others, but rather himself. Go rest. Let that boy Gray handle things on his own. Hebra shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further, though he found Zephyr's perspective rather naive. Such innocence was precisely what the Navy needed. Unfortunately, such individuals were few and far between. Zephyr stepped out, casting a heavy glance down the adjacent corridor, where a flash of cherry blossom pink fabric had darted past the corner. He squinted and stepped in that direction. Observation haki always kept one on guard. Gray shrugged. So, can we go somewhere else to have a proper chat now? As a shogun, surely you have ways to evade the Marines. What do you mean? Kagetsu Shigeaki could no longer decipher the intentions of this young man before him, his apprehension causing his tone to grow more cautious. Before arriving in Weno, we visited Zo, where we encountered the first stone. Gray produced a photograph from his pocket, depicting the treetops of Whale Forest. I've heard Zo has maintained a long-standing friendship with the Kagetsu clan. Zo has already placed its trust in us. So there is no need for you to be so wary. Once Gray resolved to pursue something, his aggression intensified, akin to his black flames, forceful and stifling, but he always believed there was no need to be so domineering. Much like the previous conflict with Ace, which he was fully aware of, yet, once he, as captain, laid the cards on the table, the situation could not be downplayed that IT would inevitably lead to an awkward situation for everyone, making it impossible to accept Ace. Kagetsu Shigeaki gazed at the photograph. In truth, he had never been to Zo, but his father had, returning with a sense of wonder. I wish to know what kind of friendship can endure for centuries. Even the isolationist policies of Weno could not shake such a vow. Point one could not trust outsiders entirely. But Zo was an exception. It was their age-old ally. Shigeaki remained silent for a long while before placing the photograph down and stating, Follow me. There's a place that is absolutely safe. However, the response he received was a low snore. Gray, having waited too long, had fallen asleep. Tisk, Shigeaki frowned, drawing his katana and striking the scabbard against Gray's head. You fool! In such tumultuous times, you dare to sleep? Clang! The scabbard halted just short of Gray's head. Not due to Shigeaki's sudden mercy, but because Gray had awakened and raised his hand to block the blow. The chains of sea prism stone clinked as they were struck, and Gray chuckled, lifting his head with a hint of regret. What a pity. You should have discarded the scabbard before striking. Clearly, the sea prism stone could not be severed by a scabbard. Gray pouted, looking innocently at Shigeaki. By the way, why did you suddenly hit me? Do you wish to kill your son as captain? Your son would never join your pirate crew, Shigeaki replied, retracting his scabbard. To be safe, he had not severed Gray's sea prism stone handcuffs and stood up, saying, Follow me. Naturally, Gray followed suit, not only keeping pace, but also taking the lead. Shigeaki felt increasingly uneasy, as if he had fallen into a trap. Could a pirate be so familiar with the Navy? Was he perhaps a spy for the world government? Uncle, don't overthink it, Gray replied without turning around. I really despise the world government. Do you even realize what you're saying? Shigeaki's throat tightened. Unable to believe his ears, Gray sighed. You and your son are quite deaf. always asking me what I just said. I was merely surprised. Sukiyaki concealed his emotions. As the shogun of Weno, he had become aware of being led by Gray's whims. The other party consistently peers through his thoughts with an unassuming demeanor, even knowing certain secrets safeguarded by the Kagetsu clan, which heightened Sukiyaki's wariness. Gray suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I just remembered. You seem to disallow Odin from setting sail. You just realized that." At the mention of Odin, Sukiyaki's anger surged. He would never allow him to leave Weno. "Huh, don't be like that." Gray laughed. "That kid is eager to set sail. Why do you stop him? He is the sole heir of Weno. How could he possibly become a pirate?" Sukiyaki emphasized the first part of his statement. Kagetsu Odin was the heir to Weno. Despite being unlearned and having accomplished nothing significant, he was merely 7 years old and had ample time for guidance, until he possessed the qualifications to become Weno's heir. Sukiyaki would not relinquish his son. That my son will undoubtedly become the most wise and just ruler of Weno. As he uttered these words, Shoshibao's face bore only resoluteness, devoid of any hesitation. A gust of wind swept through the corridor, carrying with it the distant blush of cherry blossoms, causing his robe to flutter and his words to scatter into the sudden breeze. Petals gently fell upon his eyes, prompting Gray to instinctively close them for a moment, as memories of the words once spoken to him by Steelbone flooded his mind. Gray, with a heart full of sincerity and justice, "You shall become the mightiest of the Navy." Though he had disappointed Steelbone, if given the chance to choose again, he would still don that uniform symbolizing justice. "What's the matter, lad? Have you been moved to tears?" Shoshibao remarked, taken aback by the unusual silence of Gray, mistakenly believing him to be touched. Unexpectedly, Gray burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! What is there to cry about? What worth is there in lamenting a selfish father? Who could possibly be moved by your words? Ha ha ha! Well, what did you say?" Shoshibao retorted, angered by Gray's disregard for his child's feelings. What he truly desired was freedom. Gray halted, lifting his gaze towards the half-moon suspended among the cherry trees. His voice barely above a whisper. "You have never sailed the seas, have you?" Shoshibao fell silent, for indeed he had never ventured out to sea. "Ha ha ha! I can understand now. The Kuanpung and a cage bird are a world apart." Gray slowly raised his hand. In the next moment, an immense force erupted into a whirlwind, obliterating everything in its path, the wooden corridor splintering into fragments. Shoshibao was startled by the sudden turn of events, his hand instinctively grasping his katana. What on earth is happening? Before he could finish his exclamation, a dozen ninjas, clad from head to toe and revealing only their eyes, descended from the high walls and eaves. "Wow, ninjas!" Gray's voice rang out amidst the dust, and Shoshibao suddenly felt the rising heat around him. One ninja was seized by the collar and flung outward, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Gray placed a hand on the nape of his neck, stretching his neck slightly. With the ninja's assistance, the sea prism stone shattered at his feet, granting his hands freedom. It seemed there were no alluring female ninjas among them. The black flames could not illuminate the surroundings. On the contrary, their presence deepened the surrounding darkness. Gray glanced at the wound on his palm, dismissively shaking it off as if the healing was complete. "Thank you all for your assistance. Ha ha ha." The sea prism stone is truly bothersome, but a sense of foreboding gripped Shoshibao. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him, with Gray now free and those ninjas invading the general's residence. They must surely be here to take his life. However, Gray's next words left him frozen in place. "This general and I still have matters to attend to. You may choose another time to assassinate." He nodded to himself, seemingly satisfied with his reasoning. The ninjas offered no response, seemingly resolute in their intent to strike down Shoshibao. If the crew of the pirate ship were present, they would surely shake their heads in frustration. Gray's words left them with no option but to comply. In some respects, this willful pirate captain was rather petty. Perhaps if they left before provoking him, they might salvage their lives. As it happens, I haven't had a proper workout in days. This group of ninjas might be formidable within Weno, but before Gray, their destruction was a mere instant away. Almost simultaneously with the ninja's leap, Gray raised his hand, and black flames devoured the moonlight, rendering everything around them into oblivion. The moonlight once more cascaded to the ground, revealing an empty space where those ninjas, without even a scream, were reduced to dust in the wind along with everything else. Ah! Gray suddenly shouted, startling Sho Shibao, who was left dumbfounded. What's wrong? Ah ha ha! I forgot to leave you a way out. Gray chuckled sheepishly, then added, Uncle, I no longer need you to lead the way. Previously, he had been hindered by handcuffs, which compelled him to drag Sho Shibao along to avoid detection. But now Gray was free to be the way. Uncle, there is something I wish to say. Before fleeing, Gray flashed a bright smile at Sho Shibao. Your son, I shall unceremoniously take him. Ha ha! You scoundrel! I shall never let you off. Sho Shibao trembled with rage, realizing he could not contend with Gray in his current state, and thus stormed off to find his attendants in the Navy. Today marked the annual fireworks festival in the flower capital, ablaze with lights, even more bustling than during the day. The streets were lined with stalls, vendors selling food, and every face radiated joy, cherry blossom viewing by day, and a grand display of fireworks by night. When the vibrant explosions illuminated the sky, signaling the end of today and the promise of tomorrow, perhaps the ninjas chose this moment to strike, anticipating that Sho Shibao would lower his guard amidst the festivities. Yet they had not foreseen Gray's presence. This young man, shackled, was an unforeseen variable in their plans, as they had assumed his bound hands posed no threat. The consequence of their overconfidence would be their utter annihilation. Zephyr, clad in a kimono, appeared somewhat uneasy. Earlier, he had followed the fluttering pink hem and caught hold of the woman during her frantic escape. Why were you eavesdropping? Zephyr furrowed his brow, gripping the woman's arm with considerable force. Clearly not recognizing her at first, merely perceiving her as an intruder. However, when the woman turned to face him, Zephyr was taken aback. Eily, what brings you here? Eily bit her lip, bowing slightly. I apologize. I should not have overheard your conversation with the Vice Admiral. No, it was nothing of great importance, Zephyr replied, releasing his grip as he noticed Eily donned in a distinctive pink kimono of Weno. Are you heading out? He realized he had been somewhat rash. After all, one ought not to be so crude in dealing with a woman. Yes, I heard today is the fireworks festival in the flower capital, so my friends and I are going out to enjoy it. Eily smiled. I was hoping to ask the Vice Admiral for leave. I will mention it to him. There is not much going on these days, so thank you for your efforts, Zephyr nodded, preparing to turn away. Hey, Eily called out, gathering her courage to invite him. Zephyr, would you like to join us? No, I have matters to attend to, Zephyr politely declined. Eily had anticipated this response, feeling disappointed, yet merely nodding in acknowledgement. What are you two doing here? At that moment, a sliding door was opened, and several Navy personnel stepped out, their expressions shifting to surprise upon seeing Zephyr and Eily. Eily's cheeks flushed a shade of pink as she explained. I just happened to run into Zephyr, so I wanted to say hello. Oh, I see, the Navy officer drawled, clearly skeptical of Eily's words. Eily, you're dressed to attend the fireworks festival, aren't you? Going with Zephyr? No, I have other matters to attend to, Zephyr replied. The officer scratched his head, incredulous that you're not still planning to keep an eye on that pirate, are you? No offense, but that pirate is already shackled with sea prism stones. He poses no significant threat. Indeed, Zephyr, don't expend all your energy on that pirate. Come out with us and enjoy the festivities. It's not every day one visits Weno. The Navy personnel chimed in, urging Zephyr, with a sense of resignation, coupled with Eily's awkward presence. Zephyr felt cornered. After all, if it weren't for her, he wouldn't need to endure their chatter. Very well. When does the fireworks festival begin? Zephyr conceded with a sigh. Thus, it came to be that the Navy sought to matchmake him and Eily, and as they strolled, they collectively concocted excuses to leave, with Eily walking beside him. I apologize for taking up your time today. Eily broke the silence. Zephyr was at a loss for words, opting instead for silence as a response. Eily smiled, tucking her hair behind her ear. Due to her nervousness, she fidgeted several times before letting her hand fall back down. Well, Zephyr, that... She listened to her own voice tremble, betraying her anxiety. However, at this moment, it is quite fitting to express one's feelings as F.A. pressed his lips together, intending to interrupt A.I. Shili's words, when suddenly the crowd thickened, as if something enticing lay ahead, prompting a rush to seize it. Caught off guard, A.I. Shili was jostled by others, nearly swept away by the throng. Yet, Zfa, quick-witted and agile, grasped Ai Shili's wrist, pulling her back. "Are you all right?" he inquired softly. "I'm fine," Ai Shili replied, shaking her head, taking a deep breath. The interruption of her confession had robbed her of the courage she had just mustered. After contemplating the situation, Zfa, noticing her dejection, felt it was better to speak openly. It would benefit both of them. Ai Shili, do you have feelings for me? Zfa articulated this question with a hint of trepidation. For the fear of misjudging the situation loomed large. Ai Shili was momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson, her hands flailing at her chest as she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Her mind was a whirlwind. Zfa sighed and continued, "I appreciate your affection, but I must apologize, as I do not currently have intentions of marrying, at least not until I ascend to the rank of general." As he gradually revealed his innermost thoughts, Ai Shili began to regain her composure. Upon his conclusion, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. "What kind of excuse is that for rejecting a girl? I want to marry right now," she said with a gentle smile. "But if I confess to you, wouldn't that imply a future together?" Zfa was puzzled. In his mind, the notion of separation was non-existent to him. Love was a straightforward matter. Ai Shili was drawn to Zfa's simplicity, his grounded nature, his resilience and warmth. These were the qualities she cherished in him. "Then, when you become a general, I shall confess again," Ai Shili declared, grasping Zfa's hand with tenderness and determination. That time, if you also harbor feelings for me, let us marry. Until then, I shall treat you as I always have, so you need not feel undue pressure." "Are you so certain that I will become a general?" Zfa chuckled softly. "As long as it is your desire, it is certainly achievable." Ai Shili smiled. "You are a hero. After all, is the impression complete?" "Yes, we can depart at any time." In the underground chamber of the general's estate, Yuqian, accompanied by Paley and others, evaded all guards and successfully completed the impression of the historical text. Yuqian had accomplished a significant feat, and his already arrogant demeanor swelled even further, leaving the adults around him exasperated. They could already envision the chaotic scenes aboard the ship that awaited them. "All right, let us seek out the captain now." Paley secured the impression paper and followed closely behind Yuqian. Boom! The chamber shook abruptly as someone kicked open a gaping hole at the entrance. The method of entry was concealed beneath a floorboard in the sukiyaki room, which could be opened using a special technique. However, the intruder evidently lacked the patience to search for the unlocking method and simply kicked the floorboard aside and jumped in. "Gray!" Ace exclaimed, his eyes brightening with surprise. "Captain!" the others echoed, astonished at the unexpected appearance of the person they had intended to rescue. Gray, taken aback by the voices, paused for a few seconds before breaking into a radiant smile. "What are you all doing here?" "Ha! You let your guard down and got caught by Zfa, didn't you?" Alder teased. "Ha, a mistake, but I'm fine now." Gray scratched his head, glancing at the excited Yuqian, who bounded over, exclaiming, "Reggie, I have fulfilled my mission." Gray was taken aback, pointing at himself. "Reggie? Me?" "Yes, it's what we call you here," Yuqian affirmed eagerly. "I have completed the task entrusted to me. Can we board the ship now?" "Ha! What are you saying?" Gray playfully smacked Yuqian on the head, ruffling his hair. "There's no reason in the world that can prevent a man from setting sail. The grand performance of life is about to begin." He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the distant sea. "Bold and fervent, free and unrestrained. That is the essence of a pirate. Welcome aboard, Yuqian. As the youngest man on the ship, do not embarrass yourself by crying. Once we reach the ship, let us hold a feast." "Ah, speaking of which," Gray suddenly recalled something and chuckled. "Before I encountered you, I was being pursued by the Navy and sent." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of footsteps and murmurs erupted from the ground. "Where is that pirate? We must capture him. Did he enter the general's quarters?" "Sukiyaki, we need to search your quarters for that pirate," Hebra stated, his tone brooking no dissent. "He cannot possibly be here. My quarters are under the watch of specialized ninjas. No one could breach them." Sukiyaki's voice resounded as he stood guard at the entrance to his quarters. "Surely, The Navy doesn't intend to seize our Weno treasures under the guise of search. Hebra furrowed his brow. Growing impatient, I have stated that we are merely here to escort the sea prism stone. The hat that Sukiyaki pressed atop Hebra's head was rather large, if no pirate was found in the quarters. Hebra would be forced to conduct a forced search, and the relationship between Weno and the world government was delicate. The Navy's involvement could spell trouble. After a tense standoff, Hebra's demeanor turned cold. And with a hint of anger, he turned away. Let us search elsewhere. The Navy followed Hebra out, while Sukiyaki turned to the samurai at his command. There are signs of a fire in the courtyard over there. Several of my ninjas were to be killed. Search thoroughly and see if there are any remaining clues. The leading samurai exchanged glances before one spoke up. General, if we all go, then you will be left without. No need. The current priority is not that pirate, but rather those ninjas who attempted to assassinate me. Guangyue, Sukiyaki's gaze turned solemn as he looked toward the bright moon in the sky. He had endured too much on this day. First the historical text, then Zou, followed by the assassination attempt, and now he was about to confront the Navy over the historical text hidden beneath his quarters. The ninjas behind the assassination were likely remnants of the Kurizumi clan. Ever since that pirate's arrival, it seemed that no good fortune had graced them. Gray sneezed, complaining as he rubbed his nose. It seems someone is cursing me, or perhaps they are thinking of you. Abel suggested, yes, that's so. Gray blinked, quickly accepting Abel's conjecture with a smile. I knew it. How could anyone possibly curse me? There was now only one person left outside. Paley withdrew his observation hockey, sighing in relief. Fortunately, those Navy members do not possess observation hockey. Let us make haste. Hebra had certainly risen to the rank of vice admiral due to his formidable observation hockey. Gray smiled knowingly. He understood that they were here, but simply did not wish to clash with Sukiyaki. The group ascended to the surface of the quarters, and Guanyu Yuqian exclaimed excitedly, "Once the impression is complete, we can set sail, right?" Yes. Tonight we shall embark." Gray patted his head, then turned to Guanyu Sukiyaki, who was kneeling on the ground, leaning against the door. His eyes were closed, hands folded upon his legs, with his sword resting on the ground before him. The moonlight filtered through the shoji paper, casting a pale glow, while Sukiyaki knelt in the shadows untouched by the light, as if delineating a clear boundary between them. Gray remarked, "We should thank you for stopping the Navy earlier." "There is no need for thanks. I did not do it for you." Sukiyaki opened his eyes. "My son is with you. If the Navy discovers him, they will surely think that Weno is allied with you. And Yuqian will be seen as your accomplice. I am indeed their accomplice." Guanyu Yuqian stepped forward, standing before the pirates, addressing his father. "I have joined the Black Flame pirate crew. Gray is my captain. No matter who comes, I will always say this. Sukiyaki was taken aback by Yuqian's declaration, but for some reason did not continue to reprimand him. Instead, he sighed. You truly wish to set sail so badly?" "Of course, I wish to set sail and live authentically according to my true desires. Surely, this is not unreasonable," Yuqian declared resolutely, yearning to be his true self and to experience a genuine life. Remaining cooped up in Weno country, it seems, would render such aspirations impossible. Sukiyaki clenched his hands tightly on his lap, suddenly recalling the words that Gray had once spoken to him beneath the corridor. "You have never sailed, have you?" Those words, laced with a hint of pity and regret, indelibly etched themselves into Sukiyaki's heart. Indeed, he had never ventured beyond the sea. From the moment of his birth until now, his existence had revolved around learning the governance of a nation and mastering the art of being a general. He had been born amidst the hopes of many, as the Kazuki clan had long awaited an heir, while the Kurayami clan sought to usurp the position of general in the interim. Yet at that moment, Kazuki Shiyaki was born in his reality. The concept of freedom was confined solely within the borders of Weno, a mere speck on the vast world stage, which constituted his entire universe. He had assumed that his son would follow in his footsteps, methodically inheriting the title of general and eternally safeguarding Weno. However, Yuqian had never harbored such intentions. While Weno could isolate itself, it could never imprison the soaring spirit of a Kunpei. As a general, Sukiyaki could not condone Kazuki Yuqian's actions. Yet as a father, how could he bear to clip his child's wings? "So, Kazuki Yuqian, are you prepared to set sail?" Kazuki Sukiyaki stood, brandishing his katana and performing the most formal samurai bow. He then inquired, as a warrior of the Kazuki clan, "Are you ready?" "I am ready." Kazuki Yutien, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Sukiyaki, solemnly returned a proper samurai bow, drawing forth his twin swords. The battle between warriors commenced. Gray smirked, gesturing for everyone else, "You may return to the ship. This matter is concluded here, and I shall accompany Yutien back. I wish to stay," Ace said, scratching his head. "Is that permitted?" "Of course," Gray nodded, then turned to the others. "Do any of you wish to remain?" "I shall not," Paley stated first. "Demeng and the others are waiting for us on the ship. I need to regroup with them. Someone desires to stay?" Clinging to the captain, Latin shyly covered his face. Splendid." Gray nodded, allowing Latin to wrap his arm around him, leaning most of his body against him. "We will leave the ship on the beach, and when the time comes. Ace, you can return to the Black Star on a small boat." Paley glanced at Ace, who nodded in understanding. When Gray inquired about this small boat, Ace chuckled. "It's a secret." Gray scoffed, knowing he would find out eventually. Unfazed by the delay in obtaining the answer, the clash between Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kazuki Yutien, the duel of single sword style against dual sword style, unfolded, a battle between samurai. Though Yutien was merely 7 years old, he had displayed astonishing talent from a young age, with abundant stamina, powerful footwork, and unparalleled swordsmanship. These attributes defined him, allowing him to face any challenge without fear, even when pitted against significantly older opponents. He fought evenly matched. The clash of blades produced a crisp, ringing sound, and under the moonlight in the palace, flashes of blue light erupted from their strikes. Sukiyaki, as the general of Weno, was indeed a formidable warrior. However, his talent was limited, and he could not compare to Yutien. Their combat was evenly matched solely due to Sukiyaki's superior practical experience. Setting sail to become a pirate was no simple feat. As they fought, Sukiyaki remarked, "We must fight with all we have to survive, no matter the cost. Even if we fall, we must swallow our pain and rise again. Can you manage all of this?" With his resolve firm, Yutien gritted his teeth, using the Tenyu Yuzan to block Shukiyaki's full-force strike, the impact bending his arm inward, Shukiyaki's blade halting perilously close to Yutien's nose. In that instant, Yutien's other hand moved, and the ominous aura of Enma radiated forth. "Armament Haki." Gray raised an eyebrow. Surprised that the boy possessed such a skill, he then playfully smacked Ace on the head, exasperated by his lack of progress. "Ace, Yutien can use armament Haki. Why can't you get it together?" "I can use it," Ace retorted angrily, enveloping his arm in armament Haki and thrusting it in front of Gray. "See? If you can't use it fluidly in combat." "It doesn't count." Gray rolled his eyes, unabashedly mocking. "Let Yutien teach you armament Haki from now on. Make sure to call him teacher. I'll learn on my own. I don't need anyone to teach me." He snapped back, snorting dismissively and ignoring Gray.0. "So now you're sulking too?" Gray chuckled, but before he could say more, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him. Instinctively, he shielded Latin, his arm enveloped in armament Haki, swiping to deflect the incoming sword energy. Usually when Latin followed Gray, he appeared particularly delicate, pressing his hand to his forehead, helplessly hiding behind Gray. "Captain, I'm so scared. What is happening?" Ace, forgetting his earlier annoyance, approached Gray. "Yutien's armament Haki seems to be out of control." Gray observed Yutien intently for a moment before responding. "I misjudged earlier. It's that sword that's peculiar, that Yutien's armament Haki is being absorbed by that sword, rather than him consciously wrapping it around the blade." "TCH, I wonder who just said they wanted Yutien to teach them armament Haki." Ace scoffed. He indeed lacked proficiency in Haki due to the overwhelming strength of his Logia fruit, rarely needing to utilize Haki. Consequently, being here, his lack of skill became a target for Gray's ridicule. How could he let a 7-year-old Yutien teach him? My mistake," Gray readily admitted, then patted Ace on the shoulder, wrapping his other arm around Latin's waist. "This place is about to collapse. We should run." The effects of Yutien's sword energy extended beyond just Gray and the others. They also affected other areas of the general's palace, with a resounding crash. The first supporting pillar collapsed, and the entire palace began to cave in. Gray and the others managed to escape just before the collapse, Emerging into the open space outside, that moment, the expansive area was filled with Navy personnel. Their white uniforms starkly visible against the night. Ace froze, his expression turning grave, gray, unfazed, chuckled. I knew it. There's no way Uncle Hebrew wouldn't have noticed us with his observation hockey. Among the Navy, a middle-aged man draped in a cloak of justice stepped forward. Smiling as he spoke, I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. By the way, I've sent someone to pursue your companions. Huh, you really are something? Gray's expression gradually turned serious. Well, it seems we must engage in battle. He set Latin down, who, having tidied his hair, shed his previously delicate demeanor. Vivid roses entwined around his arm, creating a strikingly beautiful scene that inexplicably exuded danger. Ace ignited his flames, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Clad only in an unbuttoned haori that exposed a broad expanse of his chest, paired with a mismatched pair of black shorts, the firelight revealed a visage that Hebrew had never encountered before. Hebrew raised an eyebrow. Another newcomer, I see. The entire Black Flame pirate crew was notorious, and the upper echelons of the Navy were largely familiar with them, especially someone like Latin beside Gray, whom Hebrew recognized as the rose fruit user. Gray nodded proudly. This is Ace. What do you think? Quite the fine lad. I sent T. Ha. Another troublesome ability user, Hebrew mused, observing Ace's flames with a hint of exasperation. The battle was about to erupt, and Gray charged at Hebrew first. His black flames rampaging forth, yet Hebrew skillfully evaded each one as a vice admiral of the Navy. Hebrew excelled in observation hockey, using it to dodge attacks, while pinpointing his opponent's weaknesses to strike decisively. Ace launched a fiery punch, repelling several advancing Navy soldiers. Soon, he was confronted by a general cloaked in a cape, who shielded him from the assault. Latin's agile form moved with grace, each step akin to a meticulously choreographed dance. As his paw made contact with the unsuspecting Navy officer, he swiftly advanced to the next adversary. Roses bloomed. With a soft whisper, vibrant red seeped from the chest of the Navy man he had touched, and lustrous blood-red roses sprouted from his torso, a sight of unparalleled beauty. You have improved remarkably since our last encounter, Hebrew remarked, evading Gray's onslaught, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Gray raised an eyebrow and then flashed a cruel smile. What's this? Dwelling in the past 1T serve you well. Hebrew was puzzled by Gray's sudden remark, but his observation hockey detected Gray's movement, prompting him to evade once more in the next moment. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, the immense force sending him crashing into several cherry blossom trees, leaving a massive crack in the wall as he fell to the ground. Coughing violently, Hebrew spat out blood and looked up at Gray, chuckling. Are you angry? Angry? Not at all. I merely wish to remind you not to harbor any expectations of pirates, Gray replied, his smile chillingly cruel. Persist in that nostalgic tone with me, and I shall end you. Ha! Is that so? Hebrew rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stated earnestly, very well, Black Flame Gray. Since you desire me to take this seriously, he charged at Gray once more, enveloped in hockey, as Gray likewise summoned his own. Their fists collided, the force of the impact causing their garments to ripple. Gray staggered back a step, while Hebrew was forced to retreat several paces, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Amidst the ruins of the General's residence, a commotion erupted as Kazuki Odin supported Kazuki Sukiyaki. Emerging from the debris, their forms covered in dust. Yet this did not dampen his spirits. Reggie, Ace Latin, I have one, he proclaimed, brandishing his dual swords. Let us set sail. Splendid job. Odin. Gray beamed, rushing over to extricate Odin and Sukiyaki from the wreckage. He set Sukiyaki down on the rubble while hoisting Odin onto his shoulder, ready to flee. Ace Latin, back to the ship. Ace and Latin, having no desire to linger, swiftly repelled their foes and joined Gray. The trio, along with the child, making a hasty exit from the general's estate. Hebrew, supported by the Navy, struggled to catch his breath and cursed, that little brat will certainly pay for this with Steelbone. Should we pursue, sir? A Navy officer inquired, and own need for pursuit. We are merely here to escort the sea stone to Weno, and we must avoid further casualties. Hebrew coughed lightly, releasing the Navy officer's support. Let us check on General Kazuki. The officer nodded and hurried towards the ruins, only to discover that Kazuki Sukiyaki was not unconscious, but staring blankly at the sky. General, are you all right? The officer asked. I am fine, Sukiyaki replied, casting a glance at him before returning his gaze to the heavens. Odin, I hope you can have a true life of your own. This is the final blessing a father can bestow upon you. He sensed determination emanating from Odin's sword, leading him to resolve to support his son. Perhaps sensing a connection, Kazuki Odin looked back towards the general's estate one last time, whispering, Farewell, father. Why is it so lively here? Gray mused, navigating through the crowd with a puzzled expression. I don't know. It seems to be some sort of festival. Ace replied cheerfully, handing Gray a steaming skewer of Odin. Here, this is what I just bought. I want some too. Latin pouted, looking forlorn. Ace sheepishly scratched his head. I only had enough money for one skewer, huh? Then let the captain have it, Latin decided, thinking of how the captain must have suffered during his recent capture. So he refrained from competing for attention. This is the fireworks festival, Weno's annual festive event. Odin explained, perched on Gray's shoulder. There's also the Flame Festival, but that won't be for a few months. Fireworks festival. How delightful, Gray exclaimed, biting into the first piece of Odin and offering the remainder to Latin. Latin, this is for you, yeah? Latin squealed in surprise, covering his mouth in disbelief as he gazed at Gray and the skewer. Accepting it with both hands, Captain, I'm so touched. I like you even more. Ha, I like you too, Latin, Gray replied with a grin, ignoring Latin's blissful expression as he nearly swooned. Ace caught sight of a couple, the male member of which seemed to spot them. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened, and he said something to the woman beside him before charging toward them with an aggressive demeanor, not resembling that of an ordinary festival-goer. Gray, look at that guy. Ace nudged Gray, pointing towards the man. Due to the throng of people, the man struggled to reach them swiftly. Gray tilted his head to glance, gasping, Quick! Run! It's Zephyr! Zephyr, the future admiral of the Navy. Gray scooped up Latin and called to Ace. Let us go. Ace nodded, and together they transformed into flames, utilizing their fiery momentum to slip through the crowded throng. What is on fire? Quickly extinguish it. Is anyone hurt? Run, run. The panicked crowd scattered in all directions. Currently, Zephyr was still a mere private, yet to learn the 6 forms of the Navy, rendering him powerless in this chaos. Zephyr, this way. Aishi called from a narrow alleyway, urging Zephyr to follow. Take the less crowded street. That's the fastest route. Meanwhile, on the ship, Paley and the others were growing increasingly anxious. On the beach, a group of Navy officers lay bound, bruised, and unconscious. Oh, it's the captain and his crew. Demon excitedly waved at Gray and the others. Captain, Ace, Latin, Odin, setting sail, boys. Gray waved back, and then noticed 2 small boats quietly anchored by the shore. Wow, is this the surprise? His eyes gleamed as he placed Odin and Latin down, eagerly stepping onto one of the small boats. Is this the Challenger you mentioned? Indeed, it can be propelled by flames, Ace confirmed, stepping onto the boat as well. Suddenly recalling something, he warned Gray, just don't set the boat ablaze. Relax, do you think I'm that foolish? Gray rolled his eyes and called to Latin, come with me. Odin, go with Ace, we're setting off. Latin, clutching his heart, trembled with excitement as he climbed aboard Gray's vessel. Not out of fear of the captain burning the boat, but overwhelmed by joy. Today, the captain not only expressed his fondness for him, but also treated him to food and invited him aboard. What a wondrous day. Flames served as their propulsion, the equipped motor withstanding the fierce currents, driving them ever forward. Woo! Gray cheered, reveling in the thrill of navigating the small boat for the first time, swaying left and right in delight. Ace piloted his boat alongside, flashing a bright smile. Gray, call me teacher, and I'll teach you how to steer. Huh? Are you joking? Gray leaned, maneuvering the small boat in a wide arc, splashing seawater all over Ace and Odin. Ace, not to be outdone, charged forward, jesting. I proposed building the boat. I've steered countless times before. There's no way I'll let a novice like you bully me. They were truly having a splendid time. On the lookout tower, Abel sighed helplessly, glancing at Paley. What now? They'll return once they're done playing, Paley replied, showing no intention of stopping them. That I want to play too. Alder leaned over the ship's railing. enviously watching Gray and Ace. Then let S join. Andrew conjured several solid clouds, whisking Latin and Odin away, exclaiming, "The empty spots on the ship are ours." An extraordinary chase unfolds upon the sea, as several conspicuous clouds in the night sky pursue two boats, their sterns ablaze with flames. Upon realizing that their targets are Latin and Yuchian, the fierce contest between Gray and Ace reaches an unspoken conclusion, shifting their focus to evading the attacks from Andrew and his crew. "Do not even think about taking the captain's side," Latin declares with a slight lift of his chin, disdainfully pointing at the pursuing Andrew and his companions. "That spot belongs solely to them." Just wait until I haul you up into the clouds. You want a time to cry?" Ald retorts, brandishing his fist. "Ha, how amusing. Ace, run." Yuchian laughs heartily behind Ace. This marks Yuchian's first prolonged experience at sea, not only for himself, but also for his companions. The vividness and beauty of the ocean strike his senses, as if, in an instant, the world has burst into color. Just as Gray remarked, the grand spectacle of life is only just commencing, and he shall soon face a broader and more beautiful world. As the clock strikes midnight, fireworks unexpectedly explode in the sky above the Flower City, blooming and cascading in a fleeting yet dazzling display. In that brief moment, the entire world seems to belong to them. Everyone halts their movements, collectively gazing at the fireworks, their vibrant hues painting their faces in a kaleidoscope of colors. How wonderful! Gray's heartfelt admiration reaches Ace's ears. Turning to Gray, Ace sees him enraptured by the bursts of fireworks illuminating the sky. It appears Gray has a fondness for fireworks. This ephemeral beauty resonates with the name of his pirate crew. Fireworks. Could it perhaps be black? Gray, why did you choose such a name for the crew? Ace inquires curiously. Black fireworks can only be seen during the day, right? Indeed, but why? Gray glances at him, offering no answer, merely gazing up at the fireworks with a hint of longing that "I sincerely wish my life could be as brief yet dazzling as these fireworks. That kind of life sounds splendid, yet I cannot agree with your notion of brevity." Ace takes a deep breath and smiles. As long as one lives, there will always be moments worth celebrating. For instance, he has encountered such a lively and vibrant group of individuals. "Ha ha, let's turn the world upside down." Gray extends his hand toward Ace. I will be most delighted." Ace clasps Gray's hand. "Yuchian." A young man comes sprinting from the distant shore, panting heavily. "It's Sheng Zhao," Demeng exclaims with excitement. "Captain, he is the carpenter who helped us build our ship." "Oh, is that so? Thank you so much." Gray waves at the shore. Yuchian, equally exhilarated, calls out, "Sheng Zhao, I'm setting sail." They have forged a bond across generations. While others wish Yuchian to remain on land, Sheng Zhao expressed his unwavering support and understanding. Sheng Zhao catches his breath and shouts, "Yuchian, when you return, let us share a drink and recount your adventures at sea." The ocean is perilous. If I were to perish, would you wait indefinitely?" Yuchian laughs. Sheng Zhao chuckles in response. "If you die, I'll cook Odin on your bones and share one last farewell drink with you. You'd meet the same fate." Yuchian is amused by Sheng Zhao's morally dubious jest. Thus, he promises that should Sheng Zhao pass, he too would bid farewell in such a manner. Gray, Zephyr, and Ashley arrive at the shoreline. Ashley out of breath, leaning against his knees. Zephyr dashes a few steps toward the sea, only to be thwarted by the swift currents of the inland sea. "Zephyr, I look forward to our next meeting." Gray calls out, "Do not forget what I told you. Do not be too naive. I shall personally ensure you are sent to impel down." Zephyr often adopts a tough demeanor, yet he possesses a kind heart beneath. Gray is unperturbed by his words. He has learned to interpret them as a form of awkward concern, akin to make sure you don't die before our next meeting. Thus, he replies, "Rest assured, Zephyr, I won't be captured by anyone before you become an admiral." "All right, lads, let us set sail." He takes the lead, steering the boat back to the Black Star. Soon after, the others return to the ship, stowing away the two boats, and thus they depart from Weno country. Yuchian, brimming with excitement, surveys the entirety of the pirate ship. "I am utterly thrilled," he exclaims to Gray. "Reggie, I never knew the world beyond was so vast. The ocean is so expansive and can also be so tranquil. The seas around Weno are notoriously treacherous, and by the time they set sail, dawn has just begun to break as they leave Weno's waters. The calmness of the ocean imparts a different sensation to Yuqian. Ald sprawls on the lawn, somewhat disheartened, lamenting, in the end, we still didn't find any enchanting female ninjas in Weno. Indeed, although we welcomed a new member. P.S. merely a 7-year-old boy, Gary adds with a sigh. Life is full of challenges. Huh, why so glum? Gray, perplexed by their demeanor, lounges in Paley's deck chair, savoring the dessert crafted by Andrew, and remarks, is that all you desire? Ninjas are hardly impressive. We're not looking for ninjas, but rather beautiful women, Abel explains from the lookout, leaning forward with resignation. Are they not attractive? Latin shyly approaches Gray, cupping his face, and asks, Captain, do I look any different today? Gray studies him for a moment before responding with a smile. You look even better. How rude. Latin, satisfied, shakes his head. I'm wearing a new lipstick from Weno today. It's unlike any other color. Is there really a difference in color? Ace whispers to Demeng beside him. The latter shakes his head gravely, warning, do not utter such words in front of Latin, or you might find yourself in trouble. Then how did Gray notice? Ace inquires further. It's a matter of habit. The captain likely didn't truly notice, but that phrase works universally. Demeng adds, of course, that only applies to the captain. If we say that, Latin would see it as mere flattery. Oh, I see. Ace scratches his head, somewhat confused by Demeng's words. Soon, a warrior appears. Yuqian, eager to join their conversation, stares intently at Latin for a while before expressing his confusion. But I believe your lipstick color is no different from yesterday. That a collective gasp fills the air, that Latin's previously radiant smile vanishes, replaced by a cold glare directed at Yuqian, unaware of the impending danger. Yuqian innocently tilts his head at Latin with wide, innocent eyes, only to feel a sharp pain on his cheek shortly thereafter. Ouch! What do you mean the same? Latin yanks Yuqian's cheek, scolding, are you blind? You little brat? Can't you see the difference in color? I was mistaken. Yuqian winces, lowering his head in submission. It is not that he realizes his error, but rather that Latin's expression is terrifying enough to rival a demon. By the time Paley emerges from a cabin, Latin has already delivered his lesson to Yuqian. Yuqian lies on the lawn, his cheeks flushed and swollen, a few hot welts on his head, his expression one of utter defeat. Tears of remorse mingling with innocence. The others avert their gazes, striving to diminish their presence, deliberately ignoring Yuqian. Having comprehended Latin's dangerous nature, Ace swallows hard, resolving to think twice before speaking to Latin in the future. Gray, however, directly mocks Yuqian's plight. You really got thrashed, didn't you, Yuqian? Why, isn't Gray afraid? Ace asks Demeng beside him. The latter explains in Latin's eyes, there are only two types of people, the captain and everyone else. What is happening now? Colin approaches to tend to Yuqian's injuries. Thank you, Colin. Yuqian sits cross-legged, bewildered by how he ended up in such a predicament. However, his intuition warned him that if he were to speak once more, Latin would undoubtedly reprimand him again. Paley retrieved the several historical rubbings, a total of 8. 2 were road sign historical texts, and 6 were ordinary historical texts. The abundance of these rubbings stemmed from their discovery of 7 historical texts at the mansion of the shogun in Weno country. As the creators of the historical texts, the Kazuki clan had led Paley to speculate that they might uncover more than one stone in Weno, yet he was astonished to find so many in the end. Yuqian, let us first interpret the red ones. Gray indicated the 2 specially marked rubbings. Yuqian nodded, focusing intently on the one from Zo Island. After all, he had previously examined the others, and thus felt no need for further scrutiny. Each of these 2 recorded a location, detailing the positions of the islands. Yuqian remarked, I'm already familiar with the contents of the remaining rubbings. Among them was a record of an ancient weapon named Uranus, symbolizing hope and the future, representing the sky, and possessing the power to annihilate the world. An ancient weapon. Gray raised an eyebrow, finding it quite intriguing. Paley repeated the name of this ancient weapon, pondering whether it referred to a person or an actual weapon. If it can destroy the world, it must be a weapon, right? Guy Lee speculated. Well, let us allow Yuqian to finish his account. Colin gestured for Yuqian to proceed with the remaining historical texts. Weno country was once known as the Land of Gold. Its ancestors engaged in significant trade with a colossal kingdom called Shandora, which required vast quantities of gold, while Weno exchanged gold for Shandora's goods. Furthermore, a man named Joy Boy had entrusted the Kazuki clan with recording a segment of history using special characters, scattering these records across the world. The Kazuki clan diligently honored this agreement with Joy Boy, promising to pass down a method of interpreting the characters through generations. The blank century, I see, Paley contemplated. Does this mean that if we gather the 4 road signs and reach the final island, we shall uncover the truth about the blank century? It seems to be a riddle-like game. Gray lamented, I would prefer treasures of gold and silver. We are pirates, not historians. Indeed, what use is knowing history? Alder echoed Gray's sentiments, his demeanor drooping as he suggested they contemplate when alluring women might join their ranks. Do not speak of such things in front of the child, Abel scolded, pressing Alder's head down against the ground, reminding them that they were not merely a group of adult men chatting. There is a 7-year-old child aboard. We must set a proper example. Surprisingly, Utian displayed great interest in their conversation. With an air of experience, he shared, speaking of women, I once encountered the previous courtesan during a mixed bath. He treated this revelation as a mere story, eager to share it with others. However, after a brief silence, the group erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations. What? Except for Ace, Gray, and Latin, everyone else crowded around Utian, encircling the youth completely. Mixed bath? Andrew trembled, gripping Utian's shoulders, his eyes brimming with curiosity. At the kind of mixed bath I think it is. Men and women bathing together? Alder's eyes widened in disbelief. Utian was taken aback, unsure of what he'd said wrong, muttering, Isn't a mixed bath just that? Damn it. Andrew sank to the ground, pounding the earth in frustration. Why did I miss out on such a benefit? We can still go back, Captain. Let us return. Bard tugged at Gray's collar, his eyes glistening with regret, resembling a ghastly specter from the depths of hell. Gray chuckled at his appearance, remarking, You are quite amusing. Captain, we have missed out on treasures far more precious than historical texts. Guiley lamented, A women's bathhouse is a man's dream. A dream indeed, Demon echoed, joining the lament. Paley, though not as overtly distressed, displayed a particularly vexed expression. Reflecting on the earlier divination that had conveyed mixed fortunes, Charles fiddled with his cards, sulking alone in a corner. We should not have gone to brothels. We should have gone to the bathhouse. Colin slapped his forehead, allowing sorrowful emotions to wash over him. Utian extricated himself from their encirclement, crawling over to Gray, asking in confusion, Reggie, did I say something wrong? You were merely speaking the truth, Gray chuckled, patting his head, that moment. No one was inclined to concern themselves with the historical rubbings, letting them be swept away by the wind. Ace stepped forward, collecting all the rubbings, glancing around to find even the most reliable first mate utterly despondent. Latin sat alone at the ship's edge, applying nail polish, seemingly undisturbed, while Gray regaled Utian with tales of past adventures, laughing and joking without a care. Unlike their era, there were no rumors of the great treasure Roger spoke of at the final island during this time. Thus, the historical road signs, which later generations coveted, held no value here. Roger was still a newcomer in the first half of the Grand Line. Before they set foot on that island, did it truly harbor the great treasure? Ace was uncertain. He sat beside Gray, handing him the rubbings, questioning why, if they were uninterested, they had still chosen to journey to the final island while at Zoe. From the onset, Gray had shown little interest in the final island. Upon learning that gathering the 4 road signs could lead them there, his reaction had been rather subdued, merely expressing mild intrigue at the notion of the final island. However, after a while, he had abruptly decided to pursue it. Ace's question momentarily caught Gray off guard, prompting him to retort, Isn't it you who wishes to go to the final island? When we discussed it, your expression was incredibly serious. Gray mimicked Ace's demeanor. Attempting to illustrate the moment, you looked as if the final island owed you something. Did I even have such an expression? Ace was taken aback, chuckling helplessly. I was thinking about something else at that time. The mention of the final island always reminded him of that scoundrel Roger, leading him to lose control of his expression, unaware that Gray would misinterpret it. You are indeed quite the character. Gray smirked, young yet full of stories. Ace remained non-committal, his head hung low as he inquired, Gray, Where shall we head next? Having departed from Weno, they had yet to establish a clear destination. A pirate crew, without even a record pointer. Their course was remarkably free. Gray stroked his chin, adopting a thoughtful expression. Let us seek out the Rocks pirates. You wanted to meet Whitebeard, did you not? The Rocks pirates? Yu Qian inquired curiously. Are they our allies? Ha! Who knows? Gray replied ambiguously. Just then, the despondent Alder piped up, calling out to Gray, Captain, raise your right hand. Everyone turned to him, and Gray, perplexed, lifted his right hand like this. No, make a fist and extend your index finger. Pointing at the sky, Alder instructed. Gray complied obediently. Then you say to the sky, I want a female crew member. Huh. Gray furrowed his brow. A wish. This is the sea. Alder, Dayton interjected. You think saying that will cause someone to drop down? Abel couldn't contain his brother's fanciful ideas, scoffing. The captain isn't some wishing machine. If Face can find one, why can't I find someone else? Alder argued, his reasoning weak yet unrefutable, recalling his own encounter at sea. Ha ha, it does seem so. Ace scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Have these foolish men truly lost their senses? Latin scoffed, blowing on his nails dismissively. Miracles can only happen once. Captain Alder rushed over and clutched Gray's leg. Pleading pitifully, just make one wish, will you? Very well, very well. Gray relented, adopting the pose Alder had just taught him, tilting his head towards the heavens, and with a volume akin to his usual demeanor, declared, I wish for a female crew member. Speak louder, Alder urged, pounding on Gray's leg. For some inexplicable reason, Gray felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially with others observing his foolish antics, as someone who preferred to rely solely on himself and dismiss the notion of wishes as mere fantasies. He found this act rather foolish. Alas, I wish for a female crew member. Ultimately, Gray shouted out this statement. Alder responded with an excited cheer, as if genuinely believing that a woman would plummet onto the ship as soon as Gray finished speaking. Suffering indeed, Colin consoled, patting Gray on the shoulder, attempting to comfort their emotionally wounded captain. The latter, as if bearing some profound grievance, buried his head in Colin's neck and lamented, Alder is so foolish, truly foolish, it's all right. You're both a bit foolish. Colin kindly reassured him that, in this matter, Alder is more foolish than you. Could someone really fall from the sky? Ace gazed upwards, somewhat anticipating the arrival of someone from above. Doubtful, Demon replied, that if the captain's every utterance could manifest into reality, our pirate crew would have long since ruled the world. Ah, that's true, Ace chuckled, shaking his head as he felt an unusual resistance, stating, the wind is picking up. The sea was unpredictable. Just moments ago, it had been calm and serene, but now a wind was blowing in from one direction, growing stronger, while the distant sky darkened ominously. Reef the sails, a storm is upon us. Pelly exclaimed, accustomed to such situations. Everyone swiftly collected themselves, stowing away the sails and securing everything on the deck. In that brief moment, the dark clouds loomed closer, blocking out the sunlight, while lightning streaked through the clouds, cracking loudly in the air. Soon, rain the size of soybeans began to pelt down furiously. Gray detested torrential rain. He slumped over the dining table, drowsily dozing oft out of course. Those with special abilities also loathed such downpours, as heavy rain felt no different than falling into the sea. Therefore, during storms, everyone preferred to remain in the kitchen. Suddenly, Pelly remarked, do you think this storm was conjured by the captain's wish? Impossible. Latin was the first to rebut. The captain is so well liked. If anyone is to blame, it's Alder. How is this my fault? Alder protested, throwing up his hands in exasperation. Isn't this the typical weather, the Grand Line? The two bickered, nearly coming to blows in the kitchen, but considering they were on Andrew's turf, especially with a meal prepared by Andrew awaiting them, they reluctantly settled down. After a brief spat, both Latin and Alder huffed in unison. Turning away from each other, Gray groggily lifted his head, his cheek reddened from resting on the table, and yawned. Isn't Yuta coming in yet? He's so excited right now. Pelly stood at the kitchen door, peering through the glass at Yuta outside. That lad was gleefully running about in the downpour, looking entirely like someone who had never seen the world. However, it was understandable, considering he had been cooped up in Weno and had never even boarded a ship before. Like a fledgling bird taking its first flight, It takes time to adapt to a new life. While exuberance is commendable, Colin worried about the possibility of him catching a cold, lamenting, in terms of illness. "I'm rather inept." "Haha, I'll go fetch him," Ace declared, rising and stepping out of the kitchen, calling out, "Hey, Yuta, don't get soaked. If you fall ill, we have no doctor aboard to help you." "Huh? Does that lad even know what he's saying?" Colin fumed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Ace. "Does he think we don't have a doctor on board? Am I merely a lucky charm like the captain?" However, just as he swung open the door, an unprecedentedly fierce gust of wind rushed in. The Blake ship was nearly toppled over by the force. The door slammed violently against the wall, and everything in the kitchen that could be moved was swept aside. Plates shattered on the floor, but no one paid them any mind. Everyone clung to whatever they could grasp, barely managing to avoid being flung against the wall by the wind. Gray shielded himself from the storm. Pressing his back against the wall, his voice lost amidst the howling winds, "Ace, Yuta." Gray was an unreliable captain, often sneaking snacks, lacking any sense of financial responsibility, shirking work, dozing during watch, and whimsically altering their course. Yet, simultaneously, he was an exceedingly dependable captain, always at the forefront of battle, and when danger loomed, his back was the safest place to be. Once aboard his ship, one would never need to worry about being abandoned. For Gray would never forsake any of his companions. Ace, Yuta. Even now, despite the storm's ferocity making movement nearly impossible, Gray's immediate instinct was to call out to Ace and Yuta, who were still outside. "Damn it," Gray cursed, gritting his teeth as he struggled to move forward. However, he was positioned at the innermost part of the door, making each step forward exceedingly arduous. Pelly and Colin, closer to the door, exchanged glances, gripping the doorframe tightly, ready to lean out into the storm. The howling winds roared, accompanied by torrential rain, with massive raindrops merging into sheets, whipping against the Blake's ship like steel whips. The wind intensified, and the Blake's ship rose and fell with the monstrous waves, tilting at precarious angles that nearly reached vertical. A colossal tornado gradually approached the Blakes. Just then, flecks of golden light flickered within the wind, and a dark figure burst from the storm, swaying momentarily before plummeting straight down to T. That moment, the Blake ship formed a near-vertical angle with the sea, and the shadow fell, crashing directly into the kitchen. Ugh! Gray was caught off guard as the shadow struck him, tumbling several times before landing in a pile of fruit. "Captain!" the others exclaimed in immediate concern. Next came a sensation of weightlessness, a brief moment of floating, before they all crashed hard onto the floor. The wind ceased, the rain stopped, and the previously raging storm seemed as though it had never arrived, leaving only a chaotic mess in its wake as evidence of its existence. "Ouch, that hurt!" Gray groaned as he found himself in a box filled with fruit, having bumped his head against the countertop, with something heavy compressing him, making it hard to breathe. "Captain!" The others were equally disheveled, none having anticipated the storm would be so brutal and exaggerated. Alder, clutching his head, scrambled to check on his captain, recalling something had flown in from outside and had landed squarely on Gray. Yet when he looked over, he could hardly believe his eyes. "Hey, Abel, look quickly." He grasped his brother's arm, bewildered, for there lay a woman atop the captain. "Don't be ridiculous. Who would be on our ship?" Abel initially thought Alder had lost his mind and retorted irritably. However, when he glanced at Gray, words failed him that a woman lay sprawled across Gray, her chest rising and falling, and her attire unmistakably marked her as a genuine female. What on earth is so heavy? Gray rubbed his head, disdainfully pushing aside the weight pressing down on him, which landed with a thud on the ground. Ignoring it, he rose, fruits rolling off him in all directions. "What are you still standing there for?" He stepped on the woman's face as he hurried towards the exit, exclaiming, "Where are Ace and Yuta? They haven't been swept away, have they?" Ladin hurriedly followed in Gray's wake. "Oh no, I forgot about them." Abel slapped his forehead, feeling a pang of regret. "Just leave it," Alder began to say, pointing at the woman lying on the ground. However, the others had already followed Gray out of the kitchen, ignoring the woman who had inexplicably blown in, her face marked with a shoe print. Abel urged Alder, "Forget her, let's find Ace and the others first." Such a tempestuous storm. Had Ace and Yuchien not grasped onto anything fixed, they would have surely been swept into the vast ocean. The most dire scenario is none other than this. A child, a wielder of abilities, survival seems bleak regardless of how one contemplates it. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding Gray has begun to affect the air around him. A heat radiating fiercely, almost suffocating. The previously damp vessel soon became arid. The moisture evaporated entirely due to Gray's influence. From a distance, Blake's appeared as though he were enveloped in steam, obscured by a veil of white mist. The captain, Ace, and Yu Qian should be safe. Since no one could be found aboard the ship, Charles consulted his divination, and upon completion reassured everyone, stating that the outcome was not unfavorable. Huff! Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. Indeed, that is wonderful. The temperature around Gray slightly decreased, yet his brow remained furrowed. He demanded to know in which direction they should immediately search for them. Locating them might prove to be a challenging endeavor. Charles revealed a shocking result from his divination. Their current position should be Sky Island. Sky Island? The group instinctively gazed upward. Indeed, a few clouds floated in the sky, yet they were far too distant, making ascent a formidable task. Regardless, they must find them. Gray squinted, his gaze abruptly fixating on the kitchen, and without hesitation, he unleashed a blast of black fire. His mood was foul, and patience was in short supply. A woman attempting to sneak away from the kitchen was struck by the black flames on her arm, letting out a piercing scream of agony. Perhaps she had sustained injuries prior and was already weakened. Gray's action caused her to faint once more. Gray could manipulate the temperature of the flames at will, and at this moment, he merely sensed an unfamiliar presence aboard and had no intention of killing anyone. Of course, during battle, his flames could be rather capricious, fluctuating in temperature according to his whims, that a woman. It was only when she succumbed to unconsciousness that Gray extinguished the flames on her arm. When had she boarded the ship? Was she a ninja? It was implausible that she was a ninja, right? Alder crossed his arms and remarked, "She is the one who collided with you just now. It seems she was swept in from the storm. Captain, you even stepped on her." Andrew pointed to his own cheek, surprised. "Did you not notice when you pushed her away?" Gray shook his head in confusion. "I thought it was a barrel. It felt quite heavy." "Puh." Latin couldn't suppress his laughter, earnestly stating, "Captain, such an assessment of a lady is quite impolite." "Ah, yes, it's so. Don't they enjoy drinking?" Gray stepped forward, frowning as he examined the unconscious woman. Perry remarked, "Captain, look at the wings on her back. She must be from Sky Island, though, from Sky Island." Gray was taken aback, his eyes shining brightly as he exclaimed, "Colin, hurry and save her. How could she be so gravely injured? We mustn't let her die. Otherwise, we can't reach Sky Island." "Hey." He grasped the woman's collar, shaking her vigorously as if she were someone of great importance to him. Choking back tears as he implored, "Wake up. Hold on. It's her fault for being so injured." Bud couldn't help but interject. "You truly lack compassion," Don remarked with a faint smile, his expression tinged with concern as he pondered whether their captain could truly find a wife in the future. Speaking of which, could it be that the captain is genuinely a wish-granting machine? Gary mused, feeling conflicted. It was scientifically implausible, yet the evidence lay before them. After Gray had made a wish to the sky, a woman had indeed fallen onto their ship. If that were the case, Damon suddenly contemplated a grim possibility, his expression turning grave. Ace and Yuqian Wunti have become sacrifices. Would they? Oh, how dreadful. I certainly do not desire such a fate. Latin clasped his face, an expression of near tears, declaring that he would prefer Ace and Yuqian over a woman any day. It's all my fault. Alder slumped in despair, his head cast down in shadow, tears dripping onto the deck. "Ace, Yuqian, may you traverse your path well. I shall remember your sacrifices. Do not so readily acquiesce to a woman." Abel forcefully pressed Alder's head against the deck. Alder, still weeping pathetically, glanced at his brother, Woo-Woo, but there's a female crew member who is truly alluring. Damn it. Abel covered his face, wrestling with intense inner turmoil, soon succumbing to despair like his brother. "Ace, Yuqian, may you traverse your paths well. We shall remember your sacrifices. Is it truly acceptable to waver so easily?" Tootin shielded his face, unwilling to acknowledge his acquaintance with the two brothers. Colin healed the woman's injuries, withdrawing his hands as he said to Gray, "She should awaken soon. Thank you for your efforts." Gray solemnly expressed his gratitude to Colin before reaching out to pat the woman's cheek, urging, "Hey, wake up." His palm struck her face with considerable force, the sound echoing loudly, clearly indicating Gray's exertion. Captain, I believe it would be better to let her rest for a while," Colin said, grasping Gray's wrist with a sense of resignation, patiently explaining. "Her body is quite weak. Your actions will not hasten her awakening. However, Ace and Yu-Chien are on Sky Island. I am deeply concerned for them." Gray pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Colin. The latter capitulated almost instantly, conceding, "I shall fetch some water." A bucket of seawater was poured over her, causing the woman's eyelashes to flutter as she slowly opened her eyes. "You're awake," Gray exclaimed, leaning in with a wide smile, his face filled with delight. The sudden visage startled the woman, and instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her face from Gray, pushing him away with force, shouting, "Get away! Get away!" "Captain!" Colin and Perry promptly dragged Gray away to prevent any psychological trauma. Latin gently touched the woman's shoulder, and roses appeared from thin air, entwining her, admonishing, "Do not be so rude to our Captain." Gray, still shaken and feeling a tad wronged, thought, "How fierce! I haven't done anything." "You reef from the blue sea. Release me," the woman cried, her tone tinged with desperation, and she dared not struggle as the thorns of the roses loomed threateningly. Any resistance would undoubtedly result in severe injury. "I believe it would be wise for you to calm down." Perry knelt before her, stating, "Currently, you boarded our ship without consent. It is quite courteous that we have not harmed you. Do you understand? Release me." The woman seemed to have only heard Perry's words about not being harmed, her cries growing more fervent, though she merely hollered without shedding tears. "Perry, allow me." Alder urged Perry to step aside, flipping his hair dramatically as he knelt before the woman, declaring, "Do not worry. We are pirates and shall not harm you." "Pirates?" The woman paused, finally noticing the pirate flag fluttering above, and tears began to stream down her face as she sobbed. "Please don't kill me. I didn't intend to board your ship." I swear, to be frank, she was quite attractive. Golden hair, azure eyes, and delicate features. Yet her weeping was truly heart-wrenching, her voice sharp and piercing. "Fool! Calling us pirates will only instill more fear," Teuton sighed. "Enough weeping." Latin placed his hands on the woman's shoulders, leaning in with an air of intimacy. "Hush, do not cry. We have no intention of harming you." Remaining calm is in the best interest of both parties. Perhaps it was because Latin, aside from his voice, bore a resemblance to a woman, or perhaps the woman had simply cried enough. In any case, after Latin spoke, her sobs gradually subsided, leaving only faint sniffles. Gray crouched nearby, his features contorted in indecision, tilting his head as he hesitated to approach further. He tentatively took a step forward, noticing the woman flinch, and clicked his tongue, retreating his foot. "My name is Latin. What is yours?" Latin inquired. "I am Nora," the woman replied through her sobs. "You truly want to harm me. My father warned me that pirate from the blue sea would capture us and sell us for money." "Do not worry." Gray swayed in place, resembling a weeble, and chuckled. "With how often you cry, you would fetch a meager price." "Woo," Nora pouted, her eyes brimming once more with tears. "Captain, please do not speak the truth." Deming was afflicted with a headache, likely a consequence of having heard too many piercing cries moments ago. Latin then inquired, "What prompted your sudden descent from the Sky Island to this place?" "I was merely curious about the scenery of Qinghai, and then I encountered Danny," Nora replied candidly. "Who is Danny?" "It is not a person. It is the name of the storm we just experienced." Nora explained, "Whenever the storm brews, gold falls from the sky like rain, hence we call it Danny." "Wow, gold falling like rain." Gray's eyes sparkled with interest. "Are you saying there is an abundance of gold in your land?" "Yes, indeed." Nora nodded earnestly, pleading, "Please, do not harm me. Once I return to the Sky Island, I shall bestow upon you a great deal of gold." "And how do you intend to reach the Sky Island?" Gray chuckled. "Two of our companions were swept away to the Sky Island by that Danny. Must we also rely on Danny to return? How often does it come? You have 2 companions on the Sky Island?" Nora's pupils momentarily contracted, but quickly faded as she sighed. This is my first time in Shanghai, and I have no idea how to return. However, I distinctly remember that Danny comes every 3 days. She added promptly. Every 3 days, Gray gazed at the sky with a hint of concern. Are you worried about them? Fear not. The people of our island are quite amiable. Nora had regained her composure, and after she ceased her weeping, Ladin unbound the rose that had constrained her. He even went so far as to present a vibrant rose to Nora, who blushed and offered a soft thank you. Gray's worries lasted but a few moments before he began to pray for other matters. He hoped that Ace and Yuqian would gather all the gold from the island, making it much easier for them to depart in 3 days' time. Perhaps Ace heard Gray's prayer, or it was mere coincidence. Shortly after Gray finished speaking, Abel suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Hey, look up! Is that fireworks? Did Ace set them off?" Fireworks? The group looked up to see brilliant orange-red fireworks fading in the high sky. Moments later, another burst of fireworks exploded in the air. Though they were too distant to discern any details, it appeared that Ace and the others were safe. Colin nodded in relief, noting that they had even sent a signal. Paley, lost in thought, mused that given Ace's cleverness, it was no wonder he could think of such a thing, especially since he was not with the captain. After all, back in Zoe, when Ace and Gray were swept away by the fire rain, they had not sent any signal. It was only when they found Matthew from the escort team that they made it to Whale Forest. Gray did not dwell on Paley's words, but simply looked up at the sky and smiled knowingly, realizing that for the time being, there was no need to worry about them. Once reassured, Gray glanced at Nora, whose eyes were red from fright, and a knowing smile crossed his face. He turned to the others and said, "Let us find the nearest island. Our ship has suffered considerable damage, and we must wait for Danny for another 3 days." Everyone nodded in agreement, without any dissent. Charles indicated the direction, and Alder took the helm, steering the ship as the sails were raised once more, the black flag fluttering as the Blakes set sail toward the nearest island. Andrew busied himself in the kitchen, lamenting over the shattered plates. Heartbroken, these were all meticulously selected by me. What could be done? Who would have anticipated such a storm? Colin comforted him, hoping the next island would be livelier. Speaking of which, have we exhausted our funds in the land of harmony? Andrew queried. Colin paused, stepping out of the kitchen to ask Paley. After a moment's thought, Paley replied, "We have enough to last until the next island." This was thanks to the isolationist policy of the land of harmony, which left them with an abundance of currency that could not be spent elsewhere. Otherwise, with someone like Gray who would carelessly leave a backpack full of gold and silver at the general's residence, or Ace who freely gave away money, they would have been destitute long, in worries. Gray reclined on a deck chair, squinting and smiling. "We can simply seize the next island, and we will have plenty of money." Easier said than done. When have we ever truly robbed from the common folk? When push comes to shove, we will certainly do what must be done. Gray shrugged, resting his chin on his hand and smiling at them. After all, what matters most to me are you all, not some moral code. After a prolonged silence aboard the ship, the air was suddenly filled with laughter and playful scolding. "Don't be so straightforward. Captain, who could handle such a sudden declaration? Why didn't anyone record that line? It's just robbery, plain and simple. Who dares refuse anything to our captain?" Paley pinched the bridge of his nose, suppressing the joy bubbling within him, his ears turning red. After a long pause, he cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, perhaps you should take a break that we, still need to clean up." He hurried away as if trying to escape something behind him, nearly tripping over his own feet and dragging Colin into the kitchen. "I thought you would hold out longer." Colin teased, "I never expected our first mate to be so easily embarrassed. Don't act so superior. You're no different. Your grin nearly reaches your ears." Paley rolled his eyes, complaining. Who could have predicted he would say something like that? Isn't the captain's straightforwardness a frequent occurrence? Andrew chuckled. Regardless of how many times it is said, we will always find joy in it. Inspired by Gray's words, the previously somber atmosphere aboard the ship, weighed down by the absence of companions, was lifted. Bud began to play the shamisen he had purchased from the land of harmony. The newly acquired instrument produced a sound distinctly different from that of a violin. However, as the performer was in high spirits, the music carried an infectious OY.UM. Nora suddenly turned to Latin. On this ship. He was the only one who provided her with a semblance of security. Ignoring Latin's voice, she couldn't help but notice that his appearance was that of a striking beauty. "What is your name?" she asked, clutching the rose. "Did you conjure these roses?" "What's that?" Latin brushed his hair aside. "Is there a problem?" "No, not at all." Nora shook her head vigorously, speaking timidly. "Are all Qinghai people this remarkable? Do they all possess divine powers?" "Divine powers? This is not divine power. If one were to insist, it would be more akin to demonic strength." Latin casually conjured a rose, his tone indifferent. "Is this what you refer to as divine power?" "Well, I once encountered someone with such divine power." Nora curled up in a corner, hugging her knees and burying her face, seemingly filled with dread. "It's terrifying. Do you possess such divine power?" At some point, Gray had leaned in closer, his face filled with curiosity. Nora lifted her head, meeting his gaze, and instinctively screamed, reaching out to push Gray's face away. However, this time, Gray was prepared. As she reached out, he tilted his head, grasping her wrist with a mix of helplessness and grievance. "Hey, why are you so afraid of me? I've never harmed you." Pushing someone to the ground, stepping on their face, grabbing their collar, and slapping them. "Aren't those all your deeds?" Alder remarked, steering the ship while mocking. "You should be gentle with girls." "You have the nerve to say that, Captain?" Abel retorted sarcastically. "Who was it that said, 'Paley, let me handle this and don't be afraid'? We are pirates." "I just forgot in the heat of the moment." Alder exclaimed, flustered and angry. "Aren't we pirates after all?" Nora, however, could not fathom why she felt such an intense fear of Gray. To be fair, Gray was handsome, with black hair and dark eyes, always wearing a sunny smile, the kind of person one could easily like. Yet, she felt an overwhelming fear, as if his dark eyes could see through all her facades. "I do not possess divine power. Please do not come any closer." Nora edged closer to Latin. The latter exchanged glances with Gray, who shrugged and smirked. "All right then, I shall keep my distance." Once Gray stepped back, Nora finally exhaled in relief, hearing Latin's voice above her, filled with confusion and curiosity. "Why are you so afraid of the captain?" I don't know." Nora lifted her head with a pitiful expression, expressing her grievance. It simply felt like his aura was overwhelmingly strong. Gregory D. Gray, a man who dominated the New World in merely a year. The media's portrayal of him bore an almost unanimous bias. The World News reported him as the Emperor of the Seas, asserting that the most formidable pirate of the current oceans was none other than this captain of the Black Flame. Meanwhile, the World Economic Journal described the young and ambitious man as having carved out his own territory in the ruthless New World in just 1 year, in a place where alliances are the norm. He forged a bloody path with a crew of 13, and one certainty remained. The future seas would undoubtedly become more tumultuous. These news outlets extolled Gray to the heavens, while multiplying the perception of his danger manifold before the public eye. In truth, these so-called evaluations were nothing more than amusing anecdotes to the crew of the Black Flame pirates. And no matter how much outsiders praised Gray's strength and cruelty, to them, he would always simply be Gray. The sun piercing through the clouds, a lifeline in a quagmire, a panacea for a terminal illness. This encapsulated Gray's standing in their hearts, of course. While this was their inner sentiment, their external observations painted a different picture. If it were a battle, Latin would undoubtedly nod in agreement with Nora's assertion of Gray's formidable aura. However, at this moment, he wore a peculiar expression, pointing at Gray and incredulously asking Nora, "Do you really think he seems powerful right now?" Nora turned her head to look. Clearly despised, Gray was rolling on the grass, hugging his knees and wailing, his apparent intellect akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Cold sweat trickled down Nora's forehead as she averted her gaze. Feeling quite conflicted, she genuinely believed Gray was dangerous. Yet observing his current state made her want to contradict her own thoughts. "Captain, don't be disheartened. We're approaching the island," Abel exclaimed as he jumped down from the lookout tower, handing his telescope to Gray. The latter leaned over the ship's railing, peering through the lens with excitement. "This is wonderful. It's quite a large island." Moreover, the journey had only taken half a day. Leaving plenty of time, Paley stated, The islands in the New World are categorized into several types. Those protected by the world government, those occupied by pirates, and those neither protected nor occupied. The first two categories bear similarities. The first type is shielded by the world government due to their country's allegiance, requiring civilians to pay a tribute known as the heavenly gold. The second type involves pirates offering protection in exchange for goods, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship. Pirate crews that thrive in the New World are not fools. They understand the distinction between their territory and others. They might pillage and commit atrocities on foreign lands, but they generally exercise restraint on their own, nurturing their domains for sustainable growth. The choice between paying the heavenly gold or seeking pirate protection is difficult to judge which is superior. For civilians, either option at least allows them to survive. As for the third type, those islands neither under the world government's protection nor occupied by pirates. These include some non-member countries in the New World that have fallen into the hands of pirates and human traffickers, becoming lawless islands. This is the true hell on earth. As they drew closer, they could see the pirate flag fluttering in the harbor, indicating that the island was under the control of a pirate crew. Such islands allow pirates to dock their ships freely, welcoming those who do not cause trouble, whereas any disorder would invoke the crew's wrath. It was the flag of the Owen pirates. Paley glanced at the black flag's design and immediately recognized which pirate crew it belonged to. The Owen pirates are indeed a sizable and influential crew in the New World, so the bustling activity on the island was entirely expected. Latin felt a tug on his arm and looked down to see Nora's golden hair. He couldn't quite articulate the sensation that this pure, lustrous gold color evoked in him. He longed to ask Nora how she cared for her hair, but such topics were best suited for moments spent together. Was the cozy night of confidences he had hoped for about to become a reality? Perhaps he could persuade Nora to share a bed with him tonight. Latin, what disgusting thoughts are you entertaining? Alder interjected with a look of revulsion. I was just thinking, Latin began, cradling his face in his hands, but suddenly realized that might not be the most appropriate comment. His vibrant expression darkened, and disregarding his image, he began to tussle with Alder. Alder, bewildered, defensively cried out, claiming he'd said nothing wrong. Gray, walking ahead, turned upon hearing the commotion, squinting at Nora with a smile. Crying, baby, you don't look well. Are you sick? Nora's face, already pale, turned even whiter. She crossed her arms over her chest and managed a weak smile for Gray. I'm fine, just a bit scared. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Latin comforted her, wrapping her in a gentle embrace as her delicate form trembled slightly. Many gazes from the crowd were fixated on the wings behind her, whispering amongst themselves. People from Sky Island, who possess wings, could fetch a handsome price in the blue sea, and on this island, which does not restrict pirate entry, many unscrupulous pirates lurked. However, they merely discussed her, not daring to act upon their thoughts. After all, even if they were greedy, they understood the value of life. Money could only be spent if one was alive. In the New World, if a pirate couldn't recognize a member of the Black Flame Pirates, it would be a source of great ridicule. They were indeed greedy, but not foolish. Fools and brutes could not survive in the New World. So boring, I thought we could have a fight, Gray said lazily, hands clasped behind his head. Who would dare to fight you, Captain? Demon chuckled dismissively. With these people here, I alone am sufficient. Ha! That's not acceptable. We can't let you get hurt. You just want to pick a fight, don't you? Colin done. Shall we go buy some utensils? Andrew asked Colin. The latter two nodded, smiling. Sure. Andrew, if you take Colin away, who will accompany me to gather supplies? Paley frowned, glancing at the others who seemed unbothered. The implication clear. They were off to shop with Nora. Latin crossed his arms. Can you really bear to let them carry things? I can bear it, Paley almost said, but imagining how Latin would lament over those words. He refrained. The remaining crew members instinctively hid behind Gray. Avoiding Paley's gaze, Gray confidently declared, I'm going to the tavern for a drink. Yes, we're going to the tavern too. Bud and the others eagerly nodded in agreement. All right then, Paley sighed. Just as everyone thought he would depart alone, he rolled up his sleeves. Then, with a sly smile, he selected two fortunate souls, grabbing Bud and Alder by the back of their collars, dragging them away despite their struggles. Captain, help! Bud gasped for breath. Paley, you're just seeking revenge. You're jealous that I told you to step aside earlier on the ship. Alder watched his brother wave at him coldly. Ha ha, let's go. We're off to the tavern. Yay, we dodged a bullet. Off to drink. As the members of the Black Flame Pirates dispersed, a few pirates sitting at street stalls rose and hurried towards the island center. They were from the Owen Pirates, having recognized the members of the Black Flame. Vice Captain, the Black Flame Pirates have arrived on our island. One pirate panted to the man before him. The Black Flame doesn't cause trouble. Just let them roam freely, as they are not something we can provoke, he replied. But they brought a Sky Island person. The pirate gulped, his expression alarmed. The Sky Island person. The Vice Captain paused, furrowing his brow. What kind of Sky Island person? A golden-haired, blue-eyed one, quite beautiful. Is that so? The first mate handed a photograph to the pirate. Is this the woman? Yes, that is her, accompanied by the Black Flame. They appear to be quite close. Where is Black Flame Grey now? Black Flame is at Augustine's Tavern. They have split into 4 groups. That woman from Sky Island is with the assassin, Mela. After the pirate spoke, he tentatively inquired, should we take action against Mela and the others? No, we cannot act. If we do, all our efforts over the past 3 years will be in vain. The first mate pondered for a moment before finally formulating a plan. The Black Flame shouldn't linger on this island for too long. As long as we find a way to control that woman from Sky Island, we should be fine. Bring me the snail phone. Time rewound to half a day earlier. Kazuki Odin was a figure of great significance to Ace. Not only was he a companion aboard the pirate ship, but he was also destined to become the 2nd Division commander on Whitebeard's ship and a member of Roger's crew, intertwined with Ace's fate in myriad ways. Yet at this moment, Odin was merely a young lad who had just boarded the ship, and Ace found himself grappling with a strange sentiment as he interacted with him. It was akin to traversing back in time and discovering that the person sharing drinks with you was your youthful father. An indescribable sensation. Thus, when Gray and the others expressed concern over Odin's health, Ace took the initiative to call him back from outside. However, he did not anticipate that the very next moment would unleash a powerful storm. The first to be swept away being Odin. Ace's instinctive reaction was to rush forward and grab Odin, only to be swept away by the wind himself. The black ship diminished in the distance, and all Ace could do was muster the strength to shout Gray. Unfortunately, that call too was whisked away by the wind, leaving no trace for the other, from being blown away to landing. An indeterminate amount of time passed before Ace rose from his face-down position, greeted by a panorama of gold. Odin, he gasped, hastily examining what he was grasping. A strap, presumably Odin's belt. This is bad. Odin, Ace called, taking a few steps forward. The air here was thin, requiring far more effort than usual. This Sky Island. Ace pondered, yet Sky Island should be white. Why was everything before him bathed in gold? Ugh! Just then, Odin's voice emerged from nearby as the boy stood up from the clouds, rubbing his head. That I'm so dizzy. Where am I? Odin. Ace approached excitedly. Are you hurt? Acting as a reliable adult, he firmly grasped Odin's shoulders, turning him around before finally exhaling in relief. Thankfully, neither of them was injured. Ace, where are we? Odin, now free from his dizziness, immediately became engrossed in his surroundings. Naturally active, the unfamiliarity of this place heightened his curiosity. Ace retied his belt and used flames to dry both of their clothes. Saying, we must have been blown to Sky Island, he furrowed his brow, worried about Gray and the others, wondering if they were safe. Reggie is quite capable. He will surely be fine, Odin exclaimed, gleefully running around on the golden clouds, curiously asking, by the way, Ace, why are the clouds here golden? I have no idea. Ace frowned, brushing off the golden powder clinging to their clothes. Gold dust. His palms were covered in the shimmering powder, and the spot where Odin had lain had already returned to the cloud's original hue. This wasn't gold clouds. Rather, white clouds were thickly coated in gold dust. Wow, Ace, there's a forest over there. Odin pointed excitedly at a distance. Sky Island is so fascinating. I didn't know trees could grow on clouds. This is incredible. Odin, I'll first check in with Gray. They were currently at the periphery of Sky Island, and venturing further and could lead to uncertainty about when they would emerge. Ace conjured orange-red flames. Though they appeared less vivid than before, as the flames emerged, the already sparse air on Sky Island became even thinner. Firefly fireworks. Countless small glowing orbs, resembling fireflies, flew from his palms, ultimately gathering in the sky above Sky Island. Odin gazed enviously at the dancing fireballs, with so many devil fruit users aboard the ship. He felt a strong curiosity about such powers. However, Odin resolved not to eat a fruit, as he had promised Odin that they would be responsible for underwater rescues aboard the ship. It was a pact between men, and no matter how tempting, he would never break it. A small sun-like orb radiated light and warmth in the sky. Even in daylight, it was dazzling. That I hope Gray can see this, Ace silently prayed, tightening his fist, causing the sun-like flame to burst outward. True to its name, it resembled genuine fireworks. Are you using fireworks to send a message? Odin asked. I it because we're the Black Flame Pirates? Yes, Gray loves fireworks. I hope this brings him joy. Ace instinctively reached for his hat, only to realize he had forgotten to bring it along. Ace? Odin was puzzled by Ace's sudden gesture. Ace smiled. It's nothing. Let's explore Sky Island. Okay. Odin nodded vigorously, eager to rush toward the grove. Are the inhabitants of Sky Island like us? Similar, but they have wings on their backs. Wings? Can they fly then? No, the wings are merely ornamental. They cannot fly. Wait, are they trapped on Sky Island like I used to be? Indeed, the inhabitants of Sky Island refer to our vast ocean as the Blue Sea, that we are known as Blue Sea people. And some of them capture the winged inhabitants of Sky Island for sale. Consequently, most of the Sky Islanders have no desire to venture to the Blue Sea. Slave traders? Odin inquired. Slave traders and pirates appear to be one and the same. But when you include the buyers, the instigators, and those who turn a blind eye, it seems the entire world is implicated. Ace patted the somewhat bewildered Odin's head. You will understand in time, Odin. However, our pirate crew would never engage in such acts. Reggie certainly wooed, and Odin gazed at Ace with determination. Indeed. Ace couldn't help but chuckle. Gray would never let them down. This Sky Island differed from the one in Ace's memories. It was lavishly adorned with a thick layer of gold dust, rendering the entire world golden and opulent. Upon reaching the grove, they discovered it was an orchard, with fruit trees also sprinkled with gold dust. A gentle tap on the trunk would cause the gold dust to cascade down, revealing the true colors of the apple trees beneath. Some apples had already rotted on the ground, looking rather unfortunate. Ace, look, it's gold. Odin bent down to pick up a piece of golden stone, despite being somewhat impure. It was indeed genuine gold. The ground was strewn with such pieces, large and small, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure cave. Ace picked up a piece of gold too, laughing. If Gray were here, he would be overjoyed. That guy loves treasures. Upon seeing this gold, he would undoubtedly dive in, rolling around, and end up covered in gold dust, only to be pitifully scolded by Bailey and Colin. Will Reggie and the others come? Odin asked. How will we leave Sky Island? Shall we jump down? Certainly not by jumping, Ace chuckled, but rest assured there will be a way. Gray and the others will definitely come. Let us first ascertain the situation of this Sky Island. All right, Odin nodded, sprinting eagerly deeper into the orchard. Ace closely followed behind, his smile gradually fading, his expression becoming slightly serious. The peculiar Sky Island and the scattered treasures, along with the long-neglected fruit trees, seemed to signal something ominous. After a while, Odin suddenly halted, pointing ahead and exclaiming, Ace, look, there are so many people up ahead. Not far from them, there were elderly individuals and children, each burdened by large wicker baskets on their backs and wielding long tongs, bending down to collect the gold nuggets scattered upon the ground. Their attire was modest, yet they stood out as the only contrast in this golden world. Greetings, before Ace could utter a word. Odin dashed forward exuberantly, approaching the group with enthusiasm. I am Kazuki Odin, a trainee member of the Black Flame pirate crew. His pride in this identity compelled him to add this declaration, oblivious to the potential reactions of ordinary folk upon hearing the term pirate. Perhaps due to his tender age or the innocence of his smile, the group did not exhibit any extreme reactions. One elder scrutinized him for a moment, mistaking him for a child from another village. Kindly advising, child, you ought to return home. It is time to gather gold, that if someone sees you idling, it could spell trouble. Yes, brother, you should go to work. Those people might hurt you, and it would be very painful, chimed in a frail girl standing beside the elder. When she lifted her gaze towards Odin, Her hair parted to reveal a grotesque scar on her forehead. Her innocent eyes were filled with deep-seated fear as she pointed to her scar, saying, "Just like this, brother, Bauna is not lying to you. It really hurts." Odin was taken aback, struggling to believe his own eyes. "But you still—" The remainder of his words lodged in his throat, for this little girl could only be 4 or 5 years old. Could it truly be that someone would lay hands on a child so young? In the flower capital, under the governance of Kazuki Sukiyaki, children of that age were cherished as treasures in the palms of their parents, deserving of utmost care. Growing up in such an environment, Odin had yet to delve into the darkness lurking within the depths of Weno's prosperity, only to be taken from his homeland by the pirate crew. Thus, his thoughts remained untainted and his experiences limited, leaving him unaware that in the broader world, cruelty and conflict were the prevailing norms. Pirates like Gray were an exceedingly rare breed. The vast majority were ruthless marauders. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Navy to uphold peace upon the seas. Odin's lips moved as he yearned to say something, but the elderly individuals and children suddenly turned to look behind him, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Ace, noticing the shift in their demeanor, promptly halted and offered a reassuring smile that "Do not be afraid. We have merely stumbled upon Sky Island by chance and harbor no ill intentions towards you." "Indeed, Ace is my companion," Odin added in consolation. "He is a very good person. You need not fear." "You all—" The elders seemed to recall the question they had previously overlooked. They had initially assumed Odin was merely a mischievous child from another village, suffering under the oppression of pirates, and believed they were pirates themselves. Yet, it appeared they had overthought the situation. "Brother, are you also from the blue sea below?" Bauna timidly peered from behind her family, her head cautiously emerging. Odin nodded, a hint of pride in his smile. "Yes, we are pirates from the blue sea. Oh, you are pirates." The realization dawned upon them. Could such young children be villains? A hushed murmur ensued. And soon everyone knelt down, their frail forms accentuating their pitiful plight. The elder trembled, his voice laden with desperation. "Point 2, esteemed adults, we truly did not recognize you. Please forgive us this time. We will strive harder to gather gold. Please spare us." "Yes, yes, spare us," echoed the others. "We truly erred. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon us and spare the children." The mere utterance of these words seemed to shock the children. Each one jolted into alertness. Bauna, in particular, lowered her head so deeply that she dared not lift it, a stark contrast to her previous timid yet communicative demeanor. Odin was startled by the sudden display of submission. Taking several steps back in confusion, looking to Ace for answers. What has caused them to act this way, Ace? Surely, something dreadful must have occurred. Ace sighed and took a few steps forward, kneeling on one knee to assist the elder who appeared to be the leader of the group. Ace gazed into the elder's murky eyes, which were brimming with weariness, sorrow, and a hidden despair. He exhaled softly and, lowering his voice, reassured the elder. "Rest assured, we harbor no malice towards you and are not acquainted with those pirates who have inflicted harm upon you. We were merely swept here by storm. You are not affiliated with them?" Hope flickered back into the elder's eyes. "Really? You will not harm us?" "Indeed, we have no intention of causing you harm. We merely seek to clarify some matters regarding how we might return to the Blue Sea, for there are important individuals awaiting our return," Ace said with a smile, his eyes radiating sincerity and kindness that instilled trust. Odin assisted Bauna to her feet. The frail child was painfully thin, little more than skin and bones, barely reaching Odin's waist. He could not fathom why anyone would dare to harm such a child. "Do not fear. We are here, and no one will dare to harm you," Odin reassured, patting his chest like a dependable little adult. "I am capable of smashing a bear with a giant rock." "You smashed a bear?" Bauna's eyes widened in astonishment, easily swept away by Odin's boast. "You are so impressive, brother. Perhaps we could discuss matters regarding this Sky Island." Ace turned to the elder, smiling. "If it is within our capacity, we would be willing to assist. However," the elder hesitated, glancing back at the villagers behind him, "we must work during the day to gather all the gold. It is the only way we can secure food for the night." After a moment of contemplation, Ace replied with a smile. "How about this? We will help you gather the gold, and while we do, you can share with us the details about this Sky Island. Would that be agreeable?" "Very well," the elder acquiesced, knowing full well that these two pirates were beyond their means to contend with. Rather than being coerced into divulging their circumstances, it would be wiser to comply, thus sparing them further suffering. In recent years, their experiences had rendered the elders increasingly wary of outsiders, especially pirates from the Blue Sea. Even though these two appeared amicable now, they feared that their true nature might soon reveal itself. To understand the situation, one must begin the tale 3 years prior. This sky island is known as Lavis Island, home to the Baharian Kingdom, which, 3 years ago, was a prosperous and tranquil realm. At the island center stood a golden volcano named Good, which erupted gold stones every 3 days, coinciding with the storms of Dany that swept the island. The Baharian Kingdom possessed unparalleled expertise in gold mining and alchemy, with virtually all of their infrastructure and daily necessities derived from the gold stones forged by Good's eruptions. 3 years ago, the Owen pirate crew, led by Owen, arrived at the Sky Island via Dany, having been rescued by the kind-hearted residents of the island. Unbeknownst to them, this act of kindness would bring about the kingdom's ruin. Upon awakening, the Owen pirate crew marveled at the wonders created from gold, and greed swiftly became their sole means of repaying their benefactors. During their recovery, the crew cleverly concealed their true intentions and learned of sacred artifact that had been venerated by the Baharian Kingdom for generations. They infiltrated the royal palace and stole the artifact, granting the pirate captain power sufficient to obliterate the Baharian Kingdom. They seized control of the Sky Island, imprisoning the wise king and confining his children in 9 separate villages as leverage and warning to the villagers. Young men were forcibly conscripted into factories, laboring tirelessly to produce golden goods, while the elderly and children were left behind to scavenge for gold to exchange for mere scraps of food. To enter the Sky Island, one must traverse Dany, but the only means of departure lies in riding the royal birds, which are now firmly in the possession of the pirate crew. Have you not considered rebellion? Upon hearing the elder's account, Odin was incensed and could not contain his inquiry. The elder sighed, "Of course we have resisted. No one would tolerate the invasion of their homeland. Yet what recourse do we have? That wretched Owen has acquired divine power, and we are utterly powerless." "What divine power?" Ace inquired. "The sacred artifact we have venerated for generations has fallen into the hands of that pirate crew." The elderly man sighed, his tone heavy with dread. "They possess the ability to transmute humans into gold. All the rebels have been turned into gold," others added. "Transformed into gold?" Ace furrowed his brow, recalling the future user of the gold fruit. Guild Tesoro, the lord of the grandest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro, was a wielder of the gold fruit, capable of commanding gold. He harbored suspicions that this Owen was the former possessor of the gold fruit, and that the divine relic venerated by this nation was, in fact, a devil fruit. In truth, from the moment you arrived on this Sky Island and took your first breath, it has become exceedingly difficult to depart." The elder spoke gravely. The gold spewed forth from the volcanic eruption was in solid form, whereas the shimmering gold dust raining down was the handiwork of Owen. "We cannot control our breathing, and inhaling the gold dust will become the leverage Owen holds over you. In other words, stepping onto the Sky Island signifies that Owen can turn one into gold, correct?" Ace gazed at the thick layer of gold dust blanketing the ground. This resplendent powder transformed into a venomous toxin. How deeply ironic. "Ace, let us send that Owen flying," Yuta exclaimed, his fury palpable. Though he was playful and lively, he had received an unwavering royal education from a young age. Sukiyaki had imparted many lessons to prepare him to become a wise ruler of Weno. Despite his disdain for lengthy discourses, the teachings of Sukiyaki were indelibly etched into his heart. A wise monarch would never wish to witness a scene of destitution, where the people are poorly clothed and starve. Furthermore, he could neither comprehend nor accept the treachery of Owen's pirate crew, for a samurai places utmost importance on honor and gratitude. With a smile rising on his face under Yuta's expectant gaze, Ace raised his fist and declared, "Of course, we'll deal with that pirate crew before Gray and the others arrive." "Oh," Yuta raised his arms in excitement. "That is splendid." No, you are courting death." The elders were taken aback by their decision, all instinctively raising their hands. "We are not suggesting you throw your lives away. We could continue living as we have, but if outsiders were to perish trying to assist us, That would be unbearable. An elderly man covered his face and wept bitterly. Pirates from the blue sea should be plundering. Ace chuckled, though his eyes bore no warmth. Our pirate crew has set its sights on his treasures. It has nothing to do with you, as he spoke. Orange red flames flickered around his fist, warm and bright. The elders and children clearly had never heard of devil fruits. They were a phenomenon prevalent in the blue sea, with only a few appearing on the Sky Island. Had they known that the devil fruit they had guarded for generations would grant them power if consumed, they might not have resigned themselves to such suffering. Are you also a wielder of divine power? An elder asked, attempting to kneel but was supported by Ace. This is not divine power. If anything, it is the power of a devil. The power of a devil. The elder murmured, tears welling in his eyes. If you can truly save us, what does it matter if it is the power of a devil? The tavern was alive with raucous chatter and merriment. The salon door creaked open, its sound hardly perceptible that a drunken man, with bleary eyes, turned towards the entrance, and the sudden surge of fear washed over him. Instantly sobering him, he instinctively recoiled, forgetting he was seated, causing him to topple backward onto another table of men. "Whoa!" he exclaimed, toppling over and inadvertently dragging an innocent man along with him, sending 2 tables crashing to the floor, dishes shattering, and wine staining the wooden floor with dark splotches. "Oh, come on, Brownie. If you're going to fall, just fall. Don't drag me down with you, you fool. If you're drunk, just hurry home." "Ha ha, Brownie, you can't hold your liquor." The man, now dubbed Brownie, trembled all over, pointing towards the tavern's entrance, shouting, "It's the Black Flame Pirates! The Black Flame Pirates!" Someone mocked him. "You must be drunk. Why would the Black Flame Pirates come here?" After he spoke, no one echoed his sentiment. And the man began to sense something amiss as he turned to gaze at the tavern entrance. Gray, who had no intention of causing a stir, felt the weight of dozens of astonished eyes upon him, and found it quite overwhelming. He raised a hand as if to wave, chuckling, "I truly didn't expect everyone to recognize us. It seems there are no extra seats, Captain. Typically, in front of outsiders, Demon and the others displayed their complete pirate demeanor, either smiling or remaining expressionless. However, once they smiled, it was a grin that could frighten children. Tootin flexed his wrist, not wanting to start a fight right after arriving. "We just remembered we have unfinished business. We take our leave." "Yes, us as well. We've finished our drinks, so we'll take our leave." The patrons of the tavern hastily rose to depart, bowing at a 90-degree angle to Gray and his crew as they exited. Soon, the once boisterous tavern was left with only 2 overturned tables, and the tavern owner, T.O., scared them all off with just a fright. "How dull." Abel sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Ha ha, boss. Did they pay you? If not, we can't pursue them." "It would be dreadful if you suffered a loss because of us," Gray inquired, observing the owner tidying up the tables. The proprietor, a middle-aged man around 50, chuckled and shook his head. No need. They all paid." "Gentlemen, would you like something to drink?" Gray nodded, taking a seat on a bar stool. "Bring us a few bottles of rum, and also the best-selling food. The more the better." "Very well, please wait a moment." The owner tidied up and relayed their order to the kitchen, handing Gray a bottle of rum and a glass, before moving on to clear 2 empty tables for the others. Gray tilted his head, resting his chin on his hand as he watched the busy owner, and asked absent-mindedly, "Boss, are you married?" "Huh." The owner was taken aback, responding, "No, living alone is tough enough. Why would I want to burden someone else?" "Ha ha, that's a fair point." Gray chuckled, pondering whether the islanders all shared such sentiments. He had noticed not a single woman or child during their walk. He asked casually, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. The air fell into a brief silence, and the owner smiled as he replied, "After all, pirates frequently visit this island, so women and children are not allowed to roam about." "I see." Gray nodded in agreement. "Indeed, pirates are generally not good people. It's normal to be cautious." "Haha, I didn't expect the men on your island to be so responsible," Guy remarked in admiration. "What can one do? Living under the shadow of pirates necessitates certain considerations." The owner forced a smile, as if Gray's words had struck a chord with him. He continued, "You all enjoy your drinks. I'll check in the kitchen to see if there's anything I can assist with." "Gentlemen, thank you for your hard work," Gray replied politely. After the owner left, Charles spoke up. "Captain, do you need a divination?" No, it's nothing of great significance. Gray closed his eyes, downing half a bottle of rum, and chuckled. In any case, there's no need to act until they provoke us. After a while, they had yet to receive their food, but another group entered the tavern. The leading man approached Gray directly, his intentions clear, and he spoke respectfully. Captain Gray, I didn't expect you all to visit the island of the Owen pirates. Apologies for the lack of hospitality. We have prepared a feast at our base. If you are interested, you may accompany us, and there will be gifts as well. Gray scrutinized him for a moment, slightly bewildered. I recall Owen looking different from you. Captain, that is the vice-captain of the Owen pirates. Abel quietly explained to Gray in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, but the vice-captain concealed his emotions well, maintaining a smile as he reintroduced himself. It is quite normal for Captain Gray not to remember me. For someone of your stature, it is an honor to be remembered. I am Aaron, the vice-captain of the Owen pirates. Gray nodded nonchalantly and inquired with a smile. Ah, well then, why hasn't your captain shown up? Is it because I didn't give him a thorough enough beating before? And he looks down on me. He gently placed a bottle of liquor on the bar. And then an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped him. A formidable pressure surged towards the members of the Owen pirate crew, causing many of them to pale and retreat a few steps. Even Aaron stumbled back awkwardly, cold sweat trickling down his back. It felt as though uttering a single wrong word would lead to his demise. Our captain, Aaron gritted his teeth to explain he's currently not on the island. He went out on business. I apologize, but as of now, I hold the highest position on the island. You should have said so earlier. Gray sighed, his shoulders slumping as he waved dismissively, the earlier tension dissipating into the air. He chuckled awkwardly. We're merely here to tidy things up. Nothing more. There's no need for you to worry so much. Ha. As for the banquet, when your captain invites us, I will surely grace it with my presence. Yes, I truly appreciate your understanding, Aaron nodded, only to hear Gray continue. After all, we did have dealings 4 years ago. One doesn't truly know someone without a bit of conflict. We are friends after all. Aaron lowered his head, his expression momentarily twisted. 4 years ago, the two pirate crews indeed crossed paths like a tea that time. The Black Flame pirate crew had only recently entered the New World, and Gray had killed a celestial dragon along with a ship full of slaves, earning a bounty that surpassed that of certain smaller pirates in the New World. Everyone desired to defeat them for the bounty and fame. The Owen pirate crew was among those. However, all the pirates who approached with plundering intentions ultimately failed, including the already sizable Owen pirate crew with its dozen ships. The hellish Black Flames shattered their ambitions, and the Owen pirate crew became a mere whisper in the New World from that point on. Now, with Gray claiming they were friends, it felt as though he was mocking them with the memory of their devastating defeat 4 years prior, striking a blow to Aaron's pride, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. You don't have any objections to my words, do you? Gray flashed a seemingly innocent smile, yet his tone brimmed with menace. That wouldn't do. I cannot accept any dissent. Captain, if it comes to blows, leave that to me. Demon cracked his knuckles, a sinister grin on his face. After all, we are friends, right? Aaron took a deep breath, forcing a smile. How could we dare to have any objections? All your expenses on the island will be on the house. Consider it a gift from our pirate crew. Then I truly thank you. Gray waved his hand. If there's nothing else, you should leave swiftly. We wish to continue drinking and won't keep you any longer. Understood. I apologize for the disturbance. Aaron bowed, and only after leaving the tavern and returning to the base did he slam his fist against the nearby wall, creating a massive crack in it. Damn it, those bastards, Black Flame Gray. He gritted his teeth, ultimately suppressing the fury in his chest, and turned his trembling subordinates. How did the other matter go? Very smoothly. We've handed everything over to that woman from Sky Island, came the reply. When the Black Flame pirate crew had separated, Ladin had never gone shopping with anyone else. He had no desire to accompany Paley and the others to procure supplies, preferring to wander through jewelry stores, clothing boutiques, and cosmetic shops. However, those men showed no interest in such establishments. They rarely purchased new clothes for themselves. Whenever they deemed a piece of clothing suitable, they would buy several identical items, a mindset Ladin found utterly incomprehensible. Their taste in fashion was simply abysmal, and their ability to select cosmetics was equally lamentable. What? Aren't they all red? Wow, this is for the eyelids. Do you apply all these colors together? What's in this bottle? Oh, perfume. Good heavens, it smells so awful. I feel nauseous. Boss, do you have any buy one get one free clothes? I want a few sets of, oh, this outfit feels so comfortable. I want to buy a dozen to switch between. Ladin could hardly bear to recall the foolish remarks of those straight men. If it weren't for the captain's charming nature, he would have found it unbearable to live with such imbeciles. Ladin, look at this. I think it suits you perfectly, Nora said, presenting a pair of exquisitely crafted golden earrings. Delicately shaped like roses, girls like Nora, soft and gentle. With the companions he truly wished to shop with, Ladin's hand covered his heart, which fluttered uncontrollably with joy. He was genuinely touched, realizing that one day he could truly experience such conversations between best friends. The craftsmanship is so exquisite, Ladin remarked as he accepted the earrings with satisfaction. To transform gold into such delicate adornments, the artistry is simply superb. Ladin gazed at his reflection in the mirror, unaware of Nora beside him, her eyes dimming upon hearing his words. Is there anything you wish to buy? Ladin suddenly inquired. Nora waved her hand dismissively. No, there aren't any accessories I like here. All right then. Let us go buy some clothes. Ladin took Nora's hand, leading her towards the next store, chatting as they walked. I want to buy a new outfit for our captain. Just imagining him wearing something I picked makes me feel so happy. Ladin, do you really like that captain? Nora asked. Yes, I truly adore him. Ladin cupped his face, his entire being radiating with pink bubbles. Whatever he does, I will always stand by his side. Then your captain must be very fortunate, Nora remarked with a hint of envy, appreciating the unconditional support he received from his crew. It is we who should consider ourselves fortunate. Ladin tucked a stray hair behind his ear, not wishing to elaborate further. He smiled at Nora. Come on, let us go buy those clothes. With a swish, the changing curtain was drawn, and Nora settled into a booth at the clothing store, waiting for Ladin to change. She lowered her head, seemingly reluctant to let anyone see her face. Yet, her wings behind her could not be concealed, and no amount of effort could hide them. She was one of the rare inhabitants of the Sky Island in the blue sea. Miss, here's a complimentary drink from a store. The attendant approached with a tray, placing on the table beside her. Nora smiled politely. No, thank you, I don't drink. Perhaps just a little. After all, we will be leaving soon. Won't we? The attendant said meaningfully before bowing and departing to Nora's hand, resting by her side, clenched tightly, her body tingling with goosebumps. She had sensed a strong aura of hostility. Her innate sensitivity to danger had led to an overwhelming fear of Gray at that moment. She glanced at the drink beside her and noticed a photograph pressed at the bottom of the cup, and the contents made her feel as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Something feels off. What's off? Have we been conned? Conned? They didn't even ask for money to— I mean this island, Paley said, puffing on a cigarette, glancing helplessly at the two behind him. Can you stop being so naive? Hey, Paley, what do you mean by that? Alder exploded. I was just trying to help you carry things. Don't think just because you're the vice captain we won't dare to hit you, Bud threatened, his hands laden with goods. Taking a step forward, Paley could no longer bear to watch their foolishness and quickly explained, this island can be considered a medium-sized one. Judging by the architectural style and goods, it seems to be a commercial hub connected to nearby islands. But strangely, despite buying so much and walking so far, we haven't seen a single woman or child. Now that you mention it, Bud pondered, we've been to at least 7 or 8 stores. And all the owners were men. Perhaps the women and children went out to play. Alder suggested foolishly. Paley didn't even spare him a glance, merely nodding at Bud. In any case, let us remain vigilant. Understood, Bud nodded. Hey, I just realized I seem to be left out of this, Alder said, grinning as he leaned in. Let's stay vigilant, Oh, isn't that Paley? A figure approached quickly from a distance, exclaiming in familiarity. I never expected to run into you here. What luck! Hi, Kiitis. It has been a long time since we last met, exclaimed Alder, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Where's Captain Gray? Ah, he must be at the tavern. You are merely here to procure supplies, replied the man known as Akides, who appeared quite knowledgeable about the Black Flame pirate crew. Perry nodded. How did you end up here? What other reason could there be but business? Akides chuckled. Vegas Island, a renowned channel for gold exports, is famous for its exquisite craftsmanship and high purity of gold products. which is why I have come to negotiate trade. Black market merchants hold significant importance in this world. Any goods that cannot circulate freely in the market, such as exceedingly rare and precious items, arms manufacturing and smuggling, devil fruits, assassination bounties, and other illicit dealings, must be transacted through black market merchants that a formidable pirate crew will undoubtedly have one or more mutually beneficial relationships with black market merchants. And the associate of the Black Flame pirate crew happens to be Achilles' superior, a woman of remarkable poise and shrewdness. Logia is a natural-born merchant who, for years ago, foresaw the potential partnership upon seeing the bounty for Black Flame. A competent merchant seizes every opportunity for value increase, and Logia has managed to navigate through the murky waters of the black market, owing to her vision and capabilities. 4 years ago, the Black Flame pirate crew's circumstances were incomparable to their present state. They seized a coated pirate ship from the Sabati archipelago and ventured into the New World under a guise of obscurity. Many pirates, even those hailing from the New World, find it impossible to establish themselves as captains due to the dominant pirate forces that will not permit newcomers to thrive and partake in their share. Those unwilling to join their ranks cannot remain. Hence, many pirates choose to venture to the first half of the Grand Line, commonly referred to as Paradise, to build their strength until they are prepared to face the various challenges of the New World. However, Gray and his crew find themselves at an impasse. As irredeemable pirates, they cannot survive in the navy-infested Paradise. Only upon reaching the lawless New World do they find a glimmer of hope. After repelling an unwelcome pirate ship, Gray wiped the blood that flowed uncontrollably from his mouth and, smiling at his exhausted crew sprawled around him, remarked, It seems we were overly optimistic he could still laugh. Despite their dire predicament, the stolen pirate ship lay in ruins by the shore, and they found themselves stranded on a small deserted island, with at least 4 or 5 pirate crews circling like vultures, eager to claim their prize. Fortunately, due to mutual apprehension among these crews, no large-scale assault had yet commenced. That "You're so strong. Just leave us be," Perry grimaced, his eyes reddened but dry, unable to shed a single tear. In a hoarse voice, he addressed Gray. "Surely you can escape alone. Indeed, I would prefer to perish as a pirate rather than live in the humiliation of slavery. I'm already content." Colin leaned against a tree trunk, his head bowed. Although his ability was healing, his frail body could no longer sustain its use. With great effort, Alder managed to utter, "Even as captain, we only shared a few weeks together. We hardly possessed the bond of life and death. So, I say, abandon us. We were never meant to be saved by this world." Abel bit his lip, tears streaming freely down his face. "Yes, Captain, you have done exceptionally well. Do not let others grow too fond of you." Latin wiped her face, her once pristine makeup now smudged. "What splendid weather." Tootin gazed at the sky, squinting as he mused, how wonderful it would be to return to Fishman Island. Gray remained silent, watching them for a considerable time, before breaking into a smile, as if he had heard nothing. "For now, let us focus on survival. I shall devise a plan later." Upon hearing this, those who had previously held back their tears could no longer contain themselves. Despite enduring endless humiliation and suffering as slaves, they had not wept until now. It was only in this moment of despair that they realized how fortunate they were to be chosen with such unwavering resolve. Gray, at merely 15 years of age, had yet to shed his youthful visage, yet he bore the weight of a pirate crew, the fates of 13 souls resting upon his shoulders. Perhaps fate had decreed he should not perish just yet. As a massive merchant ship broke through the waves, "Captain Gray, I presume. I am the black market merchant Logia. It seems I have arrived just in time. That I believe you could use some assistance." A beautiful woman clad in a purple dress descended from the ship, flanked by dozens of guards. With a shrewd yet amiable smile, she continued, "Let us collaborate. I see great potential in you, Captain Gray." This black market merchant, known as Logia, had breached the encirclement of several pirate crews and stood before Gray unscathed. Everyone understood that her power did not solely stem from her personal strength, but rather from the vast resources of the black market and her esteemed identity. Logia, the younger sister of the current king of Dressrosa in the New World, was a noble princess renowned as a black market merchant in the underworld, dubbed the Violet of the Night. Her acumen and demeanor were akin to that of the most astute merchants. Rather than aligning herself with formidable pirate crews, she preferred to unearth promising new pirates, boldly investing and taking unimaginable risks. Yet, each step she took proved successful, with her partnerships numbering in the dozens, if not the hundreds. Consequently, Logia held considerable sway in the New World, and most pirates would readily grant her respect. Her words to Gray were, in essence, an olive branch, an invitation to collaborate, as she recognized his potential. However, unexpectedly, Gray, entrenched in his predicament, did not seize the enormous opportunity without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I have betrayed the Navy and slain a celestial dragon. While my companions were once slaves, our bounty does not reflect our strength. It merely signifies the world government's desperation to capture us. This is our crew's reality. Do you still wish to collaborate? No one would lay bare their disadvantages before entering a partnership. A competent merchant would conceal their flaws to maximize benefits. But Gray was not a merchant. He was a pirate, a desperate pirate who still adhered to his principles. Logia, having encountered various individuals, found herself momentarily taken aback by Gray's words. She erupted into laughter, and once her amusement subsided, she said, Why not? Captain Gray, merchants delight in honest partners, even if it may lead to losses. I never engage in losing ventures. Very well, hereas to a fruitful collaboration, in just a few simple exchanges, taking scarcely minutes, the future's strongest pirate crew in the New World solidified a partnership with the black market merchant Logia. Gray did not disappoint her. His rapid ascent once again affirmed Logia's keen eye for talent. Thus far, their collaboration had flourished for 5 years, devoid of any conflict. Therefore, encountering Akides on Vegas Island brought delight to Perry and the others. This island, known as Vegas, was an ordinary trading city 3 years prior until the Owen pirate crew seized it, transforming it into a supplier of gold products for the surrounding region. The craftsmanship of the gold products produced here was exquisite, quickly garnering the favor of the nobility. Presently, the gold exports for Vegas are predominantly monopolized by noble trade. As you may know, we still operate as a noble trading merchant on the surface. Hence our cooperation with Vegas. However, recently, the Owen pirate crew has grown excessively ambitious, prompting my employer to send me to negotiate. Through Akides' introduction, Perry and the others gleaned pertinent information about the island. Perry inquired, has a gold mine been discovered on the island? The volume of gold traded over the past 3 years must be substantial. We have hardly heard any news regarding the Owen pirate crew during this time. Akides glanced around and leaned closer to Perry, whispering, I find this peculiar as well that I arrived here with a merchant vessel 2 days ago and noticed that apart from able-bodied men, there are no women or children. And there are neither gold mines nor factories for processing gold products on the island. What does it mean? Alder, who had come over, furrowed his brow. Without any raw materials, could gold possibly fall from the sky? The first mate, Aaron, had mentioned that they had reached an agreement with another island, and that the gold was being transported from there, where their captain also resided. However, when I probed further, they fell silent. Akides explained. How peculiar, Bard mused, stroking his chin. Such a vibrant island. Could it possibly be a monstrous place that devours people? Akides, what are your plans next? Paley inquired. Akides shook his head in resignation, without a deal finalized. How could he face his boss? I will just wait here for their captain to return. We won't linger on this island for long. Paley contemplated. In any case, let us have a drink upon encountering them, and first accompany us to finish our shopping. You wouldn't want me to carry your things, would you? Akides grinned. Paley, old friend, you're quite the trickster. Why refuse the labor that comes to our door? Paley chuckled. Let us go. We still have quite a bit to purchase. Meanwhile, the trio, buying utensils and spices, had completed their shopping and were preparing to return. They had already discussed the island's unusual aspects. And though no conclusions were reached, it hardly mattered as long as it did not hinder them. Andrew, having personally selected the tableware, was currently joyfully carrying 2 large bags, while the other 2 held an assortment of spices. Woof, woof! Don paused. What's wrong? Tang Tang. What's the matter with it? Colin asked, glancing at Tang Tang, who appeared somewhat agitated and was baring its teeth in a specific direction. Following that direction, he saw nothing amiss. Are you hungry? Andrew queried. Tang shook its head, confidently asserting, "No, it's definitely discovered something." "Then let us follow it and see," Colin decided, feeling an intuition that something was off about the island. Following the command, Tang dashed towards a particular direction, weaving through the intricate alleys until it reached the edge of the island. Here stood a cliff, beneath which roared the tumultuous sea, devoid of anything else. The three exchanged glances, yet Tang continued to bark fiercely at the cliff's edge. "I'll take a look," Andrew said, setting down his belongings and stepping onto the cloud-like surface hovering above the cliff. Exclaiming in amazement, "Oh, it's a fissure, a massive one. Could this be the treasure trove of the Owen pirates?" Colin chuckled. "Dio, we need to go down." "No need, I'll check it out if it truly is a treasure cave. I'll have the captain come and investigate." Andrew waved his hand and ventured into the enormous crack in the cliff. Be cautious, Andrew, it probably isn't a treasure cave," Don warned, bending down to pat Tang's head. Given Tang's current state, restless and eager, it surely indicated something sinister. The two watched the abyss below, uncertain of when Andrew would return, when suddenly a cacophony of footsteps echoed behind them. "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Tang growled fiercely at the approaching pirates. Colin turned around and stood up with a grin. "Looks like we've stumbled upon something significant. They aren't hesitating to confront us," Don remarked, activating his observation hockey, resting his hand on the flintlock at his waist. "You can blame your insatiable curiosity," sneered one of the newcomers. "Black flame fire. I've been waiting to settle scores with you." Just then, Andrew returned to the cliff's edge, his face pale, retching as he cursed. "Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. What lies below?" Colin asked with a smile at a pile of stacked white bones. "There must be over 1,000, both adults and children. These are likely the island's original inhabitants," Andrew replied, glancing at the pirates approaching them, a few of whom they had seen before. "The team must have taken at least 3 years for them to become mere skeletons," Don coughed, feeling the ground beneath them suddenly turn ominous. Countless bones piled together, constituting the island's former vibrancy and liveliness. "What a massive reshuffling," Colin remarked pensively. 3 years ago, the Owen pirates had seized control of Vegas Island, rounding up the entire population. The island had originally belonged to another pirate crew, but the Owen pirates had purchased it and its inhabitants with a vast fortune of gold. Although the residents, accustomed to living under pirate rule, were terrified, they complied and gathered together, only to be met with a brutal massacre. In a single night, every inhabitant was cast into the chasm below. From the elderly to children and pregnant women, none escaped. The once thriving island echoed with wails of despair as blood stained the remnants of the moon above. Then, when the sun rose the following day, all sins were conveniently concealed. Through a clandestine transaction between the two pirate crews, Vegas Island underwent a thorough overhaul. The pirates laid down their weapons of slaughter, donned civilian garb, and adopted a facade of humility and timidity, masquerading as the island's original denizens. In the first year, visitors from other islands came to pay respects, but they merely added another corpse to the fissure. Vegas Island boasted its golden reputation, attracting a multitude of merchant ships eager to purchase its wares. Soon enough, the natives truly became the original inhabitants. Nobles flocked here to acquire gold, while the navy remained powerless, even being ordered not to interfere with the island. From the countless bones bloomed decayed flowers, which the criminals harvested, their severed ends dripping crimson blood, pooling on the ground to form immense wealth. "Hey, you over there, what are you standing around for? Get to work. Want to turn to gold? Damn you old fossils." With the intent to overthrow the Owen pirates, Ace and Utian were delving deeper into the mysteries of this sky island when a harsh, furious shout interrupted their discussion. Bana quickly hid behind the elderly man, trembling, her gaze filled with concern for Utian and the others. "Brother, you should flee. Who are you?" Several pirates stepped forward, their guard immediately up upon seeing the young men who should not be present here. Were they stragglers? Their eyes fell on Ace, a vigorous young man who should be toiling in the factories on the Sky Island. This unfamiliar face brought an odd sense of crisis. Ace took a couple of steps forward, but Utian reached out to stop him. "Just a few pirates," Utian declared, drawing 2 blades from his waist with a cold scoff. "I'll deal with them right now." Ace narrowed his eyes and smiled. Folding his arms, "Oh, then I'll leave it to you, Yu Qian." The pirates, seeing that Yu Qian was merely a child, initially dismissed him. They brandished their weapons, grinning maliciously. "Since you're overestimating yourself, we'll just kill you first. After all, kids have no real value." One pirate glanced at Bana, unsheathing a long steel whip. Bana trembled all over, the scar on her forehead sending a jolt of excruciating pain, rendering her unable to lift her gaze to anyone, hiding behind her grandfather instead. With a cold glare, Yu Qian charged towards the group of pirates. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant he was before them, unleashing a massive sword energy with his sword. Tianyu Yuzhan, the pirate, unable to dodge, could only raise his sword to block, but the sword energy was too powerful, instantly slicing his weapon in two, while simultaneously leaving a gash on his body. The remaining pirates never anticipated that such a child could possess such deadly power. Their underestimation led them to witness their comrade's demise helplessly. "You bastard!" One pirate snarled, anger surging within him as he swung the whip. The steel whip sliced through the air, but Yu Qian nimbly evaded it, and in the next moment appeared right in front of the pirate, his blade, Yinma, enveloped in haki, delivering a fierce slash. Yinma was a weapon capable of absorbing the user's haki. Any excess would directly sever anything in its vicinity. Yu Qian could not yet fully control it. Thus, when he swung his sword, not only did he cleave through the pirate, but he also created a deep fissure in the cloud beneath him. "Don't let them escape, Yu Qian," Ace urged. "Understood," Yu Qian replied, determined not to let these vile pirates get away. He swiftly dispatched his opponents, sheathing his blades and exhaling slowly, proudly declaring to Ace, "Look at my strength. I senti it impressive." "Certainly, Yu Qian, you are indeed formidable." Ace smiled knowingly and gently patted Yu Qian's head. "Please, both of you, save our village." The elder, leading the others, knelt upon the ground, expressing, "We possess little to repay you, but if you truly can redeem this nation, take all the gold our village has. Brother, please rescue us. There are still pirates in the village, and they have taken our parents away." Buna and the other children gathered around Yu Qian, their eyes filled with admiration and hope. Compared to the elder, the children's emotions were more innocent. Witnessing Yu Qian's prowess in vanquishing so many pirates, they believed in his ability to save their parents. Ace, feeling helpless, stepped forward to assist the elder to his feet, stating, "We are merely acting in our own interests. There is no need for such gratitude. The sole method to return to the Blue Sea is that one way. Hence, even if Ace and his companions did not wish to save this nation, they would still have to engage with the Owen pirate crew. A crew that would resort to harming children is certainly not one to negotiate with. Rather than parley with those brutal pirates, it would be more effective to subdue them directly and procure that bird from a king, which would conveniently yield a considerable amount of gold as well." "Very well. Let us make our way toward the village," Yu Qian declared, striking a pose reminiscent of a youthful leader, hands on his hips and pointing ahead with great fervor. The children encircled him, clapping joyously. The two followed the villagers of Sky Island back to Gary Village. When the pirates responsible for guarding and inspecting goods immediately approached, their tone unfriendly. "Why are you back so soon? Have you finished collecting the gold?" "Haha, they won't be picking gold anymore." Ace flexed his wrist, flames igniting around his fist, and with a single fiery punch, he dispatched the pirates with ease. Without much effort, they cleared the village of its pirates. "Prince Fascia, you have suffered." Once the pirates were vanquished, the villagers of Gary Village promptly released the prince who had been imprisoned within the village. "What is happening?" Fascia appeared weak, supported by the elder. Upon learning that someone had come to rescue them, he immediately wished to express his gratitude. However, after taking a step, he nearly fainted. "Your Highness, please eat something first." The provisions hoarded by the pirates were brought forth, and the children gathered around the boiling pot, their stomachs rumbling in unison with hunger. Ace stoked the flames further as the children eagerly asked innocent yet kind-hearted questions about whether it would hurt or if he would be burned by the fire. The elder assisted Fascia to a seat and introduced, "Gentlemen, this is our nation's first prince, Prince Fascia." "Greetings," Prince Fascia said, his golden hair glinting as he offered a polite smile. His sunken cheeks revealed his exhaustion, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude for their assistance. As he attempted to kneel in thanks, a blade blocked his path. Yu Qian chuckled. We are not doing this for you, so there is no need for gratitude. Yet, do ponder how you shall treat your citizens henceforth. Yu Qian contemplated for a moment. The leadership of a nation is indeed crucial. In the past, he might not have considered this, but now, seeing the villagers' eagerness to rescue their former king and prince, he understood that if those in power mismanaged the realm, the villagers would not wish to save them. The king and Prince Fascia have always treated us well, the elder quickly explained. Had it not been for Prince Fascia saving his own rations, we might not have survived until now, and no need for further words. Fascia interjected, a grim smile on his face. The failure to protect our nation is undeniably our fault. We were too weak. Now, let us eat. Ace handed Fascia a bowl of rice porridge. Smiling, you must eat well to protect your country. Thank you very much, Fascia said, biting his lip. Will you two head straight to the royal capital afterward? After collecting the gold, every night the pirates report the quantities to the pirate officers in the capital, that if you have eliminated the pirates in this village, it will be discovered tonight that we have no intention of hiding it. Ace replied. After we eat, we will head directly to the royal capital and knock that Owen out. Allow me to guide you, Fascia asserted. My father is imprisoned in the capital's dungeon, and his health has not been well. I worry he may face dire consequences that we will also hide elsewhere, so as not to trouble you. The elder added, Brother, you must do your best. Buna, sipping her porridge, let tears fall in her bowl. Since she could remember, she had not tasted anything so warm. Fear not, Buna. Yu Qian patted her head. We will surely defeat those scoundrels. Ace suddenly inquired, By the way, didn't you mention there are 8 other villages holding princes and princesses? Do you need us to deal with those pirates? Fascia unexpectedly shook his head and, noticing Ace's confusion, explained they have likely already been transported to the capital. The structure of the Bahar Kingdom differs from that of the Blue Sea. It consists of a capital and 9 villages, arranged almost in a straight line, with the capital nearest to Gud. It is here that the most gold erupts, making it the most perilous. Currently, they were in Gary village, the farthest from the capital, governed by the eldest prince, Fascia. The remaining 8 villages were assigned to the king's other children, arranged in order of proximity to the capital. This not only served as a test of each child's governance capabilities, but also aimed to ensure a peaceful existence for the villages. When I was imprisoned, I overheard the pirates speaking, Fascia said, his brow furrowing with concern. My youngest sister escaped from the village closest to the capital, where the princess was held captive. They mentioned that something had occurred in the Blue Sea, prompting the transport of all princes and princesses back to the capital. I was merely fortuitous to be in the farthest village, and those pirates planned to take me along when they transported the gold tonight. Could it be Reggie and the others? Yu Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke to Ace. Ace nodded. In that case, we must take down Owen even more decisively. We shall deliver the gold to Gray. He will surely be delighted. Yes, with such fervent aspirations, Ace, Yu Qian, and Fascia finally set off on their journey to the royal capital. The quickest route to the capital was not by walking, but rather by using a unique mode of transportation from Sky Island called Weiba. Previously, the Weiba had been seized by pirates, but now that the pirates had been defeated, it was naturally retrieved. Ace had visited Sky Island before. While he wasn't an expert, he could at least ride it. Yu Qian, however, faced greater challenges. Eagerly, he stepped onto the Weiba, listening to Fascia's guidance. Initially, the Weiba started off normally, but alas, as it surged forward, it toppled over. After several attempts, all resulted in the same failure. It became evident to Yu Qian that he lacked not only navigational skills, but also the talent for riding. This realization was somewhat disheartening for the bright young boy, as he dejectedly stood behind Ace, tugging at the latter's coat flapping in the wind, pouting in frustration. How vexing. If only we weren't pressed for time. I would have surely mastered it. Ace laughed heartily before offering consolation. There will be other opportunities that we will reclaim this, and you can practice every day until you succeed, that we can provide as many Weiba as you wish. Fascia chuckled, riding alongside them. We cannot give them away. Pirates are meant to steal. Yu Qian countered, asserting, pirates are all villains, right, Ace? Indeed, we are villains as well, so do not harbor unrealistic notions about pirates. Ace nodded. Fascia understood that this was the goodwill of the two. They had saved the pirates, leading to their current situation, yet now, it was also pirates who were rescuing them. Ace and Utian's caution serve as a warning to Fascia, urging him not to easily trust outsiders again due to this rescue. The capital of the Bahar Kingdom was only slightly larger than the other villages, with all buildings crafted from gold. In a nation where gold erupts every 3 days, the least valuable commodity is, ironically, gold. Yet they had to endure the greed and tyranny of pirates for this very thing deemed least valuable. Blue Sea, Vegas, come drink. Today it's on someone else's tab. Let's not waste the opportunity. Ha! Captain Gray remains as spirited as ever. Akitis, would you care to join us aboard our ship for a few days? We have new members to introduce to you. New members? No way. Your pirate crew actually seeks out newcomers. Akitis exclaimed in disbelief. It has been 5 years, and it's still just the same few of you. I thought you intended to continue like this indefinitely. Haha, not just one, but two at all raised 2 fingers. Both are fine lads. How peculiar, Akitis remarked, turning to Gray. When the captain suggested you seize islands and expand your crew, didn't you say it was unnecessary? It truly was unnecessary. Gray downed a glass of rum and waved his hand dismissively. Having too many people is not ideal. You have a point. With the captain managing so many of us, it's like we're all in a perpetual state of menopause. Akitis looked apprehensive, seemingly recalling some less than pleasant memories, if it weren't for her menopause. I could have returned even if I failed this task. Why must I linger here? I sent she only 30. Paley raised an eyebrow. Yes, but she is only becoming more fierce, Akitis shrugged and suddenly asked, with the addition of 2 new members. Your ship should be quite cramped now, right? It's manageable for now. Previously, while repairing the ship in Weno, we added 2 new cabins, so at least it can accommodate everyone, Demon replied. Akitis tapped the table and suddenly whispered to Gray and the others. In the New World, on Hive Island, there will be an auction in a month, and we are one of the hosts at an auction. Yes, a grand auction exclusively for pirates, and there's one item I believe you would be interested in. Akitis said, Atomwood. If you're looking to expand your manpower, this kind of timber is certainly essential. Atomwood. Demoness eyes lit up. Such a precious item. Where did you acquire it? It's not from our trading company. If it were, we would have directly traded with you. The captain mentioned notifying you about this. But who knew your movements were so peculiar? Akitis scratched his head and continued. You don't even answer your den mushy. Didn't we give you one? The group instinctively glanced at Gray, busy munching on food with his mouth full, noticed their gaze and tilted his head, mumbling, I don't know where I put it. You see, Bard shrugged at Akitis. It's not that we don't want to answer. We genuinely have no idea where it is. Oh well, as long as I've delivered the message. That suffices. Akitis sighed and instructed Paley. You should have an idea of the price for Atomwood. Remember to save up. Don't always act like a spendthrift. Our ship is practically rattling from being so poor. Paley leaned back in his chair. We'll do our best. Captain Gray, did you hear what I just said? Akitis, with the concern of a father, patiently inquired of Gray. Gray nodded, confidently patting his chest. Rest assured. We will definitely purchase it. Akitis, clearly aware of Gray's temperament, didn't he quite believe him and further cautioned Paley. This auction will be a pirate-esque carnival, with several large trading companies in attendance. If you attempt to rob them there, you'll be besieged from all sides. TSK, so boring that in an instant, several discontented voices arose. You didn't really intend to rob money on Hive Island, did you? I tell you, it's impossible. It shouldn't even cross your minds. Nora, do you think this outfit looks good? Latin stepped out from behind the curtain, tugging at his skirt while asking Nora. However, he received no response. When he looked towards the booth, Nora was already gone. Nora, a bad premonition crept into Latin's mind as he furrowed his brows and asked the shopkeeper, Excuse me, where's the lady who came with me? The shopkeeper looked bewildered and replied, Not long ago, she said she had something to attend to and left. Weren't you aware? Which direction did she go? Latin knew something must have happened to Nora, as this woman from Sky Island had always harbored a deep-seated fear of the island. His thoughts raced. He stepped towards the shopkeeper. May I ask again? The shopkeeper nodded. You may. His shoulder was suddenly seized. A rose blooming from his flesh, the piercing pain made him howl in agony. Latin's expression turned cold. Speak. Where has Nora gone? I truly don't know. The shopkeeper insisted stubbornly that if you don't say, others will. Latin didn't he expect to glean anything significant from a pawn, but after uttering this, the pirate suddenly felt a strange sensation in his chest, as if something was about to emerge. The intense pain made him cry out, and at the end of his life, a radiant rose stained with his heart's blood bloomed. The earlier gunshot attracted the attention of the shopkeepers around, who no longer feigned benevolence. All were armed, their expressions fierce and menacing that it seems we've arrived at a cannibalistic island. Latin felt no fear. On the contrary, he had the leisure to ponder whether to seek out Nora first or head straight for the captain. Well, it's better to find the captain. After all, the captain's authority surpasses all. Nora, the ninth child of the king of the sky, Island Baja, is also the most favored daughter, having never wanted for anything until her 18th year. Her life took a drastic turn. While out, she saved several sea pirates from the Blue Sea, who were then unconscious and drenched, looking utterly miserable. Compassion stirred within her, leading her to rescue them, only for it to unfold like the tale of the farmer and the snake. The healed pirates stormed the royal palace, revealing their true, brutal nature. They seized the kingdom's divine artifacts, gaining the power to control gold. Those who resisted turned to gold, which became her nightmare. Shortly thereafter, she was imprisoned, perhaps due to her act of mercy. Nora received somewhat better treatment than others. Yet, the more favorable her circumstances, the deeper her inner turmoil. For 3 whole years, her pampered existence was stripped away. Desperate to escape, she longed to free her father and siblings, who continued to suffer from the consequences of her actions. Nora prayed fervently to the heavens, beseeching the gods, to long last. Her sincerity moved the divine. By a twist of fate, a golden fruit resembling the sacred item they worshipped appeared among the fruits delivered by the pirates. The gods had heard her prayers, bestowing divine power upon her. Upon tasting the fruit, Nora immediately began to retch. It was horrendously unpalatable. Nevertheless, she swallowed it down, tears mingling with each bite. If it could grant her the same abilities as that scoundrel, she would undoubtedly save her nation. After finishing the fruit, Nora eagerly grasped her gold. Despite her utmost efforts, she found herself unable to control its shifting form. Just as despair loomed over her, a golden flame ignited in her hand, causing her to scream in fright and fall to the ground. The gold she had clutched fell away, now appearing even purer than before. Nora gazed at her hand for a moment, then tentatively used the flame to scorch the fruit beside her. Yet the fruit showed no signs of being harmed. Her divine power seemed incapable of igniting or inflicting damage. It could only purify the impurities within objects, elevating their purity. What purpose does this serve? Nora let out a bitter laugh, realizing she still lacked the strength to protect her family and her nation. Outside the prison, pirates rushed in upon hearing her earlier scream, unlocking the chains to investigate. Nora clenched her fists, summoning her courage to push past the pirate as they opened the door, then fled swiftly. She escaped just in time as golden blocks rained down from the sky in a cataclysmic eruption. At such a moment, no one dared to tread the open roads. The pirates pursued her relentlessly, and in her panic, she reached the edge of the sky island, overlooking the dark tempest below while the pirates closed in behind her. Nora realized she could not be captured by them. As long as she remained free, there was hope to return and save her nation. Without hesitation, she leaped into the abyss, golden flames enveloping her, transforming her into a black, 3-legged crow surrounded by golden fire. Yet upon entering the storm, she gradually felt powerless, eventually losing consciousness as she fell onto the ship. The Blakes, she had considered seeking help. But these individuals were pirates. Despite their current lack of intent to harm her, the members of the Owen pirate crew had concealed their true nature for a long time before revealing it. She could not easily trust pirates. Nora clutched the photograph sent by the tailor, which depicted her father. 3 years ago, he had been golden-haired and rosy-cheeked. Now, he appeared haggard and gray. "Father," Nora gasped, covering her mouth as silent tears streamed down her face. Her hand trembling around the photograph, fully aware that she was being threatened. Leaving the tailor shop in silence, she was confronted by pirates at the entrance, who bluntly stated, "Come along, Little princess, if you wish for your family to remain unharmed, keep your mouth shut and follow us. Point one shout from you, and one person will die. Understand? Nora stumbled back, tears flowing as she loathed her own helplessness, yet felt utterly powerless to the cutlery unharmed. Don't worry. It's fine. How could anything be wrong? Following a brief, one-sided massacre, Andrew was the first to express concern over his cutlery. Upon seeing them completely unscathed, he finally exhaled in relief. Let's return and inform the captain. Colin glanced at the cliff with a heavy heart, sighing, I really don't want to disturb the captain's good mood. There's no choice. It's a matter of thousands of lives. Don adjusted his eye patch and gently patted Tang Tang's furry head, which lifted his spirits somewhat. The trio returned to the main road. Passing an alleyway when they suddenly halted, they encountered the pirates escorting Nora back to their base, exchanging awkward glances that, you need assistance. Miss Nora, Colin smiled politely, choosing not to act immediately. Wasn't Latin with you? Andrew frowned, a bit annoyed. You weren't sent away for mistaking the shade of lipstick, were you? On board, aside from Don and the recently joined Ace and Yuta, everyone else had been dragged by Latin to shop. It was a true hell. Their arms were burdened with bags of all sizes, incessantly complimenting Latin's beauty, making the experience unbearable. Isn't Nora a woman? Though Don couldn't see, he had heard her voice and believed women could distinguish such things. We are friends with Nora. We specifically invited her as a guest, the pirate interjected. Right, Nora? Nora's body stiffened, biting her lip tightly. Hey, Nora, speak up, the pirate urged. Your family's already been invited. Latin said women cannot be forced. Andrew shook his head, raising his hand. She clearly does not wish to. Suddenly, a cloud, seemingly out of nowhere, collided with the pirates, the clouds themselves being harmless. However, Andrew transformed the clouds into solid forms. When they struck violently, it was akin to steel. Colin and Don, armed with flintlock pistols, fired shots, and the opposing enemies fell to the ground. I think aiming for the heart is preferable, Don remarked, relying on his observation and hearing to identify enemies without removing his eye patch. Colin preferred targeting the forehead. Nora's breath quickened. It was her first encounter with so many corpses. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could seek help from these individuals at such a time. It mattered not who they were, pirates included. If they could save her country, she would do anything. Nora, Latin's voice called from behind, drawing closer as she affectionately linked arms with Nora's trembling arm, complaining, Why didn't you wait for me? I was left waiting for you. Latin. Nora gazed at Latin with tear-streaked eyes, filled with despair, almost pleading as she knelt. Please, help me, I beg you. Latin fell silent, looking helplessly at Colin. The latter shrugged, stating, Telling us is futile. You should seek our captain. Besides, asking pirates for assistance requires compensation. Andrew added nonchalantly, We do not work for free. We have plenty of gold on our island. Nora's eyes sparkled with hope. She recalled that she could afford compensation. All the gold of the Owen pirate crew had come from their sky island. As long as you save my country, any amount of gold is yours. I see. Everything makes sense now. After hearing Colin's explanation, Paley immediately understood the source of the island's gold. Akades looked at Nora with excitement. Little girl, are you interested in collaborating with our trading company? Akades, that gold belongs to our pirate crew. Paley warned with a frown. This princess has promised that once we resolve her nation's crisis, all the gold will be ours, including that which is yet to erupt. Yes, all the gold can be given to you, Nora declared, having dried her tears, speaking resolutely. Akades face-bombed. Come on, you still need to liquidate the gold. It's better to collaborate with us directly. Collaboration is fine. You needn't pay us at all, Paley smiled slyly. Just send us a list of all the goods your company acquires in the future, and let us pick a couple for free. How can that work? Do you think I'm a fool? Akades slammed the table. The goods from our trading company are worth more than gold. Then how about once a year, 2 items at a time? Paley extended 2 fingers, grinning innocently. Rest assured, Aldego patted Akades' shoulder. With our years of friendship, our pirate crew would never betray you. I'll need to check with my boss. Akades shrugged off Aldego's hand and moved aside to contact the snail phone. Gray drained the last drop of rum from his glass, placing it on the table with a dull thud. How many households were on this island 3 years ago? He stared at the cup. his fingers brushing the hair at the nape of his neck, as if talking to himself. "Our captain is asking you a question." Tootin kicked the tavern owner, sending him crashing into the bar before stopping, causing the bottles atop the bar to wobble and crash to the ground. The floor was littered with shattered bottles, their contents staining the wooden floor a deep hue, leaving a chaotic mess. The tavern owner, now bruised and battered, trembled as he spoke. "I'm not quite sure, but it should be around 1300. His voice dwindled, nearly a whisper, barely audible even to himself. As the surrounding temperature gradually rose, an unsettling sense of oppression permeated the air. Over 1,000 individuals. Gray leaned back against a chair, his gaze cast downward, lost in thought. "No, Captain Gray, it is not our fault at all. It was all him, Owen. He is the one who conceived these ideas, who insisted on establishing an island of gold controlled entirely by him." The boss trembled in terror, frantically crawling towards Gray, attempting to grasp his calf. However, before he could reach him, Gray raised his foot and forcefully stomped on the back of his neck. With a sharp crack, the boss's eyes widened in disbelief as he took his last breath. Gray's expression darkened, his eyes shrouded in an abyssal gloom, and an immense aura erupted from him, suffused with a cataclysmic sense of dread that swiftly enveloped the entire island, transforming the sky. The atmosphere shifted ominously. Above the island, the floating clouds twisted together, swirling like a tempest centered upon the land. Pirates scattered across the island collapsed one after another. Buildings crumbled with thunderous crashes. From above, aside from the tavern they occupied, everything else had been reduced to ruins. "Clear the area," Gray commanded, rising to his feet, his voice low yet laced with menace. "This island required a thorough reshuffling. Can you manage it, if you come with us?" Ace glanced at Fascia, who appeared in a rather poor state. Despite having eaten a little, his body was particularly frail, having spent the past 3 years conserving his food for the villagers. Fascia nodded, resolutely insisting, "Do not worry. I am fine. With me around, you will avoid some detours." As they pressed forward, this route was feasible for Ace and Yutian. However, considering the hostage in their possession, the trio opted for the most prudent approach, sneaking into the royal capital. The architecture of the Sky Island was constructed entirely of gold, dazzlingly bright during the day, compelling the inhabitants to don protective goggles. Yet, with the onset of night, this potential hazard vanished entirely. Under the sparse starlight, guided by Fascia, Ace and Yutian found themselves at the outskirts of the palace, crouching in a corner, resembling more like thieves than assailants. Fascia whispered, "We are uncertain of their numbers. It is best to proceed with caution." "Understood." Ace and Yutian nodded in unison, appearing quite reliable. "Now, allow me to outline our action plan." Fire Fist, a massive orange-red flame, entwined with the power of hockey, illuminated the sky momentarily as Fascia gasped, the force of the blast ruffling his hair. Gazing at the palace gates, rendered to ruins by the assault, he hesitated, unsure if he should continue, discussing the action plan that might never come to fruition. The palace was soon awash with alarms signaling an enemy incursion, accompanied by the cacophony of pirate shouts, muffled by the collapse of a structured Fascia attempted to voice something. "Huh?" Ace turned back, puzzled. "What's wrong? Did you not say the operation was commencing? I can hardly wait to send Owen flying." Yutian brandished his twin blades, exuding an imposing aura. It seemed an action plan was no longer necessary. Fascia struggled to force a smile, raising a clenched fist, managing a dry, "Good luck. Leave it to us." Ace returned a reassuring look, adding, "You should hide for now. We want to be able to protect you during the fight." With that, he dashed towards the palace, as Yutian charged in with fervor. "Who are you to dare assault us? Do not be so arrogant." Pirates rushed forward, only to be rebuffed one after another. Ace and Yutian stood amidst the palace courtyard, surrounded by fallen pirates, and for a moment, none dared approach. Yet the number of pirates inside the palace far exceeded their expectations. They were swiftly encircled, and soon, a group of pirates parted to make way for a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, half of his face obscured by a golden mask, his visible eye gleaming with malice. "Two formidable individuals. You must be from the Blue Sea," he chuckled. "The Owen pirate crew welcomes all-powerful pirates. I trust you are both interested in gold. Join us, and we shall overlook the earlier incident. We can negotiate. We certainly came for the gold. Ace replied with a grin. But we've already joined a pirate crew, ditto. What kind of pirate crew could possibly be more enticing than ours? Owen raised an eyebrow, spreading his arms wide. Here, the gold is inexhaustible, all belonging to the Owen pirate crew, that if you join us, it will also belong to you, Ace. No need to say so much, Yu Qian snorted. Already growing impatient, we are the Black Flame Fire Pirates. We cannot join you. Black Flame Fire? Owen's smile instantly froze at the mention of this name. That he ground his teeth, the sound echoing ominously, if it were food. It would have long since rotted in his mouth. You are with Black Flame Fire? How is Gray faring? Before Ace and the others could respond, Owen continued. He must be doing quite well, constantly featured in the papers. Gaining quite the notoriety. You know Gray? Ace furrowed his brow. How could I not know him? He is my benefactor, Owen replied, his hand brushing over his mask, a chilling, killing intent radiating from his eyes. Although his lips curled into a smile. Since you are with Black Flame Fire, it would be inappropriate for me to face Gray if you do not perish here. Huh. As he spoke, the gold surrounding the palace suddenly transformed into liquid, surging towards Ace and Yu Qian without hesitation. They leaped to the sides to evade the attack, the gold crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater. Kill them, Owen commanded with a wave of his hand. As the surrounding pirates donned golden armor, charging towards Ace and Yu Qian under their captain's orders. Blame it on the fact that you are with Black Flame Fire. Owen gestured again, as countless golden flecks rained down from above. Once you absorb this gold dust, you will never leave here. Ugh, Yu Qian stumbled, glancing down to find his leg inexplicably transformed into gold. Perhaps they had absorbed insufficient amounts, as the spread of the gold was not rapid. TSK, Flame Pillar. A towering inferno erupted, spiraling into a pillar of fire that engulfed the surrounding area, melting the gold. This extensive flame attack caused the gold on the pirates to liquefy, the heat swiftly seeping into their flesh, resulting in anguished cries as they struggled to remove the searing golden armor. Yet, the gold had already fused with their bodies, the wielder of flame. Owen appeared to harbor an innate fear of fire, retreating 2 steps and knocking over a golden ornament, but quickly regained his composure. He knew he was no longer the same as before. He too was now a wielder of power. Why should he fear flames? Yu Qian, Ace returned to Yu Qian's side. How are you faring? I'm fine. The gold has ceased spreading. Yu Qian smiled. I will deal with those pirates. Ace, you confront Owen. He understood that with one of his legs transformed into gold, he would only be a burden in a confrontation with Owen. It was better to focus on teaching those pirates a lesson. Leave it to me. Ace nodded, as the gold seemed to have little effect on the flames. I'm not afraid of you, Gray. Owen glared fiercely at Ace, the fear and resentment towards fire consuming his sanity. Under the influence of his power, the surrounding gold rapidly enveloped him, including those pirates clad in golden armor. Ignoring their cries of despair, Owen remained indifferent as a colossal golden monstrosity slowly raised its head. Gray, I will kill you. Ace, his expression steely, ignited into flames, the flickering light reflecting in Owen's eyes, momentarily transporting him back to 4 years prior. The dancing black flames, the burning fleet, everything he held dear had vanished in that battle. Gray, divine fire, unknowable flame. With his hands transforming into flames, Ace hurled a fiery lance forged from fire itself. Owen roared in fury as a colossal arm of gold descended, crashing down with a thunderous sound to strike the lance into the ground. Ace leaped gracefully, evading the attack, and swiftly retaliated with a fiery punch, the intense heat instantly melting the gold. Owen's massive golden arm was severed in an instant. His gaze fixated on Ace as Ace unleashed his fire fist. Another arm lunged toward him, yet it struck nothing but air, for Ace had already elementalized his body, flames entwining around Owen's remaining arm, rendering it useless as well. Ace flipped backward, landing steadily on the ground. Yu Qian, filled with excitement, applauded him. Ace, splendid work. Behind him stood a mountain of pirates. Ace flashed a smile at him, but was suddenly reminded of Gray's mocking tone, claiming he could not wield armament hockey, prompting a souring of his mood. Never mind, this battle would serve as proof to Gray that his mastery over hockey was quite commendable. Having severed 2 arms, Owen, who despised fire users, was now seething with rage. As his thoughts churned, the surrounding gold began to stir ominously. This time, the distinction between friend and foe blurred completely. Countless golden spears densely floated in the air as Owen bellowed, "Gray, I will kill you." The spears surged toward Ace and Yuqian, who stood ready with dual blades, their armament hockey enveloping the blades, cleaving through all incoming spears. Ace, not relying on flames, merely cloaked in hockey, defended against the onslaught while advancing toward Owen. A golden barrier erupted from the ground as Ace concentrated his strength into his fist, his hockey-coated punch shattering the gold. Soon, he stood before Owen, who was now entirely encased in gold, with only his deranged head exposed. Grinning maniacally in Owen's eyes, the figures of Ace and Gray had merged. The devastating defeat from 4 years prior was now being replayed. 4 years ago, flames consumed everything. For years later, fists shattered dreams. Owen collapsed to the ground, struggling to expel a mouthful of blood, his mask falling away to reveal a grotesquely burned and twisted half-face. His gaze shifted to Ace, who crouched beside him, and Owen grinned. He had regained his composure and realized that the fire-wielding man before him was not the same one from before. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he callously exclaimed, "You, take a good look. All of this is thanks to your captain. 4 years ago." He continued, "Don't pretend to be so furious. Black Flame. Isn't all of this your fault?" Aaron was hoisted into the air by his neck, teetering on the brink of death, a torrent of malevolence surging within him. He fixed a steely gaze upon the impassive Gray. Laughing, after being defeated by you 4 years ago, our pirate crew fell into disarray, losing our territories and wealth to other pirates. In our desperation, we faced the storm of crisis and ended up on Sky Island. Whether it was the calamity on Sky Island or the massacre on this very island, ultimately, it is all your fault, Black Flame Gray. Are you trying to atone for your sins now? At this, Aaron burst into laughter. 1,328 lives, along with those on Sky Island. Can your single life atone for all of that? Upon hearing Aaron's words, Gray pressed his lips into a thin line, tilting his head as if contemplating whose fault it truly was. "Captain, don't listen to his nonsense. Exactly what does this have to do with us?" They couldn't truly believe such words could instigate their remorse. Many wished to retort or even strike Aaron down, but with him in the captain's grasp, they could not act. "Enough," Gray spoke, restoring silence as everyone awaited his next words. He inhaled deeply, his gaze lazily sweeping across the surroundings. Then suddenly chuckled, "You all head back to the ship." Captain, Paley and the others frowned, uncertain of Gray's intentions. "Fear not. I won't be crushed by mere words." Gray abruptly snapped Aaron's neck, discarding him aside, and calmly stated, "Now, go back to the ship." With no choice but to comply with their captain's command, they returned to the Black Seas while Gray remained on the island. Who would have thought it would come to this? Achates leaned over the ship's railing, reflecting on how events had unfolded. They had heard of the battle between Black Flame and Owen's pirate crew 4 years ago, where Owen's crew had sought to annihilate Black Flame, bringing their entire fleet to bear in a life-and-death naval confrontation. Yet in the end, it was Black Flame who emerged victorious. "Captain," Latin said, concern etched on his face. "Ah, the captain will be fine." Alder attempted to lighten the mood, but after much stammering, he vexedly tugged at his hair, exclaiming, "Damn it, who could have predicted this turn of events?" Nora remained silent, as the victim of these events, her emotions tumultuous after hearing Aaron's words. Should she blame Black Flame? If Owen's pirate crew had not been vanquished 4 years ago, perhaps they would not have suffered such hardships. But then again, Black Flame would have perished. At that time, Black Flame was justified in their actions. The true fault lay with Owen's pirate crew. Latin observed her quietly, then anxiously glanced toward the island, wondering if the captain was all right. Nora instinctively followed his gaze. In the center of that island, a plume of black smoke rose slowly, flames consuming the collapsed structures, serpentine tongues of fire flickering, distorting the very air with their heat. Gray stood at the island's core, enveloped in blazing flames, the black fire gradually spreading to engulf the entire island. The darkness separated two realms. Standing amidst the black flames, Gray closed his eyes, acknowledging that Aaron's words had indeed stirred something within him. But it mattered not. He was a pirate stained with countless bloodshed. What did it matter if he now bore the lives of 1,328 souls? All he needed to do was move forward. Upon returning to the ship, Gray had regained his usual demeanor. He stretched lazily and approached Nora with a smile. "Crybaby, remember to fulfill your promise when we reach Sky Island." Nora remained apprehensive around Gray. Nodding as she replied, "Rest assured, I shall keep my promise." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "Captain Gray, though I know it may be inappropriate to say this, please do not take Aaron's words to heart. While I cannot speak for the people of this island, just among us from Sky Island, even if they are aware of these matters, they would not blame you." Gray remained silent, and after a moment, he chuckled. "It's of no consequence. After all, you cannot defeat me. Empty insults mean nothing to me, that if he were to care about such things, he would not have chosen the life of a pirate. Captain Gray, our boss has said that if you can provide us with gold for free, you may choose 2 items from our Merchant Association as goods each year. Moreover, we can also provide funding for the atom wood at the upcoming auction." Hey, what do you mean by free? Isn't that asking too much?" Alder waved his fist. "You have no cost for this gold." Achates retorted confidently, "Come on, you've taken all the benefits. How can there be such good fortune? We can provide gold for free, but aside from the aforementioned returns, you must also trade supplies with Sky Island, for gold requires processing." Gray agreed to Achates' conditions. However, Achates could decide on the supplies for Sky Island, as they indeed needed to collaborate with others to refine the gold. Nora had no objections. With the crisis on Sky Island resolved, a substantial amount of supplies was needed to compensate for past losses, and the nation's revival depended on these resources. She was merely surprised that Gray remembered to advocate for Sky Island's interests. After all, the gold rightfully belonged to Gray. Even without Sky Island, the Merchant Association could find other processors for the gold. "Princess Nora, what do you think?" Achates inquired, looking at Nora, who was lost in thought. Nora snapped back to reality. "Yes, thank you very much. 1,328 lives, along with the 3 years of suffering on Sky Island, are all Gray's fault." "Ah!" Owen lay sprawled on the ground, laughing maniacally in the final throes of life. "You mentioned the inhabitants of Sky Island." He still maintained the frenzied arc of his laughter, despite the deep crimson gash inflicted upon his neck by Grishin's ruthless blade. Grittian sheathed his sword and turned to Ace, deeming it unnecessary to indulge in his prattle. "Right?" "Indeed," Ace replied with a smile, igniting Owen's lifeless body without hesitation. There was no need to entertain such nonsense, and it would be best if Gray remained oblivious. "Naturally, we are most familiar with Reggie's true nature." Grittian nodded vigorously. Reggie was indeed the finest. Ace chuckled at Grishin's unwavering conviction. "Ha, you truly have a deep fondness for Gray. Of course. He is the one who took me to sea. My captain." Grittian, inherently cheerful, appeared even more elated when discussing Gray. He then inquired of Ace, "Don't you like Gray?" Ace placed his hands on his hips, tilting his head with a grin. "Of course I do." That's the spirit. Grittian, a rather naive individual, remained steadfast in his belief in a person, undeterred by external slander. Loyalty was paramount. Indeed, Ace began to understand why those aboard the Whitebeard ship held Grittian in such high esteem. He possessed an undeniable charisma, even as a mere child. Are these two truly that formidable? Farsha entered the palace, gazing in astonishment at the pirates piled like a small mountain. Initially, he had little hope, for divine power was not to be trifled with, yet he could hardly believe that these two had genuinely dealt with the pirates here. "Farsha, where are your family imprisoned?" Ace scratched his head. "We are unfamiliar with this place. They should be in the dungeon," Farsha replied promptly. "Leave them to me. You two have worked hard. Please take a moment to rest here." Farsha dashed off to the dungeon in search of his family, while Ace and Grittian began to casually explore the palace. This is Ace suddenly noticed a paper nailed to a pillar. Approaching for a closer look, he discovered it was Gray's bounty notice. The sum indicated it was from long ago. The room beside the pillar belonged to Owen. Upon entering, Ace and Grittian found the floor littered with bounty notices and newspapers, all pertaining to the Black Flame pirate crew, particularly focusing on Gray. Judging by the varying bounty amounts, these notices spanned several periods. "Incredible," Ace murmured. "He truly despises Reggie." Grittian crouched down to pick up a tattered bounty notice of Gray. Its surface marred by knife slashes. He should have been beaten a few more times. Ace remarked, pursing his lips as he regretfully gathered the shredded notices. It was hard to fathom how Owen had endured the past 3 years, constantly confronted by the visage of his enemy. It must have been an extreme form of madness. How infuriating. The method of leaving Sky Island involved riding a magnificent bird known as the golden eagle, a species unique to the island. These birds soared high, favoring to nest within the clouds, and were remarkably gentle. Previously, Owen's pirate crew had employed them to transport golden goods to the islands below. The golden eagles soared down from the skies, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At dawn, they emerged from the clouds in a splendid display. Abel swiftly captured this wondrous sight, using his telescope to first spot a flock of beautiful birds, followed by Ace and Grittian perched atop their backs at Captain, it's Ace and Grittian. What? The crew, having endured 2 days of waiting for the storm, instantly perked up. Gray rushed to the ship's railing, shouting Andrew. The latter immediately understood. Gray leaped off the railing, stepping onto the tangible clouds, and flew toward Ace and Grittian. Ace, Grittian, are you both all right? Gray. Reggie, the clouds and golden eagles maintained the same altitude and speed. Gray surveyed them from head to toe, relieved that they were unharmed. Reggie, we went to Sky Island. It was incredibly fun. Grittian excitedly recounted their experiences. In the end, we defeated Owen's pirate crew and rescued the people there. Well done. Gray exclaimed. We encountered some challenges as well. But it's all concluded now. Ace felt a sense of unease. Something about Gray seemed off that in the past. He would have elaborated on events with flair rather than vaguely stating, it's all concluded. Upon returning to the ship, Nora hurriedly approached, reaching out to embrace the head of the foremost golden eagle, softly inquiring, what brings you here? The golden eagle squawked a few times, affectionately, nuzzling Nora's head. These two are Ace. She pointed to the 2 newcomers, a man and a woman aboard the ship. I am Akitis. The man introduced himself, a black market merchant collaborating with your pirate crew. This fellow is of little consequence. He is merely a runner, Teldon remarked, patting Ace's shoulder with a grin. Hey, are we still going to collaborate in the future? Akitis immediately bristled. I am the second in command of our trading company. I am Nora, she said, stepping forward to bow to Ace, her urgency still tempered by her sense of etiquette. Nora, Grittian looked at Ace, recalling that Farshaw had mentioned a sister by that name. Farshaw is my older brother, Nora exclaimed, her anxiety heightening at the mention of her family. May I ask how you? Sky Island is safe, and your family is as well. Ace interrupted her, smiling that we originally promised Farshaw to help find you. And by sheer coincidence, you are aboard our ship. Safe? Nora covered her mouth, collapsing to her knees in relief. The seemingly insurmountable foe had been so easily vanquished by these two. This is truly wonderful. None of my family were harmed, and my homeland has been saved. Thank you so very much. As she spoke, Nora prepared to bow to Ace and Grittian. However, Ace hastily stopped her, exclaiming in exasperation, why does your country always insist on kneeling in gratitude? Farshaw and the others have already expressed their thanks. He gestured to the packages on the back of the Golden Eagle. Addressing Gray, we brought back a wealth of gold. Indeed. Reggie, aren't you fond of gold? Grittian also grasped Gray's arm, his tone filled with pride. Is that so? You all are truly remarkable, Gray replied with a smile. Patting Grittian and Ace's heads, he refrained from mentioning that all that gold rightfully belonged to them. Even without retrieving it, Akitis Trading Company would ensure they received their due compensation. Ace shielded his head from Gray's hand, grumbling, I'm the same age as you, Gray. Stop treating me like a child. Gray paused, instinctively glancing at his own hand before frustration washed over him. You little brat, how dare you speak to your captain like that? Gray slung his arm around Ace's shoulders while the other hand, engulfed in black flames, smudged Ace's face. Ace struggled to break free, retaliating by engulfing his own hand in flames and slapping Gray's face in return, employing the same tactics. After all, neither feared the other, and anyone caught in their fiery antics would be the unfortunate bystander. Nora gaped at the two, akin to children at play, and turned to Latin, asking, Sister Latin, Aren't their flames supposed to be harmful? Indeed, but they pose no threat to each other. Laden nodded. In fact, it enhances Ace's flame abilities. Nora pondered this. Her own powers were also flames, yet they caused no harm. Could it be that she too could amplify her flame's strength and become more formidable in the future? Captain Gray, Nora summoned her courage to ask, might you teach me how to elevate the temperature of my flames? Gray blinked in confusion, his disheveled black hair adding to his bewilderment as he replied. But it's not cold today. He assumed Nora was feeling chilly, hence her request to increase the flame's temperature. Ace tidied his clothes and hair, then assisted Gray in smoothing his locks. See? Now you look like a dependable elder. It's not cold. It's because Nora pressed her lips together, extending her hands as golden flames ignited in her palms. I too possess divine power, yet my flames cannot incinerate anything. Therefore, I seek your guidance on how to become as powerful as you. Oh, how beautiful! The crowd gathered, marveling at the delicate yet striking flames. What do you mean by cannot incinerate anything? Paley inquired. It is indeed harmless. I have tried it several times. It merely purifies the impurities within items. Much like gold. After being subjected to this flame, its purity significantly increases. Suddenly, Nora recalled her transformation into a bird during the storm. It can also enable me to metamorphose into a black three-legged crow. The black crow, purging impurities. Don rubbed his chin, speculating it must be the mythical beast-type golden crow fruit. Then show me your crow form, Gray urged, being the only one who had not observed Nora's flames up close. His previous encounters had left him with rather unpleasant memories. Nora was unsure how she had transformed into the crow back then. She closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment, and to her astonishment, her entire body ignited with golden flames. Soon, her hands morphed into wings, and a three-legged crow enveloped in golden flames stood proudly on the deck. The flames of the golden crow fruit lack offensive capabilities, yet they possess the ability to purify all things. Don instructed Paley to fetch the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia from the study, accurately stating the page number of the golden crow fruit. What does it mean to purify all things? Colin inquired. For example, the most useful aspect of this ability is that if a person is poisoned, using this flame can detoxify them, as toxins are considered impurities, not part of the human body. Paley held the book, elucidating Colin's question. Oh, that sounds rather impressive. Alder chuckled. We happen to lack a detoxifier on our ship. Huh. Another ability user, Toot and groan. Come on. Neither I nor Yutian have any extra hand to spare for rescue. Yutian, however, was quite pleased and assured, leave the rescue mission to me. I will certainly excel at it. There is one downside to this fruit. Paley glanced at everyone before continuing, the ingredients purified by the flames. Once cooked, will render the consumer addicted, making it difficult for them to swallow anything other than dishes made from these ingredients. Some of the less astute individuals exhibited clear expressions of confusion at this complex explanation. Andrew, being a chef, sighed and clarified. What it means is that these purified ingredients will transform into gourmet delicacies. Once a consumer has tasted the purified food, they will find ordinary food unpalatable. Gourmet delicacies? Gray's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his hand, exclaiming, I want to try it. I already mentioned it would be addictive. Paley tapped Gray on the head, turning to Nora. In any case, your flames will never possess offensive power. So rather than relying on abilities, it would be wise to engage in physical training. Thank you very much. Nora bowed in gratitude. Though disappointed, she understood it was unavoidable. After enduring 3 years of hardship, she realized she must grow stronger to better protect her nation and its people. That I am immensely grateful for everyone's assistance. I cannot express my appreciation enough. Standing atop the golden eagle, Nora bowed once more, her golden hair dancing in the wind. I shall take my leave now. Achites was also on the golden eagle, accompanying Nora to the Sky Island to discuss future gold acquisitions, waving to Gray and the others. Remember the auction at Honeycomb Island? Aside from Atomwood, there are many valuable items up for bid. No worries, Gray waved back with a smile. Laden murmured enviously, what splendid hair quality. What hair quality? Bud inquired. It's the hair, you know, split ends and dryness. Such a headache, Laden replied. Oh, Bud responded, somewhat perplexed, regretting his unnecessary question. After bidding farewell to Nora and Achates, Ace curiously asked, "What is this Honeycomb Island auction?" Utien's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it something fascinating?" Paley explained to the two that it was an auction organized by several major merchant associations in the New World, exclusively for pirates, held every 3 years at an undisclosed location, making it exceedingly precious and valuable. "Ace, you don't know about this?" Demon's voice tinged with disbelief. Ace shook his head. "I know about auctions, but in my era, there was no fixed pirate auction every 3 years." "What do you mean by my era?" Utien was unaware that Ace had come from the future. Once the others clarified this, Utien's mouth fell open in admiration. "Ace, you are truly impressive. It's incredible to think you're from the future." Ace scratched his head. "I don't even know why I'm here, so did Weno country open its borders in the future?" Utien suddenly posed a question that Ace found difficult to answer. His eyes brimmed with hope. And Ace gazed at him, torn about whether to speak. The future Weno had already fallen under the control of Kaido and Orochi, with the people suffering immensely. Was it too early for a 7-year-old to hear such grim realities? "If you want to say it, just say it. Why hesitate?" A voice nearby gently prompted. Ace turned to see Gray with his arms crossed, his nose held high, smiling reassuringly. "No matter how the future changes, I will always be here." He had an uncanny ability to soothe others with just a simple statement. Ace's intense gaze faltered for a moment before he turned serious, addressing Utien with utmost sincerity. Recounting everything he had witnessed in Weno, as more and more details emerged, Utien's initially bright demeanor gradually morphed into one of fury. He could not help but feel angry. While he had desperately wanted to leave Weno during his time there, it was still the land that had birthed and nurtured him. Kazuki Sukiyaki was his father. Although their encounters often led to arguments or fights, deep down, he respected the man. Yet Sukiyaki had met an untimely and mysterious demise. And now Weno had fallen into the hands of a scoundrel. The others refrained from interrupting Utien. He needed time to think and make decisions on his own. Paley pulled out a belly and purchased a morning newspaper from the newspaper gull. Then raised an eyebrow, chuckling, "Ace, your bounty notice to—" "Oh, it's Ace's bounty notice." The first to express excitement was not Ace, but rather the others. They crowded around Paley to view the bounty notice, which featured a photograph taken during the night of the battle with the Navy in Weno. Ace's body was half shrouded in darkness, while the other half glowed a fiery red due to his arm being engulfed in flames. After observing for a while, Tootin proudly declared, "Not bad at all." "You really look like a villain." Abel twitched his mouth. While the statement was true, it sounded rather odd. "Couldn't he, they say he resembled a pirate?" "Pirates are, after all, villains." Ace leaned in to take the bounty notice, and upon seeing the amount listed below, his expression immediately soured. "What is this? Why is it so low? And why is my title Flame Ring?" "Flame Ring, Ace, bounty of 100 million belly." He recalled that his previous bounty had been 550 million. And Flame Ring was certainly less catchy than Fire Fist, Ace. "Huh. As a newcomer making his debut, 100 million is already generous considering our connections." Demon patted the deeply affected Ace on the shoulder. "They think Flame Ring sounds quite cool." Latin inquired, "So Ace, what was your nickname before?" "It was Fire Fist," Ace replied, feeling a bit wronged. "Isn't that just the name of your move?" Colin mused, stroking his chin. "Who told you to give so many names to your techniques?" "What does that have to do with anything?" Ace retorted, "To be precise, a pirate's title is built over time, either through long-term accumulation or by showcasing unique abilities. Just like our captain, he's the only one in the world who can wield black flames. So when black flames are mentioned, it refers to him." Paley lit a cigarette. By the way, the captain has only one technique that he calls out, which is Flame Kill, as he doesn't come up with very cool names. Demon puffed out his chest with pride. Gray frowned. "Who says I can't come up with one? I'll create one right now." He closed his eyes to contemplate for a moment and thought of a great name. Super Tornado Lightning Invincible Kill Combo Flame Kill. How about that? Make sure to shout out dramatically when you unleash your big move. Huh? Alder laughed uproariously. Ace, did you shout out your technique's name at that moment? Colin chuckled. Flame Ring. Flame Ring. Did you leave an impression on the Navy? Oh well, at least it's better than having no title at all, Ace thought to himself as he attempted to tuck away his bounty notice, relieved that it was not an utterly bizarre title. Yet, During the battle, it was evident that Fire Fist had shouted more than anyone else. However, just as he was about to retract, a hand unexpectedly appeared and snatched away his bounty notice. Ace, perplexed, uttered, "Gray?" Gray replied nonchalantly, gazing intently at the bounty notice for a moment before lifting his head, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "If you are dissatisfied, let us go to the Navy headquarters and request alterations." His tone was as casual as suggesting a meal, an air of nonchalance that led them to feel a sense of bewilderment. The notion of pirates dining at the Navy headquarters seemed utterly absurd. "What on earth are you thinking?" Paley was the first to react, forcefully pressing down on Gray's head, attempting to rid him of his foolish thoughts. Following suit, others piled on, the sudden weight catching Gray off guard as he fell face first onto the ground, with everyone stacking atop him like a human tower. "Captain, have you lost your mind? Wake up! You have already resigned from the Navy." "Any Navy base would suffice. Why must it be the headquarters? Do not speak of such things so casually. Do you truly believe you are some sort of wish-granting machine?" Gray, pinned beneath, could only expose one hand as he struggled in vain. The sheer number of bodies pressing down on him rendered him nearly immobile. Ace scratched his head, refraining from stopping the others, as he too had been taken aback when Gray mentioned the Navy headquarters. After all, they were pirates. Surely, they ought to feign a bit of fear towards the Navy. TSK, it was imperative to teach Gray a lesson for his casual and impulsive demeanor. I could see that moment. Weno, who had retreated to the cabin to regain composure, emerged and, upon seeing the scene, rushed over. "Are you all playing a game? I wish to join." After exclaiming this, Weno took a few quick steps and leaped, arms and legs outstretched, landing atop the pile of bodies. His entrance was undeniably grand. Completely disregarding the predicament of those beneath him, Gray's hand trembled slightly before he finally succumbed, gasping for air. Paley, having inadvertently injured an ally, managed to utter, "Weno, you've harmed your comrades," before also gasping for air. "Ha ha ha!" Weno took Paley's remark as a compliment, laughing heartily before turning to Ace, who was watching the spectacle. "By the way, where's Reggie?" Ace lowered his head, suppressing laughter as he glanced at the gasping hand. "Likely at the very bottom. On the deck." Following the previous commotion, the crew returned to a semblance of seriousness. Paley leaned back in a lounge chair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he read the newspaper with a sharp gaze. Showing no signs of the earlier chaos, the others busied themselves with their own tasks, leaving only a few on deck. Gray, in a dire situation, felt utterly crushed beneath the pile, sitting cross-legged on the grass. He grimaced as he stretched his neck, grumbling incessantly. "Honestly, I am the captain. How can they treat me like this? Who told you to spout such nonsense?" Paley set down his newspaper, exasperated. "Do not embody the phrase, 'there is no danger.' The captain is the greatest danger so perfectly." Gray dared not retort and merely muttered under his breath, "Tish, how rude." Why to settle beside him, his youthful face serious. "Reggie, I have an ungracious request. If it puts me in a difficult position, please do not say it." Gray pouted, defying the norm. Weno found himself at a loss for words, frustration building in his chest as his face turned red. What he wanted to convey had been carefully considered in the cabin, but he feared his words would disappoint Gray. He hesitated, questioning whether it was inappropriate to bring up such a topic so soon after boarding. Having observed Weno's conflicted expression, Gray laughed heartily, patting Weno's back. All right, do not hold back. Just say what you wish. I'm only jesting. You truly have a wicked sense of humor." Ace, fishing by the ship's edge, immediately expressed his discontent towards Gray upon hearing their conversation. He recalled how, when he first boarded, Gray had spun tales to lighten the mood, much to his irritation, as he had actually believed them. You all appear so serious." Gray waved at Ace, then patted the grass beside him. "Inviting, come sit. It's livelier with more people." Once Ace settled down, Weno took a deep breath and continued, "I realized the significance of rulers while on the Sky Island. They're a nation with little contact with the outside world. Much like our Weno country, the world outside has many formidable individuals like you. Reggie, if we remain isolated, the future will undoubtedly resemble what Ace described, a populace in despair, suffering greatly. I do not wish to see Weno face such a fate. So I want Wida clenched his fists, envisioning a future where, after experiencing a broader world and diverse cultures, he might choose to disembark and return to Weno, striving to open up his homeland. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed intently on Gray, hoping to convey his determination. Yet for some reason his eyes began to mist over. He had only recently boarded and felt a lack of belonging, coupled with a nagging sense of insecurity, as if he could be cast aside at any moment. This drove him to exhibit exceptional enthusiasm and fervor. Although he knew Gray was not that type of person, a subconscious fear lingered. With a clear understanding of the potential crises facing Weno in the future, he chose to confront the challenges head-on, expressing his true thoughts to Gray instead of ignoring them, and continuing their carefree voyage. Are you still interested in someone destined to disembark? What troubled Wida was not the burden he would bear in the future, but the disappointment that might flash across Gray's face. Is there a necessary connection between these two? Gray furrowed his brow, perplexed by Wida's question. What does your future departure have to do with your current presence on the ship? What relation could there be? Wida found himself equally confounded by Gray's inquiry. Both crossed their arms, brows furrowed, their minds filled with immense questions as they pondered the same dilemma, ultimately left in confusion. Ace quietly listened from the side, choosing not to intervene. Meanwhile, Paley, who had been reading the newspaper, suddenly sighed and adjusted his posture to Wida, leaving as merely a means to return better. Do not overcomplicate matters. That is not the case. Paley. Gray crossed his arms defiantly, rejecting the notion that if Wida departs, he will not return. Wida was taken aback, recalling his previous words. He had not explicitly stated that he would not return after disembarking. Is that so, Wida? Is that truly how you feel? Paley turned to Wida, pressing, You want to return after leaving? No, that is not my intention. Once Weno is opened, I will definitely come back. After Paley's prompting, Wida suddenly grasped the situation. He had been trapped in his own thoughts. Yet upon clarification, the matter seemed rather simple. He merely intended to disembark to pursue his own endeavors, not to permanently exit the pirate crew. Reggie, I have come to a realization. Wida exclaimed, joyfully embracing Gray before leaping onto Paley. Paley, caught off guard, found himself momentarily crushed. His newspaper crumpled. He initially contemplated giving Wida a stern reprimand for his impulsiveness, but upon seeing the child's radiant smile, his frustration dissipated into a resigned sigh. Forget it. He is still too young. I will repay this when he is older. What on earth is happening? Gray was utterly bewildered. Wida had come and gone in an instant, leaving him perplexed as to why he had suddenly received a hug. Just consider it the innocence of a child. Ace chuckled. By the way, Gray, when I wanted to tell you about the future, you expressed disinterest. Why did you not stop me from sharing it with Wida? He recalled Gray stating his disinterest in the future, mentioning that having someone aboard capable of foreseeing it sufficed. However, through their interactions over time, he discerned that Charles's abilities hardly constituted true foresight. While he could gauge whether fortune would favor them and deduce the location of islands based on Gray's aspirations, such divination relied on explicit objectives. The record pointers could achieve similar feats. After all, Charles was nothing more than a humanoid record pointer. He could not, however, ascertain concrete futures, such as the impending conquest of Weno by Kaido. Thus, to be precise, apart from him, there was no one else aboard who possessed the gift of foresight. Gray was quick to respond to this matter, even providing Ace with an example. If he were about to miss a slice of cake, the future version of himself returning to the present would undoubtedly alter that unfortunate outcome, for he had a fondness for cake. Therefore, it was impossible for one to arrive here without altering history. If change were to occur, why not amend all the histories that you find displeasing or undesirable? We are companions. If you wish to reshape the future, we shall undoubtedly stand by your side. Thus, you may voice anything, just as Odin did. Do not fret about the repercussions of altering history. I shall be here to guide you through it. Gray extended his hand, gently pressing down on Ace's head, assuring him, You must always believe that I will stand by your side. Why? Ace queried, struggling to comprehend Gray's unwavering declaration of solidarity, a sentiment he seemed to have expressed on multiple occasions. Gray chuckled, leaning closer to whisper to Ace, Because I, too, know the future. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gray. The latter squinted slightly, revealing mysteriously playful smile. It's a secret. Okay. Ace could distinctly hear the sound of his own gulp and the rapid thumping of his heart. Gray. Huh. Gray's smile broadened as he teased. You don't really believe it, do you, Ace? Huh. You're always so quick to trust me. But alas, how could I possibly know the future? I certainly haven't consumed a devil fruit of foresight. Gre Gray. Ace fumed with indignation. It was the second time he had been tricked by this scoundrel. Oh well, they say third time's the charm. But this was only the second. Gray shrugged, wearing an expression that conveyed, why so serious? Ace was so incensed he nearly set Gray ablaze. But then he reconsidered. Fire would not harm him, so he let it go. Yet, not reprimanding him left a bitter taste in his mouth. Ultimately, he opted to toss Gray into the sea. That brat dared to throw the captain overboard. After being rescued by Odin, Gray's tone was ominously chilling. Yet combined with his drenched appearance, he failed to appear threatening in the slightest. Others showed no inclination to express sympathy for his self-inflicted predicament. Alder leaned casually against the ship's helm, cheerfully encouraging Ace, suggesting that next time such a situation arose, he should include him in the fun. Abel, perched in the crow's nest, stifled a yawn out of boredom. Casually peering through his telescope into the distance, he then stood up abruptly. Captain, that bird is flying back. The bird he referred to was the golden eagle that had previously escorted Ace and Odin. As Gray and the others looked up in confusion, Abel continued, Nora and Akitis are with it. Nora, the princess? Alder perked up, excitement surging as he dashed to the deck, requesting Abel to toss him the telescope. Are they bringing us money? Pelly speculated. What a good person. They had been sailing for half a day, having drifted far from Sky Island, making it quite the endeavor for Nora and Akitis to seek them out. The golden eagle flapped its wings, hovering in midair, dropping the packages it carried onto the deck. Then, a three-legged golden crow landed as well, and Nora transformed back into her human form, rushing towards Gray. Captain Gray. Gray inhaled sharply, instantly retreating to a safe distance from Nora. Don't come any closer. Upon witnessing Nora freeze in place, he took a few steps back and added, once the money is delivered, make haste to leave. I find you somewhat intimidating. Recalling her earlier rudeness upon their first encounter, Nora quickly bowed in apology. I sincerely apologize, Captain, that I was too anxious at the time, and I did not mean to frighten you. However, her next statement left everyone astounded. May I ask, Captain Gray, if I can join your pirate crew and become a pirate? Why, Nora? Latin expressed confusion, given that Nora had previously suffered greatly at the hands of pirates. Logically, she would never wish to join them, that I want to grow stronger. I wish to protect all those I hold dear, Nora declared with unwavering resolve. After much contemplation, she concluded that joining them was the best course of action. Moreover, had she not saved those pirates, everyone would not have faced such misfortunes. For the sake of Sky Island, for that innocent isle, I aspire to become a formidable individual. Absolutely not. Gray promptly rejected her request, stating, you are underestimating the situation. We are pirates fighting for our own. You should consider joining the Navy instead. Is it truly impossible? Nora's eyes dulled. I had hoped my divine power would be appealing. That is it not said to have the ability to detoxify and create delectable dishes? The world's finest delicacies. Gray clenched his fist, suddenly intrigued. Alright then, you didn't tea. I just say addictive things should be avoided. Pelly retracted his fist, gritting his teeth. That ability is quite dangerous. Why are you hitting me? Gray cradled his head, feigning innocence. I wasn't even tempted. Seeing the disbelief etched on everyone's faces, he shouted, I truly wasn't tempted. Humph. You cannot join. I despise you. Crybaby. Colin pondered, perhaps because he was too afraid to confront Pelly. He vented his frustration on Nora. What a lack of responsibility. Captain Bud chuckled, egging on the situation. Why so harsh? Nora hung her head, disheartened. She had mustered the courage to voice her heartfelt desire to join this crew and to grow stronger to protect her family. I've always said this. Akitis, who had been relegated to the background, interjected, Captain Gray's ship is quite difficult to board. What brings you here, Akitis? Tootin asked with a grin. I believe Nora is a splendid child. I intended to invite her to join our trading company. However, she insisted on seeking you out, so I accompanied her. Join your trading company? Alder narrowed his eyes, somewhat skeptical. Your company already has plenty of girls. So why add another? Trade diplomacy requires beautiful girls to fill the ranks. Achates retorted confidently. Surely there can't be a pirate crew devoid of female members. That would be absurd. How infuriating. Even in this alliance. I would relish the chance to punch him. Why bother with pleasantries? Alder and the others, all eager for female crew members, exchanged glances, reaching a consensus, and lunged at Achates, who had been boasting moments ago. Ignoring Achates' protests of being the second in command of the trading company, they gave him a good thrashing. Becoming strong isn't solely limited to joining our pirate crew. Gray advised Nora. Marina's trading company is quite reputable. It offers ample opportunities for growth. Is that so? Nora smiled, though a hint of regret lingered. Yet, since Gray had said so, she felt there was no point in clinging to the matter any further. Captain Gray speaks the truth. Achates, now resembling a battered pig, raised his hand. Though our boss is going through a phase, she only targets males. She adores girls, and it's a safe space. Our trading company is affiliated with royalty. Gray turned to look, startled by Achates' pitiful state, and asked in bewilderment, "Who are you?" "Just an inconsequential second in command." Alder pretended to be suave, flicking his hair and raising an eyebrow at Nora. The latter smiled at him, albeit with confusion. Alder immediately clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground. "Damn it, I envy you so much for being a female crew member." "Oh, right, Captain Gray," Achates interjected. "Nora and I require temporary lodging on your ship. Let us journey to Beehive Island together." "Why? Can't your trading company accommodate you anymore?" Pelly perked up, eager to exploit Achates once more. However, gazing at the deck piled high with gold, I thought better of it. After all, it was the island that Captain Gray had scorched, and the magnetic force had vanished. Now the Merchant Guild could not locate that isle. Where could they fetch me? Achates cast a sidelong glance at them. The intense flames could temporarily nullify magnetic forces, rendering the permanent compass useless. What island was burned? Ace and Utien were oblivious. Gray had set ablaze an island brimming with sin and suffering. Gray, too, was reluctant to divulge this matter, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. "For now, let us leave it be. Remember to tidy the deck, though, and the cabin has no extra rooms. You'll need to sleep on the floor. We are guests." "After all," Achates complained, "even if I can manage the floor, Nora cannot." "I can," Nora retorted, eager to make a favorable impression before Gray, immediately countering Achates' remark to demonstrate her resolve. She even raised her fist, affirming, "I can clean the deck. We are all in this together, right?" Achates felt a headache coming on. The situation was spiraling out of control. "Oh, is that so? Regardless, I look forward to your guidance in the time to come," as the Black Flame Pirates advanced towards Honeycomb Island. The naval warship led by Hebrew departed the waters of Weno, returning to the naval headquarters at Marinford after several days. Meanwhile, the island of Vegas, ravaged by the Black Flames, regained its magnetic force, and its destruction was swiftly noted by the Merchant Guild, which had come to procure golden goods. The once bustling island was now reduced to charred earth, with everything else scattered in the wind. The emblematic skull and crossbones of the Black Flame Pirates, adorned with flames outlined in white, was planted firmly in the center of the island, the black flag billowing in the breeze. Who had wrought this destruction? The truth was all too evident. The guild quickly sold this sensational news to the newspapers at a high price, but by the time the Navy learned of the situation, it was already beyond control. The Black Flame Pirates, for reasons unknown, had annihilated an island that sustained the local economy, home to no fewer than 1,000 residents. In no time, the press began to concoct a myriad of sensationalized reasons, each more grotesque than the last, yet all rooted in cruelty and horror. For instance, one newspaper claimed that Black Flame Gray had destroyed the island merely out of a fleeting bad mood. Another suggested that Black Flame reveled in the sounds of helpless wails and pleas for mercy, such reports only serving to boost newspaper sales. As for the veracity of these claims, who cared? For several days, the name of Black Flame dominated the headlines of major newspapers, until the Navy intervened, bringing some semblance of calm. Undeniably, the notoriety of the Black Flame Pirates, led by Gray, spread far and wide. At the naval headquarters, Fleet Admiral Steelbone slammed the newspaper he held onto the table with such force that it shattered into two, scattering documents across the floor. He paid no mind, pinching the bridge of his nose, his furrowed brow tight enough to crush a fly. Hebrew, reporting on the progress of his mission, knocked on the door, and only upon hearing the command, "Enter," did he step inside. What on earth is happening here? Hebrew raised an eyebrow, bending to retrieve a newspaper from the floor. Great, I see, even in front of you. And you're this enraged? Steelbone snorted coldly. That brat truly believes himself a pirate. He is capable of anything. Why give credence to the sensationalist ramblings of the press? Hebrew replied, that kid couldn't possibly commit such an act. There must be a reason. What reason? Steelbone countered. The remnants of his black flames remain on that island. His flag is still planted there. Though Steelbone wished to believe in Gray, the evidence was clear. Gray was indeed the perpetrator of that island's destruction. Furthermore, leaving his flag behind was precisely the kind of audacious act one could expect from that boy. In any case, I maintain my reservations about this matter. Hebrew casually found a place to sit, continuing, I encountered Gray and Weno. You're aware of that, right? And did he come to apologize for letting him escape? Steelbone chuckled. I did not let him escape. Hebrew replied, his kinbunchikahaki has matured to the point of foreseeing the future, and he is quite adept at using busashokahaki. That punch he landed on me was delivered with both kinbunchiku and busasho. He held nothing back. He's merely 20 years old. Steelbone. Do you grasp my meaning? Ah, I understand, Steelbone said solemnly. If we allow this to continue, Gray may evolve into an uncontrollable monster. I have often pondered whether bringing him back 13 years ago was the right decision. Steelbone turned to Hebrew. There is something I have not disclosed to anyone. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. What is it? Hebrew raised an eyebrow. 13 years ago, I led the mission. They had received an urgent call for help from a naval base on an island. Yet when we arrived, the island was utterly devastated. Ruins and corpses littered the ground, with gaping holes from cannon fire, all flammable materials ablaze. The air was thick with the stench of charred flesh and gunpowder. He commanded the Navy to disperse and search for survivors while he began his own search. He pried open every corpse, checking for a pulse, and lifted collapsed structures in search of anyone alive. He suppressed his fury, but as he inadvertently glanced into the distance, he spotted a child wearing a dirty, tattered shirt, his exposed legs and face covered in soot. The child wandered aimlessly, his eyes unfocused. Even stepping into a blazing fire without flinching, Steelbone rushed over, and upon seeing the child barefoot on the flames, he instinctively scooped him up, examining the soles of his feet for burns. Remarkably, the child's feet were unscathed, save for a scrape from a stone and some dirt. There were no signs of burns whatsoever. This was perplexing. He distinctly remembered the child stepping into the fire. Why? Steelbone whispered, and then he was met by a pair of pitch-black eyes, a fleeting red glow flickering within them. Conqueror's hockey. Steelbone sensed danger, his instincts compelling him to drop the child and retreat. The brief manifestation of Conqueror's hockey did not extend far, and Steelbone was not one to be intimidated by newly awakened power. He was merely taken aback, astonished that such a child possessed such a regal presence. After being dropped, the child lost consciousness and was taken back, remaining in a coma for several days. When he finally awoke, he remembered nothing except his name. Subsequently, during a visit, Steelbone found the child sitting on the hospital bed, a sphere of black flames swirling in his hands. Not only had he awakened Conqueror's hockey, but he was also a devil fruit user. Steelbone had investigated that island, a peaceful place where even pirates had never set foot. How could such a child possibly exist? We had reported a pirate crew attacking the island. Yet in reality, no such crew existed. Steelbone slowly began to peel back the layers of the events from that time. I know you didn't find that pirate crew, Hebrew remarked. Not that we didn't find it. It simply never existed. Steelbone shook his head, and no pirate crew attacked that island. The destruction was wrought by the naval base situated there. What do you mean by that? Though difficult to accept, the truth remained. I had heard the recording of the distress call from that naval base. They spoke of encountering a monster rather than a pirate crew, requesting assistance. Gray is that monster. Steelbone leaned wearily against his chair. Though I hesitate to say it, he may be far more terrifying than we can imagine. What leads you to think so? Hebrew protested. He was only 7 years old at the time. A child with amnesia. But what if the amnesia was feigned? Steelbone chuckled self-deprecatingly, doubting his own thoughts. If that were true, it would be utterly chilling. Hebrew was at a loss for words. The gray Steelbone described was vastly different from the child he remembered. He opened his mouth, his breath slightly quickening. Then why did you choose to adopt him? Initially, I had no doubts. By the time I noticed something was amiss with Gray, I had already taken him in for some time. Moreover, he presented himself as harmless. I believed that with patience and guidance, he would grow to become a valuable asset to the Navy. However, you did not anticipate that he would betray the Navy. Hebrew remarked, if we consider the worst-case scenario, Gray's defection from the Navy might very well be a play of his own design. That would be truly terrifying. Steelbone, weary, stated in any case, we must investigate Gray's whereabouts. At least the current situation remains within our control. Countless diligent seagulls delivered newspapers from various press agencies around the world. And the name of Black Flame echoed once more across the seas. Naturally, the pirates of the first half of the Grand Line would not miss this newspaper frenzy. Many spirited pirates scoffed at the papers that hailed Black Flame Gray as the sovereign of the sea, for they had carved out their own renown and prestige in the first half and possessed the blood and valor to prove it. They believed they would soon enter the New World, armed with their own ships and comrades, to forge a new domain, defeating Black Flame Gray and making a name for themselves upon the ocean. At that moment, several pirate crews raised such banners. The rulers reign supreme while the ruled struggle for survival. The weak, refusing to submit, flee after losing everything. This is the law of the New World, and indeed, the law of the entire pirate realm. Black Flame Gray. This is now the sole epithet of the pirate era. Similarly, the Rocks Pirates, representing the first half of the Grand Line, received a deluge of newspapers regarding Black Flame. Captain Rock sat at the ship's railing, holding the latest paper, and after reading about how mercilessly Black Flame scorched islands, he burst into laughter. "Captain, what brings you such joy?" A young man with blonde hair floated over leisurely. Upon seeing the paper in Rock's hand, he suddenly understood. Ah, it's that Black Flame from the New World. Rather than calling him Black Flame, it's more accurate to say he's our stepping stone. Smoke billowed from Rock's hand, consuming the entire newspaper. The future of this world will belong to me. Rocks, Captain, when shall we return to the New World? A pirate inquired. Oh, not be too hasty. Let Black Flame stir up some more commotion. The greater the uproar he creates, the easier our future will be. Rocks chuckled with glee. I think we should not underestimate them, but a young man with a crescent moon mustache interjected, his opinion differing. Aside from one newcomer, their bounties are quite balanced, which means each of them possesses considerable strength. Newgate, they are but a dozen strong. Do you believe our might cannot triumph over them? Shiki, they are pirates hailing from the New World. You know the perils of that sea. Kekekek, precisely because I know. I eagerly await the day we trample the New World pirates beneath our feet. On another island in the first half of the Grand Line, a black-haired man wearing a straw hat excitedly approached a crowd with a stack of newspapers and bounty notices. Rayleigh, look at this. He pointed at a bounty notice, his face alight with joy. Fire Fist Ace. What is it? The golden-haired man known as Rayleigh replied, nonchalantly. Captain, this is for you. The man with sunglasses handed a piece of roasted meat to their captain. The latter did not snatch it as he usually would, but instead held up the bounty notice, exclaiming with excitement, Jabba, Rayleigh, isn't this fellow quite pleasing to the eye? Jabba raised an eyebrow, finally focusing on the bounty notice. Isn't this the newcomer from Black Flame? They had already seen the reports that had taken the world by storm in recent days, thus were familiar with those on the bounty notices. What makes this fellow so special? Rayleigh inquired, looking at Roger, who was unusually animated. Moreover, he had previously focused on formidable pirates, yet this was the first time he had cast aside the bounty notices of Black Flame's crew. Choosing the lowest one, Roger plopped down on the beach, placing the bounty in front of him, puzzled. I just find him pleasing to the eye. Ace, even the name is satisfying. I don't understand you, Rayleigh shook his head. Cautioning, even if he's pleasing to the eye, he already has a pirate crew. Tisich, what is so great about that Black Flame? Roger retorted, in any case, we shall head to the New World immediately and snatch Ace from Black Flame's crew. The others fell silent, doubtful. In the end, it was Rayleigh who offered the critique. Roger sulked, complaining, "Come on, brothers. Don't forget we are stranded on a deserted island. Our ship is severely damaged, and we can't even set sail." Jabba reminded him. "How could this be?" Roger lay back on the ground, then seriously added, "But I really do find that Ace quite pleasing to the eye." He squinted and smiled, feeling an inexplicable sense of warmth. "Is he a relative?" Jabba speculated. "No, I have no relatives. You haven't fallen for him at first sight, have you? Even if he's a man, we wouldn't stop you," Rayleigh remarked coolly. Roger sat up, rebutting Rayleigh, "I like women." "All right. I merely think this kid is pleasing to the eye and don't want him to remain in someone else's crew. Oh, well then, you should focus on repairing the ship. But I can't repair ships." Meanwhile, in the New World, Ace approached Gray, clutching the most scathing newspaper he had composed. Tea that moment. Gray was leisurely enjoying the breeze at the ship's bow. "What's the matter?" Gray glanced at the newspaper and suddenly understood. Laughing, "Come to hear my story, have you? Demon and the others have told me the whole tale." Dejected, Ace sat down, "Actually, while we were at Sky Island, Owen also mentioned it. However, I did not expect you to burn that island directly. Cruel, isn't it?" Gray squinted at him. "I should commend your handiwork." Ace scratched his head, saying, "What is cruel? We are pirates. If it were merely for sailing, why would we hoist the Jolly Roger?" He fixed his gaze on Gray, thinking that if Gray showed even a hint of mockery, he would immediately set him ablaze. Gray's response was a sudden broad smile, as if he had been struck by humor. Not only did his lips curve upward, but his eyes also sparkled with mirth. "Indeed, if it were merely for sailing, why would we hoist the Jolly Roger?" Gray mused, reclining back and gazing at the sky. "We seek to overturn the world, to become beings ungoverned by anyone, be it the Navy, the government, or the lofty celestial dragons. All in this vast world are our adversaries." This was the path Gray yearned for, a path of dominion. Upon hearing his words, the crew aboard the ship shared knowing smiles. This was their captain, their ever-adoring deity. How wonderful it was that Nola felt her heart stirred by just a few of Gray's words. Perhaps if she possessed such spirit as Gray, it would suffice to protect those she cherished. Every moment spent with Captain Gray made Akades feel rejuvenated, as if years had been shed. He laughed heartily. Then noticed Gray was smiling at him. His heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "What is it, Captain Gray? You should inform your boss. After all these days, the newspapers ought to have spread across the world." She shouldn't spend too much of her meager pension, Gray stated candidly. Least Ace, Yuta, and Nola were utterly baffled. Captain Gray is truly as direct as ever." Akades scratched his head. "But we like your straightforward nature. Yet I do not favor the ways of merchants. They are too troublesome," Gray replied, no longer looking at him, merely stating, "Rest assured, my value can still hold for another 52 years. "What do you mean by that?" Ace, adhering to the principle of asking when confused, inquired. Gray patiently explained, "It means that Morena invested in these newspapers to enhance my value. Without any backers, these papers would reduce by nearly a third in circulation. Merchants are profit-driven. The more famous I become, the greater the benefits for them. Now, those foolish and arrogant pirates likely see me as a stepping stone to their future. Do not worry when they come before me. I shall show them what it means to be unattainable." Suddenly, 2 more individuals boarded the ship, and the Blake's vessel appeared somewhat diminished. This ship had been a gift from Morena 5 years prior, and after a series of modifications, it had transformed into its current form. Over the course of 5 years, countless battles had ensued, with the most severe one resulting in the ship's keel being fractured. Despite these adversities, this vessel had steadfastly accompanied them for 5 years. Soon, once they procured atom wood from Hive Island, it would be time to bid it farewell. Shells rained down from the sky, crashing into the ocean with a thunderous roar, sending up countless columns of water that surged and fell in tumult, shaking even the sea itself. Spray splattered onto the deck, seeping down, while those cannonballs aimed at the deck were intercepted mid-air. The Black Flame pirate crew was advancing toward Hive Island on a direct course, marking the 4th assault by pirates. The pirates, incited by sensationalist newspaper reports, had their eyes gleaming with greed, especially with rumors circulating about vast quantities of gold on the island that Gray had set ablaze. They came in pursuit of wealth and fame. Willing to die for these pursuits, Gray sat at the bow of the ship, his elbow resting on his knee, chin cradled in his hand, seemingly unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. While the crew busily fended off enemies, he remained indifferent, chuckling as if he were merely an observer of the unfolding spectacle. His gaze shifted to Nora, who stood pale-faced and frozen in place. Unsure of her next move, but he grinned and remarked, "Hey, crybaby, do you wish to grow stronger?" His voice cut through the clamor without hindrance, reaching Nora's ears directly. She turned to the bow and saw Gray slowly rise. The wind billowing his coat, his white shirt tucked into black trousers, the buckle of his belt gleaming. Not that Gray possessed exquisite taste. This outfit was familiar to her, a purchase made during a shopping spree with Len. Both Latin and she had such keen eyes for fashion, yet how obediently the captain wore it. It seemed too good to be true. Realizing her train of thought, Nora was suddenly overwhelmed with regret, her eyes brimming with tears. She felt as though she had been led astray by this group of pirates. Why was she pondering such trivial matters during this perilous battle? Moreover, she found Gray to be rather endearing. Damn it! Although as the youngest in her family, she had always yearned for a younger sibling, but how could she dare to think such thoughts? Gray, after all, was a notorious pirate with a bounty that had reached an unprecedented 30 billion. What the hell? Gray suddenly shivered, sensing that Nora might be contemplating something revolting. Growing slightly annoyed, he leaped from the bow onto the deck, sauntering up to Nora with a squinting smile. "You were just ignoring me, weren't you? Then I shall take that as your consent." "Huh? Consent for what?" Nora, feeling the distance was more manageable, was still apprehensive of Gray when he was near, especially with that peculiar smile of his. Ugh! Suddenly, the scenery before Nora shifted dramatically. In sheer terror, she realized Gray had hoisted her onto his shoulder. Her first instinct was panic, followed by embarrassment. She had never been this close to a man, let alone being carried. Gray's shoulder felt hard against her abdomen, the fabric of his clothing offering no comfort. Before she could comprehend the situation, Gray took off, sprinting towards the ship's edge, leaping onto the cloud that Andrew had conjured just in time. Amidst Nora's frantic screams, what was Gray planning to do? Ace, bewildered, swung his fist to sink a cannonball. Who knows? Gray charged toward the enemy's ship, but what purpose did Nora serve in this endeavor? A sense of foreboding crept over him. Upon landing on the enemy's deck, Gray set Nora down and earnestly encouraged her. "Grow stronger. You could do it." "Huh?" Nora, dazed, surveyed the considerable number of pirates surrounding them. After a brief moment of confusion, they quickly encircled them. Her mind blank and her stomach still aching. So, Gray had brought her here to fight this band of pirates. "What do you mean, huh?" Gray commanded sternly, "Quickly, take them down. Real combat is the best practice." The pirates, incensed by Gray's words, roared in outrage. What nonsense was this? They were renowned pirates of the Grand Line. Yet here they were, reduced to mere training dummies for a weak woman. Feeling humiliated, they charged forward at Gray's command, weapons glinting ominously, with the dark mouths of loaded flintlock pistols looming nearby. Nora stood frozen, her brain screaming for her to move. She truly needed to act. If she didn't, she would die. Yet her body refused to obey, tears blurring her vision as she trembled uncontrollably. Then a sigh echoed beside her, coinciding with distant gunfire. In an instant, black flames erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the pirates collapsed, some wailing, others rendered unconscious. Being a pirate requires resolve. Gray leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, a sigh escaping his lips. Suddenly, Nora felt her strength drain away, collapsing to the ground, trembling. The terror she had felt upon first meeting Gray resurfaced as she comprehended the immense chasm that lay between them. Gray casually picked up a knife from the ground, kneeling in front of Nora, gently placing the hilt in her hand, his movements tender and imbued with an inexplicable charm. Nora looked up at him, puzzled as to why he was offering her a knife. "Little princess," Gray smiled, revealing his white teeth, "the outside world is perilous. If you wish to leave your cocoon of comfort, you must embrace your ruthlessness." He helped her to her feet, dragging her towards a pirate. "I haven't killed these pirates. They are all yours. They wish to end us, so we shall return the favor. It is only fair, right? So go on. Demonstrate your resolve to grow. But Nora's hand trembled around the knife, her voice quaking with tears. But they are already like this. They have no strength to resist. They are utterly defeated. Why must we go so far? Because they want to kill you. Gray gripped her wrist, swinging the knife down, blood gushing forth, splattering onto Nora. Tio grow. You must take this step. Otherwise, this cruel world will consume you until nothing remains. By the time they return to the ship. Nora lacked the strength to stand. Her golden hair hung disheveled over her forehead, her beautiful face devoid of expression, as if her soul had been siphoned away, her gaze vacant. Gray waved at Akades. Dismissing any need for thanks, I have no intention of thanking you. Akades rolled his eyes, squatting down in front of Nora. Worry etched across his face. She was but a young girl from their trading company. It would be dire if she became mentally unhinged. Have we been too hasty? Pelly glanced at Gray, noting that growth is a lengthy journey. She's a girl, after all. Alder sighed heavily. One cannot remain sheltered in a greenhouse forever. Yuqian is even stronger than her. Gray winked at Yuqian, who beamed at the praise, tail raised high. Indeed, Reggie is right. We must not hold back against our enemies. But then he added, however, we must not be so brutish with women. Oh dear, quite the experience, little one. Latin chuckled, covering his mouth out of course. I was visiting the flower district at 6. Yuqian proudly declared, though his pride was short-lived as the envious adults tugged at his cheeks in reprimand. Alas, in comparison, is the captain's future too bleak? Colin mused, stroking his chin, concerned. Although his intentions were good, Gray's handling of Nora's situation was too direct and cruel. One couldn't help but worry about his future. Following this forced growth experience, Nora's attitude toward Gray reverted to the initial fear she had felt upon meeting him. Gray, however, remained blissfully unaware, greeting her with a wave. Hey, crybaby. Nora nodded from a distance, then hurried off to find Latin, whose agile combat skills would be better suited to teach her. Gray shook his head and casually settled down behind him. The sudden weight on Ace's waist nearly caused him to collapse onto the deck. Yet he managed to support the weight of a single person. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Gray. Could you at least greet me before you sit down? Gray raised an eyebrow and, with a carefree smile, said, I truly apologize, Ace. Reggie, I shall finish up shortly. Yuta, brimming with enthusiasm, boasted about his efforts. He and Ace were performing push-ups on the deck, claiming it was a manly exercise. That's so. Gray inquired, glancing at Paley. How much longer do they have, Paley? 10,000 and 5,000. Paley replied, nonchalantly without lifting his head. You haven't been counting at all, have you? Ace remarked, I've already surpassed my limit. He added, oh, really? Then let us add another 10,000. Paley said blandly, extra training. In any case, you must continue until I call a halt, Gray said, rising and falling in time with Ace's push-ups, finding it quite enjoyable. He then beckoned Colin. Colin, place something on Yuta. Soon enough, Yuta began to feel Ace's agony, convinced that his back was about to break. That it was hard to fathom how Ace managed to endure. Damn it, I refuse to lose in this manly duel. While you all are exercising your bodies, Paley will be instructing you. What? Ace asked, puzzled. Instructing? Yuta's expression fell. He detested classes, fearing it would involve some tedious recitation. Not recitation, but rather something that will make you stronger, Paley clarified, setting aside what he had been holding and addressing the dude. Ace should already be familiar with the theory of hockey, but listening to it once more wouldn't hurt. Hockey is the latent power inherent in all humanity, an innate ability that embodies presence, killing intent, and the spirit of combat. When one manipulates these invisible sensations, willpower can transform into a weapon. Hockey is divided into 3 types: observation, armament, and conquerors. Aside from conquerors and the highest level of observation, ordinary individuals can acquire this power through training and can continuously enhance it. However, after reaching a certain limit, one can only advance in a real combat scenario. Conquerors and the highest level of observation are innate and cannot be gained through training. The highest level of observation hockey is rarer than conquerors. Yuta, armament hockey, is the power absorbed by your sword, Enma, and you should know that you are still unable to master it. Yes, I cannot control the sword energy absorbed by Enma, The flowing cherry blossoms must be what you refer to as hockey. Yuta quickly realized flowing cherry blossoms is a term unique to their land for armament hockey, and Yuta understood that the knowledge Paley shared would be immensely beneficial to him. Thus, if you wish to grow stronger, you must first attempt to control your sword. It would be quite laughable if a swordsman could not even manage his blade. Paley glanced at Alder, who was leisurely fishing not far away. The only swordsman on the ship is Alder, so your opponent will be him. I shall not go easy on you, Alder said with a provocative smile. I shall give it my all as well. Yuta replied, eager to challenge Alder, but Paley continued, as for Ace, Gray will teach you hockey, and your opponents will be everyone else except those two freeloaders, at any time and in any place. You can even sneak attack us while we are asleep. Before Ace could respond, Yuta protested, why doesn't T. Reggie teach me? I want Reggie to instruct me. Hey brat, do you look down on me? Alder waved his fist. Haha, it's because I don't know swordsmanship, Gray shrugged. And Ace has a foundation. It would be quite amusing to hit him. What do you mean it's amusing to get hit? Ace complained, you just want to hit me. How could that be? Gray feigned innocence. Ruffling Ace's hair, if I could, I wouldn't want to hit you at all. Your hair is all wet. Having already completed countless push-ups, Ace was drenched in sweat, resembling someone just pulled from water. Gray squinted and smiled. In any case, let me dry it for you. He ignited flames above Ace's head, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge, and Ace was engulfed in a fierce blaze, although the black flames posed no real threat to Ace. The sudden rise in temperature caused several beads of sweat to form on his forehead. TSK, you did that on purpose. Ace fumed, abandoning his push-ups and preparing to confront Gray. Gray, initially seated on Ace's waist, fell to the ground unceremoniously as Ace stood up, and the fall ignited his irritation. I was merely looking out for you. Fearing you might catch a chill, Gray exclaimed, feeling wronged, and struck back with considerable force. Employing armament hockey. I can dry myself. I don't need you to burn me. Ace retorted defiantly, striking back with his own hockey-encased fist as onlookers gathered, maintaining a safe distance to witness this absurd battle. Encouragement filled the air. Go, Ace. Teach the captain a lesson. Ace, don't fall behind. Ha, whoever loses will have to keep watch tonight. Gray rarely defended during combat, opting instead for absolute offense, and without exceptional observation hockey. It was challenging to withstand his rapid-fire attacks. Initially, Ace managed to hold his ground, but he soon found himself struggling. Strangely, some of Gray's strikes, though not landing directly, still inflicted considerable damage. Releasing armament hockey from his hands transformed it into tangible offensive or defensive power, penetrating the surface of objects to wreak havoc within. This was evidently a deliberate teaching moment orchestrated by Gray. For now, let us work on mastering this. His movements slowed significantly, at least for the moment. Ace didn't need to expend all his energy on defense, but could contemplate Gray's words while tentatively practicing this outwardly released attack. From now on, I'm the person you despise the most. Do not hold back against me, Gray chuckled. Rest assured, I will block all your attacks, he reassured. Though Gray spoke lightly, at the onset of the battle, Ace hesitated to unleash his full strength, attempting to release his armament hockey, as Gray instructed. He endeavored to treat armament hockey as a physical attack. However, whenever he attempted to utilize armament hockey, his body's instinct was to cover it over his surface. Just like your flames, armament hockey is also part of your ability. Gray patiently guided him. Flames can envelop your entire body or be wielded outward. Armament hockey works the same way. As he spoke, Gray threw a punch towards the sea, initially producing only the sound of air being sliced. Moments later, the distant sea erupted in a spray of waves. He retracted his fist and smiled. No worries. Take your time. We have all the time in the world. Ace nodded, contemplating his palm with a thoughtful expression. Despite Gray's assurance of no rush, Ace was eager to master this outward release of armament hockey swiftly. Afterward, when we reach Honeycomb Island, there will be plenty of pirates for you to fight, Gray remarked, gazing towards the ship's course. Their destination was Honeycomb Island, where the triennial auction would create a frenzy among pirates. This year, it will likely be even more lively. That he smiled cryptically and waved to Ace. You should find someone else to practice with. And what about you? Ace preferred to spar with Gray over the others on the ship. Me. Gray rubbed his nose, trying to sound authoritative. As captain, I must attend to matters befitting my role. Oh, Paley raised an eyebrow, waving the information he had. Would you like to see the latest intel? There hasn't been anything interesting lately, Gray replied dismissively, moving toward the kitchen. Well, you all carry on. As captain, I must assist Andrew in cooking. In truth, he was simply hungry and wanted to eat. Abel, sitting at the lookout, set down his binoculars and chuckled. The others shook their heads in resignation. It would indeed be surprising if the captain ever actually engaged with the intel Paley had. By the way, Paley, haven't there been any interesting reports lately? Abel inquired. None, Paley pondered before adding, speaking of which, recently, the non-pirate crew was completely devoured by the Rock's pirate crew, the one with a captain who's just a little girl. The sister pirate crew, upon hearing about the Rock's pirate crew, Ace's curiosity was instantly piqued. The captain is a little girl? Indeed, her name is Charlotte Linlin, and her first mate is a long loaf of bread. Paley handed Ace a bounty notice featuring Charlotte Linlin, observing his momentarily blank expression with a raised eyebrow, and asked, What's the matter? Is she someone you know? No, not very well, Ace replied, gazing at the image of a youthful big on the bounty notice. Struggling to reconcile it with the tall, corpulent, middle-aged woman adorned with vibrant lipstick and pale purple eyeshadow that he was familiar with. This world is truly fascinating. She looks rather cute, Alder remarked, leaning in from behind to compliment the bounty notice. Yuchian joined them, but not to admire the notice. He sought to drag Alder back to practice swordsmanship. Alder, you were doing so well earlier. Why did you suddenly run over here? Because I heard a girl's name. Alder laughed, allowing Yuchian to pull him back to their previous position, conceding, all right, you must understand a man's perspective. You should refrain from having any thoughts about her, Ace said, his expression peculiar, as he returned the bounty notice to Paley. In response to Alder's puzzled gaze, Ace solemnly warned him, you cannot handle her. The future Bigamo is a formidable character who marries 43 men and bears 39 daughters and 46 sons. Alder, unaware of the implications in Ace's words, assumed Ace was belittling his abilities. Who can endure that? How can a man say he can't do it? You little rascal, don't you understand the meaning of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? In a fit of anger, Alder swung his sword at Ace. Ace was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly dodged, attempting to explain, I merely meant to offer a kind reminder that I don't need your reminders. You little brat. Alder struck again. Yuchian, exasperated, exclaimed, You were the one who initiated the challenge. Yuchian, why don't you join in too? A three-way brawl is far more entertaining. Abel incited the fray. Just think about it. Why did Ace suddenly say such things? He must be trying to provoke Alder. And consider this. Did it not also take Gray away? Can you tolerate that? I certainly couldn't. After pondering for a moment, Yuchian realized he had been too naive. Ace, without a word, had indeed taken someone away, and it was only Abel's reminder that led him to understand. You truly are a good person, Abel, Yuchian declared, brandishing his twin blades as he charged at Ace. Ace, prepare to meet your end. Ha! Ace exclaimed, overwhelmed and feeling wronged. I haven't done anything. I was just trying to be helpful. Why must I bear the wrath of two individuals? Ace, your fruit powers are forbidden. Gray, who had emerged from the kitchen, spoke vaguely while enjoying cake. You can only use observation and armament hockey. If you lose, you'll be cleaning the deck. Isn't that punishment a bit too lenient? Andrew asked, wiping his hands as he stood beside Gray. Oh, really? Gray squatted by the wall, a fork in his mouth, pondering for a moment before laughing, then let him clean the deck alone. What difference does that make? Andrew inquired. Ha! I won't help him, Gray declared, raising his empty plate. Another serving, please. Dinner is almost ready, Andrew sighed, taking the plate back to the kitchen, soon returning with a fresh cake. Ace's physical skills were commendable, even without his powers. He did not appear overly disadvantaged against two attackers. While adeptly dodging, he attempted to practice the armament hockey skill that Gray had previously instructed him on. However, at first, he failed to grasp the technique. Inadvertently covering his own body with hockey while throwing punches, he frowned, contemplating how to release armament hockey as he would with his fruit abilities. Using his fruit powers had always come easily to him. After consuming that fruit, his overwhelming natural abilities became his most loyal ally, He could not only conjure flames from his hands, but could also transform his entire being into blazing fire. Instinctively, he didn't need to think about it. It was a reflex. Armament hockey, being an innate ability, was typically used to envelop his body, that if he could visualize it as flames, perhaps it would be easier to release. Standing firm, Ace faced Alder and Utien's assaults without retreating. He shut his eyes, allowing himself to settle into a meditative state, feeling his armament hockey and releasing it outward like flames as the blades approached. Ace suddenly opened his eyes, a wave of external hockey shielding him from the three sharp blades. He then struck with both fists, sending Alder and Utien flying without making contact. In midair, Alder caught Utien, landing steadily on the ship's railing, grinning. Not bad. Thank you. Ace smiled appreciatively at them, then turned to Gray. Gray, I understand now. I see that, but you still need to clean the deck. Gray rose, cream still smeared on his mouth, scolding him with little authority. You haven't won yet, so what are you showing off for? Fine, I'll clean, Ace replied cheerfully, unaffected by Gray's words. Boring, Gray thought, expecting a rebuttal from Ace. But losing interest, he dashed back to the kitchen for another fruitcake. Dinner is really coming up soon, Andrew chided, sounding like a mother. The pirate auction in the New World has a long history. It initially began as a public bidding among familiar pirates to transfer or sell their spoils. Eventually, merchants recognized its commercial potential and intervened, formalizing the pirate auction. Initially small-scale, it evolved over time into a significant event, second only to the Pirate Festival, exclusive to pirates of the New World, held once every 3 years in a small, uncharted location. Once the organizing merchant associations decided on a venue, they would inform the pirates with whom they had commercial dealings, ensuring the event's safety. Hive Island is this year's venue. It is a notorious lawless place in the New World, often referred to as the Pirate's Paradise. After nearly a month of sailing the seas, just 3 days before the auction, the Black Flame Fire pirate crew finally approached the island, where plumes of black smoke were visible from distance. Is it on fire? Utien inquired curiously, peering through the lookout. No, it's bonfires, Abel replied, handing over his telescope. Utien eagerly took it, focusing on the island. Abel then shouted down, many pirate crews have already arrived at the port. Oh, good work. Gray responded cheerfully. It seems there are quite a few enthusiastic participants. Stay close to Akitis, while the pirates attending the auction must adhere to the rules. That only applies during the auction's commencement and conclusion. Conflicts occurring at other times are implicitly deemed acceptable, Latin instructed Nora. Nora nodded. In the past, she might have questioned why such conflict were considered acceptable, Novelli wondering if the merchants wouldn't intervene. However, after being forced to kill that day, she had matured significantly, pondering many questions privately rather than voicing them. In the world of pirates, one must not showcase their weakness, even if they are not strong. Often, remaining inconspicuous can breed caution among others. We have ample funds this time, and the merchants are covering our expenses. Paley glanced at Akitis, who looked as if he had swallowed a fly, begrudgingly nodding. So everyone can indulge in purchasing what they desire. Spend all the money you have, Gray declared, raising his arm. Having excess funds on a pirate ship is a disgrace. What kind of twisted logic is that? Demon groaned. Not having money is the real disgrace for pirates. Nonetheless, Gray's mindset was one no one could correct. As time passed, the populace had developed a rather extravagant habit of spending freely, only to subsist on meager rations when their coffers ran dry. The port of Honeycomb Island was now graced by the presence of numerous pirate ships, their black flags billowing in the wind, creating a lively and chaotic atmosphere. While the black ship was anchored, a figure hurriedly approached, and upon seeing Akitis on board, exclaimed, "My lord, you have finally arrived." "Ah, it is Will," Akitis acknowledged with a nod. With the merchants now seeking them out, he felt no need to linger with the Black Flame crew. "Well then, gentlemen, I shall see you at the auction. Miss Nora is leaving." Ald looked at Nora with a face full of reluctance. "Take care of yourself," Latin advised. The group bid farewell to Nora. Akitis couldn't help but grimace, grumbling, "Hey, am I to be so easily overlooked?" "Ah, you haven't left yet?" Ald feigned surprise. "Have you grown so old that your movements have slowed?" "Tisich, no matter how much you ignore me, it does not change the fact that Nora is a member of our merchant guild." Akitis retorted as he departed with Nora, his silhouette exuding an air of nonchalance. Ald clenched his teeth in frustration, eager to confront the captain. "Captain, where is that?" Captain." The once visible gray had vanished, along with Ace and Yutian. These three mischievous rascals, whose combined mental ages barely exceeded 10, had slipped away unnoticed while everyone's attention was diverted to Arkades. Ugh. Paley pinched the bridge of his nose, deciding it best to assign someone to guard the ship. It was futile to chase after them. Acceptance of this outcome was a healthier mental stance, as per the first mate's cryptic advice on the necessity of keeping an eye on the captain. A book lay carelessly on the studies table, its entries contributed collectively by the crew, save for Gray, who had never set foot in the study. Everyone else had read it thoroughly and could recite it with ease. "What a bustling scene!" Yutian exclaimed, darting about the crowded streets with unrestrained excitement. Strictly speaking, this was his second island, and unlike the primitive civilization of Sky Island, Honeycomb Island was a lawless realm, a veritable playground for pirates. Chaos reigned supreme, especially with the auction approaching, amplifying the festive atmosphere. Diverse individuals meandered the streets, children flitting about in groups. One must exercise caution when brushing past others, lest one's wallet mysteriously disappear. Most of the architecture here consisted of taverns and brothels, thrumming with life. This was indeed a pirate's paradise. At first glance, the pandemonium appeared overwhelming. Yet within this turmoil lay its own unique order and charm. Many pirate crews flocked to this place, not solely for the auction, but to profit from the chaos. Items deemed unworthy by the merchants, oddities of all sorts, could be sold here, as there would invariably be a fool willing to buy. Come and see, behold the precious comic album brought from the North Sea, specialty of Water City, Water Meat Barbecue, the bubble cart of Shambody. Amidst the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, shouts of conflict echoed. "Hey, you think you can eat without paying? Do you wish to die?" A stall owner suddenly drew a flintlock from his pocket. The man being threatened retorted defiantly, "Do you wish to take on our pirate crew?" Upon uttering these words, comrades soon gathered around him. "If you want to fight, then let us." The stall owner was quickly surrounded by pirates. The disagreement erupted into full-blown chaos, quickly escalating into a grand melee. "I must join in," Yutian exclaimed, brandishing his sword and diving into the fray, thoroughly reveling in the brawl. Though he alone seemed to be enjoying himself, soon all adversaries were dispatched, leaving him standing alone, sword in hand. Still craving more. "Reggie, are they truly this weak?" The strong ones are at the center of the island." Gray pointed toward the towering skeletal emblem encircled by a multitude of buildings that, if I am not mistaken, that is where the auction will take place. Let us proceed. If you wish to play, we shall go straight there. Yea. With this news, Yutian dashed towards the skeletal structure, entirely oblivious to whether Gray and Ace would follow or if any dangers lurked ahead. Ace attempted to keep pace with Yutian, but soon halted, noticing that Gray was leisurely trailing behind. He paused to ask, "Is it all right to not follow?" "It is perfectly fine," Gray chuckled. "Someone will keep an eye on Yutian for us." "Oh, an ally." However, Yutian's eager sprint toward the colossal skeletal building was abruptly interrupted at a pirate, visibly annoyed, regarded the child with disdain. "What business does a brat like you have here? This is no place for you. Go away, I am here to find someone to fight," Yutian declared excitedly. "Can you engage in a battle with me?" He gestured to the group of pirates gathered around, drinking. Upon hearing Yutian's words, the pirates set down their cups, exchanging bewildered glances before erupting in laughter, as if they had heard the most amusing joke. The pirate who had initially warned Yutian spat on the ground, drawing his flintlock, the dark muzzle pressed against Yutian's forehead. "Kid, I don't know where you came from, but if you have the audacity to say such things, you must be ready to embrace death." The other pirates whistled in interest, anticipating the spectacle that would unfold, perhaps envisioning the moment the gun fired, marking the tragic end of a child. Such a scene, which would be deemed shockingly cruel by ordinary folk, was merely commonplace to them. This was the new world. Yutian did not flinch. Under the pirate's gun, his expression grew solemn as he grasped the hilt of his sword. As the gunshot rang out, two blades glimmered ominously. The spectators flinched at the flash, their eyes widening in disbelief when they turned to witness Yutian and the pirate standing back to back, the youth holding dual blades upright, with the sound of the flintlock hitting the ground. Blood erupted from the pirate's chest, his expression frozen in astonishment, never having the chance to feel fear before Yu Tian struck him down. What? How is this possible? The pirates instinctively gripped their weapons, two of them exchanging glances. One bolted towards the skeletal structure while the other drew his blade. You will regret provoking the Warwick pirate crew. Come at me all at once, Yu Tian asserted defiantly. During this time, under Ald's guidance, he had nearly mastered the use of Enma. However, fighting aboard the ship had proven too restrictive. Gray had suggested he needed a place to engage freely, to solidify his skills through real combat. Yu Tian plunged into the throng of pirates, wielding Tenryubito and Enma, his dual blades enveloped in haki, each strike inevitably injuring an opponent. Bang! Bang! The gunshots echoed, fired by the pirate with the flintlock. Yu Tian focused intently, unleashing two waves of cutting energy that cleaved the bullets midair, propelling him towards the two armed pirates at a rapid pace. He moved swiftly, severing several bullets in succession, closing the distance between himself and the pirates. Yet suddenly, an overwhelming pressure gripped him, a warning bell ringing in his mind. The enemy's movements were too swift for him to evade. He could only cross his blades above his head to shield himself from the sudden onslaught. Who dares challenge the Warwick pirate crew? The newcomer's voice resonated, deep and powerful. His fist, shrouded in haki, delivered a bone-crushing blow that sent Yu Tian crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater with a thunderous crash. Blood trickled from Yu Tian's mouth, yet he gritted his teeth defiantly, struggling against the overwhelming force. Captain Warwick, the boss has arrived. The pirates who had narrowly escaped earlier cried out in excitement. However, Warwick, the man being hailed, rose and shot them an irritated glare that a sense of foreboding washed over the two pirates as Warwick swiftly dispatched them. His voice laced with fury. You can't even handle a child? Are you all worthless? Yu Tian cleared his throat and emerged from the pit, undaunted by the imposing figure that had suddenly appeared before him. Instead, he appeared eager for a challenge. Are you there, Captain? Let us engage in combat. Warwick towered at a staggering 7 meters, a colossus among ordinary men. Though still dwarfed by true giants, he gazed down at Yu Tian as one might regard a trivial ant. However, this diminutive creature had recently injured several of his subordinates, and Warwick, possessing an inflated sense of pride, was determined not to let Yu Tian escape and scathed. I shall kill you. Boy, he declared, his fists clad in formidable knuckle spikes as he swung once more at Yu Tian. Yu Tian bent his legs and leapt to evade Warwick's strike, quickly enveloping his blade in armament haki, unleashing two arcs of sword energy towards Warwick, despite his formidable bodily defenses, particularly when reinforced by haki. Warwick paid little heed to the oncoming energy slashes, redirecting his focus to Yu Tian with a powerful punch aimed at the boy, who found himself unable to alter his position mid-air. Taoyuan Baoyang. With a rapid flurry, Yu Tian swung his dual blades, the haki-wrapped steel colliding fiercely with Warwick's fist, generating a tremendous shockwave that Warwick's eyes widened in surprise, and he bellowed as he exerted more force into his punch. As Yu Tian braced himself against the impact, Warwick's other hand lunged towards him. The knuckle spikes gleamed ominously, and Yu Tian, sensing impending doom, attempted to create distance using the momentum of Warwick's attack, yet it was evident that Warwick had anticipated his move. In the very instant Yu Tian sought to retreat, Warwick's fist shot forth with alarming speed, aimed directly at Yu Tian's face. Clutching the hilt of his sword, Yu Tian remained astonishingly calm, an entirely different sensation than that which he had experienced in battle against Alder. This time, a single misstep would surely lead to his demise. The mere thought of such a fate sent chills down his spine, yet it also ignited an exhilarating thrill within him. The vast shadow of Warwick's fist loomed over him, and Yu Tian, with his blades in hand, was shrouded in the armament haki, fully enveloping him for the first time with conscious intent. With renewed vigor, he unleashed another Taoyuan Baoyang, its potency surpassing that of his previous attempt by a significant margin. However, how could a pirate captain of the New World be cowed by a mere 7-year-old child? Though Yu Tian's strike inflicted harm upon Warwick, it was of little consequence to the giant. Die! Warwick roared as his punch barreled towards Yu Tian. its force even more overwhelming than before that moment. However, a figure suddenly interposed itself between Yu Qian and the incoming blow. This individual wielded a katana, its sheath still intact, and directly met Warwick's knuckle spikes with it. The two forms of haki clashing without yielding an inch. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Warwick retracted his fist, while the man, identified as Tarazi, sheathed his sword back at his side. Tarazi, is this your crew member? Warwick regarded the man with a wary eye. Not at all, Tarazi replied, shaking his head before grasping Yutian by his belt and lifting him up, seemingly intent on making a retreat. Warwick scoffed, positioning himself in front of Tarazi. I had no idea you were such a meddlesome individual. I do it for your own good. Tarazi replied with a gentle smile. I'd rather not see this auction devolve into a slaughterhouse. So please, stifle your dissatisfaction, Ta. Are you threatening me? Warwick flexed his fist. Tarazi, since you wish to take this child away, I certainly cannot allow that. And I won't let you off lightly either. Yu Qian, unfamiliar with this sudden savior, felt both gratitude for the rescue and concern for their precarious situation. He understood that this predicament had been of his own making, and true to his character, he would not allow a stranger to bear the brunt of his troubles. Thus he struggled against Tarazi's hold, eager to re-engage Warwick in battle. Tarazi furrowed his brow, clicking his tongue in annoyance, before reluctantly loosening his grip on Yu Qian. Caught off guard, Yu Qian tumbled face first onto the ground. Ha ha! Tarazi, it seems your good intentions are not appreciated by this young lad. Warwick laughed heartily. Seeing Tarazi at a disadvantage amused him, and he even developed a modicum of admiration for Yu Qian, prompting him to extend an invitation. Kid, you possess considerable talent. Would you care to join the Warwick pirate crew? We can forget this little incident, but Captain, he injured our men. One of the pirates who had supported his injured comrades began, only to be silenced by a punch from Warwick. How dare you speak? Worthless trash, do not obstruct my view. Yu Qian spat out a mouthful of blood, coldly retorting, I already belong to a pirate crew, and I will never join yours. You're still quite young. Perhaps you were duped into boarding? Warwick chuckled. Who is your captain? I shall speak with him personally, Ta. Tarazi let out a cold chuckle, amused by Warwick's grandiose claims. He was genuinely curious about the expression Warwick would wear upon discovering the identity of this child's captain. What do you wish to discuss with me? Just then, the captain who had lured Yu Qian aboard made his entrance. He surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on Tarazi, who he greeted with open arms. Tarazi, long time no see. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Gray, Tarazi replied, pushing the hilt of his sword aside with one hand and warmly embracing Gray. At the sight of Gray, Warwick's expression transformed, akin to a painter's palette. Caught in a moment of indecision, as if he had swallowed a fly, he had anticipated Gray's presence at the auction, but had not expected this child to be a member of Gray's crew. Especially after overhearing his earlier comments about poaching members, Warwick should have deduced it sooner. A pirate like Tarazi, who appeared indifferent yet protective of a child unrelated to him, surely indicated deeper connections. The Sword and Flame pirate crew was allied with the Black Flame pirates. Tarazi and Gray were allies. Reggie, Ace, Yu Qian beamed. I have fought my way here. I can see that, Ace remarked, recalling the chaotic scene of pirates he had encountered along the way. Reassessing Yu Tian's destructive potential. Someone notified me when you arrived at the port. Tarazi turned to Gray, saying, your crew member is just like you, reckless, leaving a trail of chaos behind while laughing all the way through. Ha! That is how we do things. Gray dismissed Tarazi's observation with a laugh. He patted his shoulder before turning his attention back to Warwick. Warwick, I never got the chance to thank you for the 3 pirate ships you sent my way. Warwick, Ace recalled, having heard from Demon and others that the Black Flame pirates had recently sunk 3 pirate ships, all belonging to Warwick's crew. He had nearly clashed with them, mistaking those vessels for Whitebeards. Gray, you truly have an exceptional crew member, Warwick grimaced, recognizing the unfavorable turn of events. He had never intended to engage excessively with Gray, as he was already at a disadvantage against him. Losing a few members was hardly a significant loss, especially since they were not the elite of his main ship. I have always had a keen eye, Gray inquired with a smirk. Are you attempting to steal my crew member? He bore no anger. Rather, his tone was imbued with eagerness, and Warwick could sense the underlying implication. He He was looking for an excuse to strike. How could I possibly steal a crew member from Captain Gray? Warwick quickly adjusted his expression, smiling at Gray that I was merely sparring with him, and discovered he's a remarkably talented lad. He must be your latest recruit, yet he lacks a bounty notice. It intrigued me to see the mention of bounty notices. Yu Qian felt a surge of frustration. Ace had a bounty because he had confronted the Navy directly in Weno. However, as the son of a general, the Navy had chosen not to issue a bounty for Yu Qian. Thus, to the world, it appeared that the Black Flame Pirates had only recently welcomed a new member named Ace, and Yu Qian would likely have to wait a considerable time before he could stake his own claim to fame. What a pity! It seems to be a misunderstanding. Gray nodded, then disregarded Warwick entirely. Instead, placing an arm around Teresi's shoulders, I heard you venture to paradise. I initially thought you would not return, yet I saw your crew at the port. Marina provided us with a permanent log pose, Teresi replied, gesturing for Gray to enter. We have arranged a resting area inside. Oh, that truly is splendid. Gray chuckled and said to Ace and Yuta, come, allow me to introduce our ally. Tracy, the captain of the sword and blade pirate crew, age 26, leads a crew comprised entirely of skilled swordsmen, and she herself is a formidable swordswoman. It was a peculiar alliance that emerged from their collaboration with the same trading company, resulting in an odd partnership that, aside from the two captains, left everyone else feeling rather bewildered. Remarkably, this alliance has been amicable for a full 3 years. Seated in the lounge of the sword and blade pirate crew, Yuta obediently allowed the ship's doctor to tend to his wounds. Ace, meanwhile, sat beside Gray, curiously observing Tracy on the opposite sofa. Thank you for earlier, Tracy, Gray said with a carefree laugh. You saved Yuta's life. Ha ha ha. I merely wished to avoid any complications before the auction concluded, Tracy replied, casting a glance at Gray's legs crossed casually on the table, unable to suppress a light massage of her temples as her gaze shifted elsewhere. It seems you have something you desire, she remarked. Gray reclined on the sofa, nonchalantly asking, do you have the catalog? Let me see it. Hand in the catalog, Tracy instructed, glancing at the person beside her, who promptly understood and handed the auction item catalog to Gray. As he flipped through the pages, Tracy continued, we aim to bid on that piece of atom wood. The atom wood, the centerpiece of this auction, was also something that Gray and his crew coveted. With a sharp snap, Gray closed the catalog and tossed it to Ace, who was taken aback by the revelation that they sought the very same item. Startled by the sudden gesture, he caught the catalog, bewildered as to Gray's intentions. Take a look and see what you fancy. We need to be prepared to bid during the auction, Gray instructed, removing his legs from the table and leaning forward to face Tracy. Although he maintained a smile, a cold glint lurked in his eyes. What a coincidence, we too desire that piece of atom wood that you truly possess the means, Tracy questioned skeptically, cautioning, if we compete, the trading company will collectively oppose us. When have we ever been short on funds? Gray responded confidently, to which Tracy replied without hesitation, every single moment. In their experience, the Black Flame crew had never known a time of financial stability. Gray's smile faltered, and he leaned back against the sofa, exasperatedly stating, regardless, though it has my name etched upon it, and anyone who dares to contest it will find themselves at odds with me. Even if they are allies, Tracy inquired that I am a madman, Gray declared dismissively. Tracy nodded in agreement. I can certainly relate. Their first formal encounter transpired at the bullfighting arena in Dressrosa. Prior to this, Tracy had heard of the notorious Black Flame Gray, but had never laid eyes upon him. At that time, Marina, in her capacity as the head of the trading company, had invited several prominent pirate crews to Dressrosa for a meeting, which was evidently not a casual gathering. Tracy had heard about the recent plundering of valuable goods transported by Marina's company. Where 3 merchant ships laden with treasures had been seized, he surmised that this invitation was likely linked to that incident. However, the pirate crew responsible for raiding Marina was one of the most formidable in the New World, boasting over 30 ships and thousands of pirates, thus making them a force to be reckoned with. Yet, for the time being, they remained in a cooperative relationship with Marina, and Tracy had no intention of disrespecting the invitation. Arriving a few days ahead of schedule, Tracy chose to wander aimlessly around Dressrosa instead of meeting Marina right away. The island was suffused with the fragrance of blooming flowers and renowned for its exquisite cuisine. Amidst the delightful food and music, the vibrant dances of young women added to its allure. It was a tropical paradise, aptly dubbed the land of love and passion. Initially skeptical of such grandiloquent claims, Tracy found them to hold a measure of truth upon experiencing the island firsthand. Indeed, it was a harmonious blend of fervor and romance. He briskly traversed the famous Lover's Avenue, heading toward his target, the bullfighting arena. The arena typically hosted gladiatorial sword fights, and, as a swordsman, Tracy was eager to witness the spectacle. Upon arrival, he discovered that a grand tournament was underway. He purchased an expensive second-hand ticket and took his seat among the spectators. The arena was circular, situated at the center of a pool filled with ferocious fighting fish. During the match, he observed, one contender faltered against his opponent, losing his footing and falling into the pool, where the fighting fish devoured him with brutal efficiency. His struggles only incited the audience's fervor, staining the water red with blood, which was swiftly diluted. Was it cruel? Indeed. Yet every participant was acutely aware of and accepted this grim reality. The arena was soon cleared, and the next contestants ascended the stage amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. It was noteworthy the contestants could select their desired equipment in a preparation room. However, if their gear exceeded a certain weight limit, officials would intervene to insist they shed the excess until they met the stipulated standards. Consequently, some individuals opted for lightweight, yet sturdy armor for protection. The previous match exemplified this, yet the current one promised to be different. A swordsman named Sheridan donned well-fitted armor, clearly a regular in the arena, as the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers upon his entrance. With women tossing their handkerchiefs and flowers onto the stage, in stark contrast, his opponent merely wore a full-face mask, wielding a low-grade sword provided by the arena. Unlike the towering Sheridan, who stood nearly 3 meters tall, this newcomer appeared slender and fragile at roughly 1 meter 80. Many spectators sighed with sympathy upon his arrival, for Sheridan was renowned for his ruthless tactics and had been undefeated for 2 consecutive years. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, as the match commenced, the seemingly frail youth launched the first attack with astonishing speed, forcing Sheridan to retreat. Even those seated in the audience could feel the intensity of the youth's aggression. Sheridan, not one to be underestimated, was a skilled swordsman in his own right. Initially deceived by the youth's appearance, he quickly adjusted his stance to regain control of the match, as the sound of clashing blades echoed. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements obscured to the audience, who could only see flashes of blue light from their swords. Yet Tracy remained perceptive, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. Feeling an urge to join the fray, both contestants were formidable opponents, particularly the youth who had initially been underestimated. His swordsmanship was evidently refined to an extraordinary level. What was his name? Tracy recalled the introduction before the match began. It was something like, "Reg, could such a swordsman truly exist in Dressrosa?" Sheridan, too, pondered the same question, but unlike the enthusiastic cheers from the audience, he felt the weight of the youth's formidable presence. Forget the notion of fragility. If this young man was weak, then they were all gravely mistaken. Despite Sheridan's robust physique and strength, he found himself steadily pressured by his opponent, compelled to grip his sword with both hands in a desperate bid to withstand the youth's fierce onslaught. Unfortunately, he could feel the tingling numbness in his arms, a sensation that had once characterized his own aggressive style of swordsmanship, but now seemed almost laughable in the face of his adversary. With one final stroke, the youth delivered a swift and decisive cut, not aimed at Sheridan, but cleaving his sword cleanly in two. A collective gasp echoed from the audience, followed swiftly by thunderous applause. Countless flowers rained down upon the arena, and women's handkerchiefs fluttered through the air, ultimately landing in the pool, enticing the fighting fish to gather around. Upon realizing there was no food to be had, they swam away in disappointment. The victorious youth appeared quite pleased, though the mask obscured any visible expression of joy. Yet the youth demonstrated his joy through tangible actions that he approached the edge of the arena, raising his hand to signal the surrounding spectators, perhaps overwhelmed by elation, or perhaps due to the exuberance of the crowd. An abundance of debris cluttered the stage, under the watchful eyes of the audience. The youth inadvertently stepped onto a large bouquet of fresh flowers, causing him to slip and plunge into the water with a resounding splash. The fall was swift and decisive, rivaling the fervor of the earlier competition. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the arena, and the seasoned spectators, who believed they could envision any scenario, found themselves momentarily stunned into silence. How could they fathom that someone could triumph in a contest only to clumsily fall into the fighting fish's pool? Was this some form of post-victory self-sabotage? Moreover, while others would struggle when submerged, this youth sank silently, save for a few bubbles rising to the surface. Was this a newly introduced surprise attraction of the arena? Just as they speculated, the water began to stir, and several fighting fish floated to the top, belly up. The audience erupted into chatter, mistaking it for a portion of the arena's entertainment. They overlooked the fact that the sideshow had ended. Why had the swordsman not resurfaced? Teresi was taken aback, but soon he noticed two individuals in the opposite stands who stood up in a flurry, calling out in urgency, "Captain!" A plea for rescue. Yet Teuton was absent. Teuton? The captain? Teresi squinted, finally discerning the identities of the two. Demon of Black Flame and Colin? How could they be here? Wait. Reg? Teresi's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. It became clear why Reg had not struggled upon entering the water. Black Flame Gray was a devil fruit user. He climbed onto the back of a nearby chair, startling the audience in front of him. Then he leapt over several rows of spectators, plunging into the water with a splash. Below the surface, Gray had already sunk to the bottom of the pool. Fortuitously, as the fighting fish had succumbed to dizziness. Otherwise, Gray would have long been consumed, and there would have been no need for a rescue. Teresi, an adept swimmer, swiftly brought Gray to the surface and swam towards the nearby arena platform. Hey, you're not dead, are you? Teresi clung to the edge of the platform, exerting just enough force to hoist Gray up first, before climbing up himself. Gray coughed up several mouthfuls of seawater, gasping for air as he lay back down. Having narrowly escaped, the mask that had concealed his face was already lost in the pool, and he wiped the water from his face, grinning at Teresi. I truly appreciate your help, Black Flame Gray. Teresi glanced at him, now entirely certain that this was indeed the captain of the Black Flame. Colin and Demon rushed over, with Colin helping Gray up, concern etched on his face as he inquired about his condition. Demon, meanwhile, clasped Teresi's hands, shaking them up and down in gratitude. Thank you so much. You are a true good Samaritan. Teresi withdrew his hand, chuckling, It's nothing, merely a small favor. Then let us not express our thanks any longer. Gray laughed heartily. I thought I was done for. Falling into the water had startled them all. Colin sighed in exasperation. As users of abilities, he and Demon were incapable of rescuing Gray. Who would have thought that in an arena on a singular island, Gray would nearly drown? Let us leave this place, Teresi suggested. The audience was still watching us, and the multitude of gazes made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. The four of them departed from the arena, and Gray lamented, What a pity. If I hadn't forfeited, I would have undoubtedly claimed the championship. But don't be so optimistic, Captain, Demon remarked, feeling a headache coming on. Did you not learn your lesson just now? By the way, after falling into the water, I think I spotted someone standing on the opposite bank, Gray mused. Was it the Grim Reaper of the other shore? Are you joking? Colin expressed disbelief at Gray's words. Who knows? Gray shrugged, placing his hand on Teresi's shoulder, to which the latter instinctively drew his sword and rested it against Gray's neck. What are you doing? Teresi asked warily. Just helping you dry off your clothes. Gray replied, and in an instant, the moisture from their drenched garments evaporated. He retracted his hand and curiously asked, By the way, who are you? Teresi sheathed his sword. Teresi, a swordsman. Care for a duel? Teresi, Colin inquired. Are you the captain of the sword pirates? Is this because of Morena? Demon simultaneously recognized the renowned pirate captain from the New World. Such details are not of paramount importance. Teresi did not respond to their inquiries, instead focusing on Gray. Smiling, Shall we have a match, Captain Gray? I've heard of you, yet I did not know your swordsmanship was this formidable. His eyes sparkled with determination, though Gray appeared rather disinterested. Gray blinked, his tone light-hearted as he shrugged. I don't know how to use a sword. Teresi was momentarily taken aback by Gray's response. He had anticipated a refusal or even a prompt acceptance, but never did he expect Gray to declare his lack of sword skills. I just watched your match. I guess your eyesight impaired. I truly cannot use one, Gray replied, bemused. I usually prefer to resolve conflict with my fists. Well then, that settles it. Teresi was not one to impose upon others. And Gray's outright denial made him reconsider. Even if Gray's swordsmanship was exceptional, Teresi was no longer inclined to spar with him. Those who did not acknowledge blades could hardly be deemed pure swordsmen. Ha ha! You are quite amusing. Gray extended his hand to Teresi. Let us be friends. You are not at all what I expected from Black Flame. Teresi reciprocated the gesture, shaking his hand amicably. Ha! Perhaps we are more alike than you think. Gray winked, just as someone in the distance called out, Captain! He turned with enthusiasm, exclaiming Alder. Teresi followed his gaze, noticing Alder bidding farewell to a beautiful woman as he approached. What are you four doing standing here? It seems rather odd. What is so odd about it? Colin questioned. This is the famous lover-s lane of Dressrosa. Can't you see all the couples? Alder scratched his head. You four burly men standing here is quite the sight. Who knew this was lover-s lane? Demon feigned a punch at Alder. It's not stipulated that only couples can stroll here. Lover-s lane, is it? Gray pondered for a moment, then draped his arm around Teresi's shoulders. Grinning at the bewildered expression on the latter's face. Well, since fate has brought us together, let us form an alliance. Huh? Aside from Gray and Teresi, the remaining three erupted with astonished exclamations. Alder quickly pulled Gray aside. Exasperated, Captain, you can't just say whatever comes to mind. This is a significant matter. Forming an alliance, isn't something you can decide on a whim. Colin earnestly added his advice. Demon offered an apologetic look to Teresi. Our captain can be rather headstrong and speaks without thinking. Please disregard his words. Teresi remained silent, seemingly deep in thought regarding Gray's proposal. Growing weary of their bickering, Gray interjected, When have I ever made a decision that you all disagreed with? That's true. The three of them paused, realizing that no matter how much they protested initially, once Gray reiterated his decision, they would ultimately acquiesce. It was merely a matter of time. Their trust in Gray was such that they would follow him even to the gates of hell. But Colin began to relent. The matter of the alliance still requires the other captain's consent, right? All eyes turned to Teresi, who had already contemplated the situation and smiled warmly at them. After their recent interactions, he had shown himself to be quite reliable. Thus, when Gray unexpectedly proposed an alliance, Colin and Demon assumed Teresi would decline. Yet, to their surprise, this captain was equally decisive and unhesitatingly headstrong. Then let us form an alliance. Captain Gray. So, you two formed an alliance on the Lover's Lane of Dressrosa. Upon hearing the reason behind the alliance between the two pirate crews, Ace could not help but express his skepticism. That seems rather casual, doesn't it? He looked at Gray, reassessing his perception of the captain, who tilted his head in confusion. It too casual. Reggie must have pondered extensively before forming an alliance, right? Yuqian also perceived this alliance as rather casual. Yet his perception of Gray was so tinted that he forcefully believed that the alliance was a well-considered decision by Gray. That's so. Ace scratched his head, awaiting Gray's response. Gray nodded earnestly and replied seriously. Do you not think that the path of lovers is quite suited for an alliance? He took a sip of the rum on the table and turned to Teresi, confidently asking, You think so too? Don't you? Teresi regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before smiling gently. At that time, when the black flame fire surged forth in the New World, I believed your pirate crew held great potential. Moreover, we were collaborating within the same trading company, and I heard from Morena that your reputation was impeccable, making you a person worthy of deep trust. Under those circumstances, you indeed represented a commendable choice for an alliance. So, Teresi shrugged. As you can see, my decision to ally with you is not influenced by the path of lovers. Is that truly the case? Gray clutched his heart, his head drooping in dejection, feeling somewhat disheartened. What on earth are you moping about? Ace couldn't help but interject. If it were truly because of the path of lovers that you formed an alliance, that would be rather peculiar. Ace, you are simply blinded by Teresi. That fellow is exceptionally nonchalant. Gray whispered in a tone loud enough for all to hear. Their pirate crew's formation was quite haphazard. Please refrain from voicing such disparagement in a manner that everyone can overhear. Ace replied with exasperation. They were, after all, in the lounge of another pirate crew, surrounded by over 20 individuals. In fact, many shared similar sentiments. Terasai, however, displayed no signs of irritation at Gray's disparaging remarks. His lips were perpetually curved into a smile. As the captain of the Sword and Blade Pirates, he was remarkably gentle and approachable in the New World, provided he was not provoked. Our crew's formation took place in a tavern. Terasai leisurely recounted tales of the past. At that time, I was merely a wandering swordsman who encountered a worthy opponent. My current first mate, we had a delightful conversation and ended up drinking ourselves to a stupor at the tavern. The very next day, I found myself becoming the captain of the Sword and Blade Pirates. Ha! I tend to drink so excessively that I often lose track of events. I cannot recall how we came to the decision of setting sail as pirates and spent all our money acquiring a ship and supplies. Nevertheless, once we resolved to embark on this journey, we truly set sail. However, even now, I am uncertain whether it was my desire to go to sea or if I was merely persuaded by our first mate. Terasai glanced toward the first mate, Zell, who was drinking and perusing an auction catalog with fellow crew members. Upon noticing the captain's gaze, he shrugged innocently. Well, we are already at sea. What use is there in dwelling on such matters? I can't shake the feeling that I've been duped, Terasai sighed, turning his attention back to Gray. Speaking of which, where are the members of your crew? They should be on their way here. Gray recalled the crew members who had not followed them. Just then, the door to the lounge swung open, and a group of pirates entered, escorting Paley and others. Captain, the Black Flame Fire crew has arrived. Given the familiarity between the two pirate crews, their meeting consisted merely of greetings before they each resumed their respective activities. Gare and Dunn were guarding the ship. Paley, holding the catalog, reported to Gray while flipping through its pages. Although there exists an unwritten rule among pirates that forbids any acts of violence between crews even when harboring grievances. In such a mixed environment, it is wise to have someone guarding the ship for safety's sake. Is there anything else you wish to bid on besides Adamwood? Paley inquired. You should ask Ace and Yuchien. Gray replied, After all, it's not our money being spent. What do you mean by that? Terasai raised an eyebrow. IT means that all the funds for this auction are being provided by Morina's trading company. So, Gray snatched the catalog from Paley's hands and tossed it onto the table. Whatever we purchase from this catalog will be funded by Morina. Terasai, evidently unaware of the transaction between Morina and Gray, furrowed his brows, about to inquire further when suddenly a voice emanated from outside the door. When did Akkadi's make such arrangements with you? A woman, her face partially concealed by a folding fan, elegantly strode through the wide-open door. Dressed in a fitted purple gown with a high slit, each step she took resembled a blooming violet, swaying gracefully. Morina, I didn't expect to see you here, Gray greeted her warmly. Noticing her vibrant demeanor, just the thought of meeting Captain Gray brightened her spirits.